You're listening to Australia's national youth radio station, Triple J. For more info, go to triplej.net.au.
Hello world, pants off Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of this sporting life. H.G.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Waliato in the soundproof booth, and thanks very much to DJ VJ for another 4 hours of Super Sounds here at the youth headquarters on the station that smothers the nation. And there is a language warning. Language warning, language warning for the next 3 hours here. If you don't like it blue and rough and dirty, tune out now. You have been warned. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders and schoolies, schoolies especially with a pro-Glacier agenda. And welcome to Triple J on another Sunday when too much sport is barely enough. It must be almost time for people to be planning schoolies. If you want any tips, Roy and I are here for the next 3 hours.
You haven't booked by now, you're buggered.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, that's what I mean. If you haven't booked by now, maybe Roy and I can ease your way forward into a nice little unit on the Gold Coast, set you back about $1,000 a night. Get your tickets up there and stuff like that. That's the sort of service we provide here for all schoolies. Now, welcome to the show that once again has the courage to dream. That's right, it's back. You've missed it a bit, but we're dreaming again because it's dream time here for the next language warning 3 hours. And once again, at the start of the show, we're praying for rain. It's this bold new initiative has, generated, kilolitres of rain right across Australia. Tremendous results. You might remember last month we began it, and now dog month out of the road, we're back doing it. It's going to be a lot shorter this week, though. It's over already. Sadly, you've missed out praying for rain. And what a week. What an incredible week. Just before I let Roy off the leash to pour some petrol onto the blaze, a few items to set the scene. Rugby League. And it was a week when the King hit returned to the greatest game of all at the highest level. Roy and I were lucky enough to be on hand when Russell's Rabbits went round against the Gold Coast Titan, being there as he made the brain explosion in those dying moments of that great clash was all the more enjoyable. It was a great game, arguably the finest win in Titan history. That's how I saw it. Sure, you can argue that other wins were great, and they were, but this was, I think, the finest win in Titan history. The real highlight of the match came late when superstar Jamin Lowe decked a hapless Titan, Kitty, who had been asking for it all match. It was a breath of fresh air, pure Gold Coast fresh air. Roy and I drove home immensely satisfied we had witnessed something that has been stamped out at this highest level for far too long. What excited me more was that the punch to the head followed a spectacularly effective Christmas handshake by Titan Brett Delaney. This move had old school admirers of the code rumbling with delight all week, and I've never seen a more effective use of macadamia madness. Let me set the scene. As Russell's Rabbits were threatening the Titan line in the dying moments, the match was there to be won when up stepped a young Titan nut merchant who sealed the victory with a superb manoeuvre simply by going the grape. It was perfectly timed and executed. Sure, Brett had his head split open, but the Titans won, and I believe the Titans' tilt is now firmly back on track in 07. Thank you, Brett Delaney. It was tremendous. The whole thing lives in my mind. I can see the Russell's Rabbits threatening. I can see the hand reaching out. The Christmas handshake. Then, bang, in the head, and whooshka, the game over. It was terrific. I'm sure you have to coach those things. I don't think you can get players to do that sort of stuff willy-nilly.
Martin Bella might have taught him that.
Bella, that's right. And I'm sure Cartwright would have put that little bit of Bella magic away when he needed it for a great win.
Yes.
And all week the NRL has been revising training manuals and this is Gallup's hope, that the Walnut Fondle will now make regular appearances between now and the grand final nut party, climaxing with a cashew caress followed by a melon burster on that one Sunday night in October. Be terrific for kids to stay up and see that. And I hope that a collection was taken up round the hutch, or that Russell can sling the kid a few bob to keep him interested in the next 4 weeks, because that he's got to sit out the game for the melon burster, because Jamin Lowe has a lot of talent. It'd be a sad loss if he lost interest in the game. And he's got so much talent that I just made a mental note as I was preparing my comments today was that he's probably playing the wrong sport. But having said that, I have heard two words whispered about him. These words may shock, but it's not dirty language. No, sorry, Bob. It's just that Gus Gould confirmed this to me moments before coming on air. That is the senior analyst with the Channel 9 network, Gus Gould. And those words are Origin Bolter. Oh. They could do a lot worse, couldn't they, New South Wales, than getting Jamin Lowe out there just to cause a bit of doubt in the maroon lineup. And can I just put all that forward momentum on pause for a moment and mention later in the show we'll be going through all of Bulldog Mark O'Mealy's, that's the Ogre's, recent injuries, one by one. So, Mum, if the possibility of having your youngster's head punched in wasn't enough to get him thinking of rugby league, then wait till you get your head around what has happened to the Ogre since he was 13. And I think you'll be changing your mind, and AFL and the World Game and rugby union, sadly, you're going to lose out when you hear what's happened to Mark O'Mealy. The rugby league violence, I must say, contrasted with a rather feeble attempt at AFL violence by using the eye gouge laid on by Brownlow superstar Chris Judd in an old-fashioned Battle of the Birds, Eagles v Hawks in Tasmania last weekend. There was nothing in it. No. The Hawk kid he was able to play on. He could see out of both eyes. No advantage was gained for the Eagles. Sure, they were losing. Tactically, it was the correct thing to do. A gouge is a pathetic way to seek an advantage. I mean, the public can't see it. It's always a 50-50 thing, vis-a-vis intention, accident and malice. The AFL Tribunal, in a moment of judicial sanity, saw it as an accident. There was nothing in it and sent Chris on his way with a DVD of Pink's Greatest Hits, a current copy of the Rugby League Week and a Violet Crumble Bar. So that was a terrific result. Tennis! And Leighton Hewitt is thrilling Paris as we speak. No one has done more to bring this fortnight sane side to the boil than Little has done over the last 7 years. The toast of the Eiffel Tower and the Moulin Rouge. The match the other night where he picked himself up off the canvas after dipping out in the first 2 sets to take the next 3 had me gasping for more. It reminded me of what our Pooh could do. That is Mark Philippoussis, that is Scud, at the height of his powers before he got involved in this reality TV skirt-chasing show, and we were shambles, and we might talk a little bit about that later on. The Pooh and Skirt, no stranger. Would you watch it if it was television-wise? Well, you just might. Our little, that is Breffney's dad, has modelled his new game on The Magic of Rocky Balboa. No surprise there. But these days, the kid spends a couple of hours hitting up against a carcass of Aberdeen Angus beef that he dangles in the service court net high. It's terrific to see him go around. Sure, the flies are usually the winners. But on the other hand, it's brought him right back, and the results are there for all to see. I think he's injury-free for the first time since birth. No wonder Tony Roach wants to get involved. Still in Gay Paris, and US superstar Venus Williams, I hope it's Venus and not Serena, has sent down a couple of record-breaking thunderbolts. That's Leo Schlink's word, not mine. Thunderbolts. Leo Schlink. Record-breaking. And Maria Sharapova, her grunting is just fantastic. Sure, she's the glamour in the competition, but she's grunting louder than ever, Red. It's really starting to affect my enjoyment of the game, I must say. My early impressions has been confirmed by Sonic students from University of Marseille. I rang up and said, could you run the dial over how loud she's grunting? And they now think, this is the University of Marseille, the UOM, now think that Maria Sharapova is the loudest grunter who's ever lived. Big rap there. And great news for Thai tennis freaks, many of whom would tune in for snippets and who may have wondered where the former number 9 in the world, Paradorn Srihavan, had got to. Well, he could bounce back into action very soon once the injuries heal. Where do I get this information from? I get it from Thai star Tamarine Thanasugaran. And who can forget the magic those two, that is Paradorn and Tamarine, weaved at the Hopman Cup when they represented Thailand several years ago. 2 terrific tennis players, and it's great to see Paradorn, in the wings, ready to burst out onto centre court. Cricket, and can I just say, I'm rather surprised that authorities now think Bob Woolmer... well, I'm not sure what they're saying, really.
Natural causes.
Natural causes. I'll have to get this straight. He was drugged before he went to his room. He then wrapped a towel around his head, a wet towel around his head, strangled himself to death, through some bizarre sexual ritual? And then, in the resulting gasp-off, died, expired of natural causes? Meanwhile, Plod's looking for a couple of people with bookies tickets on, Pakistan winning the World Cup. Oh, I just don't get it. What an odd result.
I know.
Anyway, all that is made. The cricket world number one, the likeable and lovable smoking text rogue, has been at it again. Yes, Shane Warne lived up to all the big raps this week, giving both umpires and spectators a gobful. Ian Healy's words, not mine, a gobful. Warnie's outburst was ignited by an LBW decision by the blind umpire, Tim Robertson, in Canterbury last week, when a jaffer that Warne thought was going to miss the leg stump by a couple of kilometres was given an LBW decision. Those last couple of words, i.e. the distance, his words, not mine. And the World Game, and has there ever been a better week for it? Oh, Socceroos! What about them? Incredible! Unbelievable! No, it was a night. I was there. It was just great. It was great. It was fantastic. It was just unbelievable. Just imagine what Hughes would do with this lot. Look, obviously I thought it couldn't get any better, but it did. And on the World Game, on the world stage, there's been a lot of movement. Old man Sepp Blatter has been appointed now unopposed until 2065 at the top of the game, mainly because no other bludger wanted the gig, apparently. Speaking of the big noises, and I hope I got the right president here, Bolivian President Hugo Morales, who's deadly with the left foot, incidentally, from about 2 metres out, has got involved in this altitude debate, which I believe is a can of worms for the World Cup. I mean, if they can't play at altitude, can they play in pollution? Can they play in heat? Can they play in cold? I mean, you go to, you've seen what Moscow Spartak have to put up with every week. Frozen tundra to play on. Mercifully, global warming will change all that. But then you've got the problem at the other end. If they play in Darwin, it could be too hot. And as England prepare for 2008, that's Euro 2008, Steve McLaren in a masterstroke has recalled the old gun David Beckham. And the fans are loving it to the national team. Macca is going to give the kid with his weird misses a run, and it's all about winning matches. His words, not mine, or his concept, should I say, not mine, winning matches. Incidentally, what a great role model the missus is for all those wanting to get thin and $500,000 to spend on it. And still in Europe, one of the greats bows out this weekend from the international stage. Ryan Giggs, the Red Devil and Welsh captain, will hang up the international large shorts this weekend as the Welsh Wizards have bugger all chance of qualifying for the big ones next year in Euro 2008. I found myself last night, during the night for a couple of hours, wondering if we saw the best of Ryan Giggs. After several hours of tossing and turning, look, I don't have an answer. I did see, though, this was reflected in one of the Sunday papers, saying that they didn't think due largely, I think, to the restrictions placed on Ryan playing for Wales, courtesy of the Manchester United and that old Fergo in charge, that Welsh and generally, international, soccer has been denied. The brilliance of Ryan Giggs. Also bowing out this weekend is the man known as the Iranian Big Dukes, Ali Daei. Ali's record is so similar to Mark Viduka that the great Goose Hitting, remember him when he used to coach us long before the match last night, thought about giving him a run up front with the Socceroos. 148 appearances for a country, 109 goals, a performance that outstripped Pele, Puskás, Aroc and Rasic. Now, that puts it into perspective, doesn't it? I'll give you those names again. Pele, Puskás, Aroc and Rasic. And in late-breaking news, the man known as the Big Dukes of Prague, Karl Pobrovsky, the most capped player in Czech history, is calling it quits as well. No reason given, most likely boredom and the continual disappointment have always been compared with Big Dukes, who he's never met or doesn't even know about. And in a pathetic attempt to steal some of Rugby League's thunder, AFL State of Origin magic is to return to the fixture list in 2008. I let that dangle like a side of fly-blown Aberdeen Angus beef. I'm not interested. I don't care about it. If any of the Carlton players get injured, I'll be ropeable. Anyway, Sydney's Paul Roos says he's not interested either, unless the timing's right. Thank Christ for that. And, I've got to say is, after a match last night, you can see why Swans losing by a point. I mean, imagine sucking all the energy out to play State of Origin, then losing by a point. And I must say, it was refreshing to see the 2006 Dyer medalist, that is Barry Hall, agrees with Roosie. And, at the week, it was a quiet week on the feathers front. I think Mad Dog's in a bit of trouble with a busted wrist. He's meant to be going, somewhere and he can't anymore because he's got a busted wrist. No stink news, and sadly no You Mind a Bunnies news. So it's been a very light week all round. And with those few thoughts as ideas as thought starters hurled onto the bonfire in recent time, I asked Rampaging Roy Slaven, have you got anything in the kick? Any dynamite you want to toss into the fire, buddy?
Yes, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson. And can I just say, it's tremendous to be back on the Australian shores, as you well know. I've spent the last month talking rugby league in Turkey. On
Did you find a response?
A rugby league tour, yes. Yeah, look, just trying to talk it up and spread the message. As you know, Turkey's interested in joining the...
modern world.
Well, Europe, the EU. And there's a lot of resistance, of course, from the French, with the new President Sarkozy saying that Turkey doesn't belong, of course, in Europe. I disagree with him completely. I think Turkey's home and hosed and totally European compliant. Now, I did go to Izmir, where about 2 million people turned up, and I spoke to them about rugby league.
What were some of your themes?
Well, I want to draw a line between democracy, religion and rugby league. And I said quite clearly that rugby league can coexist with democracy. In fact, rugby league flourishes in democracies. And if you look at rugby league across the world, it's generally only played in democratic societies. This they understood very, very clearly and were right behind this. And being a democratic society, they want to get on the rugby league train. There's no two ways about it. And the more I spoke about it, the more excited they seemed to get. Now, I also drew a line between religion and rugby league and said that in many ways, certainly in Australia, no one has done more for rugby league than the Catholic Church.
No, I agree, Roy.
So when you get... tick the box democracy, tick the box religion, tick the box rugby league, and that's pretty much where I ended my my spray to in Izmir, and they were generally very, very excited. And I'd have to say, no matter where I went, even at Bodrum, right down the south of Turkey, I bumped into a couple of people who wanted to know about rugby league, and I was more than happy to fill them in. They're hungry for rugby league in Turkey.
Did you tell them about the miracle of the bleeding student?
I didn't want to scare them. That'll come a little bit later. When, once we... I've set a couple of... there are a couple of committees now established, and I'm hoping that by 2010 there'll be an intercity rugby league competition up and running.
Well, I tell you what, how about twinning Bodrum with Gosford? As a start.
Look, there are a couple of sister city or sister stadia relationships that I'm interested in
prosecuting.
Certainly, in Greece, there's no problems here. I know that the Panathinaikon that was built 4 BC or thereabouts is partnered with Graham Park. With a sister stadia arrangement, which I think is fruitful for all concerned. And when I did drop into the Panathinaikon and talk about, as an ambassador for Graham Park, they were very happy to show me about, and I showed them some photographs of Graham Park, and they had some photographs there of Graham Park. Not surprisingly.
Struck by the likeness.
Struck me by the likeness from the road. You can drive past in a bus, and honestly, you drive past the Panathinaikon, and I said to a couple of mates who were with me, I said, look, what do you think of there? When they turned around and looked at it for the first time, they said, Graham Park. I said, that's absolutely right. Sister stadia. But it's tremendous to be back, actually, and very good. The captain on board the flight alerted me to the fact that little Leighton had got one over gastric cardio. And I was very pleased about that because there's a lot of enmity between Australia and Argentina as a result of little Leighton's actions against certain Argentinians, including gastric. And it was terrific to see he pull one back in a typical Leighton style, i.e. lose the first 2 and then
come at home,
kick the buggery out of him for the next 3. It was great.
Let's not forget he dumped Muni on the way to...
Max Muni?
Yeah, on the way to get the gastric.
Good. I wasn't aware of that, but that pleases me.
Straight through.
It pleases me enormously. I love it when Leighton beats foreigners. Now, Australia is to host the 2008 annual Congress of FINA.
What?
Next May. Yes, Sepp Blatter will be here and the whole team. Yes.
Right, hang on, FINA or FIFA?
Oh, sorry, FIFA.
FIFA. Wow. Next May?
Next May. 12 months away. Hell of a lot of negotiations, but I think we've signed off on it. Marat Safin questions his desire to continue at the top level. Can I just say I don't care? I've had it with Marat Safin. I was a big supporter in the early days before he went wobbly. Now, Roger Federer, is furious with officials who insisted he finished a second-round match in the dark. As I said to Tony Roach, I said, well, weren't both players playing in the dark? It's not as if one was in the dark and the other in the light. I mean, it was pretty even. I mean, I'm a strong supporter of night tennis. Played in the dark.
Yeah.
Played in the dark.
I don't understand.
And you can talk about your thunderbolts. I tell you what, there's nothing funnier than a thunderbolt in the dark. Especially if it catches you. You know what I mean?
I do. You turn around, bent over.
That's it.
Oh, which guy?
Rebound ace is to be replaced by a faster surface for the Australian Open. It's about bloody time. I mean, Leighton's been barking on about this for years now. For years. And thank God someone with a bit of common sense has taken over. Well, now that McNamee's out of the way. It was never going to happen with McNamee there. He was the speed hump. He was the blockage in the pipe when it came to replacing the surface. Well, that's going to be replaced now, so we're going to have something quick. I don't know what it is yet, but I know it's going to be quick. Now, Gilly... He's considering retiring from one-day cricket to lengthen his stays at the Test crease, which I think is not a bad idea. I phoned him yesterday and said, good on you, Gilly. I didn't speak with him. I left a message on his answer phone, just saying that, as far as I'm concerned, I'm more than happy to see him retire. I think he's done enough for one-day cricket.
Oh, yes.
And I'd love to see him there playing Test match cricket.
For another 10 years?
Or so. Yeah, absolutely. Now, Adam Scott and Peter Lonard... They've thrown their support behind a Rest of the World tour. Now, I don't know quite how this is going to work, but can I just say from looking at it from a distance, I'm excited.
Does that mean venue-wise?
Look.
Would you go to places that don't play golf?
I don't know. I don't know what the boys have got in mind, but I tell you what, if Scott and Lonard are behind this, then I think every Australian's going to be behind this. And I'm talking Nick O'Hearn. I haven't spoken with him.
Pam?
I'm sure Pampling will be, yeah, absolutely. And isn't it good to see our boys, that is, O'Hearn, Pampling, Lonard, Scott, at Muirfield at the moment. Just taking them. I mean, Aussies 1, 2 and 3.
I know.
Aussies 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I've never felt prouder than to see those big three come in 1, 2, 3 with 1 day to go. One of them's going to win. Vale R1, can I just say what a great horse R1 was?
Yes,
I always found it a funny horse, Nowra backwards. Seemed odd at the time, but we grew to love the
concept.
The great champion. And I think it was 30 years old, R1.
It was 30 years old.
I mean, it was just remarkable. Oh, isn't it ever? Isn't it ever?
Went doing what it loved.
Yeah, running. Couldn't stop R1. It used to run in its sleep, Just ran for 30 years. Now, are the Wallabies back? That's the big question. Can I just say the short answer is no. And speaking of Wallabies, Wendell has lashed out against the federal government's zero-tolerance campaign.
See this?
I don't know what Wendell's got in mind, but I'd be very interested to see what proposal Dell is going to put up as an instead of to this very exciting zero-tolerance campaign that I can't see anything wrong with it.
Well, is he positioning himself as a sports administrator?
I think he is.
Yes, what a great boon he'll be.
I'd like to see him there.
Could he go to the ARU?
Sepp Blatter.
Sepp Blatter?
Yeah.
ARU training and then straight into Sepps in 2065?
Indeed, or he could take over from Dick Pound.
Former ARU legend and Australian Wallaby captain John Eales knows his bricks. That's why when he builds, his first port of call is green and gold bricks. Australians, you can use the green and golds across the nation. If you're an owner-builder, ask yourself, where would John Eales get his bricks?
Due to unprecedented public demand, Webke Park has now annexed 845,000 hectares of Northern Territory rainforest. Storage has never been more affordable or more secure. Ring 1-800-WEBKE Park for more information.
What do John Eales, Shane Crawford and Pink all have in common? They've all built their homes with green and gold bricks. Just ask John Eales.
Well, Roy, this is a story that picks up on some of the themes that you were talking about earlier, religion, obviously, and horse racing and so on. And just before I come to it, were you able to weave any of the Islamic themes into your comments to the Turkish people?
No, I didn't, and quite deliberately. I think these are decisions they've got to make themselves. All I could show was by example that Christianity and rugby league have been able to dance together quite effectively without animosity or rancour for a hell of a long time. And there's no reason why rugby league and other religions cannot make a marriage.
That's the perfect point, I think.
Yes,
and of course I believe
I think they understood that.
Good.
They understood that, not that I noticed any mullahs there in Izmir, But people of the Islamic persuasion who happened to be there were nodding a lot when I was drawing these threads together between Christianity and rugby league.
I tell you what would be a great game is a state of origin style clash, Sunni, if there's
versus Shia?
Yeah, Sunni
in a grand final situation?
In a grand final situation.
Wouldn't that be unreal?
It would. Unreal, absolutely unreal. Now, this one concerns the Pope's visit to Royal Randwick next year.
Oh, isn't that great? What, to follow the horses or to conduct a mass?
Now, look, you've hit the nail on the head, as you often do. Trainers, horses and jockeys and racing itself will be forced from Royal Randwick Racecourse next year with the site to host 2 days of World Youth Day, services held by, obviously, the Pope, Benedict, I think, the 16th. The Pontiff will conduct a mass for an estimated 500,000 people over the weekend of the July 19th and 20th next year.
Oh, yes.
Now, Tony Crawford is the projects and planning consultant of the AJC, and Ben Douglas got this for the Village Voice during the week. Crawford's confirmed that discussions are underway as to how long racing and training would be halted at Randwick, but he said that 6 weeks to 2 months would be a fair summary. His words, not mine.
Bloody hell.
6 weeks to 2 months. Anthony Cummins, president of Randwick Trainers Association, said the event and relocation would obviously be disruptive. You're talking about moving 700-odd horses, plus all the training staff and personnel. There's a fair bit of expense in moving horses around and finding them suitable accommodation, and there's a chance we'll all be out of pocket.
Yes.
With the cost of relocation expected to reach millions of dollars, Randwick Trainers are hoping for compensation from either the state government, which decided on the racecourse as the venue, or the Catholic Church.
Oh, dear.
They're the bones of the story, Roy.
It's a thorny one, isn't it? Look, our good friend at Randwick, Tony King. Is Tony...
I think he's still there.
Yes.
But
has Tony said anything?
He hasn't.
Because I know Tony
quiet.
has church connections and horse connections.
Look, can I just say that over the years I've found the Catholic Church to be very, very supportive of horse racing.
They are.
Both groups are very generous.
I should say. It is, yes.
It is. And it's not a million miles from, as you were pointing out, in your talk at Izmir, about the sporting connection between religion and rugby league, to say that you could have had a similar speech if Turkey had wanted to get involved in horse racing. And who's to say in the future they won't be? Having said that, I'm wondering whether we can make a marriage of the two. Why bother to move them? Let's say, and I've got no idea of how these things are conducted, but let's say somebody sang the national anthem. Let's say you got somebody famous like Guy Sebastian to come out and sing the national anthem, followed by a number that said, this is being played, this whole thing is happening in Australia. So let's say a simple thing like, a Royal Telephone by Jimmy Little, or something like Give Me a Home Amongst the Gum Trees.
Or Jake the Pig, Jake the Pig, something like that. Maybe
Perfect.
Maybe Rolf could come and do it for us.
Indeed. Now, I reckon that might take all up 15 minutes. Then you have race one.
Yes.
Race one, say something named after, I don't know, the
George
a saint. Handicap.
A saint.
Francis of Assisi handicap.
No. The patron saint of Australia, say St. Francis Xavier.
What a lovely idea.
That could be a St. Francis Xavier stakes or handicap.
Handicap. That's race one. Then you might get a reading. I mean, the people there would love to hear a popular reading like the 23rd Psalm or something like that. I don't know the reading.
St. Paul to the Corinthians or something like that.
St. Paul to the Corinthians. Then you might decide, well, there had to be something else to go in there. So I'm a bit liturgical light on here, if that's the right term. But you find some element to go in there. Race two. All of a sudden you've got, another... This one acknowledges the role George Pell has played in bringing the community together.
Yes.
The George Pell Maiden.
Yes.
Then you get to the next bit, which might obviously be something by a prominent Sydney sider welcoming the Pope to Sydney.
Yes.
I don't know, somebody like...
Frank Sartor.
Be perfect. Or Colette Denigan, say.
Sure.
Just somebody like that. Race three.
Or Richard Zachariah.
Yes. Well, he knows horse racing and probably the church. So then obviously, as you build up to the big one, the Papal Mass, well, after that you might decide to run a really big race, like the Doncaster, or the Villiers, or something like that, or the Gosford Cup, or something like that. And so you're blending the two. There's plenty for both schools there.
Yes.
Generally, patrons who go to Randwick want to see horse racing. They aren't that bothered by religion.
No.
To combine it and give the religious people an introduction to horse racing, and horse racing to people an introduction to religion could be a win-win.
It could be.
Save an absolute fortune.
It could. Look, it sounds an exciting idea, H.C., I'd have to say. A couple of the minutiae, when we start to flesh out the minutiae of the afternoon, though, or the celebration, or the 2-day celebration, or wherever it's going to be, I just don't know what sort of signal a lot of, I don't know, pissed punters would
in
have
skimpy clothes.
Yes, during the Mass. I just don't know if these two are going to. Maybe there's a special area where people, rather than bust the horses away, maybe people who are pissed can be bussed off to some, say, Hugo's or some lounge somewhere where they can continue their drinking and festivities, and then come back later
after the Mass.
Yes,
because it'd be wrong for Pope Benedict to
have to put up with hecklers.
Yeah, like get off your mug,
that sort of stuff.
What do you like in the fifth?
Yes, that sort of.
And would you think...
unwelcome intrusion,
Look,
yes.
Can I just say, as you know, I follow Mark War's tips closely and am never disappointed. But would the pontiff feel as though he should make some acknowledgement that...
he would.
The race coming up and put a lot of pressure on him?
I believe the former Cardinal Ratzinger has a very lively sense of humour. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure he would weave some sort of racing motif into his
is he allowed
sermon
to do that?
if this was to go ahead on these terms. Right. You know, he may well find some relationship between borrowers and lenders and bookies and that sort of stuff. I'm sure he could weave it in some way, shape or form.
Now, the disappointing part here that I've got here is that they're moving for 2 months.
Well, I don't understand this.
No.
Why 2 months? It's a 2-day festival, isn't it?
It is. And surely, to goodness, I mean, obviously they've got security concerns. They have to put up some temporary fencing and, they've got to build the bus line or work out the busing between the course and Hugo's.
Right.
Which will take a little bit, because I obviously want to make that easy for people. They don't want to make that hard for people.
Uh-huh.
But I think they've handled big crowds there before.
Well,
catering?
Didn't Pope John Paul speak
sure
there at Randwick? I'm sure he has.
Yes. And would you worry about merchandising? How?
Well, there will be some merchandising.
for
sure.
with the Pope's visit.
Yes, there will be that. There will be
Youth Day and all that sort of stuff.
Yes, there'll be a lot of merchandising opportunities.
Candles.
Yes. Yeah.
But they can be shipped in, trucked in, and set up off the back of a truck somewhere. It doesn't have to have
well, this 2 months does worry me, actually. I can't imagine what they would be doing there for 2 months prior to the 2 days.
I tell you what, horses need to know too. They're the forgotten element of this, aren't they? I mean, it's already well.
Well, horses don't like uncertainty, and they can sense uncertainty from a long way away.
Perfect. They can. They can. They love it.
And if there are whispers around that
we're off to
next May, is it next May?
July.
July. Okay.
19th and 20th of July next year.
Right. Okay. As long as the horses know it's not this July. They might just hear July and
think, lead to conclusion. I've just got to say is that the worrying thing is the horses seem to be the forgotten element.
Well, they are. Now, if push comes to shove and heels are dug in and the horses have got to be vacated for 2 months, where are we going to put 700 horses? I mean, are they going to go out to El Caballo Blanco out there? I don't know if they could take 700. I know they've got their half a dozen Anti-Delusions, which are beautiful, spectacular white horses. Right. They're wonderful. But if they could take 700, I doubt if they could.
Now, look,
I think Greg Norman owns it now anyway.
He's not interested in having 700 extra horses. Now, I tell you what, one thing that bothers me about this is, as you know, home track advantage plays a great, a significant part when stabbing a winner.
Yes.
So you see a horse trained at Randwick, you think, well, it knows the course, it knows where to put on the gas and where to slow up, where it can bludge and where it can hide and so on.
Yes.
Now, these horses, all of a sudden, they're Randwick trained, they're Randwick specialists, all of a sudden find themselves training, running about Warwick Farm. Are they going to, how long does it take to get the H alongside their name?
Yeah.
Is a week enough? Is 2 weeks enough to settle in? And what a punter's going to make? They know that they can't bet Randwick.
No.
Because of the Popes here.
Yeah.
Are they going to get the H after their name because they're at Warwick Farm?
Yeah.
If that's where they're going.
Look, I know. I know. Look, maybe, didn't we have a problem with a track up in the Hunter Valley around Head and Greeter having to be closed?
Cessnock Dogs.
Cessnock Dogs.
We could reopen it.
Couldn't it be reopened
what
for this
2
month spectacle of racing? You'd be plenty of space there to house the 700. I mean, they'd be in paddocks outside, of course. They wouldn't be housed indoors.
No, they'd just be free range.
They'd be free range.
And I tell you what, I'd love to see horses chasing a lure. It's been a dream of mine for years. Just to see what can happen. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, look, we'd have to send out a a team to assess Cessnock's prospects. I haven't seen the track in a hell of a long time. I don't know if it would be suitable or not, but surely some adjustments could be made, either widen the track, remove the lure, remove the mechanism, because I know horses don't like seeing the mechanism there in case it does go off. And what if it did go off during a race?
Mid-race.
Yes, you'd have to call the race off, punters would be outraged, etc., etc. But it could be a big winner for Cessnock.
It certainly could. Roy, would you think that a simple letter to the Vatican saying...
Look, I'm sure Vatican is across all of these issues. Issues. I'm sure there've been, Tony King and his team would have explained the logistical problems to the Vatican, for sure. But I just can't see the Vatican saying, all right, thank you, Mr. King, enjoyed your letter, and we will shift to the Cessnock dog track. I just can't see it.
And, Roy, this was a very exciting development. We've mentioned Graham Park a couple of times already today.
I know.
But this one, I think, could put Graham Park in the shade. And I've just got to say, we were thrilled to be there last night. Wasn't it great after your talk?
Yes.
It is, man. Mm-hmm. Rugby league, religion, all that sort of stuff. To come back to Graham Park and see it like that, I mean,
know.
It's just incredible.
I know.
But it appears that Hollywood superstars, and I use that word advisedly, Anthony LaPaglia and Russell Crowe, are going to join forces to develop a 25,000-seat stadium that would host, in the wintertime, Russell's Rabbits, and in the summertime, the glamour side of the A-League. Now, firstly, before I come to the details, 25,000-seat
Seems
stadium.
a bit small, doesn't
it? Does. You saw
it's boutique, isn't it?
I think it's a misprint. I think it's 52,000.
All right.
Well, that's what they should be doing, aiming at. 25,000. I mean, the Rabbits. I mean, sure, at Graham Park last night or whenever it was, might have only got, say 11,000. Actually, Graham Park last night was Newcastle v Roosters. But they got 11,000 there. And that...
I don't know how many Graham Park holds.
I reckon it holds over 25,000.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
If I had to say, by the time you get a lot of cars parked at what I'd call the Brisbane water end, I reckon once you get the cars in there, I reckon you'd be looking at 33,000. And obviously, once you get a car in there, you can got a lot of people hanging off the car in it. Obviously.
Oh, look, I know. Yeah. Look, I agree with you. When I saw the figure of 25,000, I shrugged a little bit. I thought, well, this is a bit boutique. I can see this being more used by, say, your community theatre companies.
I was going to say some of your lesser basketball sides. Or your touring minor acts, like if the Rat came.
Yes.
What did we just play? Yeah. Oh, no, the Walkmen rather came.
Yes.
They'd be able to...
Well, it's boutique.
Boutique.
Which is not to be bad. I think boutique is good. But we've got to look to the future here. And I think it's an exciting idea of combining Sydney glamour with the Rabbitohs. I think that's a natural fit.
So do I. Now, can I just go back to the problem we had at Randwick? We're talking about catering to a crowd out there, obviously... It's not dog track, notwithstanding, of 500,000.
Yes.
Now, they're the sort of figures we're talking about. That's the sort of future that we've got here in Australia now, because let's face it, Sydney's on the world stage.
Yes.
And it's ready for these big events. I mean, you were telling me before that they're having FIFA coming next year in your opening comments.
Yeah.
FIFA, that big.
Yes, I know.
Now,
well, I don't think FIFA, the committee meeting is going to probably draw too big a crowd. I would have thought Graham Park would handle that without any difficulties. Just have the main desk there at the kick-off line, halfway line.
That's right, and a few people sitting in the stands with the binoculars on, looking at the agenda. Now, they've got a terrific PA system there. Everybody will be able to hear.
Oh, that's true.
Now, look, how about this? This is how far this has advanced. Russell... has raised the idea of building a stadium with LaPaglia on a long Qantas flight in January. Two sitting side by side.
I suppose.
What do you got going on?
Yeah.
And believed it would, over time, bring South Sydney home games back to their traditional territory. Now, look, just put that idea on hold there. I'm just wondering if it would be possible, given that they play at Telstra now, to maybe move all South supporters, maybe cheaper option, to move South supporters out to the Newington area. Do you know what I mean? It may be more cost-effective to do that. I just let that dangle there, but...
or indeed Cessnock, if...
or in the area around Graham Park.
Yes.
Russell says it's a great privilege to play at Telstra.
This is Stadium Australia we're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah, Stadium Australia. It's very well run. The management is generous, flexible and forward-thinking. And that is where we will be for the term of our contract. I'm not sure how long it's going to run, maybe up for another 5 years, or roughly 5 years, about 2012.
Yes.
But we've started to ask the question, where do we go after the contract finishes? They're so forward-thinking. That's the difference.
That is the difference, isn't it?
The dream of playing home games once again in South's Heartland is very compelling. Well, I tell you what, there won't be any Heartland left. Or... the other thing is, where are you going to find a piece of land big enough to build this thing in this heartland? You're going to have to knock down a lot of houses and force people...
I assume it's Redfern Oval they're talking about.
I don't think so. He said, Crow said, home ground, great atmosphere, etc. I brought it up with Anthony because he and Frank Lowy, this is Anthony Lapaglia, he and Frank Lowy and Sydney FC have similar needs. They have complementary playing schedule to ours, therefore theoretically share a facility. But the 25,000 still sticks in McCraw. Won't be long before Sydney FC, the glamour side, can pull more than...
Look,
rabbits.
maybe it's 25,000 cars. I know that that South Sydney area is in crying need of a good car park. That's for sure. That's a given. I mean, South Sydney Council have been tearing their hair out as to where to put up a substantial car park. I see it as a natural fit. There is, whenever I go to Graham Park, whenever I, stroll by the Panathinaikon in Athens, I'm struck by the number of people who love to watch their sport from their cars. It's an Australian thing.
It is very
it's
I believe we got it from the Greeks, though.
I'm sure we did. Who watched it from their chariots. Now, if you had a 25,000 car stadium where everyone could sit in the comfort of their car and watch the football, so it'd be built around it looked, for all intents and purposes, from the air, it looked like just a traditional stadium. Looked normal. It's only when you get close up that you realise the only way you can sit and watch anything is in your car. Well, I think that would be a natural fit for both Sydney Glamour and the Rabbitohs. 25,000 cars filled with families. It's a family thing.
Yeah, family.
And you would be able to contribute with, honks and that sort of thing, and it'd get a lively feel about it, I think. So it'd be like a drive-in rugby league.
It would.
Drive-in football.
I like it.
Drive-in football.
Now, I'll tell you where they can go. They got the 20 high housing high-rise out there, Housing Commission high-rise.
Yes.
Well, let's knock it down.
Yes.
And put the stadium based on those and force all those people at gunpoint, if necessary, to relocate out towards Telstra Stadium and Graham Park.
Yes.
Because let's face it, they're your natural homes of rugby league, as in Russell
At
Rugby
the moment.
League, as South's
until this is finished.
And then they can move back as best they can and maybe build a shanty town alongside the rugby league driving venue.
Yeah.
Out of cardboard and bits of corrugated iron and stuff like that. Because that's what Sydney's lacking at the moment, is more cheap housing.
Yes, well, that's true too. That is true.
You can see, okay. Sadly, that's all great. Then the sting in the story, which is took Sandra Lee and Phil Henderson for the Murdoch people about 6 months to source, obviously, because the conversation started in January. We haven't had any further conversations, though I'm glad to hear he's still thinking about it. Crow said developing a stadium was a long-term idea, and no further conversations had occurred, although he and the South's co-owner, Peter Holmes Court, would be willing to speak to Lapaglia and Lowy about it. Gee, that's good news.
Yeah, they're willing to speak, are they?
Yeah, they are. The four of them are willing to get together.
Isn't that incredible?
Any future arena would be located deep in South Sydney territory, seating about 25,000. That must be code.
Yeah.
It's deep in South Sydney territory. Well, we all know where that is. Redfern would have to be the obvious choice, but we have agreed to accept a generosity of the City of Council rebuilding Redfern Oval as a training facilities. So it's only a training facility.
Right.
It's an outcome we are very satisfied with, as we understand their point of view that the density of population and the proximity to Aussie Stadium work against the need to have a similar, smaller facility just down the road. Lapaglia was equally effusive at a press conference. He says he wants a stadium. I want a stadium. This is obviously Anthony and Russell talking here. I want a stadium, and we think together there is a possibility that we might be able to pull it off, Lapaglia says. It's been ongoing for about 4 months now, and we're still trying to work out how to do it exactly, but there's a bunch of emails flying backwards and forwards. He's done a great job in turning the Rabbits around, and sadly the story ends there, as though the sub, somehow cut off the rest of the the interesting bit, he's turned him around. It'd be great to have him, playing in the Coachwood and Myrtle, alongside the Glamour FC.
Yes.
I tell you what would be great is in that swap over time where you might be able to get a match from the Coachwood and Myrtle followed by a
match from Sydney Glamour.
Glen.
Yeah, exactly. Just leave your car there and
take the double header in. I mean, that seems to be the future of these things.
Yeah, look, the only thing that, there are a number of things, obviously, that trouble me about this, but do we think Sydney has enough, at this stage, enough stadia? It seems to me half the bloody stadia we've got are empty 99% of the time.
Well, look, let's face it, South. You've got
you've got the football stadium.
Football park. No, you've got the Sydney Cricket Ground.
They're always empty.
They're only used once.
Once a year?
Once a year, yeah, well, some of them.
Stadium Australia, you might get 20 people there sometimes for a game that seats how many? 30, 50, 60,000?
I tell you, it makes Graham Park with its 11,000.
Well, Graham Park's perfect.
Yeah, I know. I understand. Don't get me wrong. We're very pro Graham Park. Look, I
tell you what I love about Graham Park. Mm-hmm. If you drive by, there can be a game on there, and there might only be 2 people there, but it looks like it's full. Great skill on behalf of the architect to do that. Brilliant. So the 2 people sitting there don't feel alone. They feel as if they're with a crowd. And the players respond.
Yeah. Now, can I say a big problem with this La Paglia Crow confection is the name of it. It's got to have a name that sticks. It's got to have a name that resonates, obviously, with South supporters and, bling supporters and stuff like that. It's got to have a name that somehow captures the imagination. In England, the UK, they have a great, naming thing of the Theatre of Dreams or the Stadium of Light or something like that. Just wondering if we could somehow incorporate a neutral title rather than call it by a company name like Oakey Jubilee, which is a bit clumsy because I don't know what the good people at Oakey do. I assume they're in some sort of freight business or just because I haven't got a clue what they do, or, these branding Telstra Stadium or the Telstra Dome in Melbourne or things like that,
You mean something along the lines of the Spirit of Piggins? Something like that.
I like the first bit pointed at the back end. Do you know what I mean? I think it's something worth to work on.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if this...
Look, I just love the name Piggins because it's so Souths and it's so rugby league.
It is.
It might fall a little bit foul when it comes to the La Paglia end of it, but I don't know.
Well, you know how they also develop a name like the, I want to say the House of Pain? Well, there's one, I think they call it the Cake Tin.
Oh, yes.
Because it's shaped, a bit like the cake tin. This might be stadiums in New Zealand.
Right.
Right. They all have sort of names.
Yes.
What's the one in Calcutta? Eden Gardens.
Eden Gardens.
Or something like that. Sounds great.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if it's called Calcutta anymore, but you know what I mean? In that part of the
world. Yeah.
The Stadium of Light. I just, it's just I don't want it to be called that, obviously.
Stadium of Light 2, wouldn't be that? It sort of lacks a bit of imagination in a way, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, what about getting the word Cinderella in there, HG? Because of Russell's association with that very fine film, Cinderella Man, the Cinderella Stadium for cars.
Or the glass slipper. Or the glass slipper. Which people would be asking, why is it called the glass slipper? Well, the Cinderella and the Cinderella Man and the story.
Well, there's the Cinderella story that Souths have been following. There's Cinderella Man.
Mm-hmm. Which obviously Russell...
Yes. Again, the Lapalians might feel a bit locked out of this, being not part of the Cinderella story in any way, shape or form. But that's not to say that it couldn't be, say, the Cinderella car park in wintertime and the Dwight...
Oh, the Dwight.
The memory of Dwight.
Yeah. Well,
in summertime.
Dwight all night.
Yeah, Dwight all night.
What a lovely idea. I was just wondering if you're right. I think the names of programs they've been involved in. I want to say is La Paglia's show called Without a Trace.
Yes.
The Without a Trace Stadium. Or something like that,
Yes.
Or Footy Central. I know it's a bit plain, but it does cover, a more neutral thing.
Yeah.
And do you reckon, when, say, the police come in 5 years' time when they built it, would they play there? would it be that sort of place? Where are the police playing? Oh, they're playing.
Police? You mean like State of Origin?
No. Well, that'd be great.
The New South Wales Police played the Queensland Police.
That would be fantastic.
Is that what you mean? Or do you mean the reformed Sting-led band?
Trio. Now, look, what I was going to say was I hadn't thought about the police, but now that you've got me...
But I would love to think that there was a stadium where police could turn up any time and get a game.
Well, that's fantastic. And that would be great because...
At the Cinderella car park.
Yeah, fantastic.
Can't see the cops.
That's right. Bring all the prowl cars in. That'd be fantastic. And when they scored a try, it wouldn't be horns. It wouldn't be that. It'd be
sirens.
Be fantastic, and lights flashing and all that sort of stuff.
Yes.
Don't tell me kids wouldn't love it.
They'd love it.
Yeah, they would.
The Miracle of Sirens Stadium.
Roy, look, I don't know much about this show, and I've got to say is that it does worry me. This is the new show that sadly has lured our former number one, Mark Philippoussis, the Pooh Scud, away from tennis and into the world of reality TV. And it appears to be, as I understand
it,
a
bachelor show, isn't it?
A bachelor sort of dating show.
Yes.
Where he gets to go out with women from the age of about 12 or,
there's the younger set, and then there's the 40-plussers.
The 40-plussers, that's right.
It's an exciting concept, isn't it?
And, look, it's called The Age of Love.
Very good.
Not the best title, I would have thought. But
not a bad title for the stadium.
I was just thinking that myself. Wouldn't that be fantastic?
The Age of Love.
And wouldn't that be great to get Russell and, Anthony, because let's face it, they're no strangers to, sheet work, to nod and put that forward as a proposal and see how people responded to it. Maybe set up a site for and against, or maybe ask one of the Murdoch papers to run that as one of their polls. What do you think about The Age of Love? Yes, no?
Yeah.
Now, I'm just wondering how this will work, though. Because
I don't understand the format entirely yet. It's just sketchy at this stage. I'm not really across it. All I know is Mark's involved and various women are involved that appear to be divided into two groups, the younger set and the your 40s. Yeah.
Now, we've seen that show, I think, where some millionaire decides to marry someone.
Oh, The Bachelor or whatever it's called.
Bachelor, yeah.
Great show.
Great show. There might be 30 prospective, brides.
They all ply their wares with guile and wiliness to try and hook the millionaire. Yeah,
that's
great.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Now,
and I think a nice twist in this one is that the women are referred to as either kittens or cougars. Your older set of cougars. So it's really switched on, this show.
Now, what worries me slightly is, let's face it, I've never thought of Mark as a great sort of raconteur or necessarily somebody who could hold up an end of conversation. He actually let the racket do the talking. And what great talking. What great talking it did.
Completely. I mean, you and I have had terrific nights out with his racket. In fact, it's more fun if the racket comes without him. Yeah, you get a better conversation.
You do. Now, what worries me is it comes up, opening scene, you can see it set up there, you're introduced to all the cougars or kittens, then the poo wanders on. Hello, girls. What do you reckon? All of a sudden, it's hard to see what the
Which one do you like, Mark?
That's right.
Oh, she's all right. No, she's a bit old. No, it doesn't do it for me, that one.
Can I just say, that's right, ad break.
I can see one episode, but...
And can I just ask, in television talk, they often use the term right-hand turn, which means the little bit of wriggle in the middle of the show where, it kind of kicks on so as you get the third part of it out of the road. So 1 and 2 set it up, right-hand turn, finish. In the half hour. I hope it's only half an hour because, frankly, it's holding up a full hour.
By right-hand turn, you mean that, like... For example, something happens whereby he's got to operate on one of the women or something.
Wow!
Do some cosmetic surgery to fix her up, to have her the way he wants her. Here's your scalpel. Here's your liposuction gear, Mark.
Off you go.
Yeah, this is the one you don't like. Fix her up.
Perfect.
Well, there's a right-hand turn.
That is a right-hand turn. What a great idea that'd be. So it could expand out in lots of different ways.
Yeah.
You're a little bit,
Well, he could pick out the bits he likes. Like, I like her head.
Yeah.
And I like her ass.
Yeah.
Well, can we put them together?
We can, mate. Come back next week. Now, the next bit of the puzzle is, some of them might be a bit sort of Mark's very keen, as it turns out, on, say, real estate in the Florida area. And I just choose that because he obviously was involved with real estate, romantically speaking, in the Florida area quite recently. Now, what could happen, the right-hand turn might be they all have to nick off and do real estate research and come back and tell Mark, things.
Oh, what terrific places they've seen for good prices.
Very good. I was just picking that.
Yeah.
But then at other times it might be tennis in Norway. Don't know much about it. I haven't heard much about Norwegian tennis.
No.
Off they shoot to try and shoot a story about Norwegian tennis.
Right. They've got to come back with something that abuses Mark.
I just picked that
like
as something.
Signed Delta Goodrum album or something.
Oh, what a lovely idea. Signed by Bjorn Borg. Which would be quite a feat to get that. So they've got to run and find in the CD shop and tear all the way to Sweden to find Bjorn Borg.
Well, that's right. Well, who did he have the feud with in the Australian team, the Pooh? Was it Pat Rafter?
Might have been Pat Rafter.
Yeah, get Pat Rafter to sign it.
Wow. And of course he wouldn't. Because he'd be worded up.
I suppose he would.
But then he sees, somebody he could get on with maybe. This is Pat Rafter, signs it as well. And what would be great is if there was sort of, romantic elephant traps all over the place. Like so's. Somehow some of the kittens or cougars strayed and Mark had to bring them back. And they might fall foul to an internet prank.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. Or someone slips him some Spanish flea.
Or he does a warmer on us. Well, obviously that's taking it to extreme.
Look, this is all, funny and we can amuse ourselves about, this poor sad bastard doing this really pathetic show. But,
Steve.
But what are the implications for his tennis? That's what worries me. Is this going to keep him from the court?
It is. He's gone. He's gone.
No, is that official?
That he's retired from tennis? I don't think so, but I think,
there's still wins in him, mate. He's just got to get his knees together and lose a bit of weight and learn how to play and learn how to control his head and not try to blast the ball so hard. Run
after the ball.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing
there's still a game there if someone could
winkle it out of him.
Yeah.
Can I just ask, was he the only option for this show, by the way? That everybody else on the planet had the sense to say, not for me.
Well, I know Mark Woodford turned it down.
Worried about the drought? Well, remember, every little bit helps. How often have you looked at the car in the driveway during a thunderstorm and noticed liquid gold bouncing off the bonnet because it simply has nowhere to go? Imagine being able to capture every drop. Well, now you can, with Australian technology created by the readers of Gumleaf. Enough is Enough, in association with John Lysart Industries, have designed the Warragamba, a stainless steel water tank suitable for all sedan boots, and a guttering system that, once fitted professionally, captures all precipitation and improves your car's handling and aerodynamics. Australians, please take note. If you want to keep full insurance cover, the Warragamba and gutters must be fitted by a full-ticketed, Gumleaf-approved automotive engineer.
Footy lovers, you've heard Farts of the Famous Volume 1. And like the rest of the nation, you want to join in. Well, now you can, because Istanga South Australia has released an interactive CD-ROM showing you how. It's all here. Diet, muscle control, tone, pitch and attitude. With these simple Istanga secrets under your belt, you really can convince your girlfriend that you're a taco-filled Adam Muir, a very hungover Stacey Jones, or a rowdy, beaned-up Mark O'Mealy. That's Farts of the Famous Count Me In interactive CD-ROM from Istanga. It'll have you singing from both ends.
Battlers with wheels, how often do you use the back seat? If the answer is not often, why not install a backseat bob, an in-car companion for the Warragamba in the boot? A well-fitted backseat bob could hold 500 litres, meaning that your car could extinguish a sizable spot fire should the campfire go silly accidentally. As an added feature, the bob is now available in the shape of 2 fully armed SAS troops to give you the feel-good factor when driving alone at night. Thanks, Gumleaf. Still putting Aussies at the head of the queue.
Roy, very sad story this week emerged from surveys in America saying bumps to the Footy bumps to the head, obviously a real threat to the brain.
Yes.
According to Claire Masters in the Murdoch Press, bumps to the head on a football field can lead to lasting brain damage.
And depression, I think.
Indeed, a landmark international study that found just 3 concussions triples the risk of developing depression.
Yes.
Now, Australian experts said American study of more than 2,500 retired National Football League athletes was a real concern to Australia's generation of junior football players who were more susceptible to brain injury and were playing a more violent code. Local experts are calling for a rollout of standardised testing across all sport and increased education for coaches. And then you get a couple of predictable comments, I might add, from professors. You know, Professor Ian Hickey, Director of the Brain and Mind Research Institute, you've already lost me. You know, if you're coming on and that's your hand, you've lost me already. You know, his contribution to the debate was that football codes were not contact sports but collision sports. Oh, thanks very much. They were on a par with high-impact car crashes. He wanted to say when you sustain a frontal head injury, you potentially damage the developing frontal brain. Incidentally, this ignores all players playing at the moment who've obviously had this happen to them for the last, 20 to 30 years, plus all those that played up until from 1908. The sample group's so bloody small, 2,500. Anyway, when you sustain a frontal head injury, you potentially damage the developing frontal brain and the memory and the emotional parts, and emotional parts of it during the critical phase of development. That's from the prof. There are no doubt even minor head injuries increase your risk of developing a range of mental health problems. Mercifully, this article does avoid any mention of the sport of boxing, which I find refreshing. And it does appear that being hit to the head in boxing doesn't do any damage to the brain at all. That's the general, understand from this article.
Well, that's the only conclusion you can draw.
Now, then you get
Did the professor have anything to say about boxing? No.
Now, then you get the research director, Kevin Guzevich, from the University of North Carolina Centre for, wait for it, studied retired athletes.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I give up.
Centre for the Study of Retired Athletes. I mean, he funds that sort of rubbish. I mean, you've just got to ask yourself, where are universities headed? I mean, the Centre for the Study of Retired Athletes. I mean, give us a break. They'll be retired horses, retired greyhounds, retired racing pigeons. And then, of course, you get...
Does anyone study whatever happens to retired fucking idiots?
Now... Anyway, then you get the Sydney Children's Hospital head of psychology, Dr. James Donnelly, said standard baseline testing should be implemented in all junior rugby league sports as well as elite levels, so we weed out the idiots straight away. The testing, which has already been used, they don't say what the testing is. You hold out your hand and hit your thumb with a hammer. Does that hurt? Sadly,
but how's the kid going to feel if he's determined by some pinner that he's got a soft head?
Well, quite.
It just makes him a target.
I know, and he's got a thick head as well. Testing it involves testing a child before they start playing and testing them again when they suffer a head injury and comparing the results. A fairly sophisticated neurological test that look at reaction time. These researchers in private New South Wales schools found that even very young children were receiving injuries that were not reported by their parents. The data we collected in private schools in New South Wales showed children as young as 8 months, in many cases, get a concussion. They don't even report to their parents. Well, basically,
how could they? They don't have the language skills, do they?
No, they're knocked out because they think there might be just a bump on the head. But when you look at it, it can cause subtle learning problems, and in some cases, they don't show up for years.
Now, well, this is baffling. I mean... Look, it's too dangerous to live, isn't it?
It's far too dangerous
to live. Too dangerous to bloody live.
Now, I meant to raise this with you before we went on our break, but I did notice a disturbing trend to now classify junior rugby league players by weight, this old furphy, rather than age, that allows youngsters such as Takoi Mama, who weighed 90 kilogram at the age of 11, to play against children of his own side, even though they might be, 60 years old.
Well, that's right. Well, that's how it used to be years gone by. I remember Des Curry, a schoolmate, playing 4 stone 7s when he was 23. Bloody hell, he was a good player.
I know. And there's something just that little bit weird about that story. Boy, he appeared to like it. Auskick derivative of Australian rules. Football is modified. Children aren't allowed to bumping or tackling. I don't know why they're allowed to in the senior game. It just seems to be wrong. Somehow... We think the brain stops evolving at the age of 18 and they can take as many hits to the head as they like.
Yeah.
Only accidental shoulder-to-shoulder contact while running is allowed. In soccer, Australia's rue-ball, modified soccer, for 5 to 10-year-olds, players are not allowed to kick or trip other players in trying to get the ball. I thought they were against the rules anyway. You can't kick a player in the big game or trip players in the big game. The NRL's safe play code for players under 15 outlaws tackles above the armpits. Lord. Tackles above the armpits. Players are not allowed to push in scrums and go.
Not allowed to push in scrums.
Now, can I just say
that
that's
this is
background.
just lunacy.
I know. That's the background of this story on Mark O'Meley. Okay. In 8 years of a top-grade football, what's described here by James Phelps in the Murdoch Press, the Bulldogs enforcer, the ogre, has smashed and ripped and bruised his body to breaking point. He's had a fractured eye sockets, busted leg, the dodgy elbow and the nose through which little air passes. The trauma is akin to that of a car crash victim. O'Meley will be forced to live out his days in pain.
Well, I'm sure he wouldn't have it any other way. Can I just say that? Can I just say that? Mark O'Meley, the Mark O'Meley I know, wouldn't have it any other way.
No. He's probably got so many memories of great days of football that you and I, even if we lived for another 100 years, would not be able to experience.
That's right.
Because he remembers every one of them.
Yep.
And there's nothing weird about Mark O'Meley. Let me say that for a fact. There's nothing soft in the head about Mark O'Meley.
No.
The 26-year-old reckons he's dished out far more than he's received.
And I think that's true too.
He said, I've bashed up a few blokes. I give better than I get. His father, for instance, was one of his first victims.
Well, he's done a hell of a lot for depression in the community, Mark O'Meley, you'd have to say.
He's cheered up a lot of people.
In the short term, yes.
At just 13 years of age, O'Meley rendered his dad unemployable for 5 years. During innocent
What a
games of
feather.
backyard
What a feather.
trouser full. While attempting to tackle the future Test star, Robert O'Meley put out his back under the weight of his son's now trademark bump.
Yeah. He'd be proud to, and I'm telling you now, Mark O'Meley's dad wouldn't have it any other way.
No, he's living out his life in pain, courtesy of his son.
Yep.
Now, like a true tough man, O'Meley wears his pain in the head and his suffering in the mind as a badge of honour.
Yep.
He can recall each blow to his body with vivid detail.
Yeah.
I find this hard to imagine. In 2002, O'Meley collided with Colin Ward. The impact split his jaw in two.
Yeah.
Though like a madman, O'Meley continued to tackle and had to be told to leave the field by concerned teammates.
Yeah, well, they were looking at two heads.
I got through the next set of six, went to the scrum. Steve Reardon and Corey Hughes told me to get off the field. I was pretty rattled. Now, these graphic images show only physical endurance of a man they call the ogre, but the sheer mental toughness he uses to push through the pain. All of this, he was built for State of Origin. I love Origin football, says the ogre. He used to be, and to be part of it again would be very special. I'll be putting on my best foot forward this weekend. Although the Dogs haven't been playing that well.
No, they haven't.
They need him to have a big one. It's a pretty big game for me personally, but I still have to put the club first. We need to win, and hopefully if we get that, I might do the job. I might get selected.
Yeah.
O'Meley last night received support from an unlikely, quarter for his attempt to come back to Origin level. That was Petra Siviacina.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the AMA.
He's as tough as they come, and the players around him get a lot out of his presence on field. The thing about him, he just rips in. He builds off big shots and can be inspiring. I love playing against him. I hope they pick him because it brings fire to the game. And the next morning, you really know you've been doing something.
Yeah.
Despite his injury toll, O'Meley says he's feeling fitter and ready to rumble. I'm over the quad strain and the mind and brain strain. I'm feeling fresh and want to get out there and play. I think the injuries I have had in the past are pretty standard for every player these days.
Yeah.
Tough game and you're bound to get a few bumps. To be honest, I think I've been pretty lucky. I haven't had a total major injury like a knee reconstruction or shoulder or anything that will stop me playing or change the way I play.
Yeah.
And it is a terrific litany of problems that he's had.
Yes.
I've just lost my images of it because all the X-rays he's got in his hallway at home.
Yeah.
All the X-rays.
Has he really?
Yeah, it's a terrific gallery.
Isn't that a nice touch?
All the
That
X-rays.
must put a smile on Dad's face.
It would.
When he visits?
It would. It'd be great.
When the whole family lob in, he can...
Including the X-rays of most of his opponents as well.
Yes,
like
well,
the
that's...
dads there, busted back, that's
Yep. Look, I think that's a beautiful story. It's a rugby league story.
It is. And wouldn't mums, thinking, obviously, the brain's gone already, with the kid, he's been playing too long and he's taken a few shots. Wouldn't it be great if those kids in that danger area, as I see them, take, inspiration from the O'Mealy role model, and just push on.
Just push on. That's right. Well, actually, how often have we said with rugby league? Often your brain is the enemy.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fact of the afternoon. The fact is as Australian as stuffing a chook in summer heat. As now as Nicole Kidman. As easy as letting one go in a lift. What are Australians fighting for this week? HG?
Well, it's a terrific prize. Look, we begin with a little bit of something to read. We've got the winter edition of the J-Mag from last year, 2006, which is just great. It's still a lot of, interesting reading in it, like the Arctic Monkeys youth group tool and so on. We've got the Surfing Life from a more recent vintage, might in fact be the current issue. I can't quite see a date on it for the moment. The Bible, of course, no surprises there. The Bible, it's a rugby league week, and it's got a...
Is that Scott Gidley, Kurt Gidley on the cover?
I think it is. And what's lovely is in this issue, if it's not too late, you can win a South's hard hat in the Coachwood and Myrtle.
Isn't that fantastic? Why do they use a hard hat for? I mean, is that a silly question? Or
I don't know.
They haven't gone soft over there with their training, have they?
Well,
it's not an OH&S issue, is it? Training? Got to wear a hard hat?
For all you Souths fans out there, we have a unique piece of merchandise you can't buy in a sports store or supporters shop. Yeah. To be in the running, of this Rabbitohs hard hat signed by your favourite South players, just tell us in 25 words or less what has been the key ingredient to the Bunnies becoming competitive force in 2007. I think they've lost 6 in a row, haven't they, the Bunnies?
Yes, they have, yeah.
So competitive. I tell you what, I think Kidwell's made a big difference.
Kidwell, yeah, he's a great player. He went missing, though, didn't he? Isn't he injured?
He's out for the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's what
I think one of the kids tackled him.
Oh, that
much in the manner of
Mark O'Mealy and his dad.
Reverse. So the Bible's there. Look, we've got Green Pages. This is obviously a phone directory. Green Pages obviously ring up people who are doing green things, and I know Prime Minister Howard's got one of those. And My Island, a couple of copies of the My Island CD single, and a bit of brief biography by the artiste who puts it out, Michael Bevan. So it's quite a prize. Women only, of course.
Is that the great... left-handed one-day batsman?
He's just moved on. Music is my game now.
Is that right?
It's fantastic. I haven't heard this.
No.
I'm most remiss.
No.
But Michael Bevan, it's terrific.
And is it it's a composition he's penned himself? Is it?
Well, it's My Island. It's with Richard Ploog on drums, Michael Bevan on guitar, vocals and bass. Produced by Michael Bevan and Greg Stace. Copyright Michael Bevan. There's all sorts of website addresses and so on, or YouTube addresses, MySpace tile addresses there for you. So it's a great...
Isn't that
just
fantastic?
Great thing. Just one song. He probably didn't have any other songs in him. Probably thought about it while racking up a one-day score. My Island.
And there's no... what I'd call a B-side. There's just the one track, is it? Or is there a couple of mixes of it, HG?
No, just one. My Island... 3:02 minutes. That's it.
Well, that sounds fantastic. Well, look, why don't I get to the question?
Why not?
Well, are we able to listen to that? No.
Oh, well...
No, I'm not particularly... I'd rather imagine what it was like.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much.
I just hope it doesn't borrow too much from My Island Home. Which I love. I see that as a national anthem.
I do. Will that be sung, by the way, at the Pope's big day?
It will be. I think Michael Bevan has penciled in to sing it.
Well.
Now, our first fact of the afternoon, women only. The question is as follows. How many cars can the Spirit of Piggins Stadium hold? How many cars can the Spirit of Piggins Stadium hold?
And that number, Roy?
Is 1300 0555 36, women only.
Phone now. Who are we talking to, Roy?
We're joined by Sue, who's joining us from Chatswood. How are you there, Sue?
Yes, I'm good, thank you, Roy and HG.
Yeah, Sue, how's the weekend unfolding for you? Has it been a bottler?
Yes, it's been an absolute bottle. I just came back from a drive down the coast at Stanwell and was surrounded by about 1 million motorbikes.
Isn't that
wow.
great? Isn't that great? Wasn't were the motorbikes fundraising for Sophie Delicia?
Today, is that right?
I think so, or it might have been yesterday or the whole weekend. I'm not sure. Would that have been it, Sue?
Oh, it sounds like a very plausible reason.
Do they have buckets out, and as you drove by, they sort of demanded you throw money in, or they smash your windscreen? That sort of bikey action?
Yeah, pretty much. So we just sort of just threw our wallets out of the windows rather than
Very
any
wise.
points. Yeah.
Very wise.
Yes.
And when you say a lot of them, you mean about 100?
Yeah, thereabouts.
And all dressed up in the colours like the Coffin Cheetahs and the Nomads, or the Comancheros?
I didn't pay too much attention. I was just scared for my life.
Yes. Did they surround the car and approach you with menaces?
Yeah, jumped it up and down. It was quite frightening, especially for the little children in the back.
Sure. Now, were you down the south coast?
Yes, I was.
And what, just a day trip, or...?
Yeah, just a day trip. I have a friend from America here visiting, so I thought I'd take him down and show him the sights.
Ah, very good. Just
well,
list
that's great.
those sites for us, will you, Sue?
Glasses, helmets, leather jackets.
Oh, is that what he's seen? Or he or she's... No, I just meant
Did you take the coast road around Coaldale, that area?
Yeah,
on that
did the
weird road
Coaldale
that goes out
Drive.
over the sea.
Yeah, that's the one. It was fabulous.
Well, they wouldn't have anything like that in the United States.
No, God forbid.
Did you get down as far as Port Kembla? Because they've got things there you wouldn't see in America.
No, I didn't quite make it to Port Kembla.
Well, you've missed it. It's worth doing a U-turn now and going back, because I think there's some things down there that would, as a trip to Australia, the rolling mill, or, where Zinkaloo's made. They're terrific things.
Well, they have tours all weekend, I think, actually.
Through the steel mill.
Hard hat tours.
Yeah, well, I was actually going to tell him to go to Newcastle tomorrow to see where the old
Yes.
No, it was.
refinery
They've shut it down.
Well, they
Yeah.
have closed it down, but I think it's becoming a museum.
Exactly
But you
right.
can wander around, and I tell you, the memories,
Memories, yeah. Memories.
they flood back.
Did you get a pie for lunch or something Australian for lunch?
Oh, yeah, beer.
Beer? Oh, very good.
Beer's good.
Very
That's good, yes.
Nothing with it?
No, a packet of crisps, actually.
Perfect. Well, see, the other thing, if you go up to Newcastle, Newcastle now exports, I think, more coal goes out of Newcastle than any other port in the world.
Is that right?
Yes.
And how do they do that?
Sorry, Sue?
How do they do that?
How do they do it? Well, they
Yeah.
dig it up. They dig it up open cut style up the valley, and it comes down by rail. And around Kooragang Island, there, I think it's loaded on to the various ships that you'll see up, 40 or 50 ships off the coast of Newcastle. They're lined up waiting to come in and get their coal, mainly to go to China.
That's fascinating.
Well, look, honestly, it's a terrific afternoon's entertainment watching the coal loader.
I tell you what, we could build about 20 coal loaders there, and it still wouldn't meet demand.
No, it wouldn't.
They're just
Well, maybe
they're
we've
just
got time to
bellowing
drive
for our
up there
coal.
now.
Well, I've got this desire to have the whole coastline, the whole eastern coastline of Australia turned into one big coal-loading port. That's the only way we'll satisfy the demand.
The demand. Sue, let Roy set out the question, and we'll let you get on your way.
Sure.
Now, Sue, how many cars can the Spirit of Piggins Stadium hold?
25,000.
That's absolutely right. The J-Mag Surfing Life, the Rugby League Week, which your American mate will be interested in, the Green Pages, the Lifestyle 2007. It's got articles by Peter Garrett, Kylie Kwong, Helen Razor and Tim Flannery, and the two copies, one for you and one for your American mate, of My Island from Michael Bevan.
Oh, that's what I wanted.
They'll be
Thank you so
in the
much.
mail to you and hopefully be there by the middle of the week. In the meantime, Sue, have a safe trip back to Sydney, and thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
No, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been fun.
Owner Builders. That new house going up in your street. What is wrong with it? The design seems okay. The house-to-land ratio? Not a problem. The grey water mechanisms are state-of-the-art. So what the hell is wrong with it? 1. The bricks are imported from New Zealand. 2. The toilet tiles come from Italy. 3. The copper pipe was extruded in South Africa. 4. The white goods are German. No wonder the place stinks. Ask yourself, would former ARU legend John Eales live in an eyesore like that?
Is your granddad shorting out upstairs? You know, repeating himself all the time and can't remember a thing about what he watched on television last night? Well, here is an opportunity to let him go out a winner. Pfizer, F1 ace Michael Schumacher and Australia's own CSIRO have combined forces to create It's Me Memory Replacement Therapy. It's Me MRT replaces the dud wiring in the brain with brand new linkages that allow new memories to replace the old gobbledygook. How would you like your granddad to see his days out as New South Wales super quick Michael Clark or Australian supermodel Megan Gale? Sound far-fetched? Not anymore. With It's Me Memory Replacement Therapy.
Did you know that the heat bank properties of green and gold bricks keep your house 2 degrees warmer in winter and a full 1.7 degrees cooler in summer? Those are Housing Association confirmed facts. Just ask Aussie legend John Eales.
Roy, just picking up on something earlier, it is a bad break to Mad Dog Mason's hand that he won't be able to take part in a planned promotion. Instead, he's going into camp with Anthony Mundine as he prepares for his world title defence on June 27th. Now, this has got under my radar.
Hang on. That's slightly ambiguous. You're not suggesting to me, since I've been away, that Willie Mason's brother's got a world title?
Sadly, no.
Shock. Phew.
It's badly written here by...
I thought our hunt for a heavy was over.
No. Look, sadly, I had no idea what the planned promotion is, and I still don't know who the opponent is of Anthony Mundine on June 27th, or what division it's going to be in. No. Look, it's just it's an enigma wrapped up in a riddle. Look, it's just there. All I can do is report the facts as we know them.
Yes, he's going to be there. He's going to be there.
Yeah,
with Mad Dog in his corner.
That's right, and his Mad Dog will have the hands strapped up, so you'll be able to distinguish them.
Yes, now, and there's going to be an opponent yet to be named.
That's right. Anything can happen.
All right, and it's a world title defence. So some no name.
Yeah, Gerard Zoe style.
Yes, could end up with a world title if things go wobbly
in the Mundine camp.
Yes,
because Mad Dog's in there with a busted
hand, whinging.
No, I just hope Captain Feathers is on the undercard. Wouldn't it be great if Stinky got to go there too against Feathers? That's the one we want.
Oh, hang on, is he up against the Argentinian? Hang on,
who we got? That's Mad Dog. No, former Australian Rugby League player, Anthony Mundine. This is off the site.
Oh, Pablo Zamora
Neves. Isn't that great?
Wow.
I've
heard big things about Pablo
Zamora Neves. This is just like a bolt from the blue. Mundine won the vacant. I hate the vacant, like you, Roy.
Yes.
WBA title, the 76-kilogram class, when he stopped fellow Australian Sam Solomon in the 9th. The 400-year-old Mundine will take on Neves 26 on June 27th, the Gold Coast Convention Centre.
Yes.
Neves' first fight outside Argentina after turning professional. God.
When did he turn professional? A couple of weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. 18 fights. He had 16 wins, 11 by knockouts and 1 draw. So he sounds like a credible
He does.
opponent.
He sounds terrific, doesn't he?
Neves' draw occurred against fellow Argentinian Ruben Acosta, who's great.
Did he draw with Acosta?
Yeah, amazing, isn't it?
Bloody hell.
Mundine beat Acosta in with a 4th-round knockout 5 months later. So draw a line through that form and you can work out who's going to win. After losing a world title shot against Swen Otke in December 2001, Mundine beat Antoine Eccles.
That's right.
WBA title. He lost his Manny Siaka 2004 after one successful defence. He lost to WBA champion Mikkel Kessler 2005. So there's a story there, isn't there?
There he is. Is there any talk of Kessler, Hitman Kessler and Mundine?
No, or Otke Kessler. I think some of them might have retired by now, sadly, because time's gone on. But Siaka...
Manny Siaka.
Solomon would be one that people would like... Look at that.
Is there any talk of it?
No, none. I just put that out there for matchmakers. Now...
Okay. Well, that is exciting and good news.
It is.
Unfortunately, Willie Mason's brother was ignored totally in that story, though, that we just saw.
I know.
Okay.
I can't help you there.
I know. I just make that as an observation.
Now, Johnny Elias... Not John Elias. Johnny Elias...
Not the Med Cup vet.
The Med Cup vet. A Med Cup vet. And I think from time to time we've killed him off on this show.
We have.
He's still with us.
Good.
And he's been in jail for almost 4 years after being found guilty of shooting his business partner.
That's right, yep. Well,
Now,
that can happen, yeah.
He's going to be home by Christmas.
Good.
Elias rang the Fairfax Press while on day release to let Danny Weedler at least know he's keen to write a book about his life and times.
Well, what a great idea. What a great idea.
He's battled cancer, but he's in good health. He says, I'm fit. I'm looking for a start in the Med Cup, Lebanon side in the World Club Championship. I did a silly thing and I paid the price.
Yep.
Well, largely a silly thing. Well, I suppose shooting someone is a silly thing. I want to thank the people who have been supportive during my time. Thanks for not judging me. Two of his biggest supporters are Wayne Bennett and the Parrot.
Yep.
Apparently they had to cut the phone contact with the squawking bird. Was banned until it was established that Jones had been writing letters to Elias as a friend and not as a member of the media. So that's a fine line you draw.
Yes.
Obviously the Parrot's back on the line and can natter away to Johnny as much as he likes as long as they don't put it to air.
Isn't that good?
It is good.
That's a good news story.
You know, it is a fantastic...
And when's he coming out? Do we know? Is there a date?
Christmas.
By Christmas.
He gets day release every so often. So he must have reformed incredibly.
Well, he would do.
He's a model prisoner.
But I tell you what, I bet he's had a lot of time to think about rugby league in that time.
He'd have come up with a lot of ideas.
He'd come out with a lot of ideas,
And
yes.
the book.
And the book, I think the prospect of the book is a great idea. Who can forget his great work with Balmain all those years ago? Well, 88, 89.
I tell you, a model is...
Mick Pobgy, the stories.
Yeah, the stories. And Kevin Hastings.
Horry.
Yeah, the toughest man ever to play rugby league.
Yes.
And I'll tell you who's modelled his game on, who's modelled, seen him as a role model, is Tony Carroll.
He has, hasn't he? Yes. With a touch of Luke Prudis.
Now, leaving that great rugby league news there, look, there's a problem at Amy Stadium in South Australia, where obviously the AFL's play, because Port Power supporters particularly seem to be going to the nearby hotels or the hotels in their area and watching live Foxtel telecasts of the game so they can drink a beer or two and watch the footy at the same time, because Amy Stadium has been dry since 1975.
Right.
So a lot
Is
of...
it affecting numbers, actually? It must be affecting numbers hugely if you can't get yourself legless when you're there at the stadium.
Now, look, they think their numbers are
But the
down.
publicans would love it, wouldn't they?
Publicans are loving it.
Yes.
And Foxtel decided in a wheeze to get more people to the game, they'd give away a Foxtel subscription to every Port Power member.
What a great idea.
Yeah, it's incredible.
But the pubs wouldn't like that.
They don't.
No.
Now, the Crows and Powers fans have different needs at the stadium, i.e. some need to go and some don't. Port supporters have not favoured the ban of alcohol. According to the CEO, John James, it might lead us to making a proposal to SANFL for beer bays to be established at our games next year. We might trial a section of the ground with appropriate security that allows fans to take beers to their seat, as happens at other AFL grounds. You then choose, you can sit in the beer bay or take your seat to a beer-free bay nearby. They want to test it next year. Now, can I just say what a refreshing idea this is?
Isn't it ever? It smacks of common sense, doesn't it?
More than common sense. It smacks of returning a great tradition to people who have been denied for so long and have voted with their feet.
Yes.
There's nothing more Australian than going to the football and having a few beers.
You're right.
Sure, you can't drive the car home. You often...
Well, depending on how many beers you have.
That's true. You need a designated driver. But can I say the designated driver can also take the bottle top off the bottle?
Yes.
And open the can
and be
for
part
you?
of it.
Be part of the day out.
Yes.
So there's a role for the designated
And slop
driver.
some on yourself.
Yeah, so you feel as though
So
you
you
might
feel
have.
as if you might have had a few, yeah.
And I tell you what, every so often you can see somebody getting a bit wobbly, they're a bit nauseous, they stand up, they look as though they're going to hurl into the part that isn't drinking beer, and that designated driver, bottle top opener...
Can wear it.
I was going to say, push him in the back and get the hurl going downwards on the floor.
Oh, that's true. I would have thought, could have stood in front and worn it.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic.
So you really feel as if you've had the real deal
Yeah.
when you get home, Oh, what a day.
Now, would you favour people being able to take eskies into the ground? I mean, this was what used to happen in the old days, of course. And,
Look, I'm not a nanny stater, HG, as you well know. I think adults are adults and they should be able to make judgments on their own behalves, knowing what's best for themselves. Now, if some people want to take an esky and get a skinful, so be it. So be it. If you've got a designated beer bay, well, that's great. What I don't like, which I think is un-Australian, is offering people the incentive to stay home and watch the footy. I think that's dead set wrong.
Yeah.
You know, I don't mind people going. I think Foxtel should only be in pubs, so that you can go to the pub, have a few beers, and watch your football, and then go home.
Yeah.
You know, walk home, or go to the stadium, sit in a beer bay, have a few beers, and watch your footy.
Yeah.
One of those two. I don't like. I think it's unhealthy for a community and unhealthy for society, and unhealthy for football for people to sit at home and get down in the dumps, not being able to share the experience with like-minded people sitting beside them, having a skinful.
Look, Roy, I hesitate to raise this because the first two words or the first three words are a bit disturbing. Melbourne University.
Oh, God, you've lost me.
A Melbourne University study of 4 unnamed AFL clubs has found some are dominated by a culture of sex or violence.
Is that right?
See, you wonder where these people get off, don't you? Let me read that line again.
Is this some sicko who's
poking around in underwear, left behind in change rooms?
How was the study conducted?
Well, that's why we've got to work.
How was their probe conducted?
Wait a minute. A Melbourne University study of 4 unnamed AFL clubs has found some are dominated by culture of sex or violence. Well, there's only 4. It's hard to draw the line some, but be this as may. My only source of this story is the Adelaide Advertiser, so I put that there right at the beginning.
Are they mutually exclusive? Is it either sex or violence? Are there any that have embraced both?
One team was branded the Violent Club, another the Playboy Club. A third team, a football-oriented club. Focused on on-field performance, while players from the anti-Playboy Club rejected the idea of sexual success indicated masculinity. Lord almighty, what a minefield. Researchers found the views of popular players often dominated club culture. Who were the clowns who ran this survey? Dr. Dean Lusher and Associate Prof. Gary Robbins.
Well, they should be in jail.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Just for wasting everyone's time.
Along with the University of Ballarat colleague, Dr. Peter Kremer.
A fellow sicko.
Yeah. I bet you these people take holidays in Thailand. Ask the players about their masculinity. Popular players from the Playboy Club believe ask players for their ideas about masculinity. I mean, right there you got a problem, haven't you?
Well, the boys have just said it's a G-up. Indeed. I remember years ago you get pinheads from universities coming along, to study the Shamrocks. And we just bullshit as soon as we saw them.
I know. You can always tell that clipboard and the white coat.
That's
dead
it.
giveaway.
Yes.
And that really weird, MU, right.
Yeah, that's right. They'd say, you violent. I'd say, I've killed a few blokes, if that's what you mean. They'd write it down. Next thing you know, study comes out, Shamrocks are killers.
Now, popular players from the Playboy Club believed being a man involved being successful with women. Dr. Lusher, remember him?
Dr. Lusher.
Said popular players felt they were more successful sexually than other players.
Some players felt that, did they?
They did, yeah.
They probably got more roots, that's why.
That's right. The most popular players in the Violent Club said aggression was an important measure of masculinity. Those from the football-orientated club saw skill, age and experience as defining factors of masculinity. I'll give you those again if you're worried about being a masculine. Skill, age and experience. Then Dr. Lusher is in Greece presenting the results at an international conference.
Lord.
That is in the world.
Now, paying his own way as the SG?
He would be. Oh, yeah, no doubt about that.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
He'd be paying his own way. And probably...
Well, I tell you what, I'd like to be a bloody fly on the wall at that bloody conference in Greece.
What is the conference about?
What is it about, exactly?
It says, at an international conference? What, of Playboys? Having said that, there's a lovely story in... I think the column described now as Australia's best sporting gossips.
Oh, yes.
Apparently there's a story doing the rounds that is a ticking time bomb of atomic proportions for rugby league.
Wow.
I'll give you that again. Ticking time bomb of atomic proportions for rugby league.
Time bomb of atomic proportions?
This is, I'll tell you who's got this, is the Murdoch Press who got this.
Why?
And 2 high-profile players in particular. 2 footballers are nervously awaiting the birth of a child to a young woman they got to know intimately at a wild party in the eastern suburbs. It was Dell's place. The woman has told the pair that one of them is the father, but she doesn't know who. We're told the woman will have a DNA test to work out who has to pick up the bills for the new baby when the new baby is born in around 4 months. Neither player is married, but we understand they have steady girlfriends. In fairness, we should point out that the players are not roosters. Bet you that's a red herring too, that last bit. What a fascinating story.
Isn't it a fascinating?
Would you describe that as a ticking time bomb
of atomic proportions?
Would you? For rugby league? Rugby league in 100 years has seen a lot worse than that.
Oh, yeah.
That'll hardly... I bet you that goes unnoticed when it happens.
Oh, it's just going to be totally under the radar. I mean, you ask any rugby league player, you know, since 1908, you've asked any rugby league player, how many kids you got, he's going to say, I wouldn't have a clue.
Senator Rod Kemp, the longest-serving sports minister in Australia's history, has, as an enduring legacy, made it mandatory that all football clubs, by law, are daycare centres between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. 5 days a week. This world-first legislation ensures that clubs will guarantee that your preschooler will be fully supervised by the contracted playing staff. So if you live in the Essendon area, drop your little ones off at Windy Hill and let them spend the day with Kevin and his team. Thanks, Senator Kemp.
Hello everyone, your old mate Frosty here. Guess who's living in LaPointe Heights these days? Honestly, it's like living in LA. Stars everywhere. Stars like Andrew Harwood, Lawrence Hodge, Dean Hatton, Audrey Leith and Alexi Mengler. It's an autograph hunter's heaven. So come and have a look for yourself and unlock the equity in your land trap. Oh, I've got to go now. I've just spotted Velma Pratt.
In response to the Ombudsman's report into the Kemp Kids initiative, a complaints hotline has been established. If you've noticed any personality changes in your toddler, direct your comments to the Hot Rod hotline. All calls will be treated in the strictest of confidence and may be monitored for quality purposes.
Hot Rod Hotline, how can I help you?
As this service is taking many important calls, jokers or time wasters will be prosecuted to the absolute limit of the law.
Look, some disturbing news that the Olympic Games now wants to add more sports. Look, I say this because, generally speaking, the Olympic Games is getting fairly unwieldy with the sports it's got. And
I thought they were trying to pull back.
Well, exactly. But the Australian Olympic Committee President, John Coates, is concerning the Games are becoming less relevant to young people. And thinks introducing sports such as skateboarding may help grab their interest. Now, less relevant, Roy. Sure, I mean... You know, things like taekwondo, not everybody these days wants to get their head kicked in for a gold medal. Or, you know, freestyle wrestling.
Motocross I love.
You must have read my mind. I'd love to see a Krusty Demons-style motocross.
That's what I'm getting at.
You know, that would be...
Because you never tire of that.
You don't.
And I would love to see that at the highest level, just to see how far you can push it.
Now, they said that, you see, people bagged half-pipe before it came on the snowboard.
I love half-pipe. The whole half-pipe culture. It's so now and ahead of now.
I know, it's way beyond.
It's where now's going to be.
In about 10 years.
Yeah.
Coates, he said he was alarmed by the international survey that showed the average age of television viewers who tuned into the Athens game in 2004 was 65 and over.
No way.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine.
That's got to be a mistake. Surely there's a decimal point missing. 6.5 and over, I would have thought.
Now, the last time the AOC considered new sports, it looked at, wait for it, golf. That doesn't talk to kids.
No, it doesn't.
Rugby sevens, rollerblading. Oh, rollerblading, spare me days. I mean, that's stupid.
Yes, it is.
It's not a sport, by the way, I don't reckon rollerblading.
No.
I can't see the rules of it. Karate and squash. BMX has been added. There's a cycling event for Beijing.
Well, I like that.
While mountain biking was added in 1996, and, you know, I catch a bus a lot around the place. Whenever I'm on the bus, people talk to me about mountain biking and how they never knew anything about it, and now they do because of the Olympics.
It's got an enormous fan base now, hasn't it?
That's right. That's right. And it's coming into its own, with global warming and people having to get out of their cars and onto public transport and so on. And
people can't get enough of bikes, you're right.
Hopefully that will attract some younger people. We've got, when a professional skateboarder, Michael Mulhall... said skating's about self-expression, and I can't see how it really lends itself to a regimented Olympic-style competition.
Well, that's what they said about half-pipe.
True.
You know?
True.
But you've just got to find good judges. You know, people can judge. We can look, do the sport, give us a look at it, and we'll work out a way of judging it. I think that's got to be the IOC position.
Could you
let us be the judges of whether we can judge or not?
Look, I was just idling watching television on the Saturday night, waiting for the footy to start last night, and I watched Top Gear. And on that, they had this team which was described as the world best drifters, car drifters. I'd never encountered this concept before.
No.
People driving around, sort of as you imagine Holden Hill drivers might, but they on tarmac, which allows them to put the car, say, sideways.
Well, they go sideways into a corner.
Sideways into a corner, you know it. Now, they had 3 or 4 cars doing this. At the same time, it looked fantastic.
What, you're seeing this? This could be a team sport.
A team sport, that's right.
4 cars.
4 cars going round.
Sliding into corners.
Yeah. It would be
with precision.
Precision. It would be like that clippity-clop stuff for horses.
Yes.
Only with cars. Can you see it now? Cars. And on a big track.
Yes.
Like a sort of aerodrome thing with stands. Hundreds of thousands of people looking at it. Talk about getting kids involved.
With a lot of witches' hats for the cars to weave in and about.
And you would have to, like all these things, do a number of tricks or a number of actual routines.
With a time limit.
And music playing.
Yes, of course.
Wouldn't that be great?
Now you're talking. This is an excellent idea. An excellent idea. Has this been forwarded to Coates, or have you just...
I whipped off an email to him last night, nothing back from him. But do you know what I found disturbing at the sting of this tale, which was, again, took several people to get together, Daniel Lane and Dave Burrick, is they write, this month 500 schools will take part in an Olympic day, an online event that celebrates the Olympic Games through sport, education and culture. Is that what the world's become? You don't go out in the schoolyard and throw the shot put around or the discus or run the 100 meters. You sit in front of a computer and participate in an online Olympic day. How fucked is that?
I know. It's just a recipe for a fat ass, isn't it?
It's just incredible. Olympic Day allows schools to
why not have pie eating and pizza eating? See how many pizzas you can eat in an hour. Well, that's probably not a bad idea, really, now I think about it.
How about... No, I reckon what it's got to do is got to be 3 rounds.
Of cocktail frankfurts, to begin with.
Yeah, followed by
600.
Onions. 600 in an hour. Followed by, on the next day...
Spanish onions and apples.
Yes, onions and apples. And then pies.
Pies. Well, that's not a bad competition. I mean, a lot of people could relate to that. And with these, we can laugh about it, but people are drawn towards people who have freakish ability. That's what the Olympics is about, freakish ability.
Can I just say, also, you'd be surprised about how some of the people who are very good at eating aren't particularly fat.
No, well, that's right.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, we saw a bloke put away about 8 million oysters one night, didn't we? And he wasn't an enormous bloke, was he?
He had to go to world record.
He did. It was great to watch, riveting. I thought, at the time, I think we muttered to ourselves, making a good Olympic sport. Yes. The other thing is, I would like to see car rallying, actually. I love a good rally. And why couldn't a rally start at the beginning of an Olympics and finish at the end?
What a great idea.
And they just drive around the country, yeah.
Over the fortnight?
Yes.
Well, in, lots of places, I mean, in China, that'd be fantastic. Because that would really take it to the people.
It would. And, you get your cameras out to see parts of the countryside you otherwise wouldn't see.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and I think young people would relate to that. They love rally and rally drivers, don't they?
Could you see F1 being part of it? Because that does talk to a lot of kids.
It does. I haven't got a problem with it. I felt, like you, that F1 should have been part of the Olympic Games back in probably the 40s, from then on, I think it's outrageous that Bernie Ecclestone hasn't been approached to bring the circus to the Olympics.
The gold medal.
It's the missing circle, isn't it?
It's the missing circle, that's right. And I always thought that Fangio could have won gold.
He should have won 4 or 5 gold.
Yeah, and Sterling Moss?
Sterling Moss should have won gold. Whenever I see Jack Brabham these days,
yeah, you think gold.
I shout at him, "You should have won gold!" Because he's deaf as a post.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you each and every week by Mad Dads, the Woodies Float, Actar Technology and Chunky Chains, the rolled gold links that have your head coming out better. What's on the chopping block this time, HG?
Well, I think the most important part is we've got a footy Tarzo of Lincoln with us. Now, we've been collecting footy Tarzos for years in here, and...
Where does the term Tarzo come from, HG? When did cards become Tarzos?
I can't really recall.
It must have just happened, didn't it?
It's just one of those things. They used to be
We woke up one morning and
There they were.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, we used to have Scanlons, which I've got a few of, by the way. I might bring in some gum
Oh,
packets.
that's part of your superannuation,
It
surely.
is, sadly. Complete with the gum in them still.
Mm-hmm.
And these Footy Tarzos seem to have taken over from Scanlons. And the Footy Tarzo Lincoln Withers hooker, he's tagged as Versatility Plus.
Who is it again?
Lincoln Withers.
Yes, Lincoln Withers.
From the early days of his career with the Raiders and his stints with the Dragons Tigers, Withers has made use of one of the best tackling techniques in the game, effecting bone-jarring tackles on players much bigger than himself. A rugged competitor who is equally at home at hooker or halfback. Debut, round 14, 2000, so he's been around a while.
Yes.
Career stats, 124 games, 32 points, 128 tackles. Doesn't sound like much, does it?
128 tackles
No.
in how many years?
No, he's...
He's a bludger. Is he a bludger?
Anyway, that's part of the prize. That's what I call the foundation of the prize, the Lincoln Withers Footy Tarzo.
Well, I've got one here
you want to throw it in?
described Artful Dodger.
What?
This is Preston Campbell.
Oh, fair enough.
Artful Dodger. Yes. Tarzo.
Okay.
Is this part of the... Yep, okay.
Part of the prize. We've got the J-Mag.
God, that's a prize.
There's two Tarzos, Versatility Plus and the Artful Dodger. We've got the Machine Gun Fellatio On Ice Press Pack. So that's something for collectors there. Obviously the Tarzos for collectors. We've got Rugby League Week. This one I think has the
Looks to have a new
Gridiron Gamble. Bunny's hatch plan to unleash Yanks on NRL. That's a great story. We've got the green pages.
This would have come out of the conversation with Lapalli on the...
It would have. It would have. This is the green pages again with the Lifestyle 2007. Over 5,000 green businesses and organisations, plus another 2 copies of Bevo's My Island /Home. Great prize. So that's all for some lucky listener. Roy, you can answer the following question.
Yes, and the question is for all comers.
Yes.
The question is, at Amy Stadium, whenever the designated driver sees someone about to vomit, what should he do? At Amy Stadium, whenever the designated driver sees someone about to vomit, what should he do?
It's a 2-word answer, really, isn't it?
Oh, well, pretty much.
Yes.
The number is 1300 0555 36.
All comers. And Roy, who are we talking to?
Yes, we're joined by Andrew, who's joining us from Cronulla. How are you, Andrew?
Not bad. I'm actually in the middle of Mittagong at the moment.
Well, isn't Mittagong a beautiful town there on the the Southern Highlands?
Yes, it is. It is.
And what are you doing down there, Andrew, if you live in Cronulla?
I'm on my way home. I've actually been out hunting for the weekend.
What did you get? Did you get anything?
A goat.
A goat?
A goat.
What, in a farm somewhere you managed just to ping it? A lucky shot?
Yes, on a private property. I was luckily able to ping it.
Yeah.
Is that the biggest thing you've ever got?
Yes, it is so far.
And what, just with a knife, running around?
I'd like to say I used a knife, but no, I shot it.
You shot it, oh, right.
I hope you smeared the blood all over your face.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
You have to.
Do you often get a chance to get out and let a few go?
I try to, but I haven't been able recently.
What, work commitments or family commitments?
Work commitments mainly.
Oh, right.
I've always felt goat hunting can be a great Olympic sport.
Do you feel that way, Andrew?
Yes, I think it will. It's great.
How do you see the nature of the competition? We let 1,000 goats go on day one, and you set off, the runners set off, round Beijing, say, shoot them and drag them back, and they can only drag one back at a time, and the person who has the most goats at the end of the time, well, obviously, if they get to the 1,000 before the 14 days are up, then the winner is the person with the most goats. Is that how you see the competition running?
That sounds pretty good, but will it be on foot or would you be able to spotlight them?
No, can't do anything like that. No, on foot. What are you talking
Well,
about?
there's no reason why you couldn't spotlight, I suppose. Why not? Why not? Each nation has one hunter with a car and a spotlight and 1,000 slugs. 1,000 goats are put out there.
Yeah.
And off you shoot. Everyone goes out and just bang off any way you like. And each bullet is numbered.
All right.
So at the end, we've got to have the bullets you pulled out from the goats and then
matched.
Then you find out who's won at the end.
You mean like contestant one would have all his bullets texter marked 1?
Yes.
Okay, now you're starting to take shape.
Yep.
But what I like is the idea that, there's an element of, the old way about it.
That's barehanded goat hunting.
Well, I know.
Totally different. It's a different sport.
Well, maybe we could have 3 divisions. You know how in shooting there's millions of divisions, they're all arcane. Air pistol at 8 metres, air pistol at 12 metres, double barrel air pistol at 8 metres, and all that sort of stuff. Maybe we could have...
Goat hunting or natural.
Yeah, that'd be...
Goat hunting with
one gun, goat hunting with
rocks.
And goat hunting with car spotlight.
Yes.
Submachine gun.
Yes. Or I don't know.
AK-47.
Hand grenades.
Hand grenades. Wow.
Well, look, we're just spoilt for choice with all those divisions. I think it'll be great.
Well, it's going to get the kids in.
It certainly is.
Because you'll get your handgun freaks, you'll get your knife freaks, your barefoot, barehanded freaks.
Your rock-throwing freaks. They'll be all there.
Look, we'll just have millions of kids down there to watch it. They'll love it.
Yes. Well, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Andrew, getting kids back to watch it, because I think that would just be what's missing. And Coach, he's got a very big point there. Most of the people who watch the Olympic Games, if they're being held in 20 years' time, won't be there to watch them.
Well, that's right. I mean, there's no point in having the Olympic Games if no one's going to watch it.
No.
I mean, there's no point, is there?
No. It's... Anyway. Look, that's for a topic for another time. Andrew, let Roy set out the question and have a swing.
Now, Andrew, at Amy Stadium, this is in Adelaide, whenever the designated driver sees someone about to vomit, what should he do?
Well, they should seal the non-drink. They should protect the people in the non-drinking section from the carrot chunks with their body.
Yes, absolutely. They should wear it. The J-Mag, the Machine Gun Fellatio press kit, the green pages, those 2 terrific Tarzos featuring Versatility Plus and the Artful Dodger, Rugby League Week, and 2 copies of My Island by Michael Bevan. Andrew will get them into the mail, and they'll be there before you saddle up for another goat shoot. In the meantime, thanks very much for being part of this sporting life. See ya. And Carlton have won. Carlton have won against all the odds. The Western Bulldogs came into it with all their players fit. Unbelievable lineup, coached beautifully. Carlton only trained for the first time this week for the year, and they've come out and thrashed by about 10 points, the Western Bulldogs. It's been a wonderful round of football this weekend. Obviously,
a lot of upsets.
A lot of upsets. The Lions and Richmond drawing, and then the Swans going down in a magnificent game by a point. Yes.
With James Hurd's farewell.
James Hurd's farewell.
To the SCG.
To the SCG. It must have been an emotional trip home for the Dons. You know, they'd won by a point, and James, of course, the last time the people you'll see James Hurd go around, probably rather relieved about that, I would say, the Sydney-siders. Anyway, the few on the trot that we've just played, LCD Sound System and All My Friends, Sound of Silver. Then we had the Long Blondes and Giddy Up Stratosphere, Someone to Drive You Home. And finally, the Roots, Long Time from Game Theory. And all those were on the life.
Australia needs laws protecting the flag, but have our politicians gone far enough in protecting those little things Australians value the most? How often have you seen someone pissed in a green and gold rugby league jumper? How often have you seen someone you know is Australian wearing an Arsenal shirt? How often have you seen someone shopping at Woolworths in a Singapore Slingers singlet? Well, enough is enough. Support the Australian Players Association draft legislation that will outlaw these activities and enshrine common sense by protecting all Australian sporting uniforms. Visit our website at www.enoughisenoughforward/endjumperabusetoday.com.
Hello everyone, your old mate Frosty here. Guess who's living in Lahoud Heights these days? Honestly, it's like living in LA. Stars everywhere. Stars like Andrew Harwood, Lawrence Hodge, Dean Hatton, Audrey Leith and Alexi Mengler. It's an autograph hunter's heaven. So come and have a look for yourself and unlock the equity in your land trap. Oh, I've got to go now. I've just spotted Velma Pratt.
Roy, I know these selectors will be worrying about the next New South Wales Blues team. Can you see the name Morris being thought about?
Well, you know, I was going to spend most of the afternoon talking about Slippery Morris and the Morris story. We might hold that over till next week, but I'd like to see a team built around Braithen Astor.
What a lovely thought, because he is a real find.
Isn't he ever?
The Anasta story next week on The Life. Join us. We'll leave you with a reminder that Triple J is sport. Bye now!
Triple J. You're listening to Australia's national youth radio station, Triple J. For more info, go to triplej.net.au.
Hello world, pants off Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of this sporting life. H.G.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Wally Otto in the soundproof booth, and thanks to Amy Blackmure for the last 14 or so hours of Super Sounds here at the Youth Headquarters, Triple J, on the station that rules the nation. That's right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders and schoolies. And remember, for God's sake, schoolies, if you haven't booked your flights now, you think of some other way of getting there. I've spoken to the people in, in CASA to see if they can do something about, extending the curfews, Sydney, Melbourne, Gold Coast, Maroochydore, all those sort of places. They can't. Sadly, there was willingness there for a while, but when they took it to, higher authorities, it got an X put against the suggestion. Anyway, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, etc., etc. Welcome to Triple J on another Sunday with Too Much Sport is Big Enough. And welcome to the show, incidentally, that's been praying for rain. And in the Sydney area, I mean, I don't mean to put all your good work to, one side, but it's about time we stop praying for rain. You can stop praying for rain this week in the Sydney Hunter area. They've got enough for the time being. Lord knows if it's going to the catchment areas, I just don't know. The big bloke upstairs will have a better idea of where he's dumping it than I have. But let's say it's going into the catchment areas in the Central Coast and Hunter area of New South Wales. They've had enough. You can turn that tap off, buddy, with a beard on. He's got so much to do, though. He probably lets it run. You know what he's like with water. He's the worst of the lot, that bloke up there. Where you want it, where you need it, you don't get it. And he lets it run somewhere else where it's no use to anybody. Just runs out to sea past that boat that's stuck on Nobby's Beach or whatever it's called, alongside Nobby's Head. Won't that be a great tourist attraction in years to come? I can see that rusting up very nicely, and a lot of bands doing film clips on it. Oh, no, it'll be terrific. And when the fish get to know it's there, it'll be a fantastic magnet. I hope they declare it a marine national park, though. Pretty sharpish.
They won't.
They won't?
No, the Cigna beached on Stockton in about 1974.
About 25 years ago.
Yes, and that was terrific. It was just as close as this landed this one at Nobby's. But the signal was great. People were, fish took to it, people took to it, all that sort of... No. They cut it down and turned it
Took it away?
Took it away, yeah.
Oh, what
Which
a blow.
was really stupid.
What, at real low tide, they can get out to it?
Yeah.
Right, oh.
Yeah.
Jeepers,
No, this is very disappointing.
Oh, no.
And I heard they got the motors running on it this morning, and they're going to get some tugs, when the sea swell dips
Drops
a little,
off.
and try and pull it off the sand.
Oh, I hope they can't do that.
Well, I think they might try. That's what annoys me.
Now, having got the rain under control, what a week, what an incredible week. And look, just before I let Roy off the leash to pour a couple of cans of petrol onto the blaze, a few items to set the scene. Look, a very big week on Australian television this week. Can I just, firstly, hats off and pants off to Australia's Next Top Model. It was just a terrific show, this one. Cracked, boxed and buried this week. And what a fantastic job Dorso, Mearsies and PC did. And that final live, it was incredible. And remember, it's not easy standing around looking good for hours on end in front of a big-name crowd. And I'll tell you how big that name crowd was. Ian Thorpe was there. Mr. Television himself. I haven't seen any of his weather gear or his Eco TV. I understand it's very good. He's getting the message out about changing the light globes and how great a Prius car is. I've got all that information. I don't have to watch it. But anyway, Thorpe was there. And there's no bigger name on the planet than Ian Thorpe. Fact. No wonder Mearsy was getting a bit nervous, and now that Dorso's got her own show, I mean, it's just been all a fantastic result for Australia's Next Top Model. What happens to the people in the frocks, I've got no idea. But the stars of the show weren't the clothes, weren't the people who won, but the presenters. They were just great. And Big Brother going from strength to strength. And what about that Friday night live on Big Brother? Just incredible. I forget the name of the bloke who does it. It's just great.
Mike Goldman.
Mike Goldman, that's the bloke's name.
He's great. Grant Goldman. What a great broadcaster Grant Goldman was. He's his son.
That's right, his son. He's got runs on the board in both sides of the family. It's terrific. And at last, the new owners of Nine were flushed out. And I do see that maybe this can't be right. I mean, Roy pointed out this to me just moments before coming on air, that the footy show in Sydney could be in trouble. That's Fatty's footy show. Could be in trouble out of New South Wales. I don't think that's right. They've just got to go back. You know, these equity buyout mobs, they just don't know anything about running television.
We've got to bring back the nappies. Hey?
Right. Simple idea.
Still got that dry powder.
And I don't think we've seen enough of blokes in dresses this year.
No!
Do you know what I mean?
No.
Now, having said that, that was all good with that prospect of the nappies and the blokes in dresses all ahead of us. Very sad to hear the parrot, that is A. Jones AO, will no longer be squawking and flapping about in the morning editorial Today Show perch. I don't know what's gone wrong. I don't know whether the Pick and Stick Club have folded up the tent and moved on with the Packers. I don't know who's driving this, but the parrot has been shedding feathers and pecking at the cuttlefish on that perch for 20 years. 20 years of squawking has come to an end. And the people I feel sorry for, and I know Roy said this to me when this news broke, we both feel sorry for those in rural and regional Australia, many of whom can't hear the parrot's morning squawk off on a well-known radio station in Sydney and have no access to or contact with the parrot's thought processes apart from the Today Show editorial.
Can you podcast?
Well, I was just going to say, you must have read my mind, Roy. I hope the old buzzard, who apparently pulled in 100 Ks worth of birdseed for his sprays on 9, can cough up something with one of the new technologies to give those hard-working country folk across rural and regional Australia access to the bird brain mindset. Now, when you think about it, Roy, 20 years, might do 40 weeks of the year. I mean, the bloke doesn't knock himself silly. He certainly doesn't do 52. So let's say he does 40 weeks of the year, 5 times a week. Do the maths. We're up to 200 by 20. We're looking at, my guesstimate is 4,000 editorials.
Isn't that fantastic?
It's a great result. I hope I've done the maths correctly there. And
well, let's say you have.
I thought for a minute there it could be 40,000 editorials.
Yeah.
Let's err on the side of stupidity and say he's done 10,000. Now, wouldn't it be great to have those all alphabetically available on the net somewhere?
I'm sure that's
podcast.
Possible. I'm sure that's possible.
So you might be able to download.
The problem is, though, that rural and regional Australia again are punished because they don't have the big pipe.
No, they don't have the big pipe. But it does look as though both sides, I think it might Bishop, Education Minister Bishop might be driving it on the side of the Liberal coalition side.
Yes.
And I assume that Rudd and the Future Fund.
Well, Steely Rudd's
knocking it together on the other side.
On the other side. So win-win, no matter who gets over the line. We're going to have
big pipes.
Well, big pipes and the ability to podcast parrot to rural and regional. That's what it's all about.
Now, can I just ask, surely to goodness, the people who, and the parrot, I think, is an owner of the radio station he works on.
He is.
Surely they should be opening up the pipe every morning.
They should.
So as people can go,
yes.
Let's say it's might be the wrong call sign, but 87.3, www, .com 87.3, and away you go.
Away you go, yeah.
I mean, why bother? Why stick with just the morning editorial, which is great, timely, topical, always on the money, but you can get 5 hours of
I know, and it gives the rural Australians the ability to phone in with their thoughts and ask questions. Listening this morning, Alan, very good point you raised.
About water.
I think children should be wearing their school uniforms on weekends. That's a very good idea, and I'd like to endorse that, and we're trying to do that here in Yass, in, southern New South Wales.
Yeah.
And there you go. That's the way these ideas steamroller across the country.
Well, just give me the idea again. I've never heard of this. School kids have to wear their school uniforms on the weekend.
Yes.
What, so we can identify them as schoolers?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, so we know what school they've come from, so that if their behaviour is awkward, you can go directly to the principal and report them.
Get them into detention.
Yes.
Well, is that part of the Bishop's all-stick approach to education?
I'm not sure. I'm just raising this as a possible idea that might come from a listener in Yass who's interested in the parrot perspective on such an idea. Putting it up the flagpole to see who in the nation is going to salute. And I think there'd be quite a few.
Oh, there would be. And can I just say, what would be great is if they wore school uniforms to sporting functions.
So
they might be playing
they do
AFL
that, don't they?
Well, some do, some don't. I don't know.
You mean if they're going to see, say, Carlton play Collingwood?
Very good.
They would wear their school uniforms. Well, isn't that happening?
Yeah, no, sadly it's not.
Oh, no.
I see school kids wearing shirts belonging to the appropriate side that they might be supporting.
No.
or a variation like some. I have seen some people.
I don't mind a pin on the jacket of a school blazer
with the Carlton
with the
CFC.
Carlton, yes.
I have seen, not a million miles from this very broadcasting spot, people wearing Carlton hoodies around. Hoodies!
No.
Is there anything more antisocial, and this would be raised by people in young or
Yes.
to the Parrot via the online netcast of the Parrot's morning radio brouhaha, 5 hours every morning.
Yes.
You know, should people be able to wear sporting hoodies?
Yes.
Next caller.
Yeah, well, the answer's obviously no.
Thanks. Tennis. We just let that fester there. Tennis and our number one, the man who shouts to the hand. I should point out he shouts to his own hand as well. Little Leighton Hewitt was eased out of the French Open by Rafael Nadal midweek. It was described by Leo Schlink, that great tennis scribe, as a 3-set slugfest. Little was no match at the death for the King of Clay. However, there was so much to like about the first 2 sets in which Little ripped 4 games off the King. 4 games. I think it was 3 in the first set and 1 in the second set. It was just incredible. I believe the sky is now the limit. 2007, obviously, for Little. 2007, the year of the spiral staircase. And Little can pack his bag from the French, brimming with confidence, and tackle, I think, winningly, both Queens and the All England. There at his mercy. Golf. I'm sure Roy will be cross this, but Australia's golfers are facing the most brutal US Open ever at Oakmont next week. Let me repeat that. The most brutal US Open ever. We'll obviously be looking at the revamped Oakmont layout, hole by hole, later in the show. The 12 who have signed on for the Horror Clinic, and I'm mindful that Tommy Rodonicus and John Singo Singleton have just returned from the Death March. They think it's worse than what they've been through. They've had a look at Oakmont. The 12 who have signed on for the Horror Clinic include Ogilvy, Allenby, Appleby, Baddeley, O'Hearn, Pampling, Scott, Buckle. Don't know much about the Buckle story, but he's a bolter. Elkington, Goggin and Green.
I don't know much about Goggin either.
No, well, that's true. He's the mystery man of the 12.
Isn't that good, though, for Rod Pampling?
It's fantastic.
For the Rod Pampling fan club, which is growing. It's growing. It's snowballing in the United States. You can't go anywhere these days, Pampling, without being monstered by fans wanting autographs and memorabilia and hoodies and that sort of thing. And I think it's all great. And, of course, the quiet man, Nick O'Hearn. What a year, a stellar year it's been for him.
It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
I tell you what,
and don't write off Ogilvy. Don't write off Ogilvy.
Write off Baddeley at your own risk.
Well,
too.
Indeed.
He's been skulking around.
Don't write off Scott.
No, Scott.
Oh, no way.
And the Elk, do you give the Elk a chance?
Well, the Elk's got experience, hasn't he?
True.
And the Elk may not get there himself, but he'll help the others. That's what I like about the Elk. You know, if you tee off with the Elk, you know you're in for a bloody good afternoon's, not only entertainment, but education.
Exactly.
Education. Yes.
And look, I tell you what.
He's not stitched up like a lot of these American golfers are, who won't say a word here. Yeah.
Tell you what, with the death of, the very sad death and untimely death of Norman von Nider, 106, look, I can see the Elk picking up the gauntlet that was thrown onto the ground as the, the big man played his last hole, took the glove off and just threw it down, and then obviously collapsed.
Yes.
But I can see...
What a beautiful swing he had.
Yeah, incredible swing. He was a swing guru, you know.
People still talk about Norman von Nider in the same way they talk about Gene Littler's swing. My golly, Gene Littler had a swing.
Poetry in motion. Well, I tell you what, Elkington has picked up that gauntlet and wears it proudly, as you point out, giving the others a little touch-up. You know, when the shot might go straight off the tee into the rough, into an unplayable lie, he's there with a gentle tap on the buttocks of, say, Buckle or Scott or Pampling.
Or Goggin.
Yeah, Goggin. Word in the ear. Never mind, buddy. Just push on.
Push on. Yeah.
And don't forget to smell the roses. That sort of stuff, you know. Well, look, I tell you what, Oaks had a practice round at Oakmont, carded 85.
I know.
And lost 7 balls. It gives you an idea of what they're playing into, this hell stretch coming up. Vijay Singh, no stranger to the Netherworld furnaces, says that 10 over par could be a winning score. 10 over par.
Is that what he said?
That's Vijay.
Is that Vijay Singh talking?
No stranger to controversy, Vijay.
No. It doesn't say much, Vijay, but by golly, when he speaks, I listen. 10 over, is that what he's saying?
10
that
over.
Could be a score. Bloody hell. Is that right, Vijay Singh?
Vijay Singh. Singh. The Singh sentiment.
Is that witnessed or is that come from third?
No, I've got that off his site.
Bloody hell.
And F1... Look, I'm hoping I'm not treading on Roy's toes here, but I know he'll concur with these comments. we knew Mark Webber would be great. We just had no idea until the Canadian Grand Prix, obviously, shoot off for pole, how great he would be. Canada, I believe, has seen his best. Mark wasn't racing. He was just going out to see what sort of time he can set. And he managed to have at least one of the other competitors smash into the back of him. Now, you can say, well, where does it go from here? He hasn't even gotten onto the track. He's used up all those ideas, his race ideas, like drilling a hole into the floor and having to come in because his arse was on fire and stuff like that. All those great things, obviously traffic shy. Now, he's not even bothering with that. He's just taking himself out in the most attractive manner, drawing attention to F1 as only Webber can. And the whole Red Bull, story just has written another fantastic chapter with Mark Webber getting, obviously, they call it brake testing, I think. It's a sort of slang for, are you awake behind me? That sort of thing. But it was brilliant, wasn't it? It was just elegant and simple and, yeah.
Well, it was so unexpected.
Unexpected.
I didn't expect it. I was watching the trials with you, and I thought, well, Mark's going along well here. And then, oh, no, he's touched the brakes for no reason, and someone's gone fill up his arse. It was just funny. I was hoping the car would be a write-off, but sadly it wasn't. I think Mark was hoping. I know he tried. I know he tried.
I mean, I tell you what, you once said, there's nothing funnier than Mark Gasnier in the back of a cab with a phone.
Well,
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I tell you what is funnier is Mark Webber in a Canadian Grand Prix, time trial shootout to try and establish pole. It was incredibly funny.
It was.
Because, as you said, it was so unexpected.
Unexpected, yeah. Just out of the blue, bang.
A rugby league, and in the most refreshing development in a generation for New South Wales League, head selector Bob McCarthy has laid down the whack-back edict. This has got a lot of press in New South Wales, probably Queensland, Victoria, South Australia and Western Australia, where they love their rugby league, Northern Territory, obviously. Bob's view is that if players see a blue head bleeding, then a Maroon must pay. I understand the Maroon who's going to pay most is Tony Carroll. Which Blues are going to be doing the punching? Well, this is where it falls down, the argument, sadly. They're expecting a lot from Greg Bird and Noddy. Brett Camorley are the big two who apparently have to do all the boxing for the Maroons. Blues super grunt Willie Mason has chimed in with a timely call for the Blues to hate like the Maroons. And Coach Graham Murray says if he goes, gets sacked after they lose on Wednesday night, he'll be taking a few with him. I don't know what he means. But he did list the people who were going to go out with him, and they were quite a surprising list. I think it was Luke Bailey and Willie Mason, obviously Nathan Hindmarsh, and a few others. I think this was a kind way of saying, lift your game, fellas. This is great. But remember, punters, the Blues have never lost at the Grand Old Girl in the best part of 10 years. I think they've played 11 matches there, and the Queensland Maroons have won all of them. So much so that I think Coach Mal Meninga has lifted a bit of turf and he's, what would I call it, duplicated the turf to try and get apparently it's very slippery and leads to handling errors. And he's duplicated all these conditions, at the training facility that the Maroons are occupying. And
in Terrigal.
In Terrigal. I know, it's hard to imagine. Meanwhile, Mal Meninga in Terrigal, he's the brain to remember behind the recent domination. I think the Queensland Maroons have won the last 3 matches in rather spectacular fashion. Says aggression is the secret weapon north of the Tweed. And in a moment of rugby league sanity, Shane Hayne, that's right, Shane Hayne, has been appointed to push the P for the night. So that's terrific. This means that the stink is on. That's my reading of the circumstances. The whack-back edict has been all the talk in the build-up to an explosive Origin 2 on Wednesday night, and it can be heard every punch can be heard live on Triple J. Can I just say, and we've got some commentary, that this is all just talk, trying to sell the remaining tickets. I think they're about 9,000 tickets short of a sellout, which wouldn't look good. And people are trading their tickets on eBay, I think, for approximately half their face value. I think most people are a bit worried that there might be a maroon wash and the weather doesn't look good again, and so people are selling their tickets for whatever they can get. And as I said, I hope it just isn't talk. We've had so many damn squibs in the past, and I'm really sick of building it up just to be let down again. And so, Willie just has to be sent off in the first 10 minutes, as far as I'm concerned, to make it fair dinkum. Still on league, Eel, super Eel now, Fui, Moi. How good is he? He was fined at the Coachwood and Myrtle. He couldn't just handle his explosive pace and size. But now that he's an Eel, he's become electric. Olympic news, and the logo for the London Games in 2012 has been unveiled, and it makes the Sydney Chook look like a meaningful piece of art. More on that later in the show. And if you want to join our website debate, on whether the London Olympic logo should be redesigned, join Lord Coe, that's right, Sebastian Coe, Chotapatwong Prates and Eric Musambani. They're available to share your thoughts with right now on the website debate. Should the Olympic logo be redesigned? Cricket. And the recent Ashes tour contributed $317 million and 40 cents to the national economy. I'm not quite sure how they arrived at this figure. Apparently most of the loot was generated in alcohol sales as the Poms drowned their sorrows at the, once they got a sight of the pathetic team that was, wandering around Australia looking for somewhere to drown itself. $317 million, a hell of an amount of dollars. Apparently they generated about 830 jobs, most of whom don't have a job anymore. And in a follow-up to that final figure, Captain Michael Vaughan blames a totally pissed Freddie Flintoff for the Poms' pathetic showing in the recent One-Day Cup. I forget who won. That was the One-Day Cup, probably some hapless no-name outfit who just had a lucky streak to get in the final. Apparently Freddie bagged up on the duty-free at Heathrow Airport and stayed in the bag for the whole 6 weeks. Freddie Flintoff contributed $1.87 million to the West Indies economy alone. Still with cricket, and Bulls superquick Michael Kasperovich will play on. Good. He's accepted a one-year contract, 07-08. It's his 19th season. Last year he could only manage 9 balls due to back and groin strain, so the Bulls management are taking a bit of a chance with the kid who's now 35. I got a video of those 9 deliveries. As soon as I heard that, I went to MySpace YouTube and got out those balls. They were tremendous, the unplayable deliveries. And what about those Wallabies? Last week against Wales, completely brilliant, and this week they dismantled Fiji in Perth. Obviously, I'd say this team is buoyed by the return of John O'Neill to the top job off the paddock, and the big difference on the paddock, one word, Lottie, is just electrifying. They just can't handle him. Now, if we can only squeeze Ding-Dong Dell back into the side, we could be going somewhere with the World Cup just weeks away now. And with the parrot free of his Today commitments, he's been poking around in union rooms where his modern, sophisticated ways are always welcome in the rooms. And apparently was a big part of getting, John O'Neill back into the top job. Yachting and Team New Zealand snared the Louis Vuitton trophy and now will challenge the Swiss barge Alinghi in the America's Cup in the Mediterranean Super of Valencia. Their opponent, Luna Rossa, completely outclassed by Team New Zealand. Completely outclassed. I mean, they were thrashed by the best part of a metre in every race. Kayaking, and just a snippet in passing from the world, Super Aussies Chantel Meek and Lindsay Fogarty blow away the competition in the K2 1200 at the Flatwater Canoe World Cup in France. And the AFL umpires are cleared of dudding the Swans last Saturday night at the SCG in their 1-point loss to the Essendon Bombers, coached by, of course, Kevin Sheedy. The crowd went off. Mercifully, yesterday, Sunday was prevailed where, with the help of umpires this time, they managed to beat the happy team from Hawthorn by 9 points. And with racing cancelled at Randwick due to the big wet for the first time in a decade, and just before we go on, isn't it time in this day and age we roofed Randwick? I mean, this is happening twice in a decade now. They've had to call the races off. I mean, it's far too, people are starting to laugh. And can I just say, if you can string shade cloth over the Great Barrier Reef, and I believe that's on the cards now with the budget allocation for the 4 poles to be dug in and the shade cloth to be sponsored by Bunnings, surely we can get some sort of, protective cover over the top of Randwick. I mean, it's just amateurish what's going on out there now. I went past and saw people jet skiing on it. I mean, I don't know why they didn't just quickly re-establish the fields and have a jet ski race. Would have been great. Could have bet on which jet ski would win. Anyway, all eyes with Randwick off. All eyes were on the Eagle Farm, and the Stradbroke won by Sniper's Bullet, just blousing out Gold Edition with my selection, Benedetti running third. The QTC Derby taken out by Empire's Choice from Volcanic Star. And what a card tomorrow, highlighted by the Brisbane Cup over the boot distance of 2,400 metres. No idea why they shortened it. I loved it. It was 3,200 metres, but it's back to 2,400 metres. My two in that are Brave Lancer and Mandela. And in the TJ Smith, completing a cracker of a carnival, we've got Diamond Deck and Master Assassin, the Moody conveyance, Master Assassin. Sadly this week, no Feathers news, no Stink news, no Mad Dog news, no Your Minor Bunnies news, nothing at all. And just a couple of quotes. A lovely quote from Bob McCarthy setting the scene for Origin 2 Wednesday night. When they're aggressive to you, you've got to be aggressive back. You can't kiss blokes. You can't kiss blokes. And another touch of quoting madness, really, concerning the France and the All Blacks, who played a second test last night in New Zealand. France, according to the number 6, Jerry Collins, he's been playing a long time. France will be a whole lot better this week. It's kind of getting chucked into a lion's cage, blindfolded with a plastic baton, I suppose. This week, the guys in the lion's cage has got a gun and he knows what the lion looks like. It's a vast improvement, and that was borne out on the scoreboard. New Zealand 61, France 10. And can I just say, in passing, isn't it great to know that Paris is back behind bars? I mean, I feel so much safer. I feel as though the world has turned the corner finally. I don't know what she's going to do in there. I mean, why didn't she take her iPod in? She could listen to us or the Parrot. Downloaded the Parrot and listened to a lot of motivational sprays. But with those few thought starters hurled onto the bonfire, it's time to ask rampaging Roy Slavin. Got any dynamite in the pocket you want to toss into the pond sport?
Yes, thanks, HG. Just a couple of headlines. You've really covered essentially the turf, I think you'd have to say. But I was drawn to the enormous success of little Alicia Molik winning the doubles at Roland Garros. And this will filter down. A lot of people say, oh, well, that's not going to mean anything to anyone. Wrong. You know, your Peter Luchaks, your other Aussie battlers out there on the tour.
Todd Guccione.
Yeah, they're going to look at this and think, well, that could be me. You know, and they're going to get interested in their doubles, and once you get the doubles on, once you've mastered doubles, then you can look at your singles again. You know, I'm sick and tired of these singles players refusing to play doubles and looking down on doubles. Doubles can help, and not only with your week to week payments and you cover your strings and balls and that sort of thing. It's a great little earner, and you meet new friends, good friends. You make some very, very solid friends on the doubles circuit, and it does help you with your hands at the net, should you get there as a singles player. If ever you want to rope the net into your game, you think, oh, well, here I am at a set point. Why don't I surprise him or her and put down a reasonably big serve and follow it into the net and just see what happens. Good. Well, if you've had some doubles experience, you've got those quick hands, you know what to expect at the net, that you're going to have to get the ball before it bounces and volley it away. And these skills, Alicia's got writ large, and I'm just so proud that she stuck with it. Yeah. She didn't say, oh, well, I've been sick and, my singles is not going all that well, so I'm not going to play doubles. She didn't say that. She stuck with her doubles and has come out with a trophy, with a Grand Slam trophy that she shared with somebody else. And I think that is just fantastic news, and the best news we've had in Australian tennis for ever since I can remember. And is this getting big, front page news, no. Stop the press, that sort of thing? Talk of a ticker tape parade, as the new Minister of Sport said anything? No, not a word. And I think that it's poor form when this great struggling champion of ours has managed to step up and snare a Grand Slam trophy. Remember, you can never take that away from her.
And remember, she couldn't get out of bed.
No, she couldn't.
This time last year.
No,
it was impossible. We were writing her off.
No, we were. Now, I don't know if that's telling us something about the standard of doubles at the moment. I don't know.
Never been better, Roy.
Never been better.
Exciting.
All right. Valentino Rossi has equalled the record of Mighty Mick Doohan in winning his 6th successive Italian GP. I phoned Mighty Mick. I haven't thought of Mighty Mick in ages. God almighty, people forget how good Mighty Mick was. Mighty Mick Doohan. And he was very philosophical about it. He said he was totally unaware that his record had been equalled. Yeah, that's typical Mick. Yeah. He doesn't know the records he holds. I said to Mick, do you know how many records you hold? He said, no, I wouldn't have a clue. And that's what I like about him, Some players, some people, some sports people, you can say to them, have you ever won a GP? You ever won a doubles Grand Slam event? And I'll say, yeah, I won France. They'll big note themselves, that sort of thing. Not Mick. He's not that sort of bloke. No.
He doesn't know how many bones he's broken.
No, he doesn't. No idea. He just knows he feels pain every time he gets out of bed. And indeed every time he gets into bed. Often he can't remember why. I say to him, Mick, it's because, you've had a lot of accidents. Did I? What did I do? It used to be, motorcycle. Remember that? No. Apart from that, he's a lovely bloke.
With a great memory.
Oh, memory. Oh, and the memories he's left us with.
Oh, and like if you say how many points did the Brisbane Lions score in the first quarter of the grand final, the first one they won?
Mick's the one you turn to.
Yeah.
Mick's the one you turn to. Because you know he'll have a stab of it. He might be wrong, but he's going to come up with a number. And that's what I like about it.
Confidence.
Yeah.
Like you could say, who won the French Open doubles? Which Australian? Alicia Molik.
Yeah. He might not say that.
No.
He might say Justin Hennon. And you think, close, Mick. Yeah, no, well, actually, she won the singles. And she's not Australian. But apart from that, she might have won the doubles.
Yeah, that's right.
That's Mick. He just takes it,
In his stride.
In his stride, totally. He's used to being told he was wrong. All his life. That's what he said to me once. I've been wrong all my life. I said, you're right. Now, Russian Sultan Ibragimov.
Oh, yes.
He's claimed the WBO World Heavyweight belt.
Tremendous.
It is. He's come from nowhere, this bloke. He's outpointed the great Shannon Briggs. I thought Briggs'd hold this belt for a little while longer. This is his first defence, Briggs. And let you know the turmoil, really, that, the heavyweight ranks are in. They are in total turmoil. People say to me, isn't it great? You never know who's going to be... I say it's hopeless. I'm terribly disappointed. We have no real champion at the moment. I'm hoping that this bloke...
could unify a few belts.
Ibragimov may well... string a few... be the new next big thing.
Now, the WBO is pathetic, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's not like your WBA, your PABA, or
the IBF,
MEL,
the
IBF, IBC, IBO. Yeah.
It's the worst of the lot.
It's very ordinary. Still, it's a bit of a step up for the Russian who's, just found himself there by accident. I think he drove the bloke who was going to be fighting, who tripped Mick Doohan style.
Banged his head on the corner post.
Yeah. And, Mighty Mick, had he driven someone to the WBO... and the bloke fell over, Mick would have put the gloves on. He's that sort of bloke. He mightn't have won, but he'd have given it a go. That's Mick. And then not remember to think about it. Now, where are we? Dav Watmore is favoured to be the new coach of India, which is great news for Watmore freaks and for Indian cricket freaks, who are disappointed by the Greg Chappell experiment, which I think we said at the time was never going to work. Never going to work. Greg, let's be fair... doesn't think much of India, doesn't like it there, doesn't enjoy the climate, doesn't enjoy much about it at all, and has always had difficulty with Indian players in the past. We assumed this wasn't going to work, and he was just doing it as a G-up. And so I think...
World cricket.
And I think it's proven to be a G-up. Well, it's not going to be a G-up for Dav Watmore because he takes his cricket a little bit seriously.
And he has had runs on the board
with Sri Lanka. Yes, he turned Sri Lanka right around. They were just a busted ass,
hopeless,
flood-ridden, bloody hopeless.
Tsunami hit.
All they had is a couple of bales and a willing heart. Well, he's turned them right around. Now, Les Davidson has called for... Remember Les Davidson, what a great player Les was. He was a blue forward. Never knew how to take a backward step. That was his undoing, really, in the end, wasn't it, Les Davidson? Anyway, he's called for the Blues forwards to go the hammer.
I'm sure of this.
Very interesting thoughts, aren't they? I thought, wonder who managed to winkle that out of Les. I don't know, just out of the blue.
One of the
someone's
greats,
phoned Les and said, Les, what do you reckon the Blues go the hammer? And what a refreshing idea that is. And I hope this is filtering through to Murray and all the coaching staff.
And let's not forget, Les coined the term powdered, because he thinks the Maroons might powder, and they're a bunch of pillows.
They are, that's right.
So when you put hammer, powder and pillows
together, yep, you get something interesting, don't you? And I don't just mean Mighty Mick Doohan. Now, Tommy Raudonikis, just back from his walk right across Asia with John Singleton.
He did the first 150 and loved it so much he just kept
going. Yeah, he just kept going. What a great Australian he is to retrace the steps of our POWs during 39-45. A great thing to do. I think it might have been Singo's idea. I don't imagine Tommy would have had the idea himself, but he did it. Well, Tommy's he's much simpler in his call. He just thinks Thurston has got to be smashed.
Right.
Smashed.
Right.
As he said, I don't like seeing blokes, taken off the play, on a stretcher. But being a professional, you want to see it happen. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. I think, a lot of Blues would be very happy if Thurston was smashed and taken off in a St John's ambulance, people. And that could happen. I mean, that could be a terrific opening.
Right. Just somebody walk up to him and King hit him?
Well, I suppose that's what Tommy means. I suppose Tommy means when he's got the ball.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe smash him. One bloke go in and hold him up, two others go in and either side and
squeeze
smash him,
the life out of him.
and then a fourth bloke goes in and kicks the shit out of him, something like that. I suppose they'll work it out. They'll work it out.
They'd be practising now, wouldn't they?
They would. They would. Now, the Wallabies, as you mentioned, actually, have turned the clock back, not only to O'Neill, but I thought more interestingly, have turned the clock back to George Gregan. And didn't George turn him around last week with Wales in that second half? I haven't seen the Wallabies play that well in years, not since the great John Eales. I thought for a moment, I said to you, there's Ealesy out there. Yeah. Remember?
Oh, it's just incredible.
Yeah, it was incredible. And he did the same again last night. You know, Greig's really turned it on. And, why discard a bloke just because he's played 110 Test matches if he's still playing well?
Correct.
You know, I just don't see the logic of it.
Yeah.
I don't see the logic. It's ageist, thank you. So to have O'Neill back and Gregan back, I'm feeling quite sanguine about the World Cup. And Lottie, those speed skills that he showed last night, he's taken a month off to do a bit of speed training. And that's just fantastic. I mean, he's added, I should say removed, I was going to say added maybe 10 or 15 yards, old speak, to his 100 yards, hasn't he? To his 10 seconds, easily. Now, the Bob Woolmer case is still in limbo with the question still unanswered. Was he killed or not?
No, where are you thinking?
Well, I think he was killed.
Yes, murdered.
Murdered. That's my feeling. But the as you know, the English constabulary seem to think he might have died of natural causes, and we've heard nothing yet from the various authorities in the West Indies yet as to what they've made of this probe that's come from
Scotland Yard.
From Scotland Yard. Yes. But I want to know. I want to know, because I'm like you, I'm still asking questions.
I'm married, 2 young kids and having a third for the government. Gary's flat out with shift work and I'm trying to keep my job at the hot bread shop. Childcare, honestly, it costs too much. Well, it did. Until Pam at work suggested I ring the Alan Jones Scouts for God Childcare Centre. I couldn't be happier. I rang and spoke to Alan personally. He fitted both the boys in and it only costs $5 a day. It's changed all our lives. Really.
G'day, Frosty in the Hood here, and it's Good News Week. How's this for a deal? On any top-of-the-range new Lantras and the Beerers, Frosty Finance offers you this. You keep your money, you keep the car, and you don't start repaying for 15 years. And here's the killer, no interest. I've got to move new cars, and Frosty's legendary 25 years or 597,000 kilometres warranty applies, plus a guaranteed average 43 routes per year. Got it? 25 years, 15 years no payment, plenty of routes, and Diamond Class after-sales service as well, which includes a free weekly wash, a spare battery, and a yearly software upgrade on the sat-nav, an iPod with 5,000 free downloads, 50 top-shelf blue films starring Ron Jeremy, Panther Craig Gower, Little Ralphie Valadares, and the sensational LA T-Birds. Deals like this don't come often, so come on down to Lakemba and turn left at the Mufti's place. Can't miss it.
Australian Sports Mysteries is a fully funded federal government initiative ably supported by Slaynell Wholesalers, who distribute Date Fingers, the McCracken Fittler 1250, the Shooting Bloopers video range, and manufacturers of the Oosterhoos, the Nobilo, and the Jose Maria Olazabal, the working person's hole-finding irons.
Roy, just before we come to the build-up of State of Origin, again, this problem of Australian movies, or the Australian film industry avoiding sporting stories as subject matters for their films.
I didn't realise this was a theme.
Well,
Really? Didn't we have the Club, David Williamson's The Club many years ago?
I think piece was written in the Fairfax by Phil Derriman. He mentions he was watching, obviously, Seven's remake of Body and Soul about... it's sort of a boxing saga.
Yeah.
Then he says that Americans to a lesser extent British have always been willing to make movies about sport, whereas supposedly sports-great Australians haven't.
What a good idea, yeah.
Well, there's obviously The Club, and there's Far Lap, the film, and there's a lot of associated sporting things. You know, anyway, not that...
There was a Bodyline television series.
Bodyline television series, of course. Yeah. Not that we wouldn't make them if we could. The fact is Australian sporting heroes tend to have limited international appeal, making it all but impossible for people wanting to make movies to attract the necessary backing. Now, in the mid-90s, a movie company reportedly approached the Bradman Trust wanting to make a film about Dodd and Bradman's life, apparent on the expectation of selling millions of tickets in cinema alone. This came to naught because of the age of Don and his missus, and it's obviously put too much strain on the couple. Now, in more recent times...
But how would you possibly tell the Don story in 90 minutes of film?
Well, it's just
you couldn't do
or explain the Don's magic to India.
Yeah.
See, Brokeback Bradman, which is a film we've talked about some time here, which focuses on the early Don's life and his attachment or affection for the young Archie Thompson, if I've got the right, what would I call it, soulmate.
Archie Jackson, it might have been.
Archie Jackson, is it? Yes, who might have been the one who died in the bed all those years ago.
Did.
Now, obviously, Russell Crowe was going to play the Don, and it was rumoured that Del Saylor would play Archie, which was great, casting, and obviously there'd be plenty of interest in that. But again, look at the angle you have to do to get, bearing out exactly what you're describing, look at the angle you have to do to get a purchase on the Don story. Only a tiny little bit of it can be told in that, say, 2-hour burst, which would be just fantastic. And don't tell me that India wouldn't go for, Russell as Don and Archie, Archie played by Del. But that's the most recent But then there's so many. I mean, the Jason Ackermanis story would be a great one to tell.
Is that up for a film?
I don't think that...
remember that great Australian film, The Coolangatta Gold?
That's fantastic. That was a great hit.
It was.
Coolangatta Gold, about a surf life-saving competition, which I think was based on an actual event.
It was. And I think the Coolangatta Gold, there's talk of it returning as an annual event.
It might have begun last year.
Yes, it did. It did. It was a great film, The
Peter Brock film, starring Russell Crowe as Peter Brock. It's an absolute natural. In fact, I think, I'm saying the producers thought when they saw Russell it was an uncanny fit for Peter. When they saw Crowe walk in, they thought, hello, Peter's come back.
Yeah. Has that script been signed off yet, actually? Do we know?
Well, I think the script's been signed off, but we haven't found the money. But, again... I believe with Brocky's international profile, it wouldn't be too hard to find a way of getting money for a project like that, especially out of Asia where they loved Peter Brock. Again, the Mick Doohan story. You mentioned Mick a couple of times today.
Well, that's crying out to be made.
It is. It is.
Your opening scene might be Mick in the garage now.
With a feeler gauge.
Sitting on his bike.
Couple of memories?
Yeah. Someone say comes in. Are you Mick Doohan? Yeah. Didn't you win the... Yeah, I might have done. Flashback. See, that's the way you started.
Well, I tell you what, how about this? Mick, did you ever get hurt? I understand, MotoGP.
That's, it's not bad.
Hurt. And then...
he says, no, not really. Then his doctor comes in. You there, Mick?
Yeah. Time for your medication?
Yeah. Oh, what's he need medication for? Didn't he tell you? No.
Well... He broke his leg. How did you break his leg? Flashback. Bang. Then you got it, you're in.
Yeah.
Sure, I don't know how you fit the romance into it. I don't know how you, obviously if it was going into India, it'd have to have a Bollywood-style treatment. So there'd be a dancing chorus of scantily clad people, coming out from underneath Mick's Hills hoist and behind the double bed sheet there, the stained double bed sheet, out they'd come. And, I don't know, maybe they get into a bus and off they'd go to see the IndyCar race or something like that, just plotting on the run here.
Yeah. But I tell you what, HG, there's no shortage of subject matter, is there? I mean, whoever wrote this article is
wrong.
Right.
It's sort of wrong and right.
Wrong and right. He's right. Yeah. He's right in as much as... You see, the Joey John story, why isn't that up as a film already?
John story.
They'd love that all over the world, especially, around Wigan and Castleford.
That'd be fantastic. Don't tell me the rugby league doesn't. I mean, tell you what, Lebanon, they'd love it, especially if Russell Crowe is playing Joey Johns. It's just an ideal bit of casting. I mean, Russell really hasn't got enough time to do all these films because he's just a natural for all of them.
Yeah.
But on the point, just before we go into the Joey Johns, apparently Foxtel says the average MotoGP audience has doubled this year since Stoner has taken the lead in the championship. I think he lost.
I don't think the world's ready for a Casey Stoner film yet.
No, but this just bears out your Mick Doohan thesis.
Yes.
Last Saturday, the telecast of the Italian GP had reached an audience of 415,000. The next race is the Catalunya GP, screened on Fox Sport tomorrow evening, meaning tonight. Telecast lead-up race at 6:45. The question whether Stoner can hold off, world champion Valentino
Rossi,
etc. I mean, all of a sudden you can see a plot forming here. Can he? Can't he?
Yes.
But I agree with you. I don't know. I don't think he's done enough yet to make a film about it.
Jason Crump might have done that.
Well, Jason Crump, the Crump story.
You just call it Crump, wouldn't you?
You would.
And that's enough to get the turnstiles ticking over, before looking at a frame.
Can I tell you what? Just let out this Crump 2 shot at the same time.
I'll make it first.
Roy, Mark Geyer, obviously always ready with a quote at Origin time, but he says in an interesting article that the Murdoch Press got this week, an AFL tsunami. An AFL tsunami is threatening rugby league's heartland with a concerted recruitment push targeting NRL's future stars. The latest star is Nick Perry, who's on a $20,000 AFL scholarship.
Right.
He's the second youngster from the Rugby League Central that the AFL powerhouse Collingwood has recruited through the AFL endorsed talent spotting scheme this year. Former NRL great and Panthers star Mark Geyer is concerned by the scholarship program, introduced last year, designed, according to Geyer, to poach league's most talented juniors. The people at NRL have to pull their finger out.
Gee.
That's Geyer. Pull their finger out. Without wishing to throw daggers at anyone, the AFL boys are doing things better. Geyer has lived in league's heartland all his life. He's noticing a growing AFL presence in the West. He witnessed AFL scouts attending under-12 games, taking notes and talking of promising young players about switching to the Aussie rules. An AFL tsunami is slowly building, and it's going to swamp everything if we don't do anything about it. Last year, the AFL club signed 23 New South Wales teenage 14 to 17 scholarships, etc. Is he right, Roy?
Well, it sounds pretty right to me, HG. I have seen people whom in days gone by I would have assumed were rugby league scouts, taking notes of players, etc., etc. But if Mark's right, and they are... See, I had no idea that Nick Perry had gone to the AFL.
No, he has.
Because there were big raps on Nick Perry, whispers receiving me.
You seen any video of him?
Yeah, I did.
He reminded you of a young Mullen, didn't he?
Yes.
The way he just dominates the game.
Yeah. I thought there was a terrific future for him in the rugby league. But maybe, rugby league, and it comes down to the way to rugby league officials, really, that they've got to, if they do see people taking notes, they've got to go up to them and say, what are you doing? What are your credentials? Can I see your licence? Can I see your, your papers, etc., to see if you're ticketed? And if they're not...
A lot of these people aren't, Roy.
Well, they should be frog marched straight out of the ground. And branded, not wanted. We don't want you here.
Do you know what worries me about that story is if I was the Murdoch Press, I would have been immediately on to our people in Melbourne and asked, that $11 million or was it $23 million, I forget which.
A lot of money.
Was given by the NRL to promote the game tsunami style in the heartland of the AFL, the Melbourne suburbs, and got a nice story, a nice think piece about how NRL has had success in, say, wooing... Nathan Buckley away from Collingwood to rugby league, just to state that, whether it was true
or a young Nathan Buckley.
A young Nathan Buckley, somebody who was described as the next Nathan Buckley.
Or a young Nick Perry type.
A young Nick Perry type, that's right. To play rugby league.
Well, I don't know how the Storm recruitment drive is going with their Premier League and with their flag and with their SG Ball. I don't know where they stand. I'd like to think, though, that they're not having any difficulty at all because of the success of the Storm. Wherever I go in Melbourne these days,
the Storm, man.
People are talking Storm. And they're saying this rugby league team that, obviously was stitched on and was a bit of a hybrid there to begin with, we love. We feel that they are part of the Melbourne landscape now. And that's got to be a good thing. Now whether this is causing kids to put their hands up and say, well, AFL, it's great, but bloody hell, there's something about this rugby league I like. Well, they're the stories we want to hear, and that's what the Murdoch Press has got to find, these stories in Melbourne, to counterbalance this rubbish that's coming from your Mark Geyer types.
Absolutely, I couldn't have put it better myself, rubbish.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, isn't it refreshing what would be good is if they said something like along the lines, I thought of playing doubles.
Yeah.
I thought of AFL. I thought of riding a MotoGP, but I've decided to play rugby league.
Yes.
I've thought of Wigan. I've thought of, some of those...
Castleford.
All that sort of stuff, and I think that's for me.
Yes.
Now...
Well, it can't be that difficult to unearth one of those, a story like that, HG. It can't be. You've just got to go to Craig Bellamy or whoever's at Storm HQ.
They'll give it to you.
They'll give you the names.
They'll make it up.
They'll give you the names. There's got to be 100 Nick Perrys in Melbourne.
Well...
who could have been great AFL players have said, no, sorry, I'm going to play rugby league.
Now, look, let's let's say you did get the 11 million. Let's say it was 11 million. It's more like 23 million.
Yeah.
20,000 into 11 million is a hell of a lot of scholarships, isn't it? And now, sure, there'd be some administrative fees, somebody would trouser a bit, but let's say you're getting down to about, say, 1 million to dish up to players, because let's face it, administrative costs, you know, it's not cheap. Overheads, car, to go around, notebook, to make the notes in pencil, all that sort of stuff.
Stationery.
These things do add up. Business cards, tickets, as in getting your licence to be able to be a note taker, you know, and all that sort of stuff. It's a lot of work involved. It's not to be underestimated. But let's say we've got $1 million to play with. Well, it's still a hell of a lot of 20,000. Now, if I'm right, 5 20s make 100.
Yes.
And so you've got 100,000, and then you've got 1,000 of those. So you're looking at, say, maybe, you know, at least upwards of 5,000 players, or at least 500 players, depending on if I've got the maths right or wrong. 500 players, let's say, not a bad pool.
Well, that's not a bad army.
Out of Melbourne. It's an army.
Well, that's cheap for your 23 million, isn't it?
Dirt cheap.
If you get 500 first-grade players coming out of Melbourne.
It's incredible.
Well, that's got to be great. Now, by Melbourne, I just mean Victoria in general. Do you mean Melbourne exclusively? Did that 23 million, was that earmarked for Melbourne, or was that earmarked for Victoria?
No, Melbourne.
Melbourne. Okay, all right.
In all honesty, you know, and I've been around a bit, you know, like Wonthaggi, the Melbourne Storm don't necessarily talk to the Wonthaggi people. It will eventually.
No, is there talk of an away game being played there? Or
well, that's what
like
they need.
Yes,
they need a bit of seed capital to get the Melbourne Storm to tour about it. Melbourne Storm stay too much in Melbourne for mine.
Yes, they're being a bit branded, a bit Melbourne-centric. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right. Or Horsham, regional centres. How about a game in Ballarat? Bendigo. It'd be fantastic.
Yes,
right in the
heartland. It would. I'm liking this thinking, yes.
And then, of course, you've got, if let's say it was 23 million, so you've got 11 million to spend in Melbourne alone and 12 million to spend in the rest of Victoria.
Yes.
Same thing. Don't tell me the kids...
But is this money able to go to the Storm to finance the bus and the travel costs and the putting up the appropriate...
signage?
Well, not only signage, but goalposts, etc. Say at your ovals at Bendigo or Ballarat or...
Drawing the lining on the field.
Yeah.
A lot of that would...
Your line marking and all that sort of stuff.
True. I hadn't thought that.
Well, I don't know.
Timekeeping.
Yep.
The hooter has to be put in.
Someone manning the turnstiles and making sure people are ticketed.
In the paper saying, you know, Storm playing Canberra this week in Ballarat. People on...
Well, that's not cheap. That stuff does add up. Now, maybe some of the money's gone in that direction. I just hope it hasn't been...
frittered away.
Yeah, frittered away, say, buying balls and sending them out to schools who don't use them.
Yeah, or offering, you know, PE teachers, say, $1,500 each to get on board the rugby league train.
Yeah, because they won't do it, will they?
They just trouser it.
Yeah, they would. And you can't blame them.
No, you can't blame them. There's no need. There's no need. Yeah. Now, having said that, got that out of the road, Gaia, the same person, has warned New South Wales forwards they'll be deserted by officials if they follow instructions to whack Queensland. But he said last night they should do it anyway.
Yeah, good on him.
If that means a 4 to 6 week suspension, so be it.
So be it, yeah.
Said the man who never played Origin again after his 6-week ban in 1991.
That was worth it, though.
It was.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember it.
No regrets.
No regrets, that's right. Oh, you can't have any regrets.
Regret non rien.
France, great rugby league country. Now, obviously, we've canvassed that the Bob McCarthy selector has, the whack back. Eminent QC Alan Sullivan, midweek, joined Gaia in warning that using comments like those of McCarthy as part of a judiciary defence had already been tried and failed.
It is?
Yeah.
He told me to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that happened to Les Boyd, didn't it?
It did. Someone tried a few years ago, saying the coach revved the blokes up in the room. No one took any notice of that, according to Sullivan QC. But Guy said of McCarthy's comments, the players themselves, I think, would have been slightly happy. Odd sentence there. But they've basically got the green light from the selector. You've just got to go out there and do whatever you can do to win it for your state. My whole opinion on this is you've got one game to worry about. That's next Wednesday. If you worry about the suspension after that, you shouldn't be playing Origin. They're refreshing thoughts.
That's really cleared the matter up. And that must be great for the the New South Wales forwards to read that. You know, it really must clarify the mind for them and let them think, well, all right, okay, the tap reckons we've got to go out there and clobber them, and if I get suspended, so be it.
Yeah, so be it. I can't worry about the match against Parramatta the following
you can't.
Or the match after that against the Storm in Ballarat. All that sort of stuff. You can't worry about that.
No.
It's gone.
It's gone.
And if I have to sit out, well, we just hope the boys have a bit of a bucket parade at the game at the Turnstile to raise some money to get food for the...
Well, there's always boxing.
Yeah. That's right. Queensland Rugby League chief Ross Livermore said players should remember they're bound by the rules of the game. Oh, Lord,
players, is there any evidence that players are forgetting that?
Not words of the selectors. There's a code of conduct in place for the players to adhere to on and off the field. Yeah. Those blokes are selectors. Obviously, they want a winning side, so they're just trying to fire up the team. But Guy expects some New South Wales forwards to take McCarthy too literally.
Gee.
I would have to say, be careful what you do, because sometimes, as in my case in 91, what you get told to do and what they say after, they will, on what they say they will do afterwards are two different things. It's good to go out with a licence to thrill, ... Yeah. One of the sideline eyes came up to me after the game and thought I'd been made man of the match.
Right.
He said you've been cited on 6 different... he thought he'd been made man of the match, but he said you've been cited on 6 different incidents. When I went
Instead of man of the match.
Lord, he must be thick as 2 short planks. Anyway, be that as may. When I went to the judiciary, I said I was told to run amok. And they said, we didn't say anything like that. That's the selectors. I was basically given a green light just after coming off suspension. I expressed my worries to the selectors. They said, it's state of origin, you can't get suspended, or sent off. I said, thank you, Jesus. I didn't realise he was picking the team. Anyway, Guy was never named the officials who told him to create havoc with impunity. They're still involved in the game. He said, once they retire, I might say something. Another silk who's been judiciary dozens of times, Michael Conn said, if it's premeditated, if you run in and deck someone who's done something to one of your mates, you're in big trouble. Solicitor Jeff Ballou, who represented Andrew Johns in 1995 when he used Tommy Rodonica's cattle dog call as his defence for punching Queenslander Jamie Goddard. I appeared in that, and there was some suggestion that when Tommy made a certain call to start belting someone. Can I tell you, it didn't do any good. I didn't realise this, that he'd shout out, cattle dog! And they'd all end them.
Oh, you often have a signal. Yeah.
It used to be, what did Benny Elias used to have? He used to have something like New South Wales.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Now... I'll let that all... We can come back and talk about that.
Well, that's all fascinating, isn't it? That might come out in the film, the Mark Geyer film.
Oh, he's got a film, has he?
Well, I'm assuming.
Will Russell be playing that?
Well, he could.
Yeah.
Because that'd be an interesting scene, where the unnamed officials get him aside and say, listen, mate, you got to go out there and create mayhem this afternoon, tonight. You got to go there and kill them.
Yeah, but how would we do that? Because they'd have to be just...
Well, they'd be shot from behind.
So you wouldn't see their faces. Yeah. Or when they turn around,
underlit,
they get that
you get... No, this is a film, you'd have careful... Like, you get someone like Dean Semler or someone like that who's really good at lighting, so that they'd be in shade, and you'd have...
Shadow figure.
Yeah.
Talking low.
Yeah, talking low.
Now, what a great film, the Mark Geyer film.
Yeah. Because they were pretty heady days at Penrith, weren't they?
They were. Amazing. They won a flag. People forget that premiership.
They did.
Royce Simmons, God, there's a part. Wouldn't it be great to play Royce Simmons?
Yeah, Oh, there'd be actors,
queuing up,
ripping their heads off to play Royce Simmons.
Now, speaking of that, the part then would be the referee. I forget, it might have been Mick Stone or that'd be a part too.
It would. Well, there might be a film in Mick Stone.
Now here, how about this? Referee
Mick Stone film.
Oh, I can't see that happening.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose. Written in the right way of a troubled soul, seeking release by blowing a whistle.
Seeking fairness.
In rugby league, a difficult thing. And remember, it came after a very trying period for rugby league referees.
Hollywood.
You'd see that. Yeah, I know, that's right. Where it was considered, a quid here, a quid there. Yeah. Anything could happen. I'm not saying Hartley did that, but others might have. Unnamed, because they're still refereeing.
Yeah. Because there's still officials in the game.
Now, how about this?
What if Bob McCarthy was around whispering in ears when the tap was going around?
Well, I think he might have been. He's been a selector a very long time. Now, referee Shane Hayne, who's been appointed, Wednesday night, he's declared... Well, how about this? Dean Ritchie writes this for Murdoch. Referee Shane Hayne has spoken about controlling Wednesday night's State of Origin powder keg.
Powder keg? God, it has ratcheted up, hasn't it?
It's a powder keg, not a game of rugby league. He's got to referee a powder keg. He's declaring, I won't be gun shy.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. So...
He's prepared to blow the whistle.
Is
that what he's saying? Is that the implication?
Well, as I understand it...
If someone goes in and say second man, third man in,
off they go.
Fourth man in...
Well, I think what he's saying is if they reduce to pulling guns, I'm happy to disarm them.
Oh, okay.
with the skills I've learned as a referee.
Is there any suggestion any of the Blues players are going out with guns on them? Because I tell you, that would start something if in the opening exchanges somebody's shot.
And not sent off. I'll tell you what, that'd be a powder keg. That would be amazing.
It would, wouldn't it?
I think that.
Well, what an interesting case it was, mate.
It would.
Mate. You know, I was told to take the gun out and shoot one of them.
Yeah. And I heard the voice cattle dog from in the stands. So I went bang. I didn't kill him or anything. I just shot him in the arm. You know, just winged him. Obviously, I wouldn't kill him. I mean, so mate, same club. Anyway, he's not going to be gun shy. Hayne is making his origin debut, claimed he would not hesitate to become the only the third ref in origin history to miss a player. Obviously, there's a lot of talk about mongrel and firing up. Hayne, obviously after Simpkins, he says, if there's something to be dealt with, I'll deal with it. That's great. If someone warrants a send-off, I'll send them off. That's our job. If an incident needs to be addressed strongly, then I'll do it.
Gee.
Gun shy,
sounds like he's going to ruin the game as a spectacle.
Each state will be trying to G the other up. I just want to concentrate on refereeing. I'll deal with what happens, but they're the best players in the world, so I won't be going out there to say I'm the boss.
But that's what he normally does. That's why the players hate him. I mean, Rugby League Week in the Bible, he's consistently named as the most disliked referee.
He is.
Because he's haughty, he talks down to them, he doesn't treat them as mates.
No, that's right. Well, that's what Simpkins is great at.
Yeah.
They often go out to tea with him.
They do.
Both sides. The intensity will certainly be there for longer periods and the match will be a lot quicker than club games, but I'll try and keep the sides apart and let them play some football. I can't wait. I'm nervous. I'm not nervous. I'm more excited and I'm not definitely gun shy. So that's great, isn't it?
That is good.
And I've got to say is that...
I tell you what, every member of the public's hoping that Shane has a great game, aren't they?
What an interesting observation that is, Roy.
Wherever I go, everyone's talking, Shane, I hope he has a great game.
And when they say that, what they like a fat 10, do they? And, they don't like holding down in the tackle and they want quick play
the balls, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, with, rewards for dominant tackles.
And obstruction, which is obviously...
he's trying to stamp out obstruction.
Yeah, I understand that.
Without disturbing the second man play.
Mm-hmm. Now, will he go upstairs?
Of course he'll go upstairs.
Well,
he's mad if he doesn't.
Yeah.
Because he's not hiding to nothing. If you don't go upstairs and you're found to be wrong, you look like an idiot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So he's going upstairs.
He'll go upstairs. Of course he'll go upstairs.
Now, the other thing, grounding. Is he a stickler for grounding?
Of course he's a stickler for grounding.
Right.
Oh, well, I assume everyone is, aren't they?
Mm.
I haven't spoken to anyone this week who isn't a stickler for grounding, I'm telling you now.
Well, what I've got to say...
But I want to know how he's going to diffuse a stink, because there's got to be a stink. Now, is he going to penalise second man in, third man in, fourth man in? How's that going to work?
I don't know.
The dog whistle goes up, everyone's in?
Yeah. No, well, look, can I just say that I see this whole build-up this week, and I don't mean that... Look, I love the talk, finding the tap and getting something fresh from the tap. That was great. I mean, it's not easy to get him to talk anything new.
No.
Going to the lawyers, the QCs and that, I thought that was terrific.
Yeah, and insights that I'd never heard of.
Didn't know that was happening.
No.
But can I just say this, that this seems to me a bit of a desperate wheeze to sell the remaining 10,000 tickets?
You think? You think so?
Gladly, I do. I know it's unfair.
Do we know how many buses, and I know Sid Fogg will be bringing down a whole contingent from Newcastle, fingers crossed that the Pacific Highway's opened up after the disaster that's befallen the Hunter Valley.
Yeah.
Do we know how many buses are coming up from Melbourne?
Well, I think 17.
No, that's not
17. It's not bad. So they're bringing up, let's say, they're going to allow people to stand too. Which
on
I
the bus.
All the way up from Melbourne, which I think is refreshing.
Yeah, good.
So I think they can get about 75 onto each bus.
Yeah.
So they're bringing up quite a best part of 1,000 people.
Oh, isn't that good? That's great news.
And they've sold them a block tickets and they've given them banners and all that sort of stuff. So, we're from Melbourne and we love our league.
Oh, okay. Isn't that good?
Yeah, that's really good.
Oh, okay.
Really good. But you know what? See, the thing is that about middle of last week, people were sort of a bit uncertain, I think it's fair to say, apart from the people you spoke to, a bit uncertain about going. Obviously, everybody wanted to have
even when they knew Shane Hayne was blowing the whistle? Right. See, I thought that would have been a big plus.
I don't think it's been promoted.
They would have brought in the younger set, your Hayne freaks.
Well, there were a lot of them. Can I just say...
Especially in Melbourne.
Yeah.
God almighty, the youngest set in Melbourne have taken to Shane Hayne.
They have. You're absolutely right. Because let's face it, AFL umpires are going lousy, having a shocking year.
Yeah.
That's why they like it.
They do. They like
authority.
the authority, they like the confidence.
Yeah. And the fact that he's not gun shy.
Yeah.
I mean, what would be nice is if he had some connection to rugby league rather than the shooters party or something like that, or the police.
Yes.
Obviously not going to be gun shy.
No.
But I don't know how that translates. But on the other hand, I think they should have promoted this Shane Hayne appointment a little more strongly. Because when you look at the paper...
Well, I don't know why he wasn't on a talking tour, speaking tour to Melbourne, first port, meet with, Councillor Ho.
Yeah, and then go off to an AFL game.
Yeah.
And be seen in a Carlton jumper kicking a foot.
Yeah, something like that.
With a whistle in his mouth.
Yeah, with a whistle in his mouth, yeah. Or talking to some of the high-profile AFL umpires, and maybe...
Wow, I don't know that that's right.
No?
Well, I like the authority with which you said it, but the umpires there, you don't want to connect umpires, AFL umpires, with a rugby league referee.
Oh, okay.
Because, that might rub off and he might have a shocker.
Yeah, okay.
Because they're not going so well.
No, okay. What about some sort of ticker tape parade for him, say down Swanston Street,
perfect,
in the back of a convertible?
I tell you what would be good is on that new Foxtel program, that Confidential, I think it's called.
Oh, yes.
Talking to Molly Meldrum. Because Molly loves his league.
He does.
Knows his rules.
And so Shane Hayne
could go on that. That's just go through the catch-up. He should have gone on the catch-up.
Yes.
Those sort of shows.
Yes.
Maybe a guest appearance on Australia's Next Top Model. Don't know how you fit that in, but...
No. What about the Melbourne Footy Show?
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Our tonight, our special guest, ladies and gentlemen, Shane Hayne.
Polite applause.
Wow. Whoa!
Shane comes out in the gear with the boots on.
That's it.
Yellow jumper and the black shorts. And the boots clip.
Yep. And lays down his authority.
That's right. Shows you refereeing style with you, Shane.
Yep.
Blows it. Points.
Yep. Yep.
Sending off.
Yes. Yeah.
What are they? Science. Forget what T is for obstruction.
Yeah.
Try.
And something people are going to remember. Maybe draws a gun.
If you're a young family looking for daycare solutions in your area, then I recommend the Alan Jones Scouts for God childcare facility. It's the only real 24-hour, 7 days a week, 365 days a year solution. And they really, really care for kids. Their motto is, if you're happy and the kids are happy, there's a fair chance we're happy as well.
Chicks love big feet. Whenever Richard Fromberg and Ian Thorpe are in a room together, girls go ape. They don't know which way to turn. What's the secret? Big feet. Now you too can fool everyone, especially those playing hard to get, with a pair of Harry the Horse shoe extenders. This miracle of orthopaedic technology clips seamlessly onto the shoes you currently wear. Imagine 15 centimetres of raw, babe-pulling magnetism strapped on down below. And it's yours for a mere $6.95 from all chemists. Just tiptoe in and ask for a pair of Harrys and be knocked over in the rush.
Did you know that the Alan Jones Scouts for God childcare facility receives almost no government funding? Well, that means the big fundraising night is really important. Make a date for the first week in December for the Alan Jones Rock a Stedford for Kids. It's a beautiful night. Kids of all ages performing songs of joy for Alan. If you think your toddler can hold a note, put his name down and who knows, on the night he may just win a heart.
Look,
hey, is there any talk of Shane Hayne being on Rove tonight?
Well, you must have read my mind because I put that idea to the producer of just out of the blue.
Yeah.
I just rang him up and said, look, love the show, and I love all that, having the regulars on and stuff like that. I'm just wondering if you could squeeze in Shane Hayne this week. And he wasn't unresponsive to the idea.
Right.
It didn't mean I just.
Is he on or not? Because we know Miff Warhurst is on the show tonight.
Right.
Now
talking up rugby league.
Talking up rugby league. Now, would Miff go on with Shane or just after Shane?
No, I reckon together.
Together.
Because as you pointed out before, especially...
Because he talks to kids.
Talks to kids, and especially Melbourne kids. And I think that, that Spicks and Specs, which would be on Wednesday night at the same time as rugby league...
Oh, yes, it is too.
I think it's a natural. So maybe at half-time he could delay, so as, there was nothing. I forget when Spicks and Specs comes on. Is it 8:30?
Yes.
Well, he might be able to make the match start a bit quicker, so half-time fell in Spicks and Specs and they could switch over and watch it.
Oh, I see. I tell you what would have been good is if, I know these programs are recorded well in advance, but if Shane had been on Spicks and Specs that coincided with the Wednesday night.
Brilliant idea. But you know what? I reckon the thing is to see these ideas that rugby league and Spicks and Specs aren't a million miles apart.
No, they're not.
They're both competitions, two teams.
Well, it would be easy for Adam Hills to put a couple of rugby league songs, like Simply the Best, that sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Very easy.
Yeah. Or, say, go back to the files and have a couple of oldies. Remember when those records used to be great?
Yeah.
You had Guru Growth, the original Guru, some say the best, singing Up Where We Belong.
Yes.
Or...
Yes.
Or... I Want to Make It With You, Babe, sung by Les Boyd. Things like that.
Yes.
They were fantastic.
To make it a rugby league special.
Version of Spicks and
Specs. With Shane Hay joining, say, Miff's group.
Yep.
And the other side, you might have, I don't know.
I don't know. Could you get an older player? Maybe Mark Geyer.
Or Bill.
Bill Harrigan. Oh, what a great idea.
Because he still talks to kids.
He's got a motorbike and
he's a little
like
bit funky, He's a bit pop.
He's a bit more than a little bit funky. He's really an old-fashioned, full-on, paid-up, solid gold funkster.
Yeah.
That's Harrigan.
Yes.
Fact.
Well, there you go.
What a great lineup. And then they'd have, hopefully, somebody who's a bit rugby league literate, like somebody who might have sung at the national anthem as the third member of either team or rugby league grand final, or maybe had been to a Storm, sort of social event.
Yes. Or maybe Peter Ricks.
Peter Ricks?
As a guest.
Wow. Like just out of the blue. Well, we've never seen him before on television.
Here he is. Organised the halftime entertainment.
Oh, yeah, some of his best ones.
Yeah.
42nd Street.
Yes. Without a tape.
Yeah, without a tape. Don't get him better than that. Or Billy Idol.
Yes.
Without a tape, probably. Or, Grinspoon, if it's Grinspoon, might have been Powderfinger, playing the wrong song. Bloke in the middle just shaking his head. Brilliant. I mean, that's Richie.
Yeah.
Pure and simple.
Yes.
Look, just by the by, I think the host of the show, Adam Hills, has a bit of trouble with his health, so very big cheerio to him.
Oh, that's no good.
No, it's no good. And I hope he's recovering and on his way soon. Now, having got all that out of the road, can I just say...
Yes.
This is disappointing, because all that build-up was great, the Geyer thing, finding the QCs and, getting the... Now, leading NRL coaches dismissed the prospect of fireworks in Origin 2.
Oh, no. Who's that come from?
Well, it's Murdoch again. James Phelps got this, claiming former Origin greats were living off the past and talking of the biff.
Oh, no way.
None of the coaches contacted were concerned that they might lose a player to suspension with the prospect of overly aggressive match Wednesday night. Wayne Bennett accused former players of living in the past for repeated calls to bring back the Mongrel and Origin. That's not the way they're coached. It won't happen. They don't play that way. There are people calling for it. They're living in the past. We've moved on. Bulldogs coach Steve Folkes, no stranger to the biff himself, especially at Origin level, folks.
Yeah, that's right.
Said he had no concerns about losing his players at all. Suspension called off for square up. It's all talk. Doesn't rub off on the players. I haven't talked to them, but they're
well, hang on.
to figure it out on their own. Chris Anderson poured cold water on it. I don't think...
Well, why are we watching this thing on Wednesday night? What's it about?
Can I just say you've hit the nail on the head?
What is it about? Either it's about legalised mayhem and violence or it's not.
Sadly, it appears to be it's not.
See, it's just an ordinary sanitised game of rugby league. Well, forget it.
I don't think the players are looking for it.
Forget it.
It's the blokes...
I'm watching Spicks and Specs.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as Barbara Streisand, as new as Cats, as wild as Johnny O'Keefe. What are Australians fighting for this week? HG?
Well, look, it is a terrific prize, and we've got My Island Home by Michael Bevan again. We've only got one copy of it this week, though, so it's rarer than hen's teeth. And we've got the brief bio of Michael Bevan, which interestingly contains no reference to his cricketer career at all.
Okay.
There we've got, interestingly enough, we know, of course, that Jason Crump is making a biopic and filming the second part as well at the same time. And we've got Pictorial History of Mossman, Volume 2.
What, these photographs by Jason Crump?
Oh, okay. We've got the J-Mag from this time last year, winter 2006, issue number 5.
Featuring Jason Crump on the cover by the looks.
It is, in 4 guises. And, of course, we've got the Bible, the Rugby League Week from, almost a year ago, actually, July the 27th. And in this, there's a think piece by a special investigation by Tony Adams. He had the idea that the salary caps were being rorted, and so he decided to ring up Benny Elias.
Well, Benny would know.
And find out if they were. That's a special investigation, Bible
What
style.
was the upshot, Ashton?
Well, it happened when I was playing in the 80s and 90s, and I've no doubt it's still happening. Players get used to money in brown paper bags, and I'm sure they still do.
Bloody hell.
There are 15 clubs in the NRL, 8 that make the finals, and the other 7 that abide by the salary cap. That's Elias.
He calls it as it is, doesn't he?
Everyone knows the system is a joke, and the clubs are rorting the salary cap and getting away with it. Blake said he had also witnessed players receiving money from poker machine takings and other leagues' club sources.
What, a big bag of 2 20-cent pieces?
Well, Don Bradman's, yeah.
God.
Clubs do what they have to do to win. Everyone treads a fine line. Blake, God, he's so sane, isn't he? Black money was common when I played.
What would they do with that? Would they take it down to the bank and get it converted?
They would.
They would.
They would.
Or just pay for a lot of stuff in 2 bob pieces.
Bit of the latter. I've been known to do that, and I've got no connection with the rugby league club at all.
I always like to have 20 or 32 bobs in my pocket.
Oh, yeah. No. Just to give you that bit of weight at the back door.
Well, just for parking, and you never know when you're going to
never know when you're going to need
People
them.
coming up to you, you got 2 bob, mate? Well, yes, I have. Matter of fact. You don't play rugby league, do you? Well, I did, as a matter of fact. Thought you did.
No.
That's why I asked you. That's why I thought you might have a 2 bob on you.
Black Mono is common. I played. Sometimes you walk into an office and see piles of $100 bills or buckets of poker machine change that were going straight into the players' pockets because it's all done in cash. It can't be traced and clubs get away with it. So that's pretty interesting there. That's the extent, talking to
Was
Phil...
Benny you called before the Wood Royal Commission?
No,
or
he wasn't, I don't think. No, and sadly, Benny's been very quiet and surprisingly
Subsequent to that article?
Subsequent to that article, and surprisingly quiet in the build-up to Wednesday night.
Well, yeah, but in all fairness, Benny was never caught or anything like that.
No, or taking the guns out.
Or taking the guns out, no.
Don't bring your guns to town. That was Elias's position. Now, so we got the J-Mag, the Mossman Volume 2, the Crump biopic, on DVD, the Death or Glory issue of Rugby League Week, and the Michael Bevan gear. Some lucky listener, women only, you can answer the following question.
Question is as follows. Who is the Melbourne Younger Set's most popular referee?
Rugby League referee.
Who is the Melbourne Younger Set's? No, I think just most popular referee.
Bar none.
You know, you're giving them a big leg up there.
Yeah.
Because, it doesn't matter. Who is the Melbourne Younger Set's most popular referee by a country mile?
And who are we talking to, Roy?
Yes, we're joined by Kerry, HG, who's joining us from Hurston in Queensland. How are you there, Kerry?
Great, thank you.
Now, Kerry, you've been getting rain. Have you got rain where you are?
No, it's blue skies. We've just driven back from Toowoomba. We've been up there for the weekend and had a bit of rain up there. But clear blue skies today in Toowoomba and Brisbane.
Now, how's the build-up for Wednesday night? Are you involved?
Oh, yes.
Tenterhooks?
It's huge. Very
good.
I'm looking at Lang Park at the moment. So
wow.
I know it's not here, but...
No. That's fantastic.
It's the spirit of it. We just set a service station right near it. So.
Right. And would you be thinking about if, obviously, there's another Origin match this year, maybe getting along to Lang Park in about 3 weeks' time?
I don't know. We went a couple of years ago when we got beaten 46-0, so we've been a bit scarred and haven't been back.
Well, I can understand 46-0. It's a hell of a score in a rugby league
or
match.
whatever it was pretty horrible.
But it'd be beautiful for you if, say, Queensland gets up this week.
Oh, definitely. You might have to think about going to
because it could be a whitewash.
It could be, and that would be big.
Or they'd call it a maroon wash or something like that, I suppose the papers would. But
it'd just be fabulous.
Be a dream come true. Now, are you hoping that it is a powder keg? And
oh, definitely. Definitely, Got to have a bit of biffo. It just brings back the days, the Wally days, you know.
Well, the Wally days. I mean, that really was... You know, rugby league, has it ever been sweeter than it was then?
No, not at all. So it gets there, it gets close, I think. But,
Well, sadly these days you've got to go to your SG Ball or your Jersey Flegg to see that style of play, which is so unfashionable in first grade these days.
Yeah.
And where do you stand on the three teams in the Tweedy? Your Broncos, Titans, or Cowboys?
I've been more a Cowboys, but I like the Titans now too. So, probably the Cowboys. I like Jonathan Thurston.
Well, they lost without him, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they certainly were today.
They were. They certainly were. But mind you, the Titans, I like the look of it. You know, John Cartwright, he's one hell of a coach.
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll do well. So, any of them, they're all pretty good. Broncos aren't the same without Big Shane. So
no, these are big loss. Big shoes to fill.
Is there talk of Shane, going into politics at all?
Oh, I don't know. I think he's happy in his pub.
In his pub, that's right.
Yeah,
yes,
he's probably got his own Labor and politics to deal with. So.
Yeah. He's got front bar politics to
deal
with.
I suppose so. And does he put, like Mick Cronin, does he pull beers in the front bar?
I haven't been there, but I assume he would. I think he'd be very hands-on cooking the
wouldn't that be fantastic
and,
to go in and just order a few beers from Shane?
Oh, it'd be fabulous.
I'll have another one, thanks, Shane, while you're at it.
Yeah, have a
just not that I want it, mate. I just want to watch you pull it.
Yeah, that'd be right. That's all I'd want.
Let Roy set up the question, Kerry, and have a swing at it.
Now, Kerry, we were talking about Spicks and Specks this week. Would you, if there were appearances by prominent rugby league people, would you be lured towards watching it?
Oh, well, I always watch it anyway. But on Wednesday night, I know, it's a clash. It's a bit of a worry, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Hopefully it'll be around the half-time period.
Well, that's what HG suggested. And I think ABC scheduling should work around that too.
Yeah.
Keep a weather eye and just have a small fill program.
But also, if you could do that and, say, get a couple of players that are on the bench having a rest, zip them over and, you'd be there. Like it's
so
all...
join the two programs together.
Yes.
What a brilliant idea. So
that is brilliant.
What's this tune say? Luke Bailey might be on the bench.
And he's got to put the headphones on.
It sounds a bit
grungy. It's not Kurt Cobain. It's not...
Mudhoney, it's not, and clues come in from the other.
Yeah.
And then
it sounds a bit like Captain Beefheart. Is it Captain Beefheart? It's Captain Beefheart!
That's brilliant. And then to the other one might be the Webb laddie taking a break late in the first half.
Sure.
Oh, and, that's right.
Who's this?
Who's that?
Quicksilver Messenger Service. Gee, that'd surprise him if they got that right.
Or even, Joey Johns on the sideline or something.
Wow.
It'd be perfect.
Maybe Joey Johns and Choppy Close are the special
Yes, the runners.
Ted Mulray.
Yeah, that's right.
Or you could get, older players like Blocker Roach and Bobby Lindner on opposite teams. And then,
I like the idea that they're playing and answering Spicks and Specks questions at the same time. I think that'd be fantastic.
Yeah. What about Bannigan? He could be one of them.
Well, I know he's still connected with the team somehow.
He is, of course. He's a manager now, I think.
That's right. He was on the outer for a while, but then he had to leave the police force, and I think he's come back to them.
Well,
that would give it a real frisson, wouldn't it?
Definitely.
That'd be fantastic.
Well, I think that's
difficult for the panellists back in the studio, of course, to have a third one out.
But I don't see
it can be done.
Well, technology.
Of course,
they just
can
play
be
it
done.
the headphones.
Of course they do.
And they could do it by mobile phone. They could put the headphones on and hear it on the mobile phone if they had to.
I suppose they could. Yeah, I suppose they could.
Now, Kerry, let Roy set out the question. Have a swing.
Kerry, who is the Melbourne Younger Set's most popular referee?
Shane Haynes.
Yes!
Absolutely right. The J-Mag, the Pictorial History of Mossman, Volume 2, the Bible from about a year ago, and the Michael Bevan, the My Island, plus the brief biography. We'll get them in the mail to you. Kerry, I hope they'll be there in time for kick-off in Spicks and Specks on Wednesday night.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
See ya.
Love your show. Bye.
Senator Rod Kemp, the longest-serving sports minister in Australia's history, has, as an enduring legacy, made it mandatory that all football clubs, by law, are daycare centres between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. 5 days a week. This world-first legislation ensures that clubs will guarantee that your preschooler will be fully supervised by the contracted playing staff. So if you live in the Essendon area, drop your little ones off at Windy Hill and let them spend the day with Kevin and his team. Thanks, Senator Kemp.
G'day, Frosty LaHood here, and it's Good News Week. How's this for a deal? On any top-of-the-range new Lantras and the Beerers, Frosty Finance offers you this. You keep your money, you keep the car, and you don't start repaying for 15 years. And here's the killer, no interest. I've got to move new cars, and Frosty's legendary 25 years or 597,000 kilometres warranty applies, plus a guaranteed average 43 routes per year. Got it? 25 years, 15 years no payment, plenty of routes, and Diamond Class after-sales service as well, which includes a free weekly wash, a spare battery, and a yearly software upgrade on the sat-nav, an iPod with 5,000 free downloads, 50 top-shelf blue films starring Ron Jeremy, Panther Craig Gower, Little Ralphie Valadares, and the sensational LA T-Birds. Deals like this don't come often, so come on down to Lakemba and turn left at the Mufti's place. Can't miss it.
Australia needs laws protecting the flag, but have our politicians gone far enough in protecting those little things Australians value the most? How often have you seen someone pissed in a green and gold rugby league jumper? How often have you seen someone you know is Australian wearing an Arsenal shirt? How often have you seen someone shopping at Woolworths in a Singapore Slingers singlet? Well, enough is enough. Support the Australian Players Association draft legislation that will outlaw these activities and enshrine common sense by protecting all Australian sporting uniforms. Visit our website at www.enoughaboustoday.com.
Yes, a very important cause. So don't tell me that won't, feature in the coming election. The end
I hope
abuse.
It does.
Yeah.
I hope it does.
I mean, it's a sleeping issue. Sure, people are worried about water and IR and so
They are. I haven't heard anyone. I haven't heard anyone from the opposition. I haven't heard Julia Gillard or Kevin Rudd or any of those.
Peter Garrett.
None of your high profile, your Wade Swans.
Yeah, Smith.
Haven't heard any of them talking about it.
I tell you who I've heard talking about it. The Parrot.
Well, you would.
Lost now that he's gone from.
I know.
That was. I know.
Is he going to bob up on the
Today Show? No, I don't think so.
No.
I hope. I tell you what, it'll be one in the eye for 9 if he goes to 7. Oh, wouldn't that be amazing on Sunrise?
That'd be delicious.
It would
on Sunrise.
Welcome our new commentator.
Yes,
editorial commentator.
Yes,
Alan the Parrot Jones, AO.
Mm-hmm. I thought he could have maybe could appear, say, semi-frequently on the catch-up.
And
just as a thorn amongst the roses.
Well, what a beautiful touch. And I tell you what would be lovely if he might be able to give grooming advice. Not to the roses.
What tie selection and what shirt to wear with what tie. How to do a full Windsor knot. I tell you what, that's not taught in schools anymore, as nearly as I can tell. I've seen plenty of half Windsors, but I rarely see a good full Windsor.
It looks good, doesn't it?
It does. It does. And I've been prepared to go to schools and give clear demonstrations.
Could he make a video of how to do it for schools?
Yes.
Distributed free of charge by the new Bishop Revolution on grooming in schools?
Yes.
I mean, if they're going to wear the uniform all the time, right,
on weekends, it has to be a full Windsor.
They might as well wear it properly.
Yep.
Great idea. But it would be a delicious irony if, I bet you, don't tell me Boxhead Lecky hasn't thought of it either.
I bet he has. Over there at 7.
With that show, pity they didn't go through with it, the donor show, the kidney donor show.
No, this is the Dutch show.
Yeah, the Dutch show.
The Dutch Wheeze.
The Dutch Wheeze.
A publicity stunt in the end.
Publicity stunt, yeah, very disappointed. I was very disappointed because I thought the show had legs.
Yeah, I did too.
And I thought if they could get that away, they could get Terminal Zone away. This show where we pit 6 terminally ill patients against each other.
Yes.
And the last one alive wins the $1 million.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes, it's a great idea.
Simple, elegant, people can understand it. Big Brother, it's too complicated, leave me out of it. Steve Richards.
We're going to get intruders tonight, aren't we?
Are we?
Two new intruders.
Is that right?
I believe so. Oh, I love intruders.
And is it still CSI Sunday or have I missed something?
No, it's still CSI and then CSI Miami. So it is a CSI Sunday.
Up against the intruders.
Embarrassment of riches tonight.
Indeed. And
up against Shane Hayne appearing on Rove.
Yes.
With Miff Warhurst, remember?
As a rugby league, what would you call it? Aperitif. Thanks. I was getting crossed between appetizer and aperitif. Aperitif. What a great build-up that is now with Miff and Shane Hayne inked for Rove. Don't tell me Rove won't winkle something about Gunshy out of Shane Hayne either.
Is there any talk of those two?
Romantically? Hang on, who? Rove and Miff, or Rove and Shane Hayne, or Rove and...
Miff and Shane Hayne.
Oh, no, didn't pick up anything on that.
Because I haven't. I've heard no whispers. I'm not saying... No.
I tell you what will fascinate me is the body language on set.
Exactly.
Because I tell you who knows romance and can smell it when it's not there. Rovey. That's his main game. Now, look, I got a terrific letter today as I came to work from Steve Richards from the Thailand Tigers Australian Football Club.
Thailand Tigers, yes.
Yeah, Thailand Tigers. Now, you'll be able to remember last year, I think we gave a fair bit of coverage of the fact that the Singapore Wombats won the Asian Championships over the Bali Geckos. I think it was a terrific match, 9-5, 59.
Yeah.
Defeated, obviously that was the Wombats, defeated the Bali Geckos.
Played in very tricky conditions.
Oh, very trying and tricky conditions. Well, anyway, that same Steve Richards is inviting... writing from Thailand to invite you and me, Roy, to the Asian Championships this year. The tournament being held on Saturday the 14th of July. Starts at 8:30 with the grand final at 4 p.m.
What a great idea.
It's sort of one-day knockout.
How many teams involved do we know?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute. It's at the Bangkok Patana School on the outskirts of Bangkok. That's a terrific area, the Patana area. Very, very
good. It is, isn't it? Yeah.
10 teams from around Asia will be participating. He would, if we'd like to... obviously call some of the matches. We could cover it on the public address system from the BIP section. They've invited some of the Socceroos along, hoping they can find time between matches in Bangkok. I think it might be the Asian Cup that they're going up there between the 13th and 16th of July. They've got the Foves, Triple J favourites, the Foves up there, so it'll be a great event.
Are they half-time entertainment?
Half-time entertainment, yes.
Okay.
And apologies for the short notice, but...
it is short notice. It's next Saturday. Isn't it? Was it June or July? Oh, July. Okay, no.
July
We've got plenty of time.
Yeah, a month. Plenty of time. And apologies for the short notice. Now, look, nearly as I can tell, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 dotted around Asia. 10 teams of Australian rules football dotted around Asia. Listen, I was lucky enough to get the Bangkok Post, and they ran this on their front cover, and they had a terrific shot on the front cover of a Singapore Wombat getting decked by a Bali Gecko.
I saw that. I remember that.
Yeah, remember the players' names. All the skills were on display there.
I know they were. They've
got the China Reds. They've got the Vietnam Swans coming in. They've got the Thailand Tigers. They've obviously got the Bali Geckos, hoping to go one better this year. So it's all going to happen. And a great thing, if you're heading up to Bangkok near Saturday the 14th, and a lot of people might be going up for obviously the Asian Cup, then remember that the Asian Australian Rules Football Championships are on one day. It doesn't take a lot of your time. One day in that terrific Pantana area on the outskirts of Bangkok.
Isn't that great? I tell you, they're pretty short quarters, HG. Maybe 7 minutes
each way.
Quarters.
Yeah, I think so.
Because they'd have to get in about 10 games that day, wouldn't they?
Well, they're quite a lot. I can't. If it was a round robin, it might be pools.
Yeah, it would be.
Knockout, so you might be able to reduce that. It wouldn't be as stupid.
10 teams, though, difficult. There'd be a bye in each pool.
Yeah, right. But it won't take as long as the World Cup one-day cricket.
No.
It's a one-day comp. Anyway, there may be knockouts held earlier.
Yeah. Isn't that a good news story?
It is a fantastically good news story. And that's one really in the eye, for those doubters who thought that Australian rules football couldn't survive in Asia. I mean, I know Kevin Sheedy and Ron Barassi believe China is the new frontier. But it's just fantastic.
You've got to take dolly steps to China, haven't you? I mean, start in Bangkok, start in Singapore. Get to Hong Kong and then push on, make a beachhead before pushing on. China will fall. China will fall.
Tell you what would be great is to get it as a demonstration sport in the Beijing Olympics. I mean,
well, they're calling out for sports that talk to kids, aren't they?
They are. I thought they included BMX bikes this time to try and get it to kids. But, I still think the Crusty Demons is the way to go. Getting something with a motor in it, that seems to be the way to talk to kids. Look, speaking of promotion of football, the Crows played Adelaide... Adelaide Crows played Geelong this week.
Oh, yeah.
And it paid homage, or the match was dedicated to the support they received from country South Australia. This is the Crows. Most people by now know the Crows have lost by 9 points in that game.
Yes.
So they're in real trouble now, the Crows. But be that as it may, they dedicated their match to the support they received from country South Australia.
Isn't that a great
Midweek, NV Burlow and Johnny Hinge got along into the country spirit. feeding chocolate and cocoa to Ayrshire calves at the Adelaide Zoo.
What a promotion.
You can see why rugby league struggles, can't you?
Yeah.
Now,
what a great idea.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, let me get this right. The Adelaide Zoo, a couple of officials turn up
with a couple of players.
With some chocolate and milk and feed
2 Ayrshire calves. See, normally you associate...
Why didn't we see that on the news? You know, to be honest, I haven't seen all the news services this week, but you'd think that was the sort of good news story they'd want to run.
You know, what surprised me about that is...
Just to balance the madness in the world, you know, your problems in Iraq, you have your problems in Afghanistan...
Kids not wearing their uniform on the weekend, you know.
All of that, you know, your boats being, blown ashore in Newcastle and... You know, it's down. But a little thing like that, restores a lot of hope, a lot of faith in people.
Do you know what? The other thing is, I connect to a zoo with sort of lions and tigers and elephants. To have a couple of Ayrshire calves, that rocked me.
Well, see, I had no idea.
They just say go ahead, the Adelaide Zoo. They just got ordinary animals.
And there'd be a lot of people thinking, oh, God almighty, I've never seen those sorts of calves. Let's get to Adelaide and have a look at them. You know what I mean?
Well,
win-win here.
Absolutely. Now, Van Berlo said he loved farming. Mum and Dad grew up in New Zealand and all Dad's family are farmers over there, so to some extent I've grown up with. Hinge is from Mundalla farming family in the southeast of South Australia. Being a young kid, I've got a few memories getting up early to feed the cows before we went to school. Always wore the uniform.
It's taking me that. I can see him. What a beautiful image that is. Give it to me again. He can remember waking up early
in the morning to feed the cows. Yeah. Isn't that great? Nude often, without his uniform on, so it wouldn't be dirty. Now, approximately 20% of the Crows' 50,000 ticketed membership comes from regional areas. 20% is a fair bit. And 9 of the current squad, plus Coach Craig, started their footy careers in the country. A lot from Waikerie, Whyalla, Karoonda, Kai, Port Lincoln, Stansbury and Maitland. And how about this? To celebrate the country involvement, the Crows had along today, while they lost to Geelong, country singer Cat Southern performing live. They had farm animals, a bush band, line dancers and snakes.
This was at the game?
At the game. Snakes handlers roaming the stadium with a couple of taipans and the odd cobra with a tree python too.
Isn't that fantastic? Well, I tell you what, see,
that's very go-ahead, isn't it?
It is.
Rugby league
but can you imagine what that meant to people in rural and regional South Australia?
You couldn't.
You can't put a dollar value on that, actually. You cannot. Yeah. They'd have stood proudly. They'd have leaned forward and said, just that little bit.
They're doing it for us. John Cockter, Rashudo, out of bounds on the full. That's for us.
That's for us.
Now, the other thing is, how about this? Club's regional supporter groups will march around the Oval pre-game. So if you're coming in from Whyalla, Sid Fogg style, it wouldn't be Sid Fogg, obviously, but it might be Whyalla bus.
Acknowledgement.
Indeed. And great applause from those who come down to sit down as you march behind your sort of sign saying, we're from Whyalla, we love the Crows.
Yes.
Isn't that fantastic? I mean, you can't...
I had no idea. That is...
I know. It's incredible, isn't
it? That is such a good news story, HG.
Roy, another interesting...
She might have done some ads for a soap, Leah Remick.
Like Lux?
Yeah, not bad.
Rexona?
No,
Rexona was an American brand that used to lure them in.
No, maybe it was a double bunger name. Anyway.
Imperial Leather?
Oh, not bad. Cousins Imperial Leather. That's it. I can see her in a bath, all sudsed up, saying it was great for her skin. I suspect it might have been. Who knows?
Now, okay. The Carlton footy team, a bit short on ruckman, so it was a bit of a surprise. Scott Gullen got this, I think it might have been for the Murdoch people. They haven't got many ruckmen, mainly because they're injured. But now Kane Ackland, one of their ruckmen, and Santanta O'Halpin, they got involved in a fight midweek at training. Traded blows in front of shock squad members during a ruck drill.
Right.
It's believed the flare-up started after Ackland accidentally clipped O'Halpin in the elbow with an elbow. It can happen. You come in and just whack somebody in the head with your elbow.
Well, yeah.
Tony Carroll style. Both players went to ground where Ackland was pushed down on his teammate's face, and assistant coach Brett Ratton tried to, part them. Once they got to their feet, it clearly enraged O'Halpin, went after Ackland with some impressive jumper punches. They're always good, aren't they? The punch you have when you're not having a punch. After 30 seconds, Ratton finally got the pair apart and they shared a laugh. Carlton, the footy manager, Stephen Ick, said there were no hard feelings between the ruckmen.
No, well, there wouldn't be.
That's what you want, isn't it? I reckon it's fantastic.
Well, that's good. It tells me a number of good things. Firstly, that they're serious about their training, because if you don't train hard, you're not going to play hard.
No. You earn the right to play good footy by training hard during the week. It's an old truism at footy. You do. And you learn the instinctive skills of being when to use the elbow and when not, and how to react if you are clipped with an elbow. You just don't wear it. You won't wear it. No.
So that's all good. That's good.
Yeah. Now, that's what you want, isn't it, according to Stephen Ick, the operations manager? I reckon it's fantastic. The blokes take training that seriously. Ideally, you wouldn't want every player punching on their teammates, but occasionally
why not?
That sort of thing...
Why not?
Well, hang on. Occasionally that sort of thing's not bad. No one got hurt, which is the important thing, and they kissed and made up at the end of the session.
Well, hang on, they didn't. They laughed. Which is much better.
Isn't it?
Yeah, which is much better. Yeah. Oh, no, I think it's great when training, vicious training ends up with a laugh. That's the best of both worlds.
So if somebody
you've had a fight, and you've had a laugh. Isn't that what footy's all about? If you don't get those two prongs, and so often coaches and coaching staff, they lose sight. They're either two pro laughs, so it's just,
gag,
a riot all the
gag,
time and G-ups and all of that, which we love. Or it's far too serious. You've got to get that happy blend of viciousness and a fucking good joke at the end of it.
Now,
that's what you want.
I tell you what, Wednesday night, if I see Luke Bailey pull a Glock out of his pants and shoot Tony Carroll in the arm, and as Tony Carroll walks off, he gives him a bird and has a bit of a grin on his shoulder, obviously can't take any more play in the match, then that'll be satisfaction enough for me.
Well, I agree.
Great game.
I agree.
Bang!
Yeah.
As he walks off.
Yeah.
You know that cackle?
Yeah.
Tony Carroll's got.
That's right.
Sure, you got me, Luke, but I'll be back.
Yeah.
So, anyway, it's according to Icky's, O'Halpin's a super competitive kid. He probably just got beaten in a ruck contest, and he's done what he's done with a few opponents this year and come back. He's taken some pretty big tasks this year. Super competitive, just hates losing. Hates getting hit in the head by the sounds too. Well, that's, as you point out, very good story, isn't it?
It is a great story, that. Yeah.
Now... Wednesday night, just incidentally...
the football.
Yeah, Wednesday night we'll be calling the match.
Rugby League,
State of Origin. And the other thing I've got to mention now, before we go to a bit of a break, is that if you can't hear it in certain parts of Australia, because obviously there's no Channel 9, the new Bremer Channel 9 hasn't got the pictures in your part of the world, you will be able to hear online. And some people now tell me that, the digital divide can be bridged if you listen online. It's not so the digital analogue divide.
Is that right?
Yeah, they've speeded up the broadband, and you can actually now get quite a good, picture, sound marry online.
Okay.
So
now, how does this impact on rural and regional Australia, H? You don't have the big pipe.
Well, that's a big problem.
Yeah.
If you've got dial-ups and all that sort of stuff, I don't think you can. I don't think you're long. I think you're long. But I might be wrong. I can't stand to be proved wrong on that, but I suspect you're, way off the pace.
And why wouldn't Channel 9 be taking this live across the country? I find this baffling. I just find this absolutely baffling. I mean, who's in charge there now that the lunatics have left the asylum?
Well, who's another lot of lunatics. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you know these equity buyout people? They don't like being, up front. I mean, I think 9 are in for, difficult times because people won't know who's there, that people will think Bert's in charge.
Is Family Feud is that gone? It's gone. Bullshit. No, we'll see that.
Bullshit.
Yeah, no, that's gone.
Has it?
Yeah. Yeah, the feud's gone.
It's been boned.
It's been boned, yeah. Yep. See, well, that tells me something really stinks to high heaven over in...
You mean Bert's off air for the first time in 50 years since television began?
As soon as I can tell, Yep.
I
don't know if he's appearing on the catch-up. I don't know.
No. He'd be good on the catch-up.
He would be good
with
on
grooming
the catch-up.
tips.
Yeah.
He knows how to do hair and a Windsor knot, I bet.
Oh, he does do a Windsor knot. I know that as a fact.
Well, look, we'll be back with more life in a moment.
It's called on Clayton Avenue.
Roy, look, we don't get enough time to dwell on harness racing in this program, but a nice fallout here, a nice story. The Murdoch people got this one. One of country's most popular harness drivers fear he will be forced to live on the dole after he was slapped with a 6-month disqualification yesterday for fighting with a rival at the track. We might have broken this story some weeks ago, and this is obviously the fallout. He said Darren Biskin created all the wrong headlines after he confronted Sydney driver Anthony Bucker in front of startled punters at Newcastle meeting on May the 26th. The pair maintained yesterday at the Greyhound Harness Racing Regulatory Authority, this is the GHRRA, stewards' inquiry, they had only wrestled with each other after the two drivers had disagreed over an incident from a race earlier in the night.
Yes.
No way was it a fight, Biskin said.
Yeah.
I've hugged girls harder than I hugged Anthony that night.
Yep.
The GHRRA Chief Steward James Perry disqualified the pair for misconduct. Bucker also received 6 months disqualification because they'd brought the sport into disrepute.
Yeah.
Perry said the penalty had to be a deterrent to younger drivers and other participants in the industry. I mean, I tell you what, I've seen more fights now breaking out in harness racing than I have
as a result.
in a game of... I mean, they're role models, these two. So many younger drivers look up to Darren Biskin and say, what's good for Darren is good for me. If he sees, him punching other drivers, then that's going to break out everywhere. Yeah. Biskin, 46, father of one, living in Nelson Bay, north of Newcastle, said the punishment could have an impact on his professional and personal life.
I'm sure it will.
He refused to leave the GHRRA Auburn offices and for several minutes vented his frustration at Perry with steward Bill Cable. Mm-hmm. He said, you've just taken away my profession of 30 years.
Yes.
You blokes just sit there and are nothing more than public servants. You have no idea of what you've just done. You're trying to railroad me. Perry asked Biskin to leave on 3 occasions. Biskin, whose father John and grandfather Jack were regarded as legends in the sport, that's true, they were. They were fighting lead, sure, but they were still legends, told the Murdoch Press after the inquiry, I don't know what I'll do now. I'll have to go on the dole if I can't be around horses. This is all I've done since I was 16. Bucker, a real estate agent from Sydney's west, said he had worked hard to be successful and thought the penalty was too harsh. Both drivers have mercifully appealed. But it is a tragic story, isn't it?
It's shocking. It's shocking. Now,
it's all very well for sporting, like ruck people, to have a go at each other while they're in training.
Yeah,
but this is in front of the public.
Yeah,
this is in front of the public.
You're absolutely right.
Paying public.
The paying public, I know.
Who just largely don't connect the fight game with harness racing. No. I mean, they should, but they don't.
Now, has he been warned off getting anywhere near a horse?
No. He can't. He can go near a horse.
Yeah, good.
But you imagine that, because he can't train them, he can't drive them. He can't make his living from what he's done since he was 16.
No.
And if you go into the CES...
Can he...
Centrelink.
No, can he...
Do something
else?
Do
a little bit of riding...
Or driving.
As training?
Oh, he can. I'm pretty sure he can do that.
For the 6 months? I mean, he's not going to... He's not warned off completely.
He's not... No. He's just not allowed to
He's just not allowed to practice his art. Yeah. On weekends or Friday nights, whenever the fixture might be on.
Yeah, during the week and Friday nights. Now, look, if you went into Centrelink and said, my name's Darren Biskin, what jobs can you give me? Well, what do you do? I'm a harness. Yeah, I'm not allowed to do it. Have you got anything like lining taming? Because I'd love to have a go at that. Who wouldn't? Well, sadly, no. Any elephants need training? Stuff like that. I'm a bit of a horse whisperer. Maybe I could learn how to talk to an elephant.
Did the stewards inquire as to what the incident that caused the fracas might have been all about? See, that would have been my first probe. Darren, why'd you hit Anthony? What was the reason? Oh, because he's a mongrel dog. Because he's fucking bloody, went on the other race. He was fucking in the way and did nothing. You know what I mean? You get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, no, they don't appear to have done that.
Because there might have been absolutely...
A really good reason.
And I've seen many a steward say, well... Good on you, Darren. I'd have bloody hit him too, mate.
Yeah, he's been asking for it all
night.
I'd
have hit him as well. Get out of here, you two. Yeah, sort out your business. Just don't do it in public and don't waste my time. But happy racing, blokes. Carry on. You're doing a great job. Yeah. That's the way you deal with it, HG. That's the way you deal with it.
That 2 drivers had disagreed over an incident from earlier in the night.
Yes. And it could have been anything. It could have been about, I was taking her out next Thursday and you've come in and, you were there. Could have been personal or what were you doing leaning against my car during race 4 and 5? Keep away from it because I just polished the bloody... I just used a cutting compound on that fender that you were sitting... You know what I mean? It could have been anything.
I know. Could have been anything.
You don't know.
You just don't know.
You just don't know.
No, and they don't know
And I'm totally in the dark here. I mean, I'd love to make judgments on Darren and Anthony, but I can't. All I can say is that I think the stewards have been a little bit harsh.
Or hasty.
Yes.
Look, the GHRRA, I mean, I feel as though they've protected the sport without thinking of the personal... The personal cost.
Yes.
Because it's not as though... It seems to me incredibly harsh because it's not as though these blokes are living off the fat of the land. I mean, it's not Gay Waterhouse we're talking about.
They're not millionaires.
They're not millionaires. So we're not Lee Friedman. You're not talking about Bart Cummins. You're not talking about Lloyd Williams.
No.
Or, you're not talking about big owners.
No, it's not Alan Bond.
Yeah, not Alan Bond. These are just battlers.
Battlers.
I mean, this bloke lives north of Newcastle.
He's been doing it for 16 years. 16 years.
He's been doing it since he was 16.
Since he was 16. Oh, it's more than 16, because he's 45 now, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Hell of a time to be doing it.
He's been doing it for 29 years.
He's been sitting behind horses.
Yes, watching a horse's ass for 29 years. Yeah. And what does he get for it?
Yeah, 6 months on the sideline.
6 months on the sideline.
I mean, it'll break him. Because, those are skills...
it would have broken lesser men.
Yeah, certainly would have. And I tell you what, there's hard skills to pick up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already...
Well, I know.
Put a horse out for a spell. It's piss easy to do that.
I know. Anyone can do that. You sit behind one and hit one for half an hour in a race.
That's bloody...
Not that they go for half an hour, but 3 or 4 minutes sometimes.
Yeah, and they've got to wear those stupid shirts.
And it's not as if at 46 he can take up boxing.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you each and every week by Mad Dads, the Woodies Float, Actar Technology and Chunky Chains, the rolled gold links that have your head coming out better. What's on the chopping block this time, HG?
Look, a prize not entirely dissimilar to the first prize we gave away a couple of hours ago. We've got the J-Mag from last year. We've got the Australian Masters Games press kit, 5th to the 14th of October 2007. There's obviously entry forms. If you want tickets, there's great things to do. It appears they've got go-karts, which I like, and a lot of wine drinking as well. So it's in Adelaide, the Australasian Masters Games. It's just fantastic. It's going to be good. Longboarder, Pacific longboarder. And, look, we ran out of My Island Homes by Michael Bevan, so you've just got the brief biography.
And I've got a Tarzo.
Oh, Tarzo? Yeah. And who's your Tarzo man?
The Tarzo appears to be... I was going to say Danny Badeiros, but
Robbie
it's
Farah.
Robbie Farah. He's described as the dummy half danger man.
Dummy half danger man. Right.
There's a terrific photograph of him here too, actually, just showing the ball Benny Elias style. And I think you'll find on the back he's...
What's he described as?
His darting forays from dummy half and clever tactical kicking game have recalled memories of Balmain Tigers' former test hooker Benny Elias.
Wow. Rubbish.
Well, I've never seen him show the ball. I've never seen him show the ball, stand still and point.
And I've never seen him run on the blind side when he's meant to go on the open side.
Yeah, I don't think there's any connection between Robbie Farah and Benny Elias at all.
Give us a look at that.
It's good, though, isn't it?
It's fantastic.
I love those. Well, I don't know where the term Tarzo comes from. It's not one I,
Warm to.
No, not really.
But these footy cards, aren't they?
It looks like a footy card to me. But obviously they can't use the term footy card because someone else like Scanlon's or someone might own that.
And
so they've come up with a new name called Tarzo.
Yeah, I suppose so, to market the chip.
Yeah.
Weird, isn't it? Anyway, that's a terrific prize. So you got your Pacific longboarder, your Michael Bevan brief bio, you got your Australian Masters Game press kit and your J-Mag.
And the question for all comers is, what are the two main ingredients for a successful training session? What are the two main ingredients for a successful training session?
That number, Roy?
1300 0555 36.
All comers, phone now. Now, Roy, who are we talking to?
Now, look, I do apologise to Andy, who was the first winner of the Fat this afternoon, HG, but he was in a car on a mobile and it dropped out.
Oh.
Well, what can you do?
You can't do anything.
You can't do anything, so I'm sorry, Andy. And there's a lesson there for future winners of Fats. If you're on a mobile in your car, pull over, stop, and keep the line consistent.
But look, listen, I thought Helen Kuhn had knocked all these problems on the head.
Well, so did I.
I thought when Big Dick Alston left, the whole system was up and running.
No, so did I. No. It's not good enough, especially for rural and regional Australia.
No, I feel most.
But we're joined by Paul this afternoon, who's on a landline.
Very good.
From North Cairns. How are you, Paul?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Good. Paul, how's the weather been? You had rain or is it nice and sunny?
Oh, it's always raining up in North Queensland, but today is crispy cold and clear as ever.
And
great?
When you say crispy cold, what are you talking about? About -4?
Oh, yeah, a little bit more than that. Yesterday got down to 13 in the morning when I got up, and today I think it was about 18. So, it's cold for North Cairns, for Northland.
Right, that is cold. Now, the build-up to Wednesday night, what's the view from FNQ?
Well, go to the Maroons, I'd say, and I'm going to bet on Pick the Stink.
Oh, wow, yes, of course you can do now with Centrebet, can't you? And you can probably get Betfair odds on that, which would be fairly attractive.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Well, who are you picking the stink between?
Oh, I'll have to go Big Willie Mason, I think. And anyone wearing anything remotely purple or maroon.
Yeah,
yes, very good. So that's not a bad way of looking at it.
Yeah, but Lockie's not going to pick him, so you can rule him out.
Yeah, that's true. Carmichael
Hunt.
Well,
he's a bit of a hothead,
though.
though.
He is, but too far away.
Yeah.
And Tony Carroll's a marked man.
Tony Carroll is certainly a marked man, yeah. He'll be wearing the target on his back all night, won't he?
He will indeed.
And when you heard that Shane Hayne was in charge, did your heart skip a beat?
It did, yes. I had to collect myself and, yeah.
Have you been to a match where he's officiated by any chance?
No, I haven't.
No, so it's something to look forward to.
It is, yes.
And the term gun-shy related to Shane Hayne, in connection with Shane Hayne, did that worry you at all, that he's described himself as not being gun-shy?
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Right. No, I tend to think with you, if somebody pulled a 303 out of their trouser...
or the Glock.
Oh, the Glock, yeah. I think he'd wander away fairly quickly.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, Paul, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Okay, thanks.
Now, Paul, what are the two main ingredients for a successful training session?
Oh, a bit like life itself, I'd say a fight and a laugh.
Fight and a laugh!
That's absolutely right, Paul. We've got the Michael Bevan brief biography, the Pacific longboarder, the Australian Asian Masters Games, or Australasian Masters Games, and the JMAG Plus, not forgetting the dummy half danger man Tarzo. We've got all that as a prize. It'll be there hopefully by Wednesday night. In the meantime, thanks very much for being part of this Sporting Life.
Thanks, fellas.
Bye now.
Bye, Paul. Is she going for the Blues on Wednesday night?
I'd say so, probably.
Oh, okay.
I'd say that's more than likely.
Okay.
All
right. Yeah,
it was just a position to start from. She might change her mind between now and then and go for the Maroons. Mm-hmm. The person has been known to change. Mm-hmm. You heard that all on Triple J. And look, we probably should move on. And Roy, just looking at Wednesday night, obviously it'd be great to have you back. Was there any you're in Turkey for the last one. Did you find out the score? And if so, was there any somebody rushing up to you in the street and saying, Roy, the Maroons have run, that sort of thing?
Yeah, that was exactly it. I think I knew the result probably within 30 seconds of the match finishing. Such was the excitement. I mean, I was asleep at the time, but bang, bang, bang on the hotel door. I thought, oh, hello, I'm in trouble here,
Passport, where is it?
Yeah, all that sort of stuff. So,
money.
Beery-eyed on the door, it was the concierge. Yeah,
with the news.
He said, Queensland, by quite a few. And I thought, oh, well, great. That's great for game 2. And I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, that'll be fantastic. Wednesday night, we'll be there at the Grand Old Girl. Hope you will be too. I know a lot of people aren't going because, obviously, the weather and the fact that, Maroons might win and all that sort of stuff in the New South Wales area. Pluck up your courage and get out there and join us. And we'll be here next Sunday after Wednesday with other This Sporting Life. We leave you, as always, with a simple reminder that Triple J is sport. Bye now. Go the Blues.
Triple J. You're listening to Australia's national youth radio station, Triple J. For more info, go to triplej.net.au.
Hello, world. Pants off, Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of This Sporting Life. HG.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Wally Otto in the soundproof booth. And thanks to the original and best out-of-here woman, Gabby Brown. The best 4 hours of sounds here at the youth headquarters ever. That's since Ray's was let loose here by the management some time ago. Helen Razor used to present the shift before us, and then she teamed up with Mikey Robbins. They were very, very hot together with the sounds. But today's Gabby excelled herself. Tremendous work. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls, schoolies and shareholders, and welcome to Triple J on another Sunday when too much rain is barely enough. And having said that, certain parts of New South Wales, enough! Stop it! Welcome to the show where once again we have the courage to dream. And that's right, it's dream time for the next 3 hours right here, and this week we've been dreaming rain. I've been sleeping in rain, I've been eating rain, I've been pissing rain. That's how it's been. Well, what an incredible week. It was just an incredible week. And before I let Roy off the leash to pour petrol onto the blaze, a few items to set the scene. Another week of television turmoil, and that's what I've described it as in media commitments. A tremendous, difficult week of television turmoil. Obviously, the Parrot presented for the final time as part of the Today Show. Then not long after the Parrot had his final squawk, Catch-Up was boned. Who will next circle the drain at 9? That's the question.
I love the Catch-Up.
I know, it's incredible. And I don't like this idea that people are blaming each other. The stars of the Catch-Up seem to be...
It's nothing to do with the stars.
No, it's not.
It's to do with the audience.
The audience, that's right. The audience just probably didn't tune in.
Too stupid.
Too stupid to recognise quality.
Stupid.
As often happens.
Yeah.
Too stupid to recognise quality.
Yes.
And that these people didn't have to do this work.
No.
They could have found... They're all well-credentialed people who could have found other jobs, but they chose... to try and raise the standard of debate in this nation by turning up at originally 1 o'clock and then 12 o'clock to present an hour of informed comment, helped out by a couple of people from both the news and the show business world, just to ginger things up. And they were stars. And where are these stars going to find a vehicle again? It's not as though they can go up and ring Steven Spielberg and say, Steve, you got anything going in a biopic about opera or Oprah or Rosie McDonald or something like that? No, they've got to go around and try and find something, more mundane to occupy their time.
That's right.
No, it's a big loss. Big loss.
Big loss.
People are saying Bert. I know that feud show's gone away.
Again, people are stupid. They're not watching him. I blame people.
Well,
people. It goes back to education.
In schools?
Yes, education in schools.
Has Bishop
Kids
come out
should
and said...
be forced to watch Bert and the Catch-Up.
The Catch-Up would be right in school time.
Yes, it would.
Wouldn't that boost your
teachers
numbers?
would love that. What's the lesson for today? Well, we're going to watch the Catch-Up today.
You beauty!
You beauty!
Says
Thank
that
you.
tricky Liam
and
Lewis
then
in
you
the front
follow
row.
up with write a composition tonight on what you've learned on today's Catch-Up. And then you self-market, pass it to the next person and read each other's compositions and make a comment and give it a mark. Then give the marks to me, I'll put them in the book, and that goes towards your final assessment.
Yeah, could you have Catch-Up at HSC? A HSC subject? Catch-Up.
Well, it will be.
Yes.
Oh, well,
You
under
would
the
have.
topic, are people stupid?
Yes, that's right. 2007, are people stupid? And they'd list the Catch-Up.
Yes.
Getting rid of Bert. All that sort of stuff. Now, I just hope that sensational new show 9... that 9 have, called The Nation, starring Mick Malloy and many, many other greats.
There's no talk of that.
Well, I'm just going to say, I hope that's not circling the drain.
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
If that goes, that's it for me with free-to-air television. I'm never
I
watching it
assume
again.
Bert and the Catch-Up people will be rolled into that show.
Tremendous idea. The Nation catches up with Bert. That's the title.
That's it.
If that's bad news, when will this equity buyout terror end? These equity people, that's the big problem, is, when it's in the hands of somebody we know and love, like James Packer, or Kerry in the old days, or the bloke before him who I'm going to say was Sir Frank. That may not be right, but let's say Sir Frank, Kerry and James. We know who to ask these questions of. Sure, they had personal favourites who we hated, like, I won't mention any names here, but we just put up with the good and the bad. We knew it was in safe hands. These equity buyout people, they're faceless, Roy. Faceless, Roy. They just don't belong here. They're un-Australian. Yet they're swatting through the joint, buying up everything that moves. We don't know who to go to. Do we ring them up and say...
sacking our popular
heroes.
Stars that we love. Heroes. Yes. Media heroes.
Look, I know I'm digressing early, but I did notice Shannon Noll...
Another media hero.
Has launched Pride of Australia Medal 2007. I'm just wondering if we could nominate the Catch-Up crew in a category for a 2007 Pride of Australia Medal. Your categories are bravery, courage, young Aussie, community spirit, well, they'd certainly be in community spirit.
Got it.
Role model.
Yes.
Mateship.
All of that.
4 women on a couch. Environment, not sure about that one. Fair go, obviously had a terrific fair go. Peace and True Blue. They're getting a few, don't they?
They do. They do. And what about James Packer? What about Jamie for that award?
That would be fantastic.
It might lure him back to taking over 9.
You know, can I just say...
Because you knew with 9, you were, if there was a packer there, you were going to have your catch-ups.
Your quality.
Your Berts. You know?
Can I draw a bow for you?
Oh.
When Packers were in charge, Australia wasn't stupid.
No, that's it. That's exactly right.
Now,
exactly right. Well, there's your composition question for teachers to give to kids. How stupid are we without Jamie Packer?
And does it worry you at all that here we have the equity buyout, and all of a sudden James and his terrific price...
There's talk of Ray Martin being boned. There is. There is.
You mean we'll never see that thing Ray Martin on assignment again?
Well, no. Well, that's according to the some of the murmurings in the Telegraph today. Yes,
Ray's boned.
Ray will be boned, is what they're saying, along with the Sunday show. And all the Sunday crew.
Gee, that's half this stuff.
Mike Munro.
Oh yeah, the half man, half desk. Well, he's been asking to be boned for some time, in my view, because I do think he lowers generally the tone at 9, and he does encourage stupidity, two things that I don't like. Right. Can I just digress again, not to the Pride of Australia, well, to the Pride of Australia medalist 2007, Mr. Jamie Packer. Did it worry you that equity buyout blows in, buys 9, all of a sudden the weddings move to somewhere in the Mediterranean?
Yes. Yeah, well,
I mean, if you want
Jamie's
privacy...
embarrassed to be here with 9 looking so silly.
Sick.
Yes.
Yeah, and encouraging stupidity.
Yes.
Can I say there's some great spots in Australia? I mean, Nuria obviously comes to mind. Lithgow, Kangaroo Island's terrific. I had a terrific time in Mildura recently. Was lucky enough to be there on the Lonely Planet circuit.
Yes.
It was just fantastic. Now, they're 4 great spots, and I don't know why he shunned all of those and snubbed all of those. If he wants anonymity, he could go to Kangaroo Island and no one
this
will know.
wedding's going to be about $6 million. It's going to cost... Can you imagine what that would have done to the economy of Mildura?
I can't get my head around it.
No.
That's amazing. I hadn't thought of it quite like that. $6 million pumped into Mildura.
Pumped into Mildura. In one prolonged and orgasmic weekend of celebration. Would have been wonderful.
It would have been terrific. And there was such a big hit.
Exactly.
And I've got to say,
you can't tell me you can't get good caravans there. There'd be a caravan park.
There's heaps of motels.
There'd be a...
They could take over a motel for the weekend.
Yes, they could.
They could have... If the parrot had to go, I understand he might be reading the lesson and the people
coming in...
There'd be
one of those Best Western hotels.
Best Western, or, you know, I want to say... even a Hoey Moey might be around the place there where you've got nice, you know, bar... I'll tell you one thing about Mildura bottle shops. They're incredibly well stocked.
Yes.
And there's plenty of wineries nearby.
And there are plenty of local wineries.
Great local wineries.
Yes.
I think the Trentham winery.
the Brown Brothers might be too far from there.
Right.
And they do world-class wines. World-class.
I'll tell you, the other thing about it, the other thing about Mildura is you could do a lot worse than Murray cod as your main dish. I've never tried it before.
Murray cod is beautiful.
It's fantastic.
Not many of them left, but they're great.
Very few left, so they fish farm them. So they've got heaps of... If you could let them know in advance, they'd be able to do it.
Yes.
And, of course, your big stars are coming. I think Tom Cruise is coming and Katie Holmes.
Well, can you imagine how Mildura would react to having someone like Tom and Katie staying at their Best Western or the Caravan Park? It'd bring in... Tourists, yes.
And they'd be able to doctor the town up.
You get the police involved to keep silly people away who are, you know.
And what about a blues festival on at the same time?
Yes.
You know, maybe if the wedding was on the Sunday, you'd have the blues festival
on the Saturday.
That's right. And run the Mildura Cup in conjunction. You know, and people think it's all lush out there. It's not. It's a busted arse place because, you know, let's face it, they're in real trouble with this. If Howard pushes through this irrigation and you can't take any water out of the Murray, as he's threatening to, I mean, people are just going to be literally withering on the vine out there.
Yes.
They put up with a lot of, you know, over the years with this problem of irrigation.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, the Chaffee brothers all those years ago started...
Well, they had the right idea.
They had the right idea.
Yeah.
Started pulling water out of the Murray.
Mm-hmm. And the Darling.
Oh, and the Darling, yeah. And they had those pumps. They invented a sort of pump. I think like a screw sort of pump that enabled it to happen.
They did. Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, it's a wonderful place. And they could do a lot worse. But as you say, $6 million in a weekend spent
Well, to any of our rural and regional economies.
No. I mean, I just chose...
You know, Ivanhoe, I just mentioned that. In the Hunter Valley there. Yeah. Sure, you know, it's been flooding lately.
They'd love it.
They'd love it.
They'd make that extra yard to dry the joint out in time for the happy couple.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it'd be great. It'd be fantastic. And I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Cessnock is so pretty.
Cessnock dog track.
Yes.
It's crying out. Sure, it's got the Pope coming there, I think, next year.
Next year.
But surely they can squeeze in a wedding beforehand.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not going to take them all that time to alter the circumstances to run the Pope around.
No, not at all.
You're absolutely right. Cessnock,
Head
what a
and
great
Greeter.
Yeah.
Any of those wonderful Hunter Valley... Stroud.
Yeah.
Beautiful Hunter Valley town. Small town, struggling. Busted-ass town.
Yeah.
6 million.
Would lift
coming into a town like that.
People would paint it. You know, they have a facelift. I tell you what, the Head and Greeter drive-in. Imagine a drive-in wedding. I mean, you know what I mean? You don't have to... The big images up on the screen. People sit in the car. Wouldn't matter if it rained, hailed or shine.
Yes, exactly.
People would love that and hear the service coming through that speaker.
That's right.
It'd be fantastic. Well, look, all that's sort of a little bit up in the air, but... and I just hope there's no more people going to be boned. I mean, where's it going to end? Is it just going to pipe in something from America? Is that the plan?
What, like CSI Sunday?
Well...
multiplied by 7.
Well, quite. I think it'd be news, obviously news, and the rest of the thing would be just off the bird from America. Mm-hmm. I mean, why spend anything on local production? And,
exactly.
You know, you might as well have all the ads.
McLeod's Daughters to go next.
Yeah, McLeod's Daughters.
That'll be next.
Look, the good media news was that everyone's favourite, the Kiss Kiss Down Boy girl, was back down under shooting a trouser television commercial. It was great to see Holly Valance, and I wonder if we've seen the best of Holly Valance yet. I know the jury's out, but I've got a feeling there's a lot more Holly Valance magic to come. And The Age of Love, I know we mentioned this last week, starring our very own Mark Philippoussis, has headed down under this week too. All the, I think the Cougars and the Kittens arrived in a big jumbo, and so they could meet the parents. That's the Pooh's parents. This show, affectionately known as The Pooh Pulls Them, if you haven't caught up with it. The Pooh weaves his magic with 13 hotties, broken into 2 groups, the Cougars and the Kittens. We might be able to go through the prospective Mrs.
Is it being made in Australia?
Only a little bit's made in Australia.
Oh, okay.
They come down and meet the parents. Because I assume Mark's going to, do the right thing with one of them.
Uh-huh. What, marry them?
At
Mildura.
In Mildura, $6 million wedding. Look, it's... as I mentioned, it's a all-ages free-for-all. That's how I'm seeing it, and the Pooh pulls them. With the Pooh marrying one of them as the climax. Apparently it starts going to air in the US this week, and I don't know how this has happened, and I certainly think this is very unfair. People have commentated that it's howlingly bad. That's one critical perspective. And the other one, the show has train wreck potential.
Oh, well, that's just sour grapes.
It is.
Isn't it?
Absolutely sour grapes.
Sour grapes. And you know what? This court case that pleased me this week in the High Court of people who criticise restaurants are going to be held to account these days.
They're going to be sued.
They're going to be sued.
Mm-hmm. Defamation.
Quite rightly.
Yeah,
quite rightly, in my view.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever wrote that one about Mark's television program
could
well be
hearing
under the same law.
Knock on the door.
Yes.
Howlingly bad.
Yeah.
Unless you said with enormous irony.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it is. I mean, I haven't contextualised it. You've only given me a phrase at this stage, but.
Look, can I just, the Pooh, I think, is being managed by the aforementioned Parrot these days.
Is he?
I'm just not sure what the involvement the Parrot might have in the
program.
The program or the selection process.
All right.
I just hope this doesn't end up to be
But he'd be hands off, wouldn't he?
He'd have to be hands off. Yeah, you couldn't get the Parrot with flapping about in there in any way. And by the way,
he's going to have more time on his hands now without his Channel 9 commitments.
And once he gets back from the wedding. Wasn't it great to see the Dalai Lama hook up with the Irwins midweek? Terry, Bindi and Bob, they're a fun-loving trio that made the Dalai's day. It was great because, let's face it, he didn't have the best of time, I don't think, really, with the big names of Australian society. It was great to see the Irwins step in there. Tennis, and our number one, the man who shouts at his own hand, little Leighton Hewitt, was bundled out in round 1 of the Queen's Schmozzle this week. But there was so much to like about the way Little went about his loss. He had a bye in round 1. Strode through the bye effortlessly and obviously got to round 2 full of, the usual little come on. Obviously round 1 didn't disappoint. Now number 6 seed actually in that event was eased out by no-name Joe Wilfried Tsonga. ranked 121 in the world. Little had his hands full from the jump, banging out 7.676. But with his 2007 Queen's Tilt consigned to the ashcan of history, Breffney's dad will now focus on the All England getting underway. I know he's been asked to go to a number of invitational events. I know both in Europe and London, or, should I say the United Kingdom. But I think it's wise that he concentrates just on his tennis on the grass in England, in the conditions where he's going to be taking somebody like Roger Federer to the final. Most punters think he's a very good thing now in the All England, the SW19, to get to the second round, obviously depending on who he draws in the first round. So that's my mail, is the TAB thinks he's a very good thing to get to the second round. Golf. What about Baddeley, eh? I mean, this stack and tilt rebuilt swing, isn't it working for him? I don't know where he left it. I didn't get a final score. He was 2 in front at one point today. I don't know whether that's where he finished.
I think he's 2 off the pace. He's 2 behind.
And who's leading now?
I think an English person, an English golfer might be.
I don't know. I thought was that today?
Oh, no, look, I might be off the pace.
Oh, no. Baddeley was certainly in front when I left it this morning by 2 shots.
Baddeley in front.
The stack and tilt swing was working.
Wow.
I know, we'll be coming back to that.
His humming. That putter's humming.
He's the only one who's tamed it. This course has been, really giving it to the players.
It's made Tiger look ordinary.
I know. Tiger look ordinary. We'll try and get an update on that.
And I think Phil Mickelson missed the cut completely.
And he's ropeable.
Yes, I know. He blames the course.
I know. He said it's going to cause injury.
Yes, I know.
I know he's got a dud wrist, but he doesn't blame that on the Oakmont layout. But he says it's going to kill somebody.
What a scalp in Mickelson for that course.
That's unbelievable,
That
isn't it?
is a scalp.
Most of the Australians powdered, but Baddeley, just incredible.
Yeah.
And let's have a look. Baddeley heads by 2.
Is that right? And is that the end of round 3?
That's the end of round 3. So Baddeley's in the lead with 1 round to go.
Wow.
And I think tomorrow he plays with Tiger.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's teeing off with Tiger.
Does that mean Tiger's 2 off him? Tiger's coming second. Second. Well, Tiger will bring out the best in Baddeley.
Oh, yeah, it would be just incredible.
He's not going to be intimidated by
not.
a man they call Tiger. Would he not?
No. Baddeley, there. So that's incredible. The most brutal US Open ever.
Yes.
Obviously, you'll be looking at the hole by hole. Rugby League and Origin erupted at the Grand Old Girl Telstra Stadium Wednesday night, and we thank everybody for tuning in. A very disciplined and professional Maroons side said, "Uru hoodoo," with a 10-6 win over the Blues. After the loss, there were calls from New South Wales camp for changes, including, I think, a number of people, you always go for Mr. Renter quote, backdoor Benny Elias, who suggested Braith, that's Braith and Astor, and Jamie Lyon should hand their cheques back. I think they get about $12,000. I might be wrong about the number, but they get a fair bit for playing the game.
Yeah.
And this is just typical of, the door.
Sour grapes.
Sour grapes. Typical of the door coming up. But we might have a look at those, and any changes may come a fortnight too late to the New South Wales side. In post-clash fallout, it does look as though Phil Gould has a few ideas about what went wrong. And can I just say that I was, on the night, bumped into by somebody who said, looks as though Phil Gould might be headed for the coach's box again come New South Wales. Wow. That whisper has now been confirmed as, much more substance to it than I gave credit for at the night.
Okay.
Gould, of course, a tremendous...
That would mean Bluey the dog might make a comeback. See, I wondered what happened to Bluey in this series. No talk of Bluey the dog.
No. Look,
I spoke with a couple of the players.
Mm-hmm.
Was Bluey...
About?
They didn't know who Bluey was.
No.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Bluey. I mean, was he taken out and shot? Or what? Was he farmed out to some...
What, kid in Penrith?
Yeah, well,
Do you know what worries me?
Well, there was a current affair report, I think, last week of a very sad woman...
collecting dogs.
About
62 of them, I think.
Yeah. I had a feeling Bluey might have been one of them.
Do you know what? Can I just, without knowing whether that's the case or not, can I just say how disappointing it is that New South Wales, the people, the Brains Trust, and have put Phil Gould in that category of having a brain. Now, I know people will argue with me about that, but I don't resolve from that statement. He came up with the Bluey concept. But then as soon as it gets going and a bit of traction, and kids love it, and they've got the Bluey badges, and the fridge magnets and all that sort of stuff, Bluey bios and the book written about it, they dump it.
Yeah.
When it's hardly had a chance to try for a generation. When we started off working on this, it was a terrific Terrific cane-toed cockroach concept. Cane-toed cockroach. It needs a makeover to modernise it. They need to be animatronic. They need to be able to bite people's heads off and maybe, chase commentators around. I don't know, dream up things yourself. Chase commentators around, stuff like that. Maybe come out of the middle of the oval, dig a hole, all that sort of stuff. It's got to be done. It's got to be modernised. But I saw nothing wrong with that. I don't know why people get tired of these things so quickly. Yeah. We had the cane toads, then Bluey. We've probably had several others since then.
Probably, yeah. But Bluey, I thought, really struck a chord with kids in particular.
Do you know what?
So the Winnie just disappeared. I've had kids in tears wondering what's happened to Bluey.
I know. Well, I've had a lot of sleepless nights because I loved it when there was Gould and Bluey in the coach's box, and often the camera would dwell on Bluey's thoughts and what he's thinking and what he's thinking about.
I mean, he spoke to everyone, Bluey, didn't he?
He did. He was the biggest thing going for New South Wales.
He was. And the players loved Bluey, and they loved having Bluey around when they were training and all of that.
It's very sad loss.
And you're absolutely right. I mean, if it ain't broke, why
fix?
Try fix it. I mean, it was working.
It was working.
I mean, the whole Bluey concept was working.
Is that marketing that gets in the road there?
Yeah, I guess it is marketing. But I thought Bluey was a marketing dream.
Now, speaking of marketing dreams, Olympic news, and US swim superstar Amanda Beard bears all in a Playboy shoot that has the Olympic movement screaming as one, yes, 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 we can still pull them and we still talk to kids, well, at least teenage boys, which is a start. Incidentally, is this the same Beard, Roy, that was romantically linked with our very own eco-warrior Ian Thorpe during the Athens game in 2004? A beard or handbag? Difficult choice, isn't it? But I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying there was...
there was a frisson.
Another master of the wet, Grant Hackett, is back doing what he does best, and that is winning the big races by clobbering the opposition down the deep end. I just hope Grant hasn't gone off too early. I would have saved a bit of dry powder because I do get the feeling that the end for Grant is not that far away. And speaking of far away, Dara Torres... back doing her best work at 40 with Beijing in her sights. Dara produced the 7th fastest time in the world this year of 54.61 seconds for the 100 free. That is amazing. I think she won medals in Sydney. I'm not sure what happened in Athens, but that's amazing to come back as a 40-year-old and swim that quick.
That is, isn't it?
Cricket and the old master, Kevin Peterson, KP, Warnie's fat mate, that Kevin. He says Ian Cook will become the greatest century maker in world cricket if he keeps going like he is. So when KP talks, I tend to down the tool and listen. Still with the big calls, prognostication-wise, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew says that Australian Mick Fanning is on track to win the 2007 World ASP title. So that's terrific news there. I don't know when the last time, it might have been Mark Occhilupo was the last Australian to win it. I might be wrong about that, but that's great news there. And what about those Wallabies? Incredible. Last week, I think it was Fiji, completely dismantled them in Perth. Now the Proteas in South Africa felt the wrath of the Wallabies going down. Obviously, the Wallabies went down by 3 points. But, I want to be the first to say it. They're on target for a World Cup final berth. I mean, it's a big call, but let's face it, KP reckons Cookie's on the job and Rabbit reckons that Mick Fanning will do it. So I can say the Wallabies will be there in the World Cup in France. I mean, this lineup, this 07 lineup is a classic lineup. And if we can only squeeze in Ding Dong Dell, then I think we'll really have a side to talk about. I'm not sure where they go from here, but that is disappointing they lost, but it was so close. There was nothing much in it. They looked pretty good. Motorsport now, Casey and Casey's Stoner thrashed the big noise in MotoGP, Valentino Rossi. The win gives our case four top of the podium finishes in the last 7 races. And what makes this Stoner tilt more remarkable is his bike is a Ducati. AFL and the Swans announced their team of the last 25 years. That is the Sydney Swans, the team of the last 25 years, at a beautiful function in a tent, snubbing once again the high-flying forward Warwick Capper. Warwick dipped out on the Bloodstone Angels team of the centuries, and now officials have swerved past Captain Cucumber for this recent bauble as well. It's just well Walker has signed a lucrative deal to become a Gold Coast meter man. I don't know whether Roy got this, but Walker, wearing the spray-on lycra pants, helps out tourists who are short of 20-cent pieces and then points them into the direction of their parking problems. He often tells them where to go for free. Mercifully, that Walker is helped out by 2 beautiful assistants who ease the eye away from Kappa's agricultural credentials. Still with the Swans, Barry Hall, the butcher from Ballarat, has been offered, wait for it, $10 million to pull on the gloves once the diamedalist's football career grinds to a halt. Still no real moniker for Barry to bash under, except Deck the Halls seems to be firming with boxing bloggers. And if you do want to join the web debate on Barry's name, get involved now with Arthur Tunstall, Ding Dong Dell and AJ Bugner for the next 3 hours. You know where to go. Just chime into the debate there. But before Barry can get offshore to pull up the big lolly, he's got to get past the forgotten man of Australian boxing.
Big Bob Mirovich?
Oh, no, even more forgotten than that.
Joe Bugner?
Well, I'm not saying Joe Bugner.
Oh, of course, yes, forgotten man.
You know,
the slightly forgotten man.
Slightly forgotten. I mean,
I would have thought Hitman would be good for Barry. You know, I can't remember.
You can't remember the last Hitman.
The last Australian Hitman.
No, that's great. The Australian Hitman. Look, it's an oh my God moment. Decter and Stinkfist. I mean, it's got the turnstiles clicking already, and Australia licking the lips.
Hitman Harding we might have had.
We did have a Hitman Harding.
Jeff Hitman Harding.
God, if you could emulate Hitman Harding.
Exactly.
Hitman Hall.
Hitman Hall.
Fantastic.
Barry Hitman Hall. That's got a ring to it, hasn't it?
Barry Hitman Hall. I was going to say... I always like Marvellous Marvin.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we can't. We can't do that.
It's the alliteration you're looking for.
Yeah, I know it is. It is.
So that's
Hellhound Hall.
Yeah, Hellhound Hall. Yeah.
Now, but having you obviously quite rightly suggested that there is a natural progression for him to get offshore, I think the way I see it, Mad Dog first bout, so Decter or Hitman v Mad Dog, Leslie Mason. Obviously, the winner of that goes on to take apart, Captain Feathers, the other forgotten man of Australian boxing, Solomon Amono, and then finally, should things work out, for the Hitman, that's a big challenge there, getting through Mad Dog and Captain Feathers into the ring with Stinky. I mean, I just hope age doesn't...
It's a delicious prospect, isn't it?
We've never had it so good, have we? I just hope age doesn't beat him.
No.
Because and there's a story about that concerning Glenn Kelly in the paper.
Hitman Kelly?
Hitman Kelly, yeah. They've
or is he Killer Kelly?
Killer Kelly.
Yeah.
Hitman Killer Kelly. Look, the killer, Hitman Kelly. They're not letting him box in New South Wales because they think he's too old. We'll come to that later in the show.
Lord.
Racing and the big ones were in Brisbane on Monday as the Winter Carnival climaxed with the Brisbane Cup over the boutique distance of 2,400 metres. The Cup was won by Paul Perry, the Paul Perry trained Newport, which certainly buggered up my investment strategy, which I'd carefully constructed around the 50-1 pop Lillikin, which just needed one more stride. If Lisa Cropp had bothered to stay in the seat and ride the horse out, I would have been a lot happier, and so would have my wallet. And in the TJ, it was a day of upsets at Brisbane or Eagle Farm last Monday. The TJ Smith was nailed by the Clary Connors Polished Aperçu, steered by Super Hoop Darren Beedman, who broke his run of outs north of the Tweed. Darren isn't having a good time up there. I don't know why he bothers to go. And it was great to see old Clary go mad once again, and he didn't disappoint. And yesterday, of course, the Bundamba Cup, now renamed as the Ipswich Cup, was a terrific race. It was really a great old-fashioned race in very trying conditions, and I've just lost the winner of it briefly. I hope I can come back to you and give you the full results in a moment or two. And still with racing, the Melbourne Cup won by Peter Pan in 1934 has surfaced. I didn't know it was missing.
Oh.
I'd love to know where all the other cups are and why we don't know more about them. The Peter Pan, the forgotten horse of Australian racing. 1934 Cup, it's on for sale for a cool $1 million. Where it been, what's it been doing? I don't know. If only that cup could talk. What a tale it'd tell. And without the problem of Hitman Hall, very little stink news, no feathers, no Mad Dog, no you minor bunnies. And with those few thought starters hurled onto the bonfire of the recent week, it's now time to ask around paging Roy Slavin. Got any dynamite you want to toss into the pond, pal?
Yes, thanks very much, SG. Well, what an interesting week. And you mentioned those Wallabies. What about those Wallabies last night? Only missed out by 3 points.
I know. I just mentioned it.
Yeah, I know you
3
did.
points.
And I think that's fantastic. What an achievement. I'm more worried about our future Wallabies with our second stringers, the Australia A, so-called.
Yeah.
Well, they were bashed up by the Junior All Blacks 50-0.
I know, I saw that.
50-0.
I know.
Hey? How embarrassing's that? Yeah. And these Australia A's, a lot of them are knocking on the door of Wallaby selection because a lot of our Wallabies are getting too old.
And there's a number of name players in there as well.
Real name players, yes. Yes, I don't know why there isn't a call for an inquiry.
Coaching problem? Do you start at the top with the...
Well, you've got to start in
A's?
schools, haven't you? Yeah. But that's up to John O'Neill to try and rectify the ship. But the ship is foundering.
Just before you go on, Roy, that result in the Bundamba Cup, now known as the Ipswich Cup, Sculptor beat Cold Start and Upstage plugged away for fourth. Obviously, there was a lot to like about Sculptor's run.
Now, speaking of that Peter Pan Cup...
Yes, the Peter Pan Cup.
The Rugby Union World Cup itself, the actual cup...
Yeah, the William Webb Ellis.
No, that might belong to... I think that might belong to another competition.
Oh, you're right.
This is the actual World Cup itself, the cup that all the teams are vying for.
Yeah.
This
Canada,
is the
Georgia,
absolute thing.
Pinnacle, yeah.
It will be in Sydney this week as part of a tour spanning the 4 nations who've won the tournament since its inception. So the Cup, and look, I'll try and find out details of where the Cup is going to be, where you can go and see it.
Is it touring around on the back of the
touring around. I can't help you. I hope it's going to be in a window of a shop or something like that, so that interested people can go and have a look at it. Because this is we've seen it. Yeah. It's a knockout, isn't it?
It's
an absolute.
It's the best cup.
It's the best cup I've ever seen.
Easy.
It's the best cup I've ever seen. And I've seen a few bloody cups in my life. Yeah. But this is an absolute ball. It's the cup of cups. Isn't it?
It is.
The way it looks, the way it sits there, the way it shines.
Just incredible.
It's just beautiful. Yeah. Well, that's there in Sydney for a week. So you've got 7 days.
7 days.
To sort yourself out, organise yourself. It doesn't matter what part of the country you're in. There's enough time to get to Sydney, because I think it's only in Sydney, to queue up and have a look. And bring the kids. I mean, the kids would love to see it. So I'll try and flesh out more details as to where it's going to be.
I tell you what would be good is to do a trial run for the Pope's tour out at Randwick and maybe have all the kids go to Randwick, because you'd have to work out logistics of getting them all there.
But they're going to be disappointed if the Cup's not there.
No, and tour it around.
The Cup around. The Cup. No, hang on. The Cup's not going to move. The Cup's going to be stationary.
No,
people come to the Cup. The Cup doesn't go to people.
Wait a minute.
This is the World Cup of Rugby Union.
I know.
The World Cup of Rugby Union.
Yeah. Look, I know John O'Neill. He's now the head of.
I know John O'Neill, but the Cup's bigger than John O'Neill. It's bigger than everyone.
I know. I understand that.
John O'Neill can move around and talk to the kids. Fine, that's great. But you can't tell me the Cup's moving.
How about that we get the Pope-mobile out, put the Cup in the Pope-mobile?
No, the Cup ain't going to move. That's what I'm trying to tell you here. The Cup, she fixed, bolted down.
Right.
Yeah, this is bigger than the America's Cup.
Oh, the America's Cup.
The America's Cup's bolted down.
Yeah, I know.
It's got to be bolted down by law.
True.
Bolted down.
And the winning skipper gets a spanner to unbolt it.
To unbolt it. It's only happened
down.
twice in 1,000 years.
Well,
anyway,
I just hope
I'm not saying the Rugby Union, the World Cup, is bolted down. I don't know if it didn't have holes in it when we last saw it, but put the bolts through.
Yeah, I know. I haven't seen the bolt. Any suggestion that somebody's got the Black and Decker to it. But listen, what happens if they pick some spot, and I'll have to struggle here, but let's say they pick,
a room that only one can fit in?
Well, I was thinking of somewhere in Marrickville where there's a lot of traffic problems, or, say, Taramara.
King Street in Newtown?
Yeah, King Street in Newtown. Let's say they chose...
Well, let's hope they're sensible about it.
Okay.
Yes. Sensible about it. Maybe put it
in a freeway.
In a caravan just off the F3 or something like that. With a door open, so people as they fly by can just get a glance.
Yeah.
Bunching them. Or Graham Park. Just put it there by that bloody wire fence, so that as people go past, they can see that. And Graham Park seating as they go past.
I don't know. That's a very good, an elegant
solution. That's a win. Right? That's a beautiful solution,
It is.
You would need quite a bit of security, though, if you had it at Graham Park, wouldn't you?
Well, I think they've got that under control. I haven't heard of anything going missing from there.
You'd need most of the New South Wales Police Force to be there. This is the World Cup.
Yeah. Well,
I think it'll be bolted down somewhere.
Do you reckon?
Now, Brad Fittler puts his hand up to help the Blues next year.
Oh, isn't that great?
Great. Why didn't he put his hand up this year?
But what does he do?
Skills coach. How to throw a flat ball or a face ball and a cut-out pass.
Do you think we need Fittler?
Well, personally speaking, no, but it might mean something to the to the team who haven't got...
Could he look after the dog?
Bluey the dog.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, bring a dog.
You know, that's something Murray could have said, you know. The first meeting, we haven't got... Bluey the dog's not here. We don't know where he is. We think he's with someone who's a bit mad out west.
He's no longer with us.
But we've got Brad Fittler here. Great. Hey, Brad, how you doing? Hey, how you going, Freddie? Big Dukes to stay on as Socceroo captain for the Asian Cup, and that's great news for all BD fans. And he doesn't deserve... I saw that. I saw that scurrilous article. We'll get to that in a minute. Yeah, Big Dukes is a hero. If there's anyone who's put his hand up for the what is it, Pride of Australia medal, it's Big Dukes. No one's done more than he has.
No
one's done more than he has.
No. In every category. World peace, community.
The lot. Yeah. Jeff Ogilvy. Well, I was going to say he didn't really embarrass himself at the US Open in Pittsburgh, but we'll probably talk about this a little bit later, but badly looks like winning it. And wouldn't that be great to have two Australian winners, Ogilvy and then Badley? I mean, it's a dream come true, isn't it? But what about that course? We might get to the course a little bit later. I mean, I've never seen a course like it. I mean, it just tears your heart out, that course. Does your head in. Did my head in just looking at the layout. Yeah. Totally did my head in.
Yeah. Oh, no, how could you play it?
Well,
you'd have to be mad.
You'd have to be mad to even, sign up.
Yeah. You sign up, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Now, Aussie boxers heading to the States over the next few weeks. Now, Vic Varchinian will take on, I think it's Nonito Donaire, no easy beat. That'll be one really to have a look at. That'll be a great fight.
And Nadu's on this afternoon.
Yeah, Lovemore Nadu is meeting Poa Malignaggi.
Tonight.
Yeah, tonight. And that's going to be a great bout. Yeah. And this Malignaggi, he can fight.
And he can talk,
too. He can talk and fight. He can talk it right up. And Sakio Bika is taking on Lucian Boot.
Now, I think he lost.
Did he beat? He's lost already?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we'll put that on hold then. But all I'm getting at, it's a great time for Australian boxing.
Wow.
You know, Hitman Hall notwithstanding. It is a great time for Australian boxing. Trevor Bayliss has taken over as the coach of Sri Lanka, which is great news for Sri Lankan fans and of course, Bayliss freaks. Rafael Nadal has been touted as the Clay Master.
See who by?
The Clay Master by the last surviving member of the Three Musketeers.
Right.
Andrew Bogut.
He's at Aramis.
Yeah. Andrew Bogut despairs at the state of Australian basketball.
Don't we all?
Can I just say that Australian basketball is bloody despairing at the state of Andrew Bogut? I've had enough of Andrew Bogut swanning in here.
Telling us we're stuffed.
And why doesn't he get his sinus fixed?
Well, and the other thing...
I just leave that hanging there.
Yeah, okay. Like a dribble out of the end of the nose.
I mean, anyway. Mark Scaife has edged past Peter Brock for the most ever touring car victories.
I saw that.
What a feather.
Unbelievable.
Hey, what a feather. What a feather.
That was last Monday, I think.
Great news for Scaife buffs, of which there are many. Now... almost as many as Trevor Bayliss freaks. Bob Woolmer, it's official. Natural causes. Natural causes. Yeah, I know. It rings a little hollow with me too. But I tell you what's worrying me. I'll just put these two together. Bob Woolmer, it's official. Natural causes. Who's putting his hand up now as Pakistan coach? Jeff Lawson. Jeff Lawson. Now...
You don't have to be Einstein, do you?
Draw a line through...
Who was where, when.
Got it.
Did you know that the heat bank properties of green and gold bricks keep your house 2 degrees warmer in winter and a full 1.7 degrees cooler in summer? Those are Housing Association confirmed facts. Just ask Aussie legend John Eales.
Senator Rod Kemp, the longest-serving sports minister in Australia's history, has, as an enduring legacy, made it mandatory that all football clubs, by law, are daycare centres between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. 5 days a week. This world-first legislation ensures that clubs will guarantee that your preschooler will be fully supervised by the contracted playing staff. So, if you live in the Essendon area, drop your little ones off at Windy Hill and let them spend the day with Kevin and his team. Thanks, Senator Kemp.
Hello everyone, your old mate Frosty here. Guess who's living in Lakewood Heights these days? Honestly, it's like living in LA. Stars everywhere. Stars like Andrew Harwood, Lawrence Hodge, Dean Hatton, Audine Leith and Alexi Mengler. It's an autograph hunter's heaven. So come and have a look for yourself and unlock the equity in your land trap. Oh, I've got to go now. I've just spotted Velma Pratt.
Roy, the fallout from Wednesday night's New South Wales loss is quite substantial. We've already indicated that, but I was very disappointed to see this. We'll come to the door, that is backdoor Benny's comments in a little while, but Chairman of Selectors Bob McCarthy has fired back at criticism from former Origin coach Phil Gould over the selection of this year's Blues outfit. Gould slammed Coach Murray. Phil Rothfield got this for the Murdoch Press. Gould slammed Coach Graham Murray and the selectors after the series loss, saying to Queensland, saying the selectors went public with a ridiculous instruction to be more aggressive and threatened players with a sack if they didn't win. Coach Graham Murray was worried about losing his job instead of providing the team with some badly needed leadership and support. The New South Wales players looked scared to lose. McCarthy said last night that he had no respect for Gould or his opinions on rugby league. Pressing start. Is this all coming from the same coach who lost the series 3-0 to the weakest Queensland team in history back in 1995? And when he did win, he had the likes of Fittler, Daly, Stewart, Johns, Clyde and Lazarus in his teams. To be honest, I don't read his columns in the newspaper and I don't listen to what he says on TV. When he comes on, I go to get a beer out of the fridge.
Bloody hell.
I know. Gould these days, no influence on the selectors, and there will be few changes made final match. Cronulla's, according to Rothfield at least, Cronulla's Greg Bird will come into the starting lineup, play outside Kamorley. Galen will be added to the squad on the bench should he survive the problems that he created for himself yesterday, Roy. But that's not good, is it? That's not good when the selector, your head selector...
Oh, no, that's
He lays down a blueprint and your head commentator...
Yeah.
Well, your ideas person. I mean, sure. You can say the Angry Ant, Sticky Stewart, is the game's best thinker.
Oh, he is, arguably, yes.
But Gould is your real idea source of
ideas.
He
is.
You go two-man for ideas.
Yeah.
I mean, he created Bluey the dog. We were talking about that earlier.
I know. Brilliant. Look, it worries me when there's falling out amongst allies.
I know. People are supposedly on the same side.
Look, you've just got to say, well, Bob McCarthy, that is. Bob, are you supporting the Blues? Yes. Gouldy, are you supporting the Blues? Yes. All right, well, we've got something in common. Let's sit down and talk about what we've got in common more than we have in conflict. So it needs a peace broker, an honest broker here.
Who could
Someone
do
like
that?
Chris Anderson or...
Well, the Roosters coach, which is not a bad place to start, but I was thinking of somebody with a bit more profile.
Rod Kemp, Senator Kemp.
Well, because he's retired now, he might have time to do these sort of tasks.
Yes. Well, Senator Kemp is the sort of... He's dispassionate. I don't think he's ever said one way or the other, whether he's a Blues supporter or a Queenslander. He might be a Victorian.
He is.
In which case he couldn't give a bugger either way.
He's probably perfect.
A perfect person to step in. Maybe if the Rugby League agrees to fly him up at the Rugby League's expense, he can sit down, get Gouldy in, get Bob McCarthy in, and let's talk about things.
Now, could I say that what would make a great television program is Kemp involved, obviously, but you know the contenders for the American presidency, there's quite a lot of them, both in Democrat and Republican. They're having debates in America at the moment. Occasionally you see a little bit of a grab on the news when Hillary Clinton says something stupid.
Barack Obama.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, couldn't we have something like that, say... Nine are obviously desperate to get good programs because they've got plenty of space now.
Get the presidential candidates out here.
Talking about rugby league. I was just wondering if we could get Gould and McCarthy. Well, that would be refreshing.
Wouldn't that be great to get someone like Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and who's the other chap, John Edwards, is that his name?
John Edwards, you're right. Yes.
Prong.
Yeah, the third prong.
Yes,
that'll do.
And maybe a couple of the Republicans.
Yes, there's that bloke from Law and Order.
Mitt Romney,
Thompson and Rudy Giuliani.
The three of them. They have a prong of 6. Out they come. And we'll give them maybe
half an hour,
a day and a half to get up to speed with the issues. And then we have a rugby league, a New South Wales Rugby League symposium.
What a fantastic idea.
You know, maybe at the Opera House.
Yeah.
In the Drama Theatre, or maybe the Opera Theatre. Schools are welcome. Schools can come free.
Why not the End Centre to fill it up with kids?
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know, the former Grand Old Girl.
Why not Stadium Australia?
Stadium Australia at the Girl itself.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Yes.
Schools
involved, obviously. Yeah. You could get you'd pack 70,000 school kids in there. Easily. And you could also have seating on the ground itself.
Yeah. And what'd be good is if you had a few elements of the rugby league, world there, like maybe Bluey the dog, revive Bluey the dog.
Well, obviously Bluey would be there, and you'd get witnesses to come up and bear witness to what happened.
Yeah.
Each of the players would get up and explain in their own way what went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Not Ikamali, all of that lot.
Mm-hmm.
We tried hard, but we just, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Outplayed our coach.
We just didn't, we didn't have the go for it.
We weren't
creative, or whatever it's going to be. Needed Birdie out there earlier or something,
It doesn't matter. It'll be heartfelt. It'll come, from the engine room or the back.
Coach Murray
puts
his position.
Yeah.
Gould puts his position.
And Bob McCarthy.
Bob McCarthy puts his position. Yeah. Maybe get someone in like Chook. Chook would have an opinion.
Yeah, I tell you what,
Blocker Roach would have an opinion.
Backdoor Benny Elias.
Ray Hadley.
It's starting to sort of sound as though it's going to take a while.
It's a bit cumbersome, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kids would love it, though. I mean, this is a full day. Maybe it's a 3-day event. I don't know.
A 3-day event?
3-day event.
Featuring... Wow, you'd certainly... God almighty.
What a television show you'd get out of it. Not only for here, but for the United States as well. Because they would love to see, say, Mitt Romney v Hillary Clinton about New South Wales Rugby League.
Where it's going wrong.
Yes.
Well, if you couldn't solve the problems of New South Wales Rugby League, you couldn't solve the problems of America.
Exactly.
On the Life on Triple J. Roy, the fallout... Last week was a big week for Rugby League. I didn't look at the... I didn't slaughter a a Carrick last weekend just to see if it was going to be a big week for league, but it certainly turned out that way. The problem of diving has loomed large last weekend, Wednesday night, and now there's been a move to change rules. Right. Wednesday night's diving, and firstly, how did you see that? When Bailey reached out and tapped Steve Price on the ankle, with hindsight, and when you called down after the call,
I thought it was a soft penalty.
Soft penalty,
yeah, very soft penalty.
The trouble is, it wouldn't have mattered if they hadn't scored a try, would it? But they scored a try off that penalty.
Yeah. It wouldn't have mattered if he'd been consistent. There was a lot of touching going on in the ruck area, a lot of touching going on in the play. If he was going to say, all right, no touching, then be consistent. Pricey took a dive, no two ways about it, and he should have been ordered off.
How did you see the it might have been Monday night, the Sharks, or last Sunday, the Sharks problems, where the player stayed down for a long time and got up giving a wink to the opposing person.
Well, this is a sort of professionalism that's coming into the game, isn't it? We've seen it ruin, soccer.
So many matches.
We've seen it totally ruin a code like soccer and made the World Cup a farce.
Complete
farce. We know that. I would hate that to happen. Rugby league, the thing that separated rugby league from most other sports, and, I've been championing this for years now, is its honesty. Players are honest. They're as honest as the day is long. Well, that's changing, and money's ruined it. I think we've got to go back and maybe, pay players nothing for maybe 5 or 6 years just to
cement
bring the
honesty.
game back to its
a period of honesty.
Its roots, yeah. I think so. And I think the players would agree.
Now, Steve Mascord got this for the Murdoch Press, but he sets it out in terms of Wednesday night's diving controversy wasn't covered by the NRL last night. It wasn't covered, but the NRL last night made some pretty dramatic rule interpretation changes when it comes to players trying to capture the attention of the video referee. Obviously, they try and stay down, go upstairs, have a look at something. Now, the St George Illawarra Cronulla Monday night football clash proved to be a bit of a watershed when it comes to weeding out obviously divers. From now on, the league announced, 1, if a player is unable to play the ball, it will be given to a teammate 5 metres away who will play it.
Well, that's a refreshing idea, isn't it? That's good. Okay.
Well, yeah, except if they're injured, they're penalised. The team's penalised because they got an injury.
Well, that's true, but
I suppose
they're not
what
going to be
happens
penalised for very long, The St John's ambulance people get out there quickly.
That's true. And they can get the salts.
And I always like seeing, a player injured on the ground and the game, often the play, the player will gravitate towards the player on the ground and they'll collapse on him and that sort of stuff. That's always funny.
And
it's entertaining.
I know. I'll tell you what's really funny is when a groggy player gets up and plays the ball the wrong way. And you and I have seen that. Martin Bella. So whacked around the scone, was he, that he was on Coosbane.
Funniest thing he's ever done in his life.
No, it was just terrific.
And he wasn't there to appreciate it.
He wasn't, but it's the top of his highlight reel. Now, where a referee believes time wasting is occurring, the team involved will be penalised. Doesn't say how, but that's just a rule. The video referee, I assume it's just a tap to the other side. The video referee will be able to report instances of foul play to the man in the middle, but only if it's serious enough for a player to be sent off or placed on a report. I don't know who decides the latter. In other words, if Mr. Bingley upstairs sees something that he thinks should go and report or is a penalty, he can ring down and say, Shane Hayne, have a look at that. I've got something for you.
2 players back. Yeah. Got something for you. Oh, well, that's going to be hopeless, isn't it?
Then we go.
I think there are more elegant... Look, the problem, we want to stamp out malingering, don't we? People taking a dive to give their tiring forwards a rest and things like that.
Yeah.
Well, I think if a player goes down for any reason at all, it's very easy to run out a rope and put it around his neck, tied to the back of a ute, and the ute goes off, and if the player's genuinely unwell, he's just going to be dragged off by the neck.
Which will help the speed up the play.
The speed up the play of the ball.
Yeah.
If he's not, if he's well, he's going to get up and move quickly, in which case he's penalised.
Very good. Now, you had a lot of success with that method with Cher for a lot of years.
I know, yes.
Who's malingering.
Well, she refused to get out of bed.
That's right.
Tied a rope around her neck.
And pulled her up.
Pulled her up, all right, with a four-wheel drive, I think we used on that occasion.
Now, the video referee will have until the end of a set of 6 to report foul play. How does this work, though? I mean,
what if it's tackle 5? Doesn't give you much time, does it?
The referee cannot stop play in order to give a fourth official time to adjudicate on an incident. Now, the NRL remains concerned at the increasing trend of players feigning injury in matches to attract penalties, but at the same time is determined to maintain the pressure on genuine acts of foul play, according to Annesley.
Yes.
Even though the NRL acted swiftly, things have already moved on since yesterday. It was all about the different sort of dive and whether Queensland Steve Price milked the penalty and won the state of... Well,
he did milk it.
I know. Luke Bailey said the old fella sucked me in.
Yeah, that's right. Tony Hearn style.
Yeah.
Penalty puller. You know, and I don't blame Price for that. It's professional. But that's what we've got to weed out. If we don't pay him anything, you're not going to get these professional idiots.
They won't care.
They won't care.
Now, can I ask whether you think the involvement of Mr. Bingley and his...
No, I'd get rid of it completely.
I know. I think we've discussed this position before.
Get rid of it completely. Leave it up to the man in the middle.
It hasn't improved it, really. It's just created more, and we're starting to get more and more jobs for the video ref to adjudicate.
Yeah. In the end, it's just going to be totally covered by cameras, and you won't need a man in the middle out there.
No.
That's the problem you've got. You know? And the more often you look at something, the more it changes. Have you noticed that?
Especially in slow motion.
Yeah, slow motion. I mean, it's a killer for reality, isn't it?
It just ruins it. So on the upside of rugby league, and we will obviously come back to that thought, there's a Good Guys column. I don't know whether you've read this.
No, I haven't.
This is just fantastic.
Good Guys, isn't that a chain store of electronic equipment?
A competitor to Mr. Bingley, I would have thought. Yes. And the Good Guys were rugby league
sort of Beach Boys songs.
That's
good
right.
Vibrations or something
very
like that.
Good.
Very
to lure
amusing.
people in with the staff
doing
the moves.
Doing the singing and the moving. It's very funny, very professional. Yes,
but it hasn't encouraged you to buy anything from
it.
No,
never been in a store. No, of course not.
Now, look, the Good Guys. I think. Remember when rugby league was in crisis about 5 minutes ago, and they decided that what they'd do is take teams. Or send teams of players from city clubs out into the world of Group 10 or Group 6 or Group 1.
Tremendous. They just flying visit. Yeah, like a flying squad.
Flying squad, just to see the idea.
Yeah,
have a talk to schools.
All of a sudden, you're in Cessnock or you're in
Young or Wallerawang
or
Mildura, yes.
And all of a sudden, bloody hell! Look at that. We've got 6. Penrith Panthers or 6 Eels.
Yeah, here with us.
Eels on wheels.
Now, that's where the Good Guys ideas come from.
Okay.
But I'm
liking this.
They carried it through to ordinary life. So the Parramatta Eels have launched their Try Reading program. which is run across primary schools in their area. Players will speak to groups of students aided by Literary Magazine, highlighting the importance of reading. The players, including Nathan Highmarsh, will leave copies of magazines at school and will continue to make regular visits to the Parramatta region, check on the students' progress and read to them in class.
Isn't that fantastic?
The first school to be involved in the program is Wentworthville Primary School.
Isn't that fantastic?
It is. It reminds me of the moment George Bush was caught, I think when the planes went in, reading his favourite book to a group of kids.
Or listening to his favourite book being read, in all fairness, I think.
Not bad.
Yes,
now,
that's right.
Would you think the Eels as a group read much? I mean, apart from...
They would read the Rugby League Week.
Yeah, Rugby League Week.
They would read the back pages of the
telly.
newspapers, the tabloid press mainly, you'd have to imagine.
And...
which is fine. That gives them, at the very least, a reading age of about 9.
Yeah.
Which is fine because they're dealing with primary school kids, aren't they?
And they're rugby league players. Now, can I ask whether we're still struggling with literacy, that we have to ask, I mean, let's face it, rugby league players, they've got their hands full at the moment. They've got obviously they're all, working and learning trades and going to university. They've got the problem of emerging from rugby league into the larger community. They've got their financial work and advice to keep giving, and often they take on burdens, like I know Peachy's got a foundation, who does tremendous work. Yeah. Now, what I was going to say was, do we really have to rely on rugby league people? Rugby league players to get out there, and then you wonder why New South Wales can't win a game.
Yeah.
We've got our priorities.
It's an added burden, isn't it?
It is. And what has happened to the boosting of literacy, which has been going on all my life?
Well, is it working or is it not? I mean,
I don't know.
Is there any evidence? Don't we have empirical examinations of these things, of literacy and numeracy in most states these days? We have rigorous exams that allow people, professionals, to look at the results and say, well, literacy is doing well, or numeracy not so well. We're going to have to work on that.
We'll have to get the Eels to
swap to maths.
Yeah. And they could show things with tries and work out how much, 4 points, 2 points, 1 point. How do you go? We've got to divide 15 into a rugby league possibility of score.
Yes.
So you might say 3 tries.
If there were 3 tries, how many goals were scored if the result was 15-4?
Perfect.
Yes, that sort of thing.
That's brilliant.
Yes.
What a brilliant, elegant exercise.
Yes, and fun for the kids.
They
can work it out, especially the girls. They'd love that because they love not only their rugby league, but they love their maths. So it combines 2 loves, doesn't it?
I take your point entirely, though, about surely to goodness we can eventually get to the point of calling off the Eels. Do you know what I mean?
So you've done enough.
Yeah, go on in, fellas.
Well, it'll be interesting.
Reading.
Let's see let's make this a program. Okay, it's the Wentworthville Primary, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Eels visiting regularly, help them with their literacy. Not numeracy, literacy.
Are they trained? Are they ticketed in this, or do you just rock up and anybody?
I think they just rock up. G'day, I'm Nathan Hindmarsh, and I'm going to read to you today from
the Bible.
The Bible, Rugby League Week. Here we are. Is Braithen Astor a dickhead? There's your, and you might set a couple of comprehension questions. What was the main,
idea?
What was the main idea of the article? Mr. Braithen Astor, this dickhead. Yeah. Absolutely right. And what was the evidence? Any black fucking performance he's done. ... Off it goes. That's great. But what I'm suggesting is, we have an examination of Wentworthville Primary School, and I'm sure... we know what they're like at the moment. Okay. We know how they're stuffed. We know. Well, I don't know if they are or not. They might be great. Don't know. But let's see if their literacy improves relative to their numeracy with the Eels' involvement. So we'll be able to get a real, empirical, yes, no result on this one, and then compare them with the state average. In literacy to see if it's gone up or gone backwards as a result of. But you've got to average it over a number of years. I think we're going to have the Eels going every week for maybe 2 or 3 years before we're going to see any result one way or the other. So it's a real experiment here.
Right.
And then see if girls do better or boys do better comparatively.
Yeah.
How they were doing before the Eels appeared on the doorstep of the primary school classroom.
Now,
I think it'll be a fascinating study for students. University students can get involved by doing the studies, so don't burden teachers with it.
No.
Let's get, the University
Students
of
of
Western Sydney.
education.
The University of Western Sydney could get maybe an MA student who looks at education and statistics to look at Wentworthville Primary School in the context of the involvement of the Parramatta Eels. There's your thesis.
Fantastic. Now, can I ask whether you think Nathan Highmarsh is the best one? Wouldn't Fui Moi Moi talk to kids a little bit more?
Well, he might.
Or,
Depends what his interests are.
True.
I don't know.
True.
He might love, I don't know.
Jared Hayne might be a better one too. See, I just worry that somehow they picked the wrong one. And and what happens if...
Is there a roster? I mean, it's not going to be Nathan turning up every week.
No.
That'll wear out on him. Oh, bloody Nathan
There he is.
again.
There he is again. Where are you from again, Nathan? Yeah, how'd you go on the weekend? I didn't go so well. And what about Wednesday night, you bloody idiot?
Yeah, there'll be a bit of that. But if it's just Eels from your Flegg, Estuary
Eels.
Ball...
I'm happy with registered first-grade players, that'll do.
Registered first grade
Yeah.
players,
Now, can I ask, are you expecting, though, at some golden point... to coin a phrase, golden point, that we will be able to call in all the valuable Eels and all those other rugby leagues players who are doing it and say, that's a fantastic job, we're where we want to be? Or is this a never-ending, like playing the game of rugby league, a never-ending
quest for perfection.
that
well,
can't be given.
Let's say in 3 years' time, Wentworthville Primary School is
top of the tree.
absolutely crapping on everything else within QE in the nation, and is the number one primary school in the world. In the world. Then you'd have to think, people would be scratching their heads thinking, why? Answer... Eels! It's got to be the Eels.
Yeah.
And there's a very good case for that, especially when the kiddie from the University of Western Sydney says, well, I finished my thesis here, and guess what? The Eels have been great!
Made a difference. A real difference.
Yes, their literacy's gone, especially in the girls. They love their rugby league. They love their Eels. They love reading. And then, I don't know, 15 years down the track, you look at the cabinet, say of the
state government,
of the federal government,
Yeah.
CSIRO. The head of the CSIRO has come from Wentworthville Primary.
Yeah.
Your Prime Minister, Wentworthville Primary.
Yeah.
Communications,
Nathan
arts,
Highmarsh.
Science.
Yeah.
They all come. People are going to think, well, what revolution happened at that school?
Yeah. And then the Eels come. Now, just put that on pause.
Nobel Prize for Literature. It goes on and on.
Yeah. I mean, the rewards are there.
I know the rewards are there.
Now,
but then again, other schools are going to be thinking, well...
Why can't the Eels come to us?
Yeah.
Well, they can't. Now, because... I'll tell you why they can't come. Because Tigers second rower, Chris Hayington, Tigers second rower, Chris Hayington, visited a Marrickville school earlier this week to spread the message of fair play.
Well, so great idea.
He's not worrying about the
literacy or numeracy.
No,
he's concentrating on fair play.
Hayington joined Sports Minister Graham West and Marrickville MP Carmel Tebbit for the launch of Fair Play resource at Fern Court Public School. Don't know anything about them, don't know what their reading's like, don't know what their maths is like, got no idea.
Have they got a fair play problem?
They must have. The resource contains activities for students to help them understand the necessity of good sportsmanship. How difficult... Can I just ask you without...
Because they look at Pricey the other night, flopping over. And winning.
Yeah, winning. And they're
going to think, oh, hello, fair play.
Yeah.
Loser.
I know, isn't it weird now?
So is that what they're saying to Hayington? You want us to be losers, do you, mate?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Hey, did Pricey take a dive the other night? That'd be the question.
It would.
Oh, well, he might. Well, did he win? Well, yeah, they did. Well,
did they get a try after the? Did they get a try after the?
Do you
penalty?
want us to be losers, or do you want us to be like Wentworthville Primary School winners?
Now.
Now, Harrington, I think he plays for Manly, doesn't he?
Tigers. Wait a minute. The lad himself says it's the little things like shaking your opponent's hand, thanking the referee and your coach, and being a good sport after you lose a match that really counts. Oh, Lord, where's this going? You understand why New South Wales is on the skids? Right there, that's what they're teaching schools, Roy. That's what they're teaching schools.
Oh, no.
Now,
but mercifully, there are enough role models like Leighton Hewitt that, to balance that sort of leftish nonsense.
Yeah.
Coming from the West Tigers. I didn't know they were a ACTU-backed communist outfit.
They are. They are. But on the good side, how about this one? It's got nothing really to do with him, but Chris Hayington.
Is he a puppet of the
ACTU?
unions?
Oh, he'll be a union
Is he
boss.
a union puppet?
He'll be the rep on the job. Now, a mystery punter landed a huge betting plunge last weekend. Channel 9 producer was left to pick the man of the match in the West Tigers Newcastle game. Don't know whether you saw this story.
I did. Disturbed me.
We can today reveal a punter walked into the Randwick TAB shortly before the game. Listen, I've got to say, I'm very familiar with the Randwick, this layout.
Well, who isn't?
This. I know exactly where they've walked before.
You can see the green carpet,
I can, and the
see
chairs.
the marks on the carpet.
I can see the chairs, the stains, yeah. The unusual number of cigarette butts out the front of the joint, that sort of thing. I can reel a punter walked into the Randwick TAB shortly before the game last Sunday and backed Tigers forward and spokesperson for the good sportspersonship and backed Chris Hayington to win the man of the match. He backed him from $34 to win to $9. It's a hell of a lot of money to do that to a TAB.
But there might have only been 3 bets on it.
I know, I understand that. That's true. That's true. Hayington kept firming from 34 to 21 to 13 to 11 to 9 as the punter outlaid a series of bets of up to 500.
So he was the only one betting?
Yeah. He collected, in the TAB at that time, he collected around 30,000, but would have won more had the TAB not restricted his bets.
He wanted to bet more.
He originally tried to put $2,000 on at $34, which would have given him less past the $70,000 on one.
Wow.
Now, this is on Hayington. The punter won after Channel 9 named Hayington man of the match ahead of hooker Robbie Farah, who most believed was clearly the best player. Sports bet boss Craig Nugent confirmed the TAB and conducted an investigation into the good sportsmanship and fair play. Hayington, senior official of the NRS, found nothing untoward. We always check the market.
Why would you talk to Hayington? He's the last bloke. He's not involved at all.
He's an innocent bystander.
He's a totally innocent. He wasn't, not as if he was out there playing not to be man of the match.
No. It's an interesting coincidence, isn't it?
I think more would be the connection between the mystery punter and whoever decided that Hayington was going to be the man of the match.
Well, the person
That'd be your investigation, wouldn't it?
It would. The person who decided was Brad McNamara.
Right.
Who's a producer at Channel 9. He had the casting votes. Basically, because as near as I can tell, Phil Gould left early and didn't vote. So it was down to Sterlo and Ben Eichen. Must be something going on between these two. Sterlo voted for Farah and Eichen voted for Hayington.
Uh-huh.
And then Brad McNamara had to make the vote.
Right. Well, I don't know where your inquiries go there.
No, it's very difficult.
Well, we'd have to... Do we know who the mystery punter was?
No idea. No, well, I don't know. I've got no idea.
Do you think the police know?
They probably do. Gouldy
didn't
video
vote. Footage of
the bloke at the TAB? Yeah, probably. Phil Gould didn't vote because he left right on full time to write his newspaper column.
Well, that's fair enough.
Now, look, what I find is amazing is your stats and the tail of the tape. Hayington, 50 minutes, 1 try, 16 hit-ups, 120 metres gained, 1 line break, 4 tackle busts and 24 tackles.
50 minutes?
Yeah. Robbie Farah, 80 minutes, 1 try, 1 field goal. 11 runs for 99 metres, line breaks 1, line break assists 2, try assists 2, offloads 1, tackle bust 5, tackles 28. Kicks 18 for 522 metres. I mean, the tail of the tape suggests
that Farah was the man of the match. Yeah. Well, why would Ben Eichen, who seems to be reasonably, he's as honest as the day is long, why would Ben Eichen go for the other bloke? Unless the other bloke was a Queenslander, is he?
No, I can't understand that. We understand Hayington comes from the Umina Bunnies. That's his feeder club.
Is that where Terry Hill is?
Terry Hill.
And does Terry Hill know...
the Randwick TAB?
Well...
Isn't that amazing?
It's a funny old world, isn't it?
Tiny. Now, can I ask...
All right, more questions than answers, that one, isn't there? But can I just say it's disturbing? Disturbing.
And
But I think good luck to this bloke. If he's got some wheeze going, I mean, win-win-win. What's he going to do with that money? He's going to be spending it in local communities.
He is,
and he might
in the Randwick community.
Yes, but he might have been here visiting. He might come from rural and regional Australia. He might be down from the Hunter Valley.
Or Graham Park.
He might have been flooded.
Yeah.
And can't go back to his house.
So he's in town.
Somebody to say... Yep.
Now, look, what I worry about also is this fair play, good sportsmanship and stuff like that, the resource. I seem to remember Bob Carr being very big about this, not that he worried about sport.
Former New South Wales Premier.
Yeah. Now, this is years ago. I mean, surely to goodness the message is out there.
Fair play.
Fair play. And I like the idea of what you have to do. Fair play. It's little things like shaking your opponent's hand, thanking the referee and your coach, and being a good sport after you lose a match that really counts.
Yes. Well, that helps, doesn't it?
It does. Now, how would you think the Blues marked, how would you say the card was marked vis-a-vis the Blues on Wednesday night?
Well, I didn't see many people thanking Shane Hayne.
No.
I didn't see many of them. They might have thanked the coach in the dressing rooms privately.
Yeah, thanks, coach.
They seem to be okay with the Maroons. They did. They did, didn't they?
They did. But what I meant was, in the media, you get nothing but, see, why can't they take it graciously? See, it's an unusual thing, isn't it?
It is. It is a very difficult thing. Maybe we've got to have in each club an ambassador for goodwill.
What a lovely ombudsman in each club who would say...
Oh, an ombudsman.
Well, I just chose that word because I don't know what other word to do. But
a commissioner?
Commissioner.
Commissioner of fair play.
Fair play.
So you got your treasurer, secretary, commissioner.
Well, I was thinking on the playing staff. So let's say,
okay.
We look at the Eels, who are obviously doing very good work with reading. We might decide that Brett Finch was the...
Oh, young Finchy.
Young Finchy. Young Finchy, he might be the ambassador for fair play. So at the end of the game...
For every club or just for each club?
Eels.
For the Eels, okay.
Well, I did see a lovely thing in today's paper about the club stalwarts. And, so Melbourne, it might have been Matt Geyer. At the Roosters, with the raw bones of Craig Fitzgibbon.
Yes.
At the Eels, I forget who they said it was at the Eels. It wasn't young Finchy.
No, it might have been Nathan Hindmarsh.
It could have been Nathan Hindmarsh. Yeah. So as here, I just chose young Finchy. He might be nominated...
As commissioner.
As commissioner for fair play in his area. So he'd make sure these things happen.
So at the end of the game, he'd be the one who said, come on, boys, thank the ref.
Yeah.
Come on, Blake, shake their hands. Come on.
But
he's a bit of a hothead, young Finchy.
Well, I just chose him to calm him down, give him some extra...
Young Finchy's the sort of bloke that the commissioner would be tapping on the shoulder, isn't he?
Well, I just
saying, hey, young
down.
Finchy,
yeah,
shake hands with the ref, thanks, mate.
Yeah, thanks.
Come on, shake hands with the ref.
Look, do you know what? I love to see what they do in hockey, where they form a little circle afterwards and they say, 3 cheers for the whoever it is, 3 cheers for Manly, 2 cheers for the ref, 1 cheer for us, boom.
Yes.
Now, that's got sort of elegancy about it.
Has.
Less people know where they stand.
I tell you what I used to like as well, SG, which has disappeared, is the exchange of Guernseys. That was great for goodwill.
Yeah.
If you were wearing number 4 on your back, you exchange with your opposite number 4.
Yeah. But I think they stamped this out because kids were getting very alarmed by this.
Were they?
Like... I saw it happen the other day in the AFL. I didn't bring it up, but I think Glenn Archer and James Hird exchanged Guernseys.
Well, that's marvellous.
Yeah, but until Glenn Archer got home wearing the Hird jumper, and the kids just didn't recognise it.
Oh, his kids didn't recognise it. Oh, okay. But that's easily covered. No, that's easily covered.
By the mum?
No, he has a spare Guernsey in the car.
Very good. Very good. That's what he needs. He didn't have one.
No.
So his kids were
maybe a tracksuit top. That covers the Guernsey, and he makes sure he goes to the bedroom,
takes it off,
or into the bathroom, closes the door before he showers or gets changed, so the kids don't see the foreign Guernsey.
Yeah. No, I think that's very good.
There are ways around it if you thought it through. Yeah. I mean, Glenn Archer must be a bit of an idiot if he burst in on the kids wearing James Hird's.
He did it as a G-up.
Oh, it was a G-up?
Yeah, but the kids took it the wrong way.
Oh, they're too young for G-up.
Guess who I am? Turn around, number 5 on the back.
Woo! They screamed.
They did. I was just...
It must have been their worst nightmare for those kids.
Thanks very much. Their worst nightmare.
They have their dad turn into James bloody Hird.
Before your very eyes.
Before their eyes.
I know.
They may never recover.
Remember, of course...
No, you can't do that to kids.
No, you can't.
Not if they're impressionable.
I know, that's what I mean. And let's not forget that the Glenn Archer bathroom is a place which has some AFL history in it.
Yeah, it has. I know. I know it has.
I know, it's devastated by that. It's just a very poor form.
But hang on, wouldn't he have showered in the dressing rooms at the MCG or
they all wore their suits. They have to wear their suits. Then when he got out of the car, he thought, I'll have some fun with the kids. And that's when the trouble began because he had the opportunity to have... He was playing with their heads. Exactly right. He had the opportunity to play with their heads because he'd swapped jumpers with Hirdy as he came off.
Can I just say, it wouldn't matter how good your commissioner was in each team, you're not going to stop that sort of idiocy. You know, there's only one thing that stops that sort of idiocy, and that's jail.
I know.
If you told players, right, listen, if you go home and put on a funny Guernsey as a G-up for your kids, you're going to jail.
You know,
bypassing the courts, because you don't want to choke up the courts with every frivolous bloody dickhead.
Yeah.
You know, there'd be hundreds.
Oh, yeah, there would.
Every week.
There would.
Lining up, you know, saying, oh, yeah, I just want to G up, your worship. G up my ass!
Yeah.
Jail!
Yeah. 10 weeks inside. Middle of the season, I don't care. You're in. Sorry. North Melbourne, whoever it was. You just have to find somebody else.
And, you know, the difficulty with that, again, is that it penalises the kids as well, because they're without dad, they're without role model for 10 weeks.
Yeah, I know, but don't you think it's better to have that?
Yeah.
You know, to make an example of a couple, they'd stamp it out pretty quick, and it's better to have that than have a traumatised nation of kids who are then relying on the Parramatta Eels to come around and
with
teach
their reading.
And now on This Sport Life, it's time for the first fact of the afternoon. The fact is as Australian as stuffing a chook in summer heat. As now as Nicole Kidman. As easy as letting one go in a lift. What are Australians fighting for this week? HG?
Well, what a terrific prize. We start off with a copy of Street Machine. This is July 2007, and there's a terrific, terrific article here about the retooling of a Touring XC Coupe. It appears to have been cut back to bare metal, labour of love in itself, and it's just incredible.
What colour did they do it? Did they respray it, HG?
They just left it as metal.
Oh, isn't that brilliant? Oh.
I don't know. You'd have to put nail varnish or something like that over it.
It looks angry, though, doesn't it?
It does. Well, the look.
Wow, a car without paint looks so angry.
Looks sharky, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's been done by Adam Labresse.
Good on you, Adam. That's inspired.
It is inspired. And there's something about a Darwin Powerhouse Cruise Targa Tasmania. So there's a Darwin Powerhouse Cruise must be some sort of run, and Targa Tasmania we know all about because I think...
it's great.
Yeah, I think Eric Banner pranged his car this year.
He did.
So it's all there. And so that's a great sort of base for the price. Now, look, we've got the spirit of Christmas.
Oh, great.
It's almost July, so it must be time to think Christmas.
Yep.
And this has got acts like Christine O'Neill, not singing My Island Home, sadly.
A Christmas song, as she do it.
Mary's Boy Child.
Oh, yeah, I know that one. Yep.
The Bad Loves, Santa Claus is Back in Town.
Great.
This Christmas, Denny Hines. How to Make Gravy, Paul Kelly. Silent Night, James Rain. That'd be great.
Yeah.
The Little Boy That Santa Claus Forgot. Johnny Farnham does that one.
Yep, great.
Oh Happy Day, Judith Durham. Sleigh Ride by the ABC Melbourne Symphony Orchestra.
Yeah, a little bit dull, that one, but anyway, yep.
Happy Christmas, War It's Over from Tim Finn. Away in a Manger, Gina Jeffries. Santa Claus is Coming to Town, Frankie J. Holden. And Trim the Tree, Diesel and Wilson. That'd be great.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Well, there will be Christmas in July activities up in the Blue Mountains, won't there?
There will, and all over.
All over the country.
Now, then we've got the Bible, obviously the Rugby League week.
Yep.
Get Johnny. Obviously, Johnny Thurston.
Yeah,
well, that didn't do very
happen,
good. No, that's it. J-Mag from this time last year, fantastic Arky Monkeys. And then, of course, I've got as a souvenir the what I describe as the Port Fairy Folk Festival, the most prominent world roots and acoustic music event, which is just was finished in March, so it's an early spring event. And this gives you an idea and it'll bring back a lot of memories to people who went. So that's a terrific prize, including obviously
Can we include that Rugby League Tarzo HG?
What have we got? We've got
Mark Gasnier described as, on the back...
Shimmy Whoosh.
Shimmy Whoosh.
God almighty, isn't that amazing? So
Doesn't
that's
that
the
take
Rugby
you
League
back, eh?
Shimmy Whoosh. He thinks he might be back in time for the finals.
Oh, isn't that great?
But sadly, I don't think the Dragons will be in the finals.
No, he'll be playing by himself.
Unless their Premier side makes it. Whatever you call it, the Premier League side, not that top side.
Could he play Premier League? I suppose he could.
Yeah, I think he could.
Yeah, that'd be a fill-up for them, wouldn't it?
It would have him back, have Fire Up Bitch back for that. Big fantastic.
Yeah, Shimmy Whoosh.
Well, it goes with the fire up pitch territory.
Sure does.
Now, some lucky listener, women only, who can answer the following question.
Yes, women only. Name 2 of the special American guests at the 3-day Rugby League Symposium to be held at Stadium Australia. Name 2 of the special American guests at the 3-day Rugby League Symposium at Stadium Australia.
And that number, Roy?
Is 1300 0555 36.
Women only.
Phone now. Yes, we're joined by Jenny, who's joining us from Albion Park. How are you there, Jenny?
Good, thank you.
Now, what are you doing with your day?
My day is listening to H3 and Roy.
Yes.
And cooking.
Cooking?
Just cooking. It's a day for cooking.
And what are you cooking, Jenny?
Just meals for my son who comes down every now and again.
That doesn't answer the question.
Okay. What am I cooking?
Yeah.
Bread, spaghetti, cakes.
Bread, spaghetti and cakes.
Yeah.
And do you often find yourself on a Sunday doing that?
No, it's the weather. I don't know if you heard about the rain down this way.
Apparently the rain in your part of the world was the worst it was anywhere.
Yeah, Newcastle I think might have beat us.
Yeah.
On the whole, the whole drenching. But I think overnight or the last couple of days, you've actually copped it in your part of the world pretty badly.
We certainly did.
And flooding, Jenny?
A little bit, yes. Lots of road closure.
How are your gutters holding up, Jenny?
They're not, actually.
Yeah.
I had one blockage this morning.
Yeah. You know, often it only takes 2 or 3 leaves to stress a gutter.
I know.
And people don't spend enough time with gutter maintenance.
No.
Correct. I'm one of them.
Well, I am too. The gutters just overflow wherever I go. They follow me around, overflowing gutters.
Right?
Now, when
it's
it comes
no
to
effort
cake...
to get the ladder out.
No, I know.
Just check them maybe once a week.
Yeah.
I'll go for it.
Once a week. Now, when it comes to cakes, Jenny, what are you cooking? A nice sponge with a lot of eggs?
No, actually, I made some choc chip cookies and muffins instead.
Nice.
And how the lad, how long will it take him to get through it all?
Not long.
Not long?
He's a pretty big boy. He eats quite a bit.
Yeah, and just overnight, or would it last him a couple of days into the week?
The loaf of bread will be gone in 20 minutes.
Wow.
And just raw, or will he put butter and Vegemite or something on it?
Lots of butter when it's hot.
All right.
Very good.
And does he use a knife, or does he just rip the bread apart?
No, he uses a knife. He's good that way, but he doesn't leave me none.
Right, very good. And so when the rest of the day, once you get the cooking out of the road, you don't feel like cooking tea, I suppose?
Well, I've already done that.
Oh, you've done the spaghetti bolognese. Very good.
Yeah.
Oh, you're thinking ahead. That's very good.
Now, what about tonight? Is it CSI Sunday for you tonight, Jenny?
Yes.
Beauty.
Like that show.
Oh, there's nothing like it.
Now, are you disappointed?
They're so well-resourced. I mean, if our police forces were that well-resourced...
Oh, it'd be incredible.
Incredible.
And you're absolutely right. The resources are amazing. The buildings they work in and how to get around the
Yeah, and so many scientists and,
I know, scientists and people...
DNA. I mean, they've got the DNA covered, haven't they?
They've got a sort of nostril hair team.
I know.
It's just so...
They've got a team of about 4,000 people that just deal with nostril hairs. Left nostril. Then your right nostril.
What about your right?
Now, can I ask whether you are completely... That's on Channel 9, of course. And have you been disappointed by the changes wrought by the new team at 9, Jenny, or do you think it's a timely changing of the guard?
No, I am a little bit still disappointed.
Well, you don't want to expand on that?
Why, you're worried about Bert going? You're worried...
Bert, yeah, that's it. Bert Newton, he's gone.
Yes.
Yeah, anyway.
Let Roy set up the question.
All right.
Now, name 2 of the special American guests at the 3-day Rugby League Symposium, Jenny.
Mm-hmm.
Who are they?
Hillary Clinton.
Yes.
Now, I quite don't know if this is Osmar Barden, I think.
Oh, that's close.
Well, is that close?
Barack Obama we're looking for.
Oh,
Jenny, you did incredibly well. The J-Mag from last year, the Port Fairy Folk Festival Guide, the Street Machine, the Rugby League Week, and the Spirit of Christmas means more than ever, especially in the middle of June. And we'll get them out in the mail before you have to start cooking next Sunday. Thanks very much for being part of This Sporting Life.
Thank you.
Bye. Owner Builders. That new house going up in your street. What is wrong with it? The design seems okay. The house-to-land ratio, not a problem. The grey water mechanisms are state-of-the-art. So what the hell is wrong with it? 1. The bricks are imported from New Zealand. 2. The toilet tiles come from Italy. 3. The copper pipe was extruded in South Africa. Or the Whitehoods are German. No wonder the place stinks. Ask yourself, would former ARU legend John Eales live in an eyesore like that?
Phone freaks? Tired of the usual boring ringtones? You know, dull? Well, as a tribute to the legend of Shane Warne and in association with the Shane Warne Foundation, Cooey Cobber Ringtones is proud to present... That's right, it's Shane's last appeal, recorded in Sydney in January 2007. Hello?
Hello everyone, Frosty here. The Hood Heights, everyone's asking about it. Well, it's unreal. 500 beautiful homes, all brick, all with 5 bedrooms minimum, cinema, pool, double garage, games room, rumpus room, office, vestibule, cool room, unlimited access to water, and from Google Earth, the gated community looks just like a new Landra. Most residents have boat ramps accessing the pristine waters of Loch Lahood. I'll be on site every weekend setting you up with a finance package that allows you the freedom to get on with whatever you get up to at home. That's your business. So come out and see me. The Hood Heights, just 3 clicks from my Lakemba showroom.
Roy, with Aaron Baddeley now leading the on the leaderboard in the this
Isn't
big
that
top.
a good sight?
It's incredible.
What a refreshing sight.
It is.
What a sight, to put a lot of hope in a lot of Aussie golfers.
It's fantastic.
And kids who maybe hadn't thought about golf.
Well, and Australian golf's been knocking on the door of the USPGA for a long time. And
kicked it in last year.
Indeed.
With Ogilvy.
Well, Ogilvy, and now we had 12 starting this year. We got Baddeley in the lead, and he's been raving to anybody who listen about the improvement in his accuracy since leaving former coach David Ledbetter. Wasn't he ordinary?
Well, he's waiting the saddle, Ledbetter, isn't he? Always has been.
And he's linked up with Andy Plummer and Mike Bennett. The Plummer and Bennett are the architects of the new stack and tilt swing philosophy. Yes. And it is a philosophy, isn't it, Roy?
Yeah,
it's a way of seeing.
It's to do with your head.
It is, which involves the key elements of greats such as Jack Nicklaus, Ben Hogan, Sam Snead. Slamming Sam Snead. I mean, there was never a better golfer. I mean, sadly, he died before I ever got interested in the game. But I've had a look at the video.
The match reports.
I've read a lot of paper reports, and if I could, give a kidney for some worthwhile cause, it'd be to follow Sam Snead around for a game of golf. It would just be incredible.
Yeah.
And
I always had a dream of seeing Sam Snead and Rod Pampling.
Did you?
Yeah.
Together?
Yeah.
What, just over 18
go
holes?
around together, yeah.
Or the full 4 days?
Yeah. Oh, no, just 18 holes will do me. I can rest easy.
And isn't that fantastic? The key elements, now, you see, that's where people have made the mistake. So often, people have said to me about my golf, he said, terrific game, HG, but why don't you model it a little bit more on Brett Ogle? Just one name, I tried for a long time to model my swing on Brett Ogle's swing.
Well, it's difficult. You're a right-hander and he was left. Well, it was difficult for a start for you.
That's true. But on the other hand, here, they take the elements of greats such as Jack Nicklaus, Ben Hogan, Sam Snead and Arnold Palmer. I mean, why limit yourself when you've got that to choose from? I mean, Jason Duffner.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I'm just using the grip on the... Now I'm rebuilding my swing completely using Duffner's grip. Fed Furyk, the way he takes the club back, that's what I'm using.
Yeah.
I'm thinking...
it looked a little bit more like Fred Funk.
Fred Funk, yeah. Duffy Waldorf.
Yes.
As he leans into it, I've got Waldorf right at the top.
Yeah.
Then I'm a bit lost from there on. But I suspect...
Well, you can come down like the tiger.
Come down like the tiger, that's right. And follow through like Shark in his heyday. Not as he is now.
No,
so
that's
was
right.
A joke. Apparently, according to Baddeley, it's done the impossible, made Baddeley's previously wild driving much more consistent.
Yes.
Consistent.
Yeah.
The 2 signature movements of Baddeley's new swing are tilting his spine to the left with his hands working inside the ball and swinging up through the impact with even more weight shift to the left at the initial stage of the downswing. That's
I get it. Yeah. Well, that's a common mistake.
Don't move the weight at all.
Yeah.
No head or upper body movement is allowed to the right of the ball.
To the left of the ball, different matter.
I feel, this is Bads talking, I feel that since I've really started working with Andy and Mike, I've really started to ... My ball striking has improved, my driving accuracy has improved a lot, which makes it easier to play the game, so now I feel I have the tools.
Yeah.
I feel like I've got a new game now to hit all the shots that I need to hit to be able to play well and win our on tour, and then contend in a major. He's certainly contending in a major, right? There's no bigger major than where he's going at the moment on this Oakmont course.
Yeah.
Now, Did you ever think that you'd see Badley?
No, I didn't.
Out front?
I didn't look. He's such a decent young man. Yeah, I can think no finer a role model. Mm-hmm. We spent a bit of time with him years ago, remember, HG? And we earmarked him then as someone
who could go all the way.
Who could go all the way if he had the right toolkit. Mm-hmm. And I think we said at the time that his tool bag was just a little bit
light on,
yeah. But it's good to see, because you need that equipment. Mm-hmm. God almighty, in a US Masters, PGA, you need a good toolkit to get through.
Well, that's where people like Mickelson are out of their depth. They've got no tools at all.
No.
They turn up empty-handed, borrow a couple of clubs, and, go out there with nothing, no approach. I mean, this tilt and stack and tilt. I mean, Mickelson doesn't even understand the tilt. He's not stacking, he's not tilting.
No, he probably does need a swing architect to have a look at his swing, because you can get a little bit complacent as you get older. You win a couple of Opens, you win a couple of majors, and you think, oh, well, I'm okay. Wrong. You've got to keep developing. You can never stand still with golf.
Because somebody's coming along.
Because someone's going to come along and hit the ball harder and longer and more direct than you. And so you've got to beat yourself every time you've got a major in your pocket. Okay, fine, good, great.
Tell you one thing.
You've got to beat yourself.
I tell you what,
next week
you've got to do is beat your tools too.
Yes,
because those tools that took you to the first major aren't the tools that are going.
No, you've got to get rid of those tools. You're constantly with the tool bag opening, looking for new tools, aren't you?
You're right. I mean, it's easy to say, but so hard to do because you've got to drive yourself.
Yes.
And I think that's where Badley's improved. And
he's open-minded.
He's open-minded. Do you see, though, at various points in the new swing, do you see the people he's modelled on, Jack Nicklaus, Ben Hogan, Sam Sneddon?
In slow-mo you can.
Right.
It's all too fast.
In normal time.
In normal time, yeah. But if you slow it down, and, there's even a hint of Littler there. I haven't mentioned this to him, but I think there is. Nobody had a swing like Gene Littler.
Oh, it was sweet.
He was so sweet. It was your condensed milk poured on Lemonex. It was so smooth. Beautiful.
I tell you what,
the ball didn't know it was hit. That's the sort of swing I like. Yeah. The ball just finds itself in the hole, and I was going to tell how the fuck did I get here? You know what I mean? That was the beauty of Littler. Because we often say, God almighty, if that ball could talk, wouldn't know what to say.
They'd have nothing to tell you. Now, look, I was going to say also is that I'm hoping that as we move on, the stack and tilt, and I'm hoping you can get a little bit of Latin into it. Jose Miralles, and obviously Sergio Garcia. Jimenez.
You mean your Spanish flea?
Your Spanish flea.
We used to call that Spanish flea.
Yeah. Well, I think that's where he'll look for more tools next time.
Yes.
Because if he wins this, and he will, there's no point staying with those clowns, who'll become, people like Hogan and, Sam Sneddon, Nicklaus and Palmer. You've got to get rid of them because they're rubbish.
Yes, they are.
Once you've done it, they're rubbish. They're no value to you. You've got to look elsewhere. You've got to find new inspiration, new hills to climb.
Yeah, exactly right.
And that's why I think his biggest challenge will be winning.
Well, that's right, because, always the biggest challenge is to beat yourself.
Yeah.
Without beating on yourself.
Yeah, I know, that's so true.
That's and it's that gap, isn't it, that separates the giants from the dickheads.
Now, just rounding up the boxing for the week, obviously Beaker suffered a unanimous points loss to Butte, Butt, in their IBF super middleweight title elimination bout, but Beaker may have won a place in Sylvester Stallone's boxing reality TV show, The Contender. His manager, Angelo Hyder, said the Romanian-born southpaw Bart had improved his record to 20-0, while Beaker, whose only other losses were 12-round decisions of Solomon and Calzaghe, dipped to 22-3-2. So there's good news coming out of that bout.
Is this show, would it be a bit like the Pooh show?
It would be.
You get boxers and chicks, and the chicks have got to pick the boxer. Was it the other way around?
Well, no, I hadn't thought of that.
Boxers pick the chick they love.
I thought it was more along the line of, they matched in fights and maybe, I don't know quite where it goes from there. I thought it was more...
A boxing show?
I didn't realise it was romance. I thought it might be more along the lines of, them training against... He might have a bit part player as somebody who the contender has to beat along the way for the purse, the final ultimate purse.
So it's a bit like WBO or WBA or...
Well, one of those listed. PABA, yeah. Now,
that sounds a bit dull. You've got to get romance into it, haven't you?
I suppose so.
You've got to fight, and whoever wins the heart of the chick.
Not bad.
How about that?
Not bad. Now you're talking. There's a show. They may not want to, though.
What, the chick?
Yeah, so they might take dives.
I see.
I'm not.
Well, okay. Well. How about you have maybe 20 chicks and 20 cats and 20 cougars. Kittens and cougars,
Yeah, kittens and cougars. No,
right, so there's 40 of them.
And they can train a boxer.
No, and then a couple of blokes got to punch each other's head in. Whoever wins gets to pick a kitten or a cougar.
Wow.
What about that?
No, look, I reckon what would be good is to somehow involve the kittens and cougars. They have to train a boxer each.
All right.
And then to see them, you know how they go matching up against the skills the girls have, obviously helping with the speed ball.
And would they be blokes who boxed before, or just people out of the street who've never boxed before, and the kittens and cougars have got to train them?
I reckon the latter.
Yeah, that's more interesting. Just people off the street that never boxed before.
No idea.
Funny. That'd be funny, Ben.
And that's right. And they read it on the internet how to do it. Maybe they go to or get a book out.
The kittens or the cougars would teach them.
Yeah, I know, but the kittens and cougars.
Gloves, here, put them on.
Shorts, put them on. Mouth guard in. Yeah, that's right. Nadu is boxing this afternoon. Now, he's on the verge of completing his media arts law degree. Lovemore Nadu, media arts
law degree. Well, he could be welcome at the Wentworthville Primary School.
He could, to help the boys out.
Yeah.
Now, he makes his first defence of his IBF junior welterweight against Paulie Malignaggi, 35-year-old, and I raised it to 35. Journeyman, 35-year-old. Now, it's always hard if you aren't fighting on your own soil, but I'm going in with my eyes wide open. If the experts think he's going to win, they've got a surprise ahead. It suits me to be the underdog. I'll go in as the champion, but I'll be fighting like I'm a challenger. Oh, that makes sense. I could have chosen an easier opponent for first defence. That's not me. If you want to be regarded as the best, you have to beat the best. I have tremendous belief in myself, so that's all good. Now, that is that terrific afternoon of boxing got underway Eastern about 11:30 a.m.
Showing already that media arts stuff has paid off.
There. In that quote alone.
Those wonderfully constructed thoughts and sentences.
And he's worked that out, hasn't he? Mm-hmm. He's, obviously it suits him to be the challenger.
Yes.
Yeah, et cetera, et
He's going to fight like a challenger, even though he goes in a champion.
Indeed. It's incredible. Just imagine that.
Get your head around that.
I know, okay. Now,
head around that.
Look, there's a terrific choice. Heads up on this. June the 29th, the Punch Bowl is back on. Costa Zoo's light middleweight prospect Anton Solopov, 15-1-1, headlines the Croatian club in Punch Bowl, at a Punch Bowl, and he faces the useful Tai Singtung Ketabusaba for the vacant WBF Intercontinental title. Undefeated junior, Talepo and Kon Katsunis are also on the card, so that's great. So that's at the Punch Bowl at the Croatian club. And the Concord RSL, same night, world champion Gary Sinclair takes on Robert Oyen for the IBF Pan Pacific Junior Lightweight title. Jed Seiger is also on the bill. There's something to come.
Jed Seiger, I love Jed Seiger.
I know,
he's a real personality puncher.
Oh, he's incredible. He's a real old-fashioned look over there. Whack.
Yeah, got it.
Now,
a lot of showbiz. Now, can I draw our attention here, HG? Unfortunately, it looks like Malignaggi has beaten Lovemore Nadu on points.
Right.
Malignaggi used his speed and quickness to keep Nadu at bay. He landed a left hook counter in the 9th round to score the fight's only knockdown.
Right.
2 judges scored 120-106. One judge scored 118-106. 108, sorry.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's back to the drawing board for the
it's back to helping
communications arts law graduate.
But remember, he's got always the bookings at the Wentworthville Primary.
Yeah.
To help out on the days the Eels can't
What
make
a pity. What a pity, because...
Any talk of a rematch?
No, Nadu was making his first title defence. He also lost a title fight by unanimous decision to Cotto in May 2004. So he's beltless at the moment, I assume.
Beltless, and he doesn't like title defences.
No.
He's better.
He's got to be... He's happier being a challenger.
He appears that way. So we've got that as a bad point, but I was just going to draw attention to this June the 29th date, the Punch Bowl being back on, and obviously the Concord RSL. Isn't it great that 2 venues in Sydney can run fight nights on a Friday night? I mean, this is a huge step up from where we didn't have fight nights at all.
I know, it's fantastic. What's the Melbourne situation, HG, with fight nights?
They have fight nights.
I mean, Big Bob Daldy's, he's still got something
Daldy
happening
putting
down
something
there.
together, and they've got so many people.
I'd like to imagine you could see... There was a time in Melbourne you could see a fight any night of the week. And that's what
still can.
Well, I'd like to think you could.
Yeah.
You know,
some of them sanctioned.
No, I mean a sanctioned fight.
Yeah, with belts on the line.
Belts on the line and credentialed professionals. Who are prepared to hit each other for fun and for money. Now, you could see that every night of the week in Melbourne back in the 70s, 80s, started to tail off a bit in the 90s, sadly.
Yeah.
And I'd like to
golf
think...
became more interesting.
Yeah, something became more interesting. I blame cable television. I think cable television has single-handedly ruined boxing in Melbourne, yes, especially in the winter months.
Yeah. Now, can I just allow all that to sit there?
Yes.
And bring you a story of tragedy? Mm-hmm. I'm talking about Glenn the Killer Kelly.
Glenn the Killer Kelly.
Okay,
good, yeah.
Now, you can picture him now, can't you? Punching somebody's head in. The former world title contender, Glenn the Killer Kelly, has shaped up to the sport's governing body. Daniel Lane got this for the Fairfax people, demanding the right to box again after being dismissed as too old.
Oh, God almighty, how old is he?
He's 36.
Oh, no way.
Killer...
No way.
Who once fought the great Roy Jones Jr. is appealing to the New South Wales Boxing Authority to overturn its decision to deny him a licence because he'd been inactive for the past 2 years.
Right. Remember Muhammad Ali? He went to jail for a couple of years and came out, and he must have been about 36 when he was fighting Frazier.
George Foreman.
George Foreman at 50. A lot more to do as 35.
That's exactly why I made the point earlier. 35. State rules do not allow fighters 35 and over to box. There is a loophole, though, with boxers such as Sergeant Slaughter, Bob Mirovic, permitted to continue even though he's 41 in his career because he fights regularly.
Oh, I see.
He is, however, judged on a fight-by-fight basis.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, right. I see
the New South Wales Department of Sport and Recreation said Kelly's future was going to be discussed at a special meeting on July the 3rd.
When's that meeting? July the 3rd. Well, let's...
Are you prepared to go?
Well, of course I'll go.
Yeah.
I'll speak on behalf of the killer. And I would encourage anyone who's listening who's got an interest in fights to get along there and be a witness.
Well, I tell you what, you don't have to have an interest in fight. You just have an interest in justice and fair play.
Justice, thank you.
Fair play.
Yes.
Isn't that what Hetherington was at the school about earlier?
Well,
Hayington or whatever his name is?
Hayington, yeah. Which school was he at? Because we might get that school, talk to the principal to send all the kids along.
What a lovely idea.
That'd be a great excursion for the kids.
Who probably haven't been to that part of town.
They've probably never been to a boxing inquiry in their lives. Imagine the compositions that night.
Yes, that's right.
You could set the homework on the bus on the way back.
You could. Hang on. Let me have a look here. Sorry, I've got to just go to the microfiche here.
Yeah.
Okay. We're talking about the Marrickville School. Ferncourt Public School.
Ferncourt Public. Okay.
These are the things. It's little things like shaking your opponent's hand, thanking the referee and your coach, and being a good sport after you lose the match that really counts. I tell you what, Killer did those things, win, lose or draw. Now.
Absolutely did.
Special meeting, including the Ferncourt kids.
Do we know what time of day it is?
10:30.
That's perfect for the kids because they can gather at the school at 9 o'clock.
And come in on the bus and be home by lunch.
Easy.
Now, he's over the age, according to Craig Waller, I think, from the Department of Sport. May be required to go an MRI scan or neurological test. They would then make a decision and it would be final.
Well, hang on. Is there anything to suggest that the killer is having difficulty tying up his shoelaces or anything like that? I mean, has he shown any outward signs of trouble upstairs?
No, not that I can see. Kelly said he would still compete with the likes of world-ranked Danny Green and Paul Briggs. But he'd set wisely, I think, set himself smaller goals.
Yeah. How long since he's had a full-on fight?
2 years.
2 years.
I think a few fights I could beat. With a few fights I could beat any light heavyweight in the country. Not sure who'd be in that category. But if I can't beat a few of the low-ranked fighters, I'll give up. I have my eyes set on a world stage. Boxing trainer Dino Billinghurst.
Dino knows his fights.
He said
fighters.
He does. When Glenn told me he wanted to fight, I tried to talk him out of it. But he said the reason he wants to return isn't for the money. Isn't that refreshing?
It is. Just for the love of being hit.
Exactly. Glenn feels he has unfinished business in the sport. I believe him.
Dino said that. Now, is Dino giving evidence at this inquiry?
He will be. I can tell.
Well, that's something for the kids to look forward to as well.
It's fantastic. And now, call Dino Billinghurst. Dino Billinghurst. Dino Billinghurst. Here he comes. Yes. Your name, sir? My name is Dino Billinghurst.
Dino Billinghurst. Your what's up?
That's right. Give the killer a go, will you? That's all I've got to say.
He's really good. He punches well. He's got a good fight on him. He's good, and I told him not to, but he said he wants to because he's got unfinished business. That's fine by me. And if he wants to get in there and punch someone, that's great because he's got it. He's good. He's got a good hand and he's quick. Mr. Billinghurst. The kids are loving. What'd he say? What'd he say, sir? He said he can take a fucking punch.
Oh, it's exhausting just thinking about it, isn't it? The day trip. Anyway.
Well, there's so much talk.
I know.
On the bus on the way in.
Oh.
What do we look for, sir?
Dino Billinghurst will be a big surprise when he comes in. Watch out.
Which one's Dino?
That's right. Now, I can tell he's serious. This is Dino. I can tell he's serious. I'll back him. Our first mission, though, is to get that licence. So obviously that's where it starts. The killer told the Daniel Lane he decided to pull on the gloves again when he realised there was much more to be achieved. I went 7 rounds with Roy Jones Jr. when most of his opponents were lucky to last one.
That's true.
But I had no feeling towards that fight. To be honest, I wanted to fight with Roy, the fight with Roy to be over. I had trained differently to the way I needed to take him on. Oh, Lord, you can do that, can't you?
You train differently.
I think he expected a slower man.
Slower, lighter, smaller man.
Who would fall over when he was punched. When I look back on my career...
Well, that can happen.
This is the killer again. When I look back on my career, there was also a bit of partying when I should have been training. Oh, that's so refreshing, isn't it?
Oh, isn't that refreshing? Well, the kids would love that.
They would.
You know, they'd dig his honesty.
Now, how about this? How about this, Roy? This is what I like about the bloke. Kelly could go to Queensland.
Oh.
Where he would be registered immediately.
Oh.
Different system.
Well, they're a bit slack up there, are they?
Well, no, just have a different system.
Oh, no.
You know,
different philosophy.
Yeah, different philosophy.
However, it's not a nanny state, is it?
No.
It's not a nanny state.
No, it's not trying to prevent people from getting in the ring and punching the living daylights out of each other. However, the former number 1 light heavyweight is determined to fight out of Sydney because of where his support base is located.
Yeah.
Well, that vast network of killer
freaks, yeah.
I thought about going interstate, but I don't want to. I'm a Sydney boy, and this is where I want to fight.
Well, he's not well known interstate.
I'll do whatever.
It'll be foreign to him.
Indeed.
Different air, different circumstances.
Yeah, more humidity.
Yeah.
Yeah, rain's different.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll do... I'm a Sydney boy. I'll do whatever test they want. While Kelly is fighting his career, he would be far better equipped for the professional ring than other fighters who have been allowed to fight by the authority. This is obviously Daniel Lane's dig at the
This
New
is
South Wales
editorial.
Department. Yeah.
This is opinion.
Opinion, yeah. Okay. New Zealander, Oscar Talamaria.
Oh, yeah.
9 losses from 12 starts.
Well, he can't do his shoelaces up.
No, he took on Solomon Ormono, undefeated after 11 bouts of coughs in May. The Filipino...
he wore slippers.
He did. That's right, so he didn't have to bend over and tie his shoelaces. The Filipino Ariel Omongos, who had won 2 of his 8 bouts for Muhammad Elamar, 14 wins from 16 fights in Sydney last May, and the Thai Comgrit Nanakor, who had lost his only 2 bouts, fought Peter Mistrevsky in Newcastle last November. Mistrevsky, 16 wins from 20 fights, obviously has held a number of titles. So there does seem to be a slightly flexible interpretation of the law.
Yes.
I.e., if you come from New Zealand, the Philippines or Thailand, no matter how old you are. Yeah, how old you are.
Young is a bugger.
No. Yeah, if you get brain damage, well, that's your lookout and their lookout, meaning Philippines, New Zealand and Thailand.
Yeah. Yeah,
Roy, it is an odd situation, isn't it?
It is. Is Daniel Lane, the bloke who wrote the article, is he going to bear witness of this?
He will.
He will. Well, that's something else for the kids to
I know. Because they might meet a journalist from the Sydney Morning Herald or, whatever.
Well, that's right.
The Sunday
And
Herald.
is, say, Dr. Karen Phelps, is she...
Karen Phelps might come in.
Yep.
Yeah, but only as to... I don't think she could be asked to give evidence.
No, just as an observer.
From the medical fraternity.
Yep.
The judge might say, and we've got in the room kids, might like to introduce some of the luminaries.
Well, he might
here.
start by acknowledging the kids.
He would.
Yeah, I'd like to acknowledge the kids from Ferntree Public School here today.
Thanks for taking an interest in this.
Interest in boxing.
Yeah, that's right. And you'll all know Killer, of course. Glenn?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Boys and girls, this is Glenn Killer Kelly.
Go, you killer!
He might go out to the school and put on what a
lovely idea
for them or something, or help them with their numeracy.
Well,
count to 12 or 10.
I reckon also in this fair play thing, I don't think the Hayington message has completely got through to the kids out there at Fencourt Public School. I just don't think I think it just takes more than one visit and turning up with a bit of a plaque.
Yeah.
I mean, I might be wrong, but...
What a plaque? Is there a brass plaque they've put out there?
Well...
For fair play? To commemorate the visit by Hayington?
That's right. Well,
the Friday Night Football Man of the Match.
Wow.
Well...
According to the Randwick TAB. Now, look, what it appears to be is that the kids between them seem to be holding something up. That's why I think it might be a plaque.
All right. To commemorate his visit.
Commemorate his visit.
Well, God almighty, they'd have to put in a bloody...
Jim!
Bronze statue if Glenn Kelly turns up.
Yeah, well, they probably would do that. They'd make that an art. They'd ask their parents to, supply maybe cans to start with. Build a,
Well, it takes a lot of skill, your bronze statue making.
Yeah. I was just wondering...
Skill that seems to be largely lost by the world.
I know. I was just wondering if we could make it something simpler.
Oh, something simpler, yeah. What, polystyrene? Maybe
polystyrene,
make it out of polystyrene cups.
Yeah, that's some sort of recycling material. That won't age too quickly.
Bring along your rubbish, kids.
That's right. For the Glenn Kelly statue.
Tape it together with.
I tell you what, I'm going to be all ears to find out how this turns out.
Yes.
And I hope it's not... look, what would devastate me is after the publicity received here today in the paper, that they decide to move it in camera and keep the kids out.
Keep the kids out.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that'd be... Well, they'd just sit out.
I tell you what.
They'd sit out in the street and sulk, wouldn't they?
If that happens...
Because the bus is going to go and the bus driver's not going to sit there for 2.5 hours.
No, it'll leave them.
It'll leave them,
I tell you what, I'm going to ring up tonight and tell them it's happening. If it goes into camera.
Ah.
I think it should be available to the public because they'd be all over this like a rash.
They would be.
Ordinary Australian denied justice at a school with the school championing fair play there.
Yeah.
I mean, how much more of a drama could you get?
That's right. That's right. It's all right for this Haye bloke to turn up.
Yeah, yeah, with the money in his pocket from man of the match the other night. He don't have to worry about any of this.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. That's all right. But we've got to have fair play, not only from the players, but from the administration.
No, this will never happen.
See, this is what we've got to... This is the test. This is the litmus test here for the Ferncourt bloody primary school.
Now...
Because there are going to be a lot of disillusioned kids on the bus going back if they're not allowed in.
There will be. You told us we'd see Kelly and Dino Billington. We didn't see anything. Nothing. And, look, speaking of Angelo Hyder, which we have, he's dangled $10 million in front of Barry Hall to step through the ropes.
I remember you saying that.
Describing him as the big white hope.
Is this Barry Hitman Hall?
Yeah, Hitman. A legendary trainer, Johnny Lewis, has joined the push declaring the time is right for Hitman to chase the lucrative Fresh Challenge.
Well, let's
it would
face
not be a problem.
He's not kicking very well anymore.
No, he's having trouble.
So kickboxing's not an option. He missed the head.
It would not be a problem. It would not be a problem. He'd make a lot of money, Lewis said. Barry has so much to offer. It would be a force in boxing. As Wayne Bennett would say, don't die with the music inside you. I didn't realise that's how boxers saw it. I suppose the music of the others whelping.
I don't know. I like the saying, though. I don't know quite what it means.
Yeah, no, sure.
I know. That's probably what they said of Mozart when he was a kid.
Yeah, true. The music die inside you.
Yeah.
He's done about everything he can in the AFL. Time's right, Barry. Give it a go. That's Lewis. Mm-hmm. Lewis trainer Jeff Fennican cost his view his adamant Hall would be a walk-up winner in the Australian heavyweight title. Oh, I'm not sure about that. I think we've canvassed. That's a big call. We've canvassed that. There's a fair
there are a few standing between him and the belt.
I tell you what would happen if Kelly bulked up a couple of... He's in a light heavyweight. Just imagine if we went heavy on us.
This is Glenn Killer Kelly.
This is the very same. The bloke who's in court on July the 3rd with the kids from the school there and Dino Billingshurst bursting in. That bloke. He's there. If all had success domestically, Lewis and Hyder would believe the world stage would open up.
How must Stinkfist feel with this talk?
He must be ropeable. Just where can I hit him? Can I get a plant one on him now?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if he started hanging around the dressing rooms.
Looking for him.
Looking to pick Barry Hall.
Well, you see...
as he comes out of the dressing rooms, you know? Hey, Hall!
Yeah. Hit man!
Come here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, what are you looking at? Well, I'm looking at you. Why? Because you...
Yeah, that's right, because I want to punch your head in. Now, Barry earned 600 big ones, 600,000 from the Swans, so he's not short of a quid.
No.
He was a Victorian amateur title winner as a junior. I think very, very young, though. He's played footy for a fair while. It might have been in the under-14s, round about then. Under-16s.
Oh, well, that's good.
And so he got
he's probably... He's done his apprenticeship.
Yeah. He'd get world rated, he'd get a world title shot. It's whether he'd win or not, Sider says. I can't remember at the last, obviously, blonde-headed bloke who won the title. Well, I can. Aussie Joe Bugner.
Yeah.
Barry has got all the attributes to make in the biggest sport. If he makes it in the world, he can make $5 million a fight. He can make $10 million a fight if he's big and blonde and beats those overseas guys. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's a carrot, isn't it?
It certainly is a carrot. $10 million.
Has Barry responded to the calls?
No, he says according to his column, which he looks as though he writes.
Yes.
He said that he's sort of thought about it, but no one's actually fleshed it out in quite that sort of detail
it's fleshed out now.
I know, in the paper, but not to him. Like, are you going to start on July the 1st and start training and all that sort of stuff?
Oh.
No, nothing like that.
Oh, okay.
And what happens to the Swans for the rest
Paul
of the year?
Roos would have an opinion about that.
Oh, Roosie says he'd love to see him fight.
Does he?
Yeah, Roosie says
Well, that's code for Barry move on, isn't it?
Indeed. I don't know if I can put my hand on it quickly enough. I might be able to.
Because I suppose Roosie feels he's got to play Barry every week because he's paid him so much. But I'm telling you, between you and me, Barry's done very little for a long time.
Well, that's sadly the truth.
Barry must know that. I mean, I'm not a follower of Barry's columns, but has Barry acknowledged that he's not playing very well and hasn't been for some time?
Well, I think the Dyer medal winner, it still rankles with him, his performance in last year's grand final. He's got that always in the back of his mind, that I'm a Dyer medalist. And, you know, look, can I just say, Roosie says...
You never forget either.
Getting the Dyer medal,
yeah,
no, it's
you
not.
never forget. Yeah.
I'd pay to watch Barry Hall fight. I'd pay to watch a Barry Hall fight night. It's funny when you think about it, because being coaching at the Swans for 4.5 years, I've never seen him box.
Wow.
Gets more interesting, doesn't it?
Wow.
He's a person who's never boxed in his life, now getting $10 million to pull on the gloves. He says, but I think that shows the level of excitement that the fight game, especially the heavyweights, can generate. Then he talks about how he'd seen heavyweights.
This is Paul Roos talking.
Paul Roos talking.
He's never seen him fight?
No, never seen him fight.
Wow. Okay. Gee, you'd think as a coach he'd want to explore...
everything.
Every aspect of the bloke.
Yeah. He says, in his view, the heavyweight title and the 100 metres are the two biggest individual titles an athlete can hold. I don't
believe that. Of course he's seen him fight. It'd be like asking him, what's he like when he goes to the toilet? Don't know, never seen him. Of course he's seen him. Yeah,
true.
He's seen him
He's just
fight.
trying to talk the market down a bit for his first bout so he can cash in.
I think so, yeah.
In his first fight, he'd probably sell out a crowd of 20,000 in Rod Laver Arena because of his obviously... what do you call
it? Have they been approached yet, the people at Rod Laver Arena?
No. He says it'd be amazing. Mundine did it when he was in his mid-20s. Quit rugby. Hall is 30, which could be a factor. Anything is possible, especially in boxing. But at present, he'd rather see, him play at the MCG on that one day.
You'd probably rather see him doing a bit of kicking practice.
Well, kicking, yeah. I think he'd prefer
that
to see him
seems to be
kicking
where
a few
Barry
goals.
seems to fall down a little bit.
Well, I'm glad you pointed out kickboxing's out.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Too inaccurate.
Time for the second fat of the afternoon.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you this week by the Look of Laura Knitwear, Alan Bond's Business Masterclass and Happy Jack's Tata Packs.
Yes, look, the J-Mag, the Pacific Longboarder. We've got Triple J's live at the Wireless from the Vaults, Volume 1, including the Living End, Coldplay, Chemical Brothers, who we heard of just a moment ago, Hilltop Hoods, Violent Femmes, PJ Harvey, In Excess, Michael Franti and Spearhead, Powderfinger, Placebo, Grinspoon, Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, The Cure, Missy Higgins and the Cat, Empire, plus a book, The Pakistani House Husband, just came in this week, David V. Rodden, and the Commonwealth Bank Netball 2007 Media Guide. And what's great in this is that you get an idea of who the teams are, so as you might be a Sydney Swifts fan, and you look up and you see Erin Bell and discover her nickname's Easy.
No way, is it?
Yeah. Catherine Cox is called Coxie.
Why, I wonder?
Megan Den is called Megsy.
Fair enough.
Liz Ellis is called Lizzie. Selena Gilsian is called Sel.
Yeah, right.
Kimberly Green's called Kimmy. Yeah. Adelaide Johnson is called Ads.
Mm-hmm.
Jackie Murphy's called Jack. So they've gone a long way with their nicknames.
That's fantastic, isn't it? It gives you a real insight, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know.
The team.
Susan Prattley's called Prats. Joanne Sutton's called Joe. Julia Simons is called Julia. Oh, well,
Vanessa... There must be a lot of them disappointed that they haven't really got nicknames.
No, that's true. That's true. In fact, if I look quickly, for instance, the Orioles seem to be similar. Caitlin Bassett's called Kate. Emma Beckett's called M.
Oh, well, they're in serious need of G-ups and nicknames, aren't they?
They are. And when I look at the Jaegers, I'm not sure where the Jaegers, they might be the Hunter Jaegers. Lauren Russell doesn't have one.
Well, they don't call her anything.
No. Nor does Courtney...
So it's a hey you.
Tayuri.
Hey you with a head.
And then some there...
Get back there, you're on wing defence.
Yeah, that's right.
Me, yeah, you.
That's right.
No. And your mate.
Yeah, the one
me, yeah, you.
Then Tiffany Lincoln seems to have too many. Tiff, Tiffo, Tiff.
Oh, dear.
Oh, anyway. Look, I'll leave that for people to work their way through because there's hours of reading. And you feel as though you're part of the whole complex Commonwealth Bank Trophy netball thing. And that's all for some lucky listener, all comers who can answer the following question. Roy!
What single-handedly killed boxing in Melbourne? What single-handedly killed boxing in Melbourne?
That number.
1300 555 36. Yes, we're joined by Greg, who's joining us from Ballarat in Victoria. How are you there, Greg?
I'm very well, guys. How are you today?
Yeah, very well. Greg, have you been getting a lot of the rain that's been coming along from the low centre just off the east coast of the continent?
It's only been a little bit wet today, but certainly in the last few days we've had a fair bit of it. Yeah, it's been good. It's a welcome change.
Welcome.
Very good. And have you put in the day, Greg, apart from worrying about the rain?
Took the young fella to soccer this morning and just having a nice sort of casual day, messing around in the kitchen and just getting the house clean, ready for another week.
And how'd the soccer go this morning? Thumbs up, thumbs down?
Oh, he played very well, but thumbs down, unfortunately. He did play 2 games. He got bumped up to the higher team, so that was a bit of a highlight for him.
And which English Premier League club do you think he'll be playing for, say, in about 10 years' time?
I think he'll be a Liverpool boy.
A Liverpool.
Well, he may actually go up north and play for Celtic if I have anything to do with it.
Yeah. Right. Well, they're 2 good clubs, and when you think about his pay packet at either of them, they'd be quite substantial.
Well, we're certainly sort of trying to push him in that direction.
I understand. You wouldn't, any sensible parent
you wouldn't think of, say, Real Madrid, somewhere like that. You really get paid well there.
He's certainly taking Spanish lessons now just in case. Maybe in the twilight of his career he might be able to move across and pick up the big bucks after he's had the big start.
Yeah. Of course, there's a well-worn path in that direction by others from the English Premier League.
Yeah.
So that could be quite possible.
And indeed from South America, HG.
True.
Your Ronaldinhos, those
Ronaldinhos. Ronaldinho, yes, very good.
I'm not sure I'd be all that pumped about him going over there, though. They have a tend to take their footy a little bit too seriously.
They do. They're very, obviously.
Greg, how often do you, just change the subject, how often do you check your gutters?
Oh, not often enough, actually, I must confess.
And with the rain, have you noticed that things are blocking up a bit?
We've got a little bit of a block on the patio, just to the right of the front door, which probably needs a bit of looking at some stage.
Will you need a ladder for that, or could you do it with a chair?
No, we'll need a ladder. And probably a couple of planks on the front lawn, because it'd be on the soil there, and I'm not sure that it would be all that, Got to be careful. Yeah, got to be careful. No.
Well, look, Greg, we're slightly pushed for time, so I'll unleash Roy to set the question out for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, now, Greg, just citing the question here, name 2... No, that's not right. That was the first question. Where are we?
Yes.
What has single-handedly killed boxing in Melbourne?
Pay TV.
Yes.
Absolutely right, Greg. Now the Triple J Live at the Wireless, the Pakistani House Husband, the Guide to Netball, the Pacific Longboarder, and the J-Mag from this time last year. We'll get them in the mail to you as soon as you can. They should be there, in time for soccer next Saturday morning or next Sunday morning. In the meantime, thanks very much for being part of this Sporting Life.
Thank you.
And that's about it, Roy, for another week.
Yes, can I just wish Aaron Badley all the best tonight?
Badley, yes.
Let's hope he brings it home.
Thanks very much, Roy. We'll be bringing it home, the Badley victory, next Sunday between 2 and 5, when once again Triple J presents This Sporting Life. We leave you, as always, with a simple reminder that Triple J is sport. Bye now.
Triple J. You're listening to Australia's national youth radio station, Triple J. For more info, go to triplej.net.au.
Hello world, pants off, Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of This Sporting Life. H.G.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Wally Otto in the soundproof booth, and thanks to VJ for the last 14 or so super hours of sound, and the rumbling in the background is the arrival of Mr. Rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, good to have you back.
Yes,
and you built a wall for us today, bro.
Yeah, look, I brought in a brick, HG, which I've just positioned here, as you can see.
That's fantastic. Do you often bring the brick in?
I do. It raises the level of the microphone.
Look at that technical talk already. And thanks to VJ for the, as mentioned, for the last 14 or so hours of super sounds here at the youth headquarters and on the station that smothers the nation with bricks. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders and schoolies, and welcome to... And shareholders, thanks for that this week. Look, I know, I don't know, I'm not keeping records anymore. I used to keep a record of how many weeks, it goes up. It's just fantastic. I think we're swimming in a sea of success, money-wise, and it's all due to Australian shareholders.
Well, we've consolidated over the 6,000 now, haven't we?
I know.
6,000 points, about 6,200 at the moment.
I couldn't have put it better. Give us that term
We've
again.
consolidated.
Consolidated over the 6,000. It's fantastic. Look, when the news broke that we'd passed the 6,000 barrier, obviously I went a bit silly. I went on a binge drinking, and I do apologise for urinating on a lot of, obviously people around town who, just sadly were in the stock exchange looking at the ticker tape go by, and I couldn't tear myself away. I just had to drop it and have a spray where I stood. Seems to be a theme of a week. But welcome to Triple J on another Sunday when too much sport is barely enough. And welcome to the show. The only show on Australian radio that dares to dream. That dares to dream about a better place, a better world, a better future for our kids. That's right, it's dream time here. For the next 3 hours on Triple J. Well, what a week. I've already mentioned it. What an incredible week. Before I let Roy go, he's champing at the brick, so to speak. Just a few things. Look, all the eyes of the world were focused on Captain Antilles on Wednesday for the wedding of the century, and the Hotel de Cap Eden Rock, Nice, has never seen anything like it. Normally the staid Cap staff, they're fairly staid, they're fairly reserved, they're French. They're cheese-eating surrender monkeys, in other words. They're French. They've just got a new bloke, Sarkozy, in charge. They don't know where to look or what to do. Anyway, this normally stayed group of employees got the shock of their lives when the first busload of super fit Australians turned up for an I-do and a few beers. Most of them bought their own gaspers, which were good, and all they wanted was a piece of rump, a slice of cake and a fight. And they didn't let the staff down. The staff got used to holding coats as the night went on. It was just great. And sure, Nice is lovely. It's a beautiful spot. Obviously not a million miles from Cannes. It's just fantastic on the Mediterranean there. But can I just say, this is not Mildura. And as we canvassed last week widely, the $6 million that was spent, and I believe that's cheap. I've had a look at some of the chits coming in, and there's a lot more money being spent than $6 million, and that would have done wonders for Mildura. Nice, not a drop in the bucket of excess there. No, they just would have had to spend billions. $6 billion might have dented somebody's, the friend of somebody's Citroën, the $6 billion. but not the 6 million. And look, I know we've talked about this before, but the Pooh Pulsam television vehicle for tennis star Mark Philippoussis gets again rave reviews this week. Obviously, the hotties in the two camps, Cougars and Kittens, they all look great. You know the story, and you throw the Pooh into the mix, and it's ratings winner. It's just got... Well, we'll try and go through it a little bit more in detail and exactly the nature of the competition and Mark's responses to it, which is starting to filter through on the blog sites. And I want to help. Look, it's not much, but do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to nominate Mark Philippoussis, that is the Pooh, that is the Scud, for a Pride of Australia medal. I won't go as far as Australian of the Year, although who knows, if Pooh Pulsam is a ratings winner, I might be forced to reconsider that, to bold claim that I'm not prepared to nominate him as Australian of the Year, but I think certainly a Pride of Australia medalist in the romance category. I think there'd be very, very few others who would be able to hold or pick up the medal at the end of the run. It'd be good if others helped too, because I think, the Pooh... needs a little bit more exposure in Australia because people in America love him. Now it's time for Australians to feel the magic, feel the love. And look, I had hoped to nominate the trainer of King Ruby, the super horse from the north coast of New South Wales, the far north coast of New South Wales, for in the...
Dav Watmore, the great Dav Watmore, whom I don't think ever played with Mott, and I would have loved to have seen that. Dav,
would you?
Watmore and Mott opening.
Watmore played a long time ago.
I know he did. Hell of a long time. Yeah, Mott wouldn't have been born.
No, Mott wouldn't have been born. That's right.
Dav Watmore's put his hand up to coach Pakistan, so they've got to decide between Dav and Henry Lawson. Yeah. That's Jeff Lawson, known as Henry. By some. Not by me, because I don't think his poetry or his short stories are particularly good. But anyway, but Dav has runs on the board, whereas I don't think Henry has in the coaching stakes.
And the other thing, he's got subcontinental experience.
Oh, Dav?
Yeah.
Oh, utterly.
Yeah, he's
utterly. He turned Sri Lanka right around. He created the state. Created the state.
That's right.
Now, the World Cup, which you correctly described as the William Webber Ellis. I'd forgotten that connection, actually. I'm sorry. I do apologise about that last week. But you're absolutely right, because I went along and got the shock of my life when I saw it. I thought, yes, it is the William Webber. Oh,
it's not that big.
No,
it's a bit disappointing.
But it's impressive.
Oh, it's impressive.
And there was a very big crowd there to see it. And it was lovely to see. It was only here for a few hours before making its way off to...
Could it do anything, apart from just...
No, just sat there, with a couple of blokes standing beside it with guns, and it was in a glass case.
Right.
Yeah, but
it was worth getting along to.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah. I waited for about 40 minutes in the queue and I had a good 5 seconds with it. It was great. And, you're in the company of enthusiasts when you're there, so there was a lot of talk about the Cup. And in the 40 minutes on the way up, and the talk of, Gower v. Green and that sort of stuff. There was a lot of stuff to talk about, and will there be a role for John Eales? Will we ever see his like again? That sort of stuff.
Would just by the by, would a player like
John Eales
or John Eales, play for Italy? No, there's a number of Italian people who play rugby league, Italian descent, not only Gower. Could they get a special dispensation to play Union for the Cup?
Well, I'd like to think that someone.
a playful dispensation?
Or something like that. I'd like to think some arrangement could be entered into so that these great Austro-Italio players could have the opportunity, if not selected for Australia, to play for Italy.
Yeah. Well, most of the rugby league ones wouldn't be because they're in a different sport.
Well, that's right. Now, the man has promised to bring his A game to the fight with Argentinian Neves, which is coming up soon.
This is a bit of a mismatch, wouldn't you say, Roy? This Neves has not won a bout ever.
He's not. Well, I don't think he's ever boxed before. Nor do I know. I know he knows he's coming to Australia, but I don't think he knows why. So it might be a bit of a shock to him when he arrives. I've got a what? Put these on. But why? Now, in good news, and bloody hell, a victory for common sense. An absolute victory for common sense. This week, the New South Wales and Australian Rugby Union have reinstated recognition of the great Dally Messenger as a rugby union player.
Isn't that great?
He was wiped off he played 12 matches for the Waratahs back in 1907.
Yes.
906, 907. They still talk about that season. But if you go to the record books, there's no mention of him. He was deleted from the record books because he led the push for rugby league. He led the push.
To get paid.
To get paid. So he was wiped from the books, but has been reinstated as of this week. So you can go to any publications post this week of rugby union history, and you'll see the name Messenger there for the first time since 1907.
Isn't that fantastic?
It's great. I think it's a win-win for common sense.
I know.
Absolute victory for common sense.
Fantastic.
And in other very disturbing, I would call this disturbing news.
You got me interested.
Well, the Shark is going to pay Laura $100 million in their separation. The Shark has agreed to an out-of-court settlement because he didn't want the indignity of Chris Evert having to go onto the stand to acknowledge that she and Shark are in love.
Oh, in love? Oh, right. Geez, that far down the track.
Yes, they're in love. So the Shark has settled out of court with Laura, the former Mrs. Shark, or still the current Mrs. Shark until until they break up.
Decree nisi,
whatever it's going to be called. Annulment, thanks. Yeah. I'm sure it will be an annulment too,
Can I ask
rather than a divorce, because divorce is so messy.
And final.
Yes.
I know both sides would be carrying a torch, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Now, can I just ask whether there was any news in that concerning events last Monday morning, our time at Oakmont, when that came through? I mean, it's disappointing the Shark couldn't have given an opinion about whether the kids got it.
He had no comment at all about Aaron Batley, and there was no talk. See, what I'd be fascinated by, and I'm sure many Australians would be, is just who is going to be the Shark's best man when he marries Chris Evert Lloyd.
Oh, I'm all ears.
Yes, I am
Have you got
too.
a list?
Well, I'd like to think Batley might be selected. You know,
Right.
Also, Adam Scott, I think, has been under the Shark wing or fin for some time now.
Daly? Could I suggest Daly?
Daly would be good.
No, he's a party animal.
I know he is. I know he is, but I don't know how well he and Shark get on off course. I know on course they get on like house on fire. You know, but it might be someone like the Big Easy.
Oh, yeah, the Big Easy. Jose Peter Oosterhuis.
Well, there might be a number of best men. Groomsmen. Groomsmen. Wouldn't it be fabulous to see someone like, say, the Big Easy, VJ, the Elk, Duffner, Waldorf,
Funk,
Woods.
Yeah, well, now you're talking.
Say a line of 40 or 50.
They'd hold the 9-irons.
Holding 9-irons up.
As he came through.
Yeah, and chipping balls over them as they walk past.
Oh, lovely idea.
Wouldn't that be beautiful?
That would be beautiful. That would be fantastic.
As the couple come down between that line of groomsmen. And Chris Evert would obviously have some connection. She'd want to have a say in that.
Like Pam Shriver might be there to help her. Martina Nav.
Tillova would be there, and all of her old adversaries.
That'd be fantastic. Is there any suggestion they're going to get married?
I think so, yes. I think so. Well, maybe they could tap balls over their heads as they pass through that particular part, and then you get to the balls being chipped over the head.
Oh, that was fantastic.
I mean, we've only thought about this for about half a minute, but already we can see a great ceremony coming up. And I'd like to imagine that it could happen on a Shark-designed course.
I thought you were going to say a Shark-designed boat.
Well, it could be. Well, why not have the boat, say, in the water feature on the Shark-designed course? That must be possible.
Now, speaking of that, how did you see the wedding? Obviously...
Between Shark and Chris?
No.
The Baxter Packer. Not.
Yeah, not.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was fantastic. And it just looked wonderful. The party rocked on for 4 days, and you could see that people just wanted it to keep going forever.
I know. Sadly, other events got
I know, but 4 days didn't seem enough.
It didn't.
To party, you get up in the morning,
you just want to
get a bit hungover from the night before, and, you just want to get amongst it,
Again.
Yeah.
And the weather.
There's Tom again, Tom. And,
how
are you, mate?
The parrots here.
Yeah.
Eddie. Oh, no.
It's just fantastic, because you'd have them there for breakfast, and then, be off for a swim.
That's right, back for lunch.
And
then all of a sudden you're talking to Rupert Murdoch, Wendy Deng.
Hey, Wendy, how you? Come on over here. Tell Wendy, Tom.
You
met last night. Oh, that's
what are you having? Steak, beer? Great. You know, that sort of thing. And then, obviously, the fights would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
Obviously, the media obviously goes in another direction when they're on.
Yeah.
And I just felt it was a little bit of Australia and Europe.
It was. And the other thing is doesn't he look good? Isn't he bulking up nicely?
He's going to be the old man pretty quick.
He is turning right into the old man,
I love it.
isn't he?
I had no idea.
No, I had no idea either. But he's bulked up beautifully.
Oh, no, there's a lot more.
You know, you only had a half squint and it was the old man.
Miracle.
Absolutely. Yeah. So Eric has got a lot to look forward to because there's a lot of man to love.
There's a lot more.
A lot of man to love.
And a lot more man to love than, say, 6 months ago. Well, the fashions, though, and obviously the great dress, I think the dress was only worth $2.3 million. But I don't mean, I've said that wrong. It was worth $2.3 million. It's a great result for Australian fashion. And the bathers, of course, people were wondering what bathers she was wearing.
I know. Was it local design? Was Colette Dinnigan involved?
Sort of, I would assume so. I haven't followed that story nearly as well as I should have.
Nor have I.
So I just knew it was fantastic. So it must have been Australian.
Yeah. I don't know who did his togs either, but those togs looked good on him, didn't they? They were sort of not quite long borders, and they weren't quite briefs either, were they? They were sort of in between.
An unusual
length.
Yeah, that's right. I assume that's popular in Europe at the moment.
Must be.
That'll be popular in Australia in summer next year.
Must be, yes. And that boat, the Arctic Pea,
the Arctic Pea, an icebreaker.
Yeah. I mean, who would have thought?
So you can join in the rugby league discussion about with I think it was Julian O'Neill, Backdoor Benny Elias, about why the rugby league allows people to be drongos, and pick up a download of the MP3. That's fantastic. Dead Letter Circus, disconnect and apply from Dead Letter Circus EP. They're out of Brisbane, same place as the Go-Betweens.
Howdy doody car lovers, your old mate Frosty LaHood here. Now I'm an old-fashioned operator. If someone wants a Hyundai, I sell it to them. And I do it with a little bit of fun, you know, that no root, no toot masquerade. But now my son Frosty Jr. has left school and signed with Frosty LaHood Motors, and I am as pleased as punch. Frosty Jr. is very mature in his approach and has brought a school bag full of great ideas to the business. He's had some superb professional quality videos knocked up from the footage of couples in action test driving our price-to-sell units. These videos look fantastic. No plot, no gear, no need. They're all action and leave nothing to the imagination. So, if you're buying the Beera wagon today, you get a free copy of Chicks and Big Sticks. That's Frosty Jr.'s Porno Bluey Video 6-pack, plus the famed no root, no toot guarantee. So, if you want a car, you want a root, or you want a watch, then see me and the young bloke at Frosty LaHood Motors. Thanks for listening, Australia.
Did you know that the Alan Jones Scouts for God childcare facility receives almost no government funding? Well, that means the big fundraising night is really important. Make a date for the first week in December for the Alan Jones Rock a Stedford for Kids. It's a beautiful night. Kids of all ages performing songs of joy for Alan. If you think your toddler can hold a note, put his name down and who knows, on the night, he may just win a heart.
Owner Builders. That new house going up in your street. What is wrong with it? The design seems okay. The house-to-land ratio? Not a problem. The grey water mechanisms are state-of-the-art. So what the hell is wrong with it? 1. The bricks are imported from New Zealand. 2. The toilet tiles come from Italy. 3. The copper pipe was extruded in South Africa. 4. The white goods are German. No wonder the place stinks. Ask yourself, would former ARU legend John Eales live in an eyesore like that?
Now, look, let's go to the Pride of Australia medalist Mark Philippoussis. Look, it is a terrific story, especially. It must be particularly painful for Mark today because of the problems of Wimbledon starting the night. And there's a beautiful piece here by
He'd be missing it, wouldn't he?
Exactly. A beautiful piece by Leo Schlink here. Mark Philippoussis has spoken of the pain of missing Wimbledon because of a lack of fitness and, of course, the Age of Love program. Yeah. The Pooh has played at Wimbledon every year since 1995.
Bugger me, is that right?
That's incredible, isn't it? Apart from 2001 when he was injured.
Bugger me.
In Tennis Week, he said he was still committed to reviving his career. That's fantastic.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good to know. Yeah, gee, I tell you what, there'll be a lot of players on the tour shaking in their boots at the prospect of
the Pooh
coming back out
with a racket. and that Age of Love, scalp dangling from the belt. I want to be on the court fighting for every point.
Well, that's pure. That's the way you always play.
It is, isn't it?
He fought
fighting for every point.
Yeah, that's Scud. That's poo.
Watching tennis on TV is obviously difficult as well. I don't miss the French Open so much because I haven't done so well there.
No.
But Wimbledon is tough. I'll probably only watch a few matches because not being there can be excruciating. The Pooh is ranked 143rd in the world and will be given protected ranking of about 112 when he resumes because the injury forced him out of competition for 6 months. I didn't realise they factored those sort of things in.
Well, isn't that good?
That is good. 112.
112, wow.
Very specific, isn't it? 143, 112.
Yeah.
The dual Grand Slam finalist has not played since hurting his right knee or the Hopman Cup.
Well, Hopman Cup, we saw it.
He broke down there.
We winced. We witnessed
and
that.
there
we saw
those shocking pictures of him in the wheelchair.
In the wheelchair, I know, it was horrible. It was just horrible. I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to be reminded of that.
No.
I mean, that's one of the bleak days of Australian sport, isn't it?
It is. Now, then there's a little bit of a tag on the end of this beautiful think piece by Leo Schlink. In the Age of Love, he dates 13 different women of varying ages. And then he says, the quote, "Usually it's not something I would consider, but I thought this would be a chance to express myself."
Oh, isn't that good?
It is good.
Well, it's frustrating when you do have a knee injury, actually, and you can't express yourself with your racket.
No.
You know?
You have to look to other tools.
You have to look to other tools, yeah. There's things you can do, while sitting down or lying down. So he doesn't have to do much in this Pooh Pulls 'em sort of show, does he?
He doesn't.
He just has to be himself. Himself. And express himself, like, do you like her? No. Do you like her? Oh, I don't know. Do you like her? Yeah, I do. And that's getting Mark out a little bit, it's...
Well, I'm glad you raised that. Getting him out a little bit seems to be the thing. And let's say, congratulations to Adelaide, Amanda, Lauren, Mary, Megan, Tessa, who are all the younger set, and the old Cougars are Lynn, Jayana, Maria, Jennifer, Kelly, Jodie and Angela. And getting the Pooh to express himself, he said, when they first told me about the older women, I said I thought I'd be uncomfortable kissing them. Couldn't see that was happening, but I was wrong.
Yeah, wow.
It was wrong.
Good? It's really expanded his universe, hasn't it?
It has. One of the women, she's 48-year-old, she's beautiful. This is the Pooh talking now.
Yeah.
Until now, the oldest woman I've ever dated was still 4 years younger than me.
Yeah, right.
The youngest was 19, and that's 10 years younger than me. But age doesn't matter. To me, all women are beautiful.
Isn't that a lovely thought?
It is a beautiful thought. Obviously, the most recent dalliance the Pooh had was with Alexis Barber, who fell over.
Yes.
He says, despite his reputation as an international playboy, he's actually very shy.
Of course he is.
And turning to a dating show might be the answer at last to finding the love of his life.
Yeah. Because he hasn't been able to do it, has he? Find the love of his life. Wasn't he engaged to this?
He was. Alexis. They planned to marry this year, but his confidence is shot.
Yeah.
Now,
did it coincide with the Hopman Cup?
No.
Debacle.
What a good question. It may well have done.
Because often, a wounded heart, or if things aren't going well, can express themselves in a physical breakdown. HG.
I thought about Roy.
See, when I saw his knee go, I thought, this bloke's in emotional crisis. And I said to you at the time, is he still getting married? And you weren't sure.
I wasn't sure, no. I was completely nonplussed.
No.
Because my gaze had gone from the marriage onto the knee.
Yeah, as it does,
But I tell you what's interesting is people say you think with your knee.
Well, I know, I've heard that.
Sporting people do.
I know.
It's an emotional hotspot, isn't it?
Yes. And it is incredible the number of times, actually, that players of any sport... I was talking to Casey Stoner about this the other day, that if you are in a situation where your love is unrequited, or you're
having a run of outs,
too shy to express yourself to the person with whom you think you've fallen in love, that it can affect your performance.
It builds up, doesn't it?
It builds up, and it can express itself in either a cracked rib or
slump, form slump.
Absolute form.
Would you say
slump,
Barry Hall might be in a bit of trouble?
Well, looking at Barry, the way Barry was playing last night, I thought Barry is the sort of person who maybe has never fallen in love in his life.
It's true.
That's how.
Yeah, badly,
I thought.
Well, he says here, obviously Alexis, the plan to marry, rocked his confidence.
Yeah,
I'm actually shy, really shy, and lonely. I really want to meet someone, and the only way I ever met a woman in the past was to be introduced. I wouldn't think of going up to someone I didn't know.
Yeah.
And saying, how about it?
G'day, I'm Pooh.
Yeah, that's right. What's your name?
What are you doing for the rest of the night?
Yeah, that's right. Mine, I play tennis.
Would you like a drink? Yeah. Would you like a hit?
Yeah, that's right.
You know?
That's right.
Couldn't he just rock up anywhere with a bucket of balls and a racket? And say,
People who know
anyone
who
want
is.
to hit?
Yeah, that's right. Or a beer.
Yeah.
Or a steak. I guess that's the great thing about this show. I'm going to have to grow up in order to get to know women. I need to learn to trust again.
Yeah, learn to trust.
Mark and his potential brides have been shacked up together in the palatial apartment of LA's ritzy Wilshire Boulevard. Obviously, the younger set are on one floor, the older set are on another floor, and Mark's sandwiched in the middle. Cameras are dotted everywhere. Mark says even cleaning his teeth is captured on film. He's decided here, that would be exciting to watch.
Wouldn't that be intrusive, though? Right.
No,
what about when he wipes his ass?
Oh, yeah,
is
that's
that
all
covered?
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah,
well, that's your money shot when you've got a character called the Pooh. Now,
this learn to trust, HG.
Learn to trust.
Learn to trust. Was that the problem, say, when he was with Delta? And
it was.
Did he just couldn't trust?
He couldn't trust her.
Couldn't trust her.
No. Well, you see, there they had competing ambitions. They had a musical career on one side,
and
a tennis career on the other. They're just not a good fit. Not a good fit. You know, he was better off with Alexis, who seemed to just be there.
Yeah, but did he learn to trust Alexis?
No, he didn't. No. For the reclusive, obviously, cameras, a bit of a shock. I was very nervous about it. It was really weird to be surrounded by cameras, showering, shaving, wiping. But the ladies are all gorgeous, and I'm very comfortable with them.
So he is comfortable with them.
Now
he's not shy.
He's not shy so much now that he knows them all.
Oh, I see. Once he's introduced, he seems to be okay.
Yeah, he does.
It's just getting to that point of introduction, isn't it?
He can't help himself.
Can't help himself.
No, can't do it. But does his new TV career spell an end to his time in tennis? This was the thing I wanted to get to. Described here as the injury-prone powerhouse.
The injury-prone powerhouse.
He's been working courtside towards a comeback. Towards a courtside comeback with Andre Agassi's coach, former coach Gil Reyes.
Oh, Gil,
but has responded. He's obviously postponed it. If the Age of Love is a rating winner, Mark may have to choose between TV and tennis.
Oh, what? There's suggestion there might be a follow-up series. What, Age of Love 2?
Well,
where he dates, you know.
Well, I don't know quite what he does date. Maybe he goes to Bollywood.
Oh, right. Well, maybe he dates 18-year-olds and 80-year-olds or something.
Yeah,
just widen the gap.
Widen the gap. Now, Mark...
I'd never kissed an 80-year-old before.
No, but I liked it.
But she was hot.
Now, here it is. This is the nub of the show. He must choose between the final two potential fiancés, and he's called on a little expert help to decide his life partner. His most trusted confidant, not the parrot, but his mum, Rosanna.
Oh, okay.
And the girls came to Melbourne, I think, a week or so ago to meet, obviously, the family. And apparently it's all worked out, and there is a prospective new Mrs. Pooh at the end.
Wow.
So
Is there any pressure on Mark to actually marry one of them?
Oh, Lord.
Because that'd be a second show, I suppose. That'd be a follow-up series, the marriage.
Yeah, that's right.
And how they're
Pooh
getting
and
on.
Mrs. Pooh. You know, I think Jessica Simpson had one of those sort of programs. So it might have been called The Newlyweds, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
And they followed the twosome through their various careers. I think Jessica had a terrific...
What a great idea, yeah.
Very good singing career, and you know, she did a lot of things. And the bloke became a bit disenchanted, and in the end they divorced, I think was the plot line. But that'd be great for the Pooh too.
Yeah, it would.
Because there's a real lot of story going on there, and he seems to enjoy leaving them as much as he does loving them.
I suppose he does. But, and the person with whom he's forming an alliance here, look, I haven't seen the program actually, so I'm
you haven't guessed.
Here. Yeah. Is she, like, committed to his tennis, like...
I think she'd have to be.
She'd have to be.
They know the Pooh is a tennis player.
They do. They're given that information.
Yeah, they're not trying to hide that.
No, okay. And do they get a chance to see him hit the ball?
I don't know that they know
during the show.
Yeah. Well, that's certainly shown
because he'd have a hit up with some of them, wouldn't he?
He does. Do you know where I think a fatal flaw is? Firstly, they don't know he's the injury-prone powerhouse. No. They just know he plays tennis.
Yeah.
I would imagine. But the one thing is, they've revealed their ages to him, and I think that's a dead giveaway. I think you at home, or we, the viewer at home, should know the age. It'd be great if the Pooh fell for a 50-year-old, wouldn't it? I mean,
yeah.
Fantastic.
Well, it might help him grow up.
Roy, look, there's been a bit of a problem with rugby league this week in terms of, you know, I mean, look, as I said in my opening comments, you know, everybody's been taken short after a few beers.
Oh, well, that's right. Well, who was that Norths player, HG, years ago? North Sydney Bear actually had a wee on the field.
Donnie McKinnon,
McKinnon.
I think his name was. Yes, he just sat down and let it all go in the park.
He did.
Very sensible, I thought, because no one could work out what he was doing.
Exactly.
Except when the yellow drips came out as he stood up, then people thought, he's had a long Jimmy.
Yeah.
No nearby bushes, just pissed
well,
where he stood.
it was caught short.
They caught short.
There were no portaloos nearby.
No. And can I just say, you probably look at the video of the incident and you'd see Willie disappear out of the shot because it was poorly lit, looking for a dark place. The telltale river of gold coming back into shot was the only thing that gave it away.
Yeah. But it was at a club or somewhere, wasn't it? Actually, it was a bar.
The Fusion Bar, I think, somewhere in the shop.
Well, why don't they have more toilets out the front?
Oh, they should have more toilets out the front. But then you've got the problem with Chris Tarrant in Darwin. You know, obviously a bloke from the southern part of Australia, Fremantle, goes up there, boiling hot night. All of a sudden he feels faint. The only thing he can think of, given the, the few beers, is to drop the togs.
Yeah.
Just stand there and let it hang in the breeze over the drip tray.
That can happen.
It can.
That can happen.
I can. I mean,
that can happen through dehydration.
Dehydration, exactly.
You know, and more beers. That don't help with your dehydration. They exacerbate the problem. So you're dehydrated and you want to go to the toilet at the same time.
You're in a strange town. You don't know
the cultural mores at all. You don't know what the circumstances
You're a superstar. Are. You don't want to get caught out. You know, it's better.
All you can do is take your trousers off and hope for the best.
Look, and picking on a Labor parliamentarian. I mean, at least the Labor parliamentarian did the right thing and asked him to...
He's a pre-selected candidate or something.
Sorry, pre-selected candidate,
yeah. What, he bopped him, did he?
No, he asked him to step outside.
Oh,
it was sort of,
debate?
Debate, yeah.
Just to continue the argument? Obviously they were discussing the issues. What, was it to do with any
putting
particular
the trousers,
bit of policy or...?
No, just the trousers up.
Oh, right.
You know, it's a fairly limited discussion point.
But actually, Darwin, we've been in Darwin many times. We love it there. It's a real trousers-off sort of town.
That surprises me that the people were worried or surprised by it.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, God almighty. Look, would anyone who's been to Darwin and been to a bar and had a few beers who hasn't taken their trousers off put their hand up, please? Because you're not going to get many hands put up, I'm telling you.
And you're an Australian.
Yeah. I mean, I'm one of them.
I am too.
You know? I remember the last time we were at a bar, God almighty, I'm just vaguely remembering it now because it was such a great night. We'd had so many beers that we could hardly bloody...
Well, I
know is we were in the back of the cab. Someone put us in the back of the cab and when we didn't have any trousers on.
We
laughed, remember?
We laughed. It was fantastic. We laughed.
What happened to him? I said, no, you didn't know and I didn't know.
What shocked me was when we get out of the cab and all this water followed us.
Yeah.
I have no idea where it came from.
No idea.
It's incredible.
No idea.
Incredible.
But it's that kind of town.
It is. Darwin's fantastic.
And it doesn't matter how much you prepare players for it.
They've got
no idea until you're there.
Where they're
you
going.
Can't prepare players for that.
The heat, the humidity,
the beers, trousers off.
Yeah, I know. Well, look, can I just say that it was terrific to get up this morning and run to the front as soon as I heard the plop of the paper. I ran out the front and got it because I knew Willie Mason would have some thoughts that would set all this into perspective, the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldog.
Powerhouse, Bulldog
Powerhouse. Never injured Bulldog Powerhouse. I'll start by saying there is not a drinking culture at the Bulldogs. Isn't that refreshing?
Good. Well, I'm glad that's
somebody from the engine room.
that's been clarified.
There's not a drinking culture at the Bulldogs.
Good.
I mean, you see that, all these players, old players, people like Arco, Quayle, people I haven't thought about have come out and said, they've got to stop the piss, all that sort of stuff. But it's great to have somebody from the engine room of the Bulldogs saying there's not a drinking culture there. Although there have been a couple of unfortunate incidents involving players at our club, the suggestion we have a binge drinking culture here is rubbish.
Good.
Rubbish.
Good. That's the message we want to get out there.
I acknowledge that when there have been incidents, alcohol has been a factor.
Oh, okay.
But it's not as though we're out on the town all the time.
Well, no, it'd only be a couple of nights a week, wouldn't it?
There's no doubt that Sonny Bill Williams and Ben Roberts, the lads who had the trouble last weekend, and I put it that way, troubled. In all honesty, I don't think
trouble with a
people
very small T. It was a bloke having a wee in public.
Well, the other bloke was picked up for being over the limit driving the car. But that's
that's a little bit more serious.
Next day.
Yeah.
But
was the car registered?
Well, hopefully. Hopefully. There's no doubt Sonny Bill and Ben Roberts have done the wrong thing, and you can't condone their actions, but both will learn from their mistake. It's hard getting your head around the fact that you're seen as a role model, particularly when you're young.
Yeah. That's so true.
Take Sonny, for example. A couple of years ago, he went from obscurity to one of the most high-profile athletes in Australia, apart from Casey Stoner, within 6 months. And he's made a couple of mistakes along the way, but people forget that he burst onto the scene in his late teens. Yes. Sonny's a great young bloke. Remember, this is Willie Mason. Great young bloke. But sometimes it takes you a while to realise that you're not your average 21-year-old. His discretions have received far more publicity because of who he is. Then he repeats the idea.
Well, Andrew Bogut said it, didn't he?
He did. Far more publicity because he was here. And then he repeats the idea. A lot of players find it hard to accept that we're role models.
Yeah.
And that was certainly the case with me a few years ago. I used to think I was just a footballer and no one cared what I did off the field. But you have to accept that with the money and the profile comes responsibility. And the people look up to you. It can be hard to get your head around. There's a lot of things that are hard to get your head around. Hard to get your head around. You do get
it is hard to get your head around.
It is very hard.
It's even hard now. I
can't
just totally get my head around it.
I can't. Honestly, if you put me on the spot, I don't think I can get my head around what it means.
No.
But, on the other hand, he goes on responsibility. It can be hard to get your head around. All you want to do is play football and live a normal life. And open brackets, that means a few beers.
Of course it means a few beers.
That's the problem. Most of us don't want to be put in the limelight, but there's no way around it. Sports people are role models. When you look at your average Origin game, there can be 90,000 people watching you. A lot of those people would give anything to be out there. I'm not quite sure that that's right, but I'll leave that go to the keeper. It can be easy to take it for granted, as a player. But we're very fortunate. The same applies to professional sports. When you go out for a couple of quiet drinks, most people just want to shake your hand and say hello. You occasionally get a troublemaker who wants to bait you. When that happens, you've got to walk away. It's hard to swallow your pride, but that's the way it is. The other thing that often happens is you can be having a quiet beer and someone will ring the newspaper to say he's out on the drink again.
Yeah, well, that happens, doesn't it?
When the reality is I'm just having a quiet beer with my mates.
Yeah.
He says that's hard to get your head around all of that.
Yeah, it is.
With the amount of scrutiny players get, the danger that professional athletes in Australia will begin to acting like those in America or England. Over there, every time the players go out, they're fenced off from the public. Whenever they socialise, they have to book a private room away from the public. It'd be a shame if that happened here because we don't want any special treatment. No. The average Aussie is a knockabout who likes a good time, and we like to think of ourselves in the same way. It's hard to get your head around it. But as I'm getting older, getting wiser, I fear that as a profile of professional athletes here increasing the next generation might be forced to drink their next beer well away from the public eye. That'd be a mistake, wouldn't it?
That would be a crying shame, because I know the public likes seeing
people have the
players have a few beers. Yeah. It's great entertainment because they're such great role models. A lot of people don't know how to have a few beers, And so young kids will go along, say, to a pub and think, oh, look at them Bulldogs. What are they doing, having a few beers?
Let's watch.
Let's watch.
They're role models.
They're role models, yeah. Oh, I see. That's what you do.
That's right.
Well, and you go outside and you piss in public. Oh, fair enough. And then you get someone...
Seems like fun.
And then you drive home when you piss. Right. Now I get it.
Yeah.
It's hard to get your head around.
But that's what you do. That's how you become a Bulldog.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a problem with drink at the Bulldogs, Roy?
No, I don't think so.
On the Life on Triple G.
Worried about the drought? Well, remember, every little bit helps. How often have you looked at the car in the driveway during a thunderstorm and noticed liquid gold bouncing off the bonnet because it simply has nowhere to go? Imagine being able to capture every drop. Well, now you can, with Australian technology created by the readers of Gumleaf. Enough is Enough, in association with John Lysart Industries, have designed the Warragamba, a stainless steel water tank suitable for all sedan boots, and a guttering system that, once fitted professionally, captures all precipitation and improves your car's handling and aerodynamics. Australians, please take note, if you want to keep full insurance cover, the Warragamba and gutters must be fitted by a full-ticketed, Gumleaf-approved automotive engineer.
Hello Australia, Frosty LaHood here. Did you see Home and Away last Thursday? That scene just before the news break, where they cornered the Strangler in Alf's bar. That was my boy Frosty Jr. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. He stole the show just by being there. It's that first-class professional experience that the kid now brings to all our in-car videos. So if you accept the Frosty Nabira Wagon Challenge, Junior is happy to climb aboard and call action and roll cameras whenever the toot turns to root. It can't be fairer than that. So see you this Sunday in Lakemba, when once again the Nabira Challenge kicks off at 9 a.m. sharp at Frosty LaHood Motors.
Roy, look, to set the Willie Mason column into some perspective, I turned not long after you arrived at the coalface today to the Ricky Stewart column in the Murdoch Press. And remember, Ricky's, according to the Murdoch people, is the game's best thinker. And I'll give you an idea of the quality of the thought.
Yeah.
Because he addresses some of the problems that Willie is addressing. And he says here, it's how you react to adversity that determines how you come out the other side. In other words, if you're, on a full-on lager frenzy and can't find a place to have a long jimmy, then it's how you respond to that problem that affects what will happen next, i.e. cruising a proud car, all of a sudden haul before the beak, $650 fine. Thanks very much, Sonny Bill. So anyway, Ricky Stewart, the game's best thinker, deals with it this way. I told my team, the Sharks, at the start of the season, in our pre-season preview meeting, that there were going to be changes at the club, that there'll be players who are signed and others not re-signed because of the salary cap. I told them that the more professionally we control it and handle it, the better we'll come out of it. In a club environment, issues are never far from the surface, and that's why it's important to stay on top of things. Or I think Willie's term is get your head around them. It's important to address issues before they turn into car crash.
Yeah.
And it's a large reason why we at the Sharks saw fit to conduct a mid-season review through the week. After 4 hours of in-depth discussion about things we need to put into action on the footy field. Incidentally, Sharks are just travelling about 8th at the moment in the NRL. Need to put in on the footy field as a team. I took the opportunity for furthering club morale by going for a beer and steak at the pub, where I quickly learned that Greg Bird is the worst karaoke performer I've ever seen.
Isn't that great?
Look, he had a go at I Like the Nightlife, which I don't think... I don't think that suited him, his range or his... He just did seem not to have any clue about what karaoke was about. The worst performer, which has eluded a number of people, younger people, who have not grown up in the karaoke era. Incidentally, I understand South Peter Holmes at Court organised a similar meeting with his players over a Chinese meal. It's an old-fashioned tactic, but one that you can have an influence on your season. Mental preparation is even more important today than physical because every player is physically equal in today's game. It's more about attitude, who's got the strongest mind and who can then transfer it onto the footy field. Because at the end of the day, it's there on the footy field that drama, club crisis or issue will have the greatest impact. Is he right?
No, he's absolutely right. A few beers
over a steak.
Yeah.
And a bit
without doubt. Without doubt. When I think back to, my formative years...
With the Lithgow Shamrocks.
With the Shamrocks.
Under Grassy Granell.
I remember Grassy had organised for a couple of Sydney players to come up to have a talk to us.
Father John Coote?
No, it wasn't Father. It was a little bit before Father John Coote's era, but Chang and Puff came.
Chang and Puff?
And Chook.
Oh, the three
of them.
That would have been exciting.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Absolutely
the atmosphere,
unbelievable. Yep, and we went to the Courthouse Hotel and we had a few beers just with them, and I don't remember much of what happened after, say, about 10 o'clock because the publican who, knew the club pretty well...
Gave you a room out the back?
Well, he let us keep going. He just closed the doors, and a couple of cops turned up, but they just joined us for a couple of beers, and that was okay anyway. And honestly, we got ourselves, we were absolutely bloody legless, I'd have to say. Absolutely bloody legless. And I've forgotten who drove me home, but he was pretty legless. But it was different time then, HG. Different time, you know?
Yeah.
And honestly, it bound the club so closely together, the fact that we got ourselves legless with Chook, Puff and Chang.
Yeah.
You know, we'd done it. Nobody else had. There was no one else there, apart from a couple of cops.
Yeah.
You know, it was just us.
Yeah.
We'd been there, and we got legless with them. And honestly, it turned the club around that year. Was fantastic, because we dined off that for ages, because we just wanted to review and
compare notes.
And compare notes.
Make sure it actually happened.
We made sure we went back to that pub every week and got legless to remember what it was like that first time.
Yeah.
You know?
Did you feel as though there was a drinking problem at the Shamrocks?
No.
No, of course not.
Yeah. No. The problem was, before they came, was that we hadn't been out having a few beers together. You know, and I think that was Grassy's point.
Mm-hmm.
If you go out and, you know, have a steak sandwich or something like that, or something like that, or maybe, you know, I don't know, something beef and black bean sauce from Johnny Lim's or something like that as a takeaway, and you take it up to the pub and have a few beers, then it's bonding. You know, you feel as if you're with a band of brothers. I mean, that's what Chang tried to get through to us. You know, when you have a few beers with blokes, you become a band of brothers.
Band of brothers.
And we felt that we were a band of brothers. And that's why we kept meeting every week, even in the off-season. In the off-season, we meet a few times a week. You know, just to talk about things, talk about issues, and have a few beers.
What were some of the issues you canvassed? Like the size of the goalpost?
Size of the goalpost, like how we can improve the stand, get more young kids involved in the club, role models, how we can relate to the community, get out into the community a little bit more, you know what I mean?
So you'd often go to the other pub?
We'd spread it around. We'd go to the Bloodhouse if we wanted to have a fight. Because often some of the Workers' Club players would go there for their beers, you know, for their bonding session. We'd go and interrupt their bonding session. They'd try and interrupt our bonding sessions. And you'd end up, you know, with a lot of screaming and shouting and stuff going on in the street, which was great. And it was really good for commerce as much as anything else. But a lot of people think, oh, bloody hell, Tuesday night. I wonder if it's on tonight at the courthouse. Everyone bloody go to the courthouse, you know what I mean? Stand around, even though they weren't drinking beers, they'd be, you're getting toasted sandwiches or, a hamburger or something like that, just to sit around outside and see
jumpers.
See what happened. It was just great for the town. It gave the town life, you know. As the publican said to me, without you boys, this pub would be dead. You know?
You know, it's weird, though, that this might be 20, 30 years ago, and the same idea still applies down there at the Sharks.
Because it's a universal truth. There are some things that are universal truths. E equals MC squared.
I tell you what.
Throw an apple up, it's going to bloody well fall down. You know, Newton was onto something there because it was a universal truth. No. Have a few beers with the team and it bonds them.
And I'll tell you what. It's something you can get your head around, isn't it?
Oh, you totally get your head around. If you can't get your head around having a few beers, leave the club.
Craig Wing. Well, I tell you what's interesting me is Del Saylor's decision to become a
saint.
A saint. Were you surprised by that, Roy?
I think Brownie would love to have someone like Del. You know, and Del's put it out there, hasn't he?
He certainly has. He certainly has. And did you think that the brown polish is reason enough?
I think any player who
wants to play.
Any player who loves rugby league wants to link up with Brownie just for a little while, you know, just to see what the bloke's about. It's very hard to get your head around what he's up to, but when you do, I think it's, you know, look at.
Well, the Slippery Morris boys.
Rest my case. Rest my case. And that bloke Cooper.
Guys, going to say Cooper. And when he steps up to
the high... going great, hasn't he?
Fantastic, and especially when he steps up to that higher level, that origin level.
That's where the brown polish comes into its own, doesn't it?
It's gleaming.
Can you imagine Dell with that polish?
I can't.
What Dell would get up to?
I can't.
He'd just grab mayhem, wouldn't he?
He would.
Because he would, as you said, quite right in your opening comments. You know, Brown would be mad if you didn't give him a roving commission. You know, Dell, do whatever you like out there. Just create a bit of mayhem, bust him. You know, just bust him.
Well, that's what the game's crying out for.
It's crying out for personalities.
And can I just say...
And playmakers. Genuinely skilled playmakers, which Dell is one.
Sure, he knocks on a lot in the
he does.
But the ball's always going somewhere, and it's always been done, and it's exciting. And the fans, you know, have you... I mean, I know you travel around by public transport. Have you heard the whispers on public transport, as I have, about how the game's going to rack and ruin because Dell isn't involved?
I haven't heard those two things joined together, but I have heard the cry for Dell, you know, wouldn't it be great to see him play again? You know, why punish us for Dell's indiscretion?
Well,
that's the way they're seeing it.
I couldn't have put it better.
That the public has been punished. And I think that's right. I think they've handled it absolutely incorrectly. I think the way to deal with Dell would have been, all right, mate, okay, you've been really stupid, so you're going to play twice as much as anyone else now.
And tour around.
And tour a lot.
Yeah, tour a lot. You're going to have to go and play Group 10, Group 9, Group 6.
All of that.
You know, be a role model, nursery, get your head around something, Dell.
Yeah, you'll be doing nothing but playing football, you know, 7 days a week for the next 4 years. And I think the public would have stood up and said, well, yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, good. It'll teach Dell a bit of discipline, and we'll get to see a lot more of him.
That's exactly the right thing.
You know, why punish the public? I mean, it's like the teacher that says, all right, who broke that window? The whole class is going to stay in here till someone... You know what I mean? You don't blame everyone.
No.
That's just wrong.
Yeah.
You know, the moral compass is wrong there.
Yeah.
And I think the way they've treated Dell, the moral compass is absolutely wrong. You do not deny the public, the fans.
The fans.
Why punish the fans for the foolish indiscretion of one person?
Stupid person who couldn't get the head around the fact they were a role model.
Yeah.
for just one fateful night.
Yeah, because he's had a few beers.
Yeah, a few beers and wanted to kick on.
Yeah.
Now, can I just ask also about these fans? You know, is there a community of fans who...
There'd be a website.
Well, there must be a website.
That people can get involved in.
Involved, obviously,
yes.
involved.
You know, bringdellback.com.
Yeah, now, what I was going to say was, obviously, he started off as a Bronco. Then he went to rugby union.
He did.
Then he's come back and started playing, and now I forget who he was playing with.
Was he with the Waratahs?
Oh, Waratahs. That's right. Now he's going to become
come from the Queensland Reds, I think.
Correct.
To the Waratahs, yeah.
Now, so he's been around a bit. What worries me is, you know, Broncos people, they're not really going to be telling stories much about Dell because they think he's a bit of a dickhead.
Yeah, they do.
And they moved. He's moved to Codes and moved on, and now he's obviously working in New South Wales.
Yeah, that's right.
Now...
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Now, Tar fans and Tar kids, obviously they think...
Well, they don't really want him back.
No, they don't want him back.
No, they don't, because they think he's a bit of a dickhead.
Bit of a dickhead. Yeah. Now, the team on the bottom...
Oh, yeah. You know, the Reds. Is
the
Reds on the bottom?
No. Well, the Reds are on the bottom as well. You know, but I meant going back to rugby league. The team that's on the bottom of the rugby league is St George.
You're pretty close to, yeah.
Now, do you think they're really, the fans there are really, you know, the young kids down there, the 4-year-olds, the 5-year-olds, the 3-year-olds, are going to know enough about what Dell's going to bring to the club?
Well, that comes down to, you know,
Brownie,
parents and teachers disseminating the information about Dell if he's coming.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I take your point.
And
giving them something to get their heads around.
Something to get their heads around. You know, excitement machine.
Yeah.
Dual international. That often opens a lot of doors in kids' minds. You know, dual international.
Yeah.
I mean, get your head around that.
Yeah,
get your head around that.
I can't.
No. Well, you can imagine what it's like for a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
He's a dual international.
Yeah. What's that? That's right.
But I think it'd be a great talking point for
the club.
You know, for the club
and the Taj.
Down at the Taj Mahal. Get him out there.
It is funny, the divorce between, you know, say the Oki Jubilee and the Taj Mahal. You don't sense that the Taj Mahal now represents the spiritual home of the St George Dragons plus Dell.
No.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of drifted away a little bit, hasn't it?
Because it's gone to Jubilee Oval, do you reckon?
Well, I just think of Illawarra, I'm wondering if the Illawarra Steelers fans of yesteryear would love to see Dell.
Well, they're the forgotten people, aren't
they? They're certainly the forgotten people of rugby league.
They're the forgotten people of rugby league. Yeah. I mean, how is there a clubhouse in Steeler Town?
Well, the thing is, they go down and play at Wynn Stadium every so often.
Yeah, but do they go to the clubhouse for a few beers afterwards?
I hope so.
Yeah, right.
I hope so. And meet the players and, meet the fans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I suppose I can see it working, especially if Dell's involved in, say, driving the bus and doing a lot of the
Dell would probably purchase some real estate in the Illawarra area, wouldn't he?
What a terrific idea.
And become a local.
Very positive thinking.
Because he's that sort of bloke. He likes to commit himself.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if he's committing himself as part of the Illawarra part or part of the St George part.
I'd love to see him get down to Bellambi, say Rothery Road, Bellambi. There's some fantastic houses there. And he could move in there and become a real pillar of the community.
Yes.
And with this reformed attitude and giving the kids something in the area to get their heads around, he could bob up at the Bellambi school.
Yes, he could.
Maybe take rugby league clinics.
Well, again, Brownie should put him on a roving commission.
In the area, in the northern suburbs of the Wollongong.
I don't care what school you turn up at, just do it whenever you like. You know, just make sure you got a footy with you.
You're listening to The Life on Triple J. Might be time for a fat.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as giving the bunny one to go on with, as having a blue tongue tugging on your todger, as having a leak in a creek. What are Australians fighting for this week, HG?
Well, look, a terrific prize that features as a bizarre, what would I call it, bridge or pylons of a bridge being held up by a copy of the J-Mag from winter 2006 and the new J-Mag from, obviously, July 2007. So that's a terrific basis for a prize. We're throwing in Street Machine, or yes, that's right, Street Machine, covering the Eric Barner crash in the Targa in Tasmania. And this has got a lot of details about mending panel vans, what you can do with Metal Tech products, and it's just great body filler, how to make it work for you.
Some of those body fillers are great now, aren't they?
They are just amazing. You know, it's just a really good way. If you've prained your car, don't worry about getting a panel beater, just get the body filler out. And a lot of technical stuff in here. It's just fantastic. And you get parts, you know, you can look for parts. I mean, let's see if I can find a part list here. Maybe I can't put my hand on it. But if you're looking for something like, I don't know, just a socket set or... Here we've got, you can go for an upgrade, bags rear, $75. Upgrade 5-gal steel, $39. Upgrade 9-gal steel, $39. It's all there. 1-gal steel, $26. So it's fantastic. Plus,
well, the great thing is, too, actually, if you buy all the spare parts, you can build your own car.
You can. There's enough here to build your own car.
Yeah.
Easy. Now, also, Michael Bevan, there's a brief biography, and I dug into the cupboard and found another copy of My Island Home. Obviously, My Island, open brackets, home, missing link.
That's the Michael Bevan version.
That's the Michael Bevan version, yes, that's right. Oh, it's just great, this Street Mag. Oh, I wish
can we throw this Tarzo in HG? It's called the Gold Trio.
The Gold Trio?
Yeah, Matt Orford, Stephen Bell and Brett Stewart.
That's fantastic.
From Manly, yes. The
Golden Trio?
Not Golden, just Gold Trio.
Oh, Gold Trio. Yeah. Right. Jeepers creepers. See, I was interested in here, you know, I always know what...
Wheels.
Yeah, wheels.
Yeah.
I never know what they're called because that's why I never buy mag wheels, because I feel like a goose walking in and saying I'll have those. And now I can realise that I can get the Twisted Matrix, the V-Rod, the Victory 5, the Malibu. And on the next line, Nitro, Retro, Magnum, Charger, Classic, Twisted Classic, 5-star Titan.
Yeah.
Then there's a few just by numbers only. But luxury custom wheels, 17 to 24 inch. I can go to Slick Spoke, Fin, Groove Spoke, Image, Oldie, Sphere, Ripple, Smoothie, Prowler 6. Oh, well, you've got Vista 6, Spike 6, Scorpion 6, Prowler 6, Twisted Vista 6, Pentia 6, Hammer 6, and Malholland 6. So they're all great. Plus your final 8-stud wheels. You've got your Bean 8, Radical 8, Pentia 8, and Twisted Vista 8.
Yes.
So it's all there for you.
I mean,
so you don't have to feel a goose.
Mag wheels. I mean, there's no reason why anyone shouldn't have mag wheels.
Oh, exactly. I think if you didn't have mag wheels, you should be pulled over by the police.
Yes.
I mean, mag wheels are the way to go. Just it adds value to your car, looks great.
And they look great.
And you go so much faster.
Yeah. Well, if you want to, yes. If you want speed, mag's your man.
What's the question, Roy?
Oh, the question, yes, sorry. That's what we're doing. The question is, for women only, if you can't get your head around a few beers, what should you do?
And that number, Roy?
What should you do?
Yes, what should you do?
Okay. You're a member of a team. Eh? If you can't get your head around a few beers, what should you do? That number is 1-300-0555-36. Yes, we're joined by Danielle, who's joining us from Pyrmont in New South Wales. How are you there, Danielle?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good. How's been your day? What have you been up to?
Nothing very exciting, just housework and procrastinating from study. So.
And what are you meant to be studying, Danielle?
Just uni exams, studying law.
Law, and whereabouts in the several years you have to study it are you up to?
This is my last year.
Last year, so you're almost there?
Yes.
And so you've got one set of exams to go?
2 sets.
2 sets.
2 sets to go.
And how many subjects do you study in this particular degree? Like, would there be 6 different subjects, or...?
Yeah, a bit more than that. It goes for a few years.
Yeah, give us an idea of some of your favourites.
Media law, maybe?
Oh, media law, yes, very good.
Not tax.
No, not tax. What about property law?
Property's all right, yeah.
Yes. And does that include conveyancing?
No, it doesn't. But you can choose to do that.
Now, are you looking forward to putting a lot of criminals behind bars, Danielle? Is that the intention here?
No, probably won't do criminal law. But
are you looking forward to getting a lot of criminals off?
Maybe.
Now, will you wear a wig? Do you have to buy a wig?
Well, I can if I want, but I don't have to unless I'm a barrister. So,
Now, why can't you go down and buy a wig from a $2 shop and wear that?
Well, I can. I don't know if it's been done before, but I'm sure it's a great idea.
Well, it was just an idea, but I always surprised that they wear the same looking wig, as though there's only one sort that's approved. And am I right in thinking they're thinking of changing that anyway? That
what, make it a wig-free zone?
Wig-free zone, or optional wig.
Right.
Optional wig.
Mm.
Aren't these things canvassed in some sort of, I don't know, etiquette?
Well, the Law Reform Commission will be looking at this.
Well, indeed, that Danielle would have to go to etiquette and manners to approach the bench, like Malud, or whatever the term is.
Well, let's say you do have to wear a wig, Danielle. Can you wear like Mickey Mouse ears or something like that? I mean, has it got to be...
You probably could.
You probably could.
Yeah.
Would the judge look unfavourably towards your arguments if you were wearing a wig that didn't conform with the normal wig?
I'm not really sure. Depending on the judge, I guess. Yeah.
Now, obviously there's a lot of legal shows on television. Do they have any, sort of basis in the truth?
Maybe they do a bit, but I try not to watch them.
Well,
Right,
like
do you just laugh?
Boston Legal, HG.
Well, I was just picking up, but that's not the only one. There's
No.
lots of them. See, there used to be one called Rafferty's Rules, didn't there, in
Yeah, there
Australia?
was.
And I think they're bringing another one back, with a legal component in it, another drama. But, obviously Law and Order, all those sort of shows have...
Well, goes back... Look, Perry Mason.
Perry Mason, probably before
Yeah,
Perry Mason.
yeah.
Anyway, do you just laugh at what happens in them, from your experience? Yes. Because it's rather dull and sort of takes a long time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, not that these are necessarily bad things in the law, that takes a long time and it's rather dull. But you wouldn't want a lot of the drama that's happening in Law and Order. It'd be exhausting on the part of the people involved. So when you finish, obviously you've got to think about this now. What will you do?
Don't know. Just get a job as a solicitor, I guess.
Get a job as a solicitor. You don't have to do articles or whatever you call it?
Oh, no, you've got to go do a bit more of a course. But it's not articles anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
And would you be the sort of person who I might see in a few years' time in a shop front somewhere with your name out the front saying, solicitor, come in if you've got any complaints or something like that?
Maybe. Yeah.
Or you'd go and work for somebody else who might do that sort of thing?
Yeah, probably work for someone else.
Right. Do you get along to many court cases at all, just as an observer, Danielle?
No, not really. Not since first year uni. So.
Oh, right. First year you did, though?
Yeah, we had to.
Were there any that you liked? You thought, oh, bloody hell, I love the way she does this or the way he does that?
Yeah, role models.
Yeah.
Not specifically, no.
Did you ever go out? Have you ever gone out and had a few beers, say, with lawyers, out and about, say, Friday nights?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It was great bonding, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Because there are a couple of... Piedmont, well, you'd have to go down into...
Well, there's quite a lot of places
right
in
down
Piedmont.
in town.
There are a lot of places.
Yeah, but I mean lawyers' hang.
Oh, lawyers' hang, like Phillip Street.
Yeah, like the establishment or whatever it's called
what's it called? The
Oxford
Leagues Club. The Leagues Club would have a bar.
Yeah.
Or the Wentworth Hotel.
Yes.
You'd probably find a few lawyers in there.
Yeah. Have you ever been to those places, Danielle?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
There's lots of lawyers around there.
Lots of lawyers.
Yes, and you have had a few beers with them?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the way you do it.
I know. And do you talk about court cases, or do you think that's sort of silly? I mean, collectively, I understand you might, as a student, obviously talk about it, but when you're out having a few beers...
I try not to,
right.
Yeah.
And have you ever seen a rugby league player in court?
No, I haven't, no.
Well, it doesn't often happen. It just gets an undue amount of publicity when it does. You ever seen a lawyer in court, though? Yes.
Yeah, I have.
Yes.
All right.
Many.
Well, Danielle, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Okay.
Now, Danielle, if you can't get your head around a few beers, what should you do?
You should leave the club.
Absolutely right. The two J-Mags, the Street Machine, the Michael Bevan saga and My Island Home, plus the Gold Trio, the Tarzo. They'll be on the way and they'll be there before your next exam. Thanks very much for being part of This Sporting Life, Danielle. Good luck in the coming law exams.
Thank
Bye
you.
now.
Hello everyone, Frosty here. The Hood Heights, everyone's asking about it. Well, it's unreal. 500 beautiful homes, all brick, all with 5 bedrooms minimum, cinema, pool, double garage, games room, rumpus room, office, vestibule, cool room, unlimited access to water, and from Google Earth, the gated community looks just like a new Landra. Most residents have boat ramps accessing the pristine waters of Loch La Hood. I'll be on site every weekend setting you up with a finance package that allows you the freedom to get on with whatever you get up to at home. That's your business. So come out and see me. La Hood Heights, just 3 clicks from my Lakemba showroom.
Australia needs laws protecting the flag, but have our politicians gone far enough in protecting those little things Australians value the most? How often have you seen someone pissed in a green and gold rugby league jumper? How often have you seen someone you know is Australian wearing an Arsenal shirt? How often have you seen someone shopping at Woolworths in a Singapore Slingers singlet? Well, enough is enough. Support the Australian Players Association draft legislation that will outlaw these activities and enshrine common sense by protecting all Australian sporting uniforms. Visit our website at www.enoughisenough.com/endjumperabusetoday.com.
Phone freaks, tired of the usual boring ringtones? You know, dull? Well, as a tribute to the legend of Shane Warne and in association with the Shane Warne Foundation, Cooey Cobber Ringtones is proud to present... That's right, it's Shane's last appeal, recorded in Sydney in January 2007. Hello?
Roy, look, Hidden Valley has just erupted to the sound of V8s as the pictures now are reaching us live. It looks like Jamie Whincup in the Vodafone is in the lead. I haven't got that confirmed. He was certainly a minute ago. He might have just come into the pits now. It's a beautiful layout there, isn't it?
It's fantastic. Look, I've never seen anything more exciting than the V8 supercars in Darwin. I just can't get my head around how well the drivers have got up to speed with conditions.
I know. Well, they've just... it does appear as though they've all coming in for a change of tyres. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe because the track...
Yeah.
I love it when the back panel goes off too. Yeah. That's fantastic. Now, that was a beautiful bit of incident there, which will illustrate a point about V8 supercars as we watch in close proximity to cars getting close. Look, Ray Kershler got this for the Murdoch people. He said the day after the nation's top V8 supercar drivers were told they should be more flamboyant, a first lap crash which eliminated 4 cars exploding in recriminations yesterday.
Gee.
I know we were lucky enough to be there on site, and you thought, oh, you saw it. You saw the praying, and you said, hello, there'll be a fallout from this. I can't get my head around it.
I did, but I tell you what, I love the flamboyance, though.
I know, it was fantastic. Look, I'm talking about Bright and Winterbottom.
Yeah.
I mean,
can't Winterbottom drive?
He can. He's fantastic. I'm pretty sure he's in the Fujitsu car.
Is he?
He's the Tubbs Taylor.
Would he have met? I was going to say, would he have met Tubby Taylor?
He would.
That must have been a day. What a meeting that would have been. Winterbottom and Taylor.
Well, 2 codes together at last. Told their image was becoming boring. Never responded with actions and words in the first race at Hidden Valley yesterday. Now, I think Rick Kelly might have been pole, but as it turned out, Scaife won in the HRT, beating Kelly in the Toll Racing and Lowndes Vodafone. And that left the points with Kelly on top, Garth Tander. Don't know much about the Tander story. What I do hear is great. Kelly, Whincup, and Scaife, Lowndes in that order on the championship points. But I think race 1 yesterday, Hidden Valley went to Scaife, Kelly from Lowndes. A crash took out 4 cars, but the 5th of Will Dyson, who was largely blamed for the incident, survived to finish 8th in a race later won without further incidents by, as mentioned, Scaife, Mark Scaife. Meanwhile, Russell Ingall and Greg Murphy were left with mangled cars back in pit lane and were not happy. Ingall, 43, in a thinly veiled criticism of Davison and Winterbottom, who was also a victim, berated the race skills of some of the next generation of super sports stars in motorsport. Berated, I'll give you that, berated the race skills. How did he do it? He said... This is Ingall, so-called young guns.
Yeah.
They couldn't even get through the turn 3 in a 42-lap race.
Oh, God.
They couldn't get through turn 3.
Is that what he said?
That's what he said.
They couldn't get through turn 3.
In a 42-lap race.
Wow.
These are the new stars of the sport, so-called professionals. Give me a break. If that's their skill level, I've got another 10 years left in the sport. And if they are the rules we're going to play by, look out, the game is on. I'm all for a bit of biff and barge, but let's get racing first and then go at it. There are a few guys out there who still have a lot to learn. We seem to have a new set of guidelines out there, so look out tomorrow. And we've seen it already.
Yeah, I know.
Panels all over the place.
Well, isn't this the sort of flamboyance that the organisers wanted?
Well, it's just fantastic.
It's fantastic.
It's so refreshing. Ingall was backed up by 34-year-old Kiwi Greg Murphy. Believe me, if Murphy's aroused, he won't take a backward step. Get your head around that. What a morons. This is Murphy.
Is that what Murphy said?
Murphy said this. Bunch of morons.
What, Winterbottom a moron?
Winterbottom, Davison.
No way. No way.
Wait a minute.
The Fujitsu, Mark Taylor, man.
Yeah.
Winterbottom.
Yeah, that Winterbottom.
Next thing it'll be Tubby Taylor, the moron.
Well, he is. Now, have you ever heard him talk? He's a moron. Now, what a bunch of morons. All those young blokes who've been here 5 minutes and think they're superstars. Take out 5 cars on lap 1. If they wanted controversy, they got it. Watch out tomorrow. And when he's talking about tomorrow, he means today.
He means now. Now, where's Winterbottom in this race? This is race 3, lap 11 of 42.
Well, I'm not sure where
Bargwanna's 3rd. Murphy 4th. Dumbrell.
Oh, Dumbrell, yeah.
Yeah, Gurr.
Yeah, McConville.
McConville, all these household names.
Jones.
A. Jones. Is that Alan Jones? He's back.
Yeah.
Back from the wedding. Lowndes. Kelly. Oh, no, Winterbottom. Oh, Winterbottom at 12th.
12th. Oh,
12th.
Oh, these, yeah.
12th. Take that, Kelly.
Sulking up the back of the field. Davison, the JB Racing driver, painted as the villain in the collision with Winterbottom, said he regarded the crash as a racing incident. I got shuffled back at the start, lost 4 spots. I was trying to get them back. One of them back when the gap closed. Winterbottom blamed Davison for the accident, pretty much kept hitting me until I spun out. I was it was a pretty stupid move to try and win the race on the first lap, but it looks as though that's his mentality. That's his go.
Well, that's what we want to see.
Last night,
Don't we want to see every driver trying to win in the first lap?
We do.
Because often, 9 times out of 10, whoever's leading at the end of the first lap wins the race.
Now, last night, Davison was found guilty of reckless driving. We'll start today's race from the back of the grid. I don't like that.
Well, he's not going to worry about that.
No. He was just
He just barged through. Now, Winterbottom wasn't punished, was he?
He wasn't,
That's because Winterbottom didn't do anything wrong.
No. But he's a moron.
He's a moron, though, yeah.
But wouldn't it be great to form a team called the Morons?
Yeah.
We're the morons you've heard all about. Here we come, look out. Through they go.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, it's going to toughen up car manufacturer. That's one thing that I've always been disappointed about in these V8s. They look as though they build out of polystyrene.
Yeah.
The way they fall to bits as soon as a bit of pressure's applied.
Yeah.
Looks like we got Richards first and then, obviously Gurr in 5th place. I don't know quite why they do that. Richards still on top. And we should be able to see
Winterbottom, he was at 12 before.
Now, so that's great.
Well, I think this new blood is great for the sport that, let's face it, has been struggling a little bit. Just a little bit.
Meaning
the V8 supercars.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I think ever since the big going to China.
China.
Ever since China.
Brocky's death.
And Brocky's death didn't help.
They happened in the same year, of course.
Yeah. And I think Paul Radisich might have gone to race in the United States.
Oh, he did. He went on the circle tracks.
Yeah, on the circle tracks. And I think that was a great. And Marcus Ambrose, big loss.
Big loss. They were stars, weren't they?
Yeah.
And did they go up to Dubai or one of the
I think they might have.
Yeah, that wasn't a good look either.
No, well, the thing is they go to these exotic places, China, Dubai, etc., but they're never welcome back.
No, I know, it's odd.
It'd be different if they went back every year. You think, oh, great,
building an audience
back in Beijing.
Well, I can tell you a lot of people would travel to London at this time of year
to see the V8 supercars go around.
In
if
Dubai.
You knew, say, Winterbottom and the
other
morons were up.
The morons were running. Well, I tell you what, just imagine that, your promotion, morons in Dubai.
Yeah.
On your way to Wimbledon.
Yeah.
So you stop off, see the race, get back on the plane and off you go.
Yes.
It'd be like the footy.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic.
Thanks very much, the word I was looking for. And I've got to say is that the Hidden Valley Circuit.
Yeah. Well, it's not really one for overtaking, is it?
No.
It doesn't encourage overtaking.
It'd be good if Webber came back and drove V8s, wouldn't it? Because the Hidden Valley...
Well, he will eventually, I suppose.
Yeah, and
once he realises that really Formula One's not for him.
Now, this week, Rugby League was thrown into turmoil, basically because bit hard to know who to blame.
The wedding,
really.
the Packer wedding?
The Packer wedding, that did throw it into turmoil. But what I was going to say was the problem of people changing clubs mid-season.
Oh, yes.
Now, it's weird this because you would have to say the most recent example of this is Craig Wing. I don't mind them leaving a club and going to the other club. Why doesn't he go to South Snow, leaving the Roosters and go to South Snow?
Well, didn't that happen a couple of weeks ago?
It did. The
and
Roosters,
that seemed to me sensible.
It did. Why tell people at East you're going to play the rest of the season when they think, oh, you're just waiting to go to South. How can we win a game with you bludger?
Yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Whereas Soward, or whatever his name is, actually left the Roosters, I think, and went to St George Dragons.
And played the next week.
Yeah, played the next week.
Yeah.
Well, that seems to me to be the modern world.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. However, I was taken by thinking of Terry Hill, the coach of the Umona Bunnies.
Oh, it's the Bunnies Hill, is it?
It's the Bunnies Hill. He's got a beautiful think piece in the Murdoch Press this week, The Good, the Mad and the Ugly. I don't know which one he'd fit in of those.
No. But there's no reference to, say, fishing.
The hook, the mad and the ugly. Now, Terry writes, having changed clubs nearly a half a dozen times during my career, and that begs a question was, why was he disliked at all those clubs?
Well, that's unfathomable.
Yeah. When they knew what they were getting, why did they employ him? That's the other unfathomable question.
Yeah.
Having changed clubs nearly half a dozen times during my career, I can tell you there is the right way and the wrong way to go about what I call a tricky manoeuvre.
Well, isn't that an interesting thesis? Okay. A right way and a wrong way. Is that the way he sees it?
A right way and a wrong way.
Okay.
I only wish I'd written this column last week. Maybe Craig Wing would have read it and acted differently. Trust me, Craig, sitting on a big stage next to Russell Crowe with the South logos all around was the wrong way to do things.
Oh,
for those who are unfamiliar with this...
He must feel so stupid
I
now.
know, reading that.
Why didn't he phone Terry? Say, Terry, what should I do here? You know.
Apparently everybody else was phoned. The parrot was disturbed in his revelry in Nice. You know, is it okay if Craig goes to the Rabbits? Parrot? Would have been the phone call. Parrot on the other end, a bit nonplussed at 3 in the morning.
That's fine.
Probably gave a spray. For those who are unfamiliar with the story, is that obviously Craig used to be a rooster, joined the Rabbits, and a glittering, what can only be a glittering do. Russell Crowe, the well-known actor and owner, co-owner, Peter Holmes of Court, welcomed the former rooster into the hutch.
Even though he can't play with them for another 6 months or so.
Correct. Now...
wonder what Terry would have done.
Well, wait a minute, we'll find out.
Right.
Now, it was described here, this press conference, it was the worst stunt since Anthony Mundine enraged the league world a decade ago by flying to Brisbane to stage a press conference with the Broncos at the height of the Super League war. God, I can't remember that, can you?
No, I can't.
Because he's been out of rugby league for a long time. Here it is. This is advice for kids, and this is something you should try and get your head around, kids. The trick to switching clubs is low-key.
God, you never think of that. Keep it low-key.
Yeah, stay out of the public spotlight and not show your hand until the season is over. I never said anything about the move, even if I'd agreed to terms months earlier. Yeah. I'd admit I was talking, and this is a bloke who's had a lot of experience moving clubs.
Yeah.
I'd admit I was talking, even so I was close to signing, but I'd never come out and say I was changing colours until the season was over. If the club I was going to didn't like it, I'd say bad luck, even if it did jeopardise the deal. So he's a man of enormous principle.
Yeah.
Craig is about to find out that such a big announcement puts enormous pressure on you. All eyes are going to be on Wingy.
Yeah.
I mean, I just hope Dell has read this column as well.
Every player should be forced to read it by their coaches.
I tell you what,
their managers
this would be
should be forced to read it as well.
You know, if I was the ant...
Yes.
The angry ant down there at the Shark.
Yes.
The game's most respected thinker. I'd have this cut out, blown up on every player's pack.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
When they come in to obviously prepare for the following week's
Actually,
work.
I think this article should go to all flag players, jersey ball, your ball, estuary ball, premier, the whole lot, right through Group 10, Group 1, the whole bloody lot, and schools. And other codes, perhaps overseas, where you have transfer issues bob up on occasion.
Like the Premier League in England.
Yes, and with your gridiron in the United States. Even your baseball.
Baseball. Could you get the Bishop Polish onto this somehow? You know, the Education Minister, Bishop Polish, get it into schools that way?
I'm sure Julie Bishop would be right behind getting this disseminated to as far and wide and as quickly as possible.
Okay, now remember this Craig is about to find out that such a big announcement puts enormous pressure on you. All eyes are going to be on Wingy every time he drops the ball, misses a tackle, or the Roosters lose a game. The critics will all be over him.
Yeah, they will.
I can't believe he agreed. This is, of course, obviously while he still plays for the Roosters. I can't believe he agreed to be paraded in front of the cameras. Yeah. The Roosters took Wingy on when he was a promising kid and made him a superstar, probably a millionaire. Would that be right? A millionaire. By public announcing he was going to Souths, he virtually thrown it all back in the Roosters' faces. I'm not just talking about club management. It's an insult to the sponsors, his teammates and the kids who have grown up idolising him. This is the thing that I'm worried about, Dell.
Yeah.
Whether the fans who have grown up idolising him will accept him as a saint.
Yeah.
I don't think they will.
Yeah.
Because they got, let's face it, he can't play till May. That's, now, correct me if I'm wrong, that's 11 months away. Fans already are stewing, wondering, is he going to be as good as he was? Can I believe that Attar is going to become a saint? No, I can't. If he went back to being a Tar, I could understand the method in his madness. Tars have moved on. Saints haven't. A lot of questions being asked here. Anyway, look, millionaires throwing it back in the... By public announcing he was going to the South, he's throwing it back in their face. I'm not talking about the club management. It's an insult to the... Grown up idolising. Like Wingy, I'm a Souths junior. I have a soft spot for the club. I'm glad to see him there again. But the whole episode was badly handled.
Yeah.
In my day, smart chief executives like the Bullfrog, Peter Moore and Arco wouldn't have created the mid-season media circus. Good luck to Craig. My only advice is don't drop the ball, son.
Yeah, isn't that great?
That's wonderful, isn't it?
That is
and
really
well written.
Well written and comes from a player universally respected.
Roy, look, this is terrific news. I've saved this up till late in the show because I wanted to deal with it in some depth. There appears to be a signed NRL player action models series out.
Wow, what a great idea.
I knew you'd be like it. Like the sort of modern version of the Franklin Mint gear.
Yes, you can get small models of, Cooper Cronk or...
Yeah, well, wait till it...
Robbie Farah
or Terry Hill.
Yeah. Really?
Well, wait a minute.
Daily Messenger, going back that far.
Oh, no, just to Terry Hill. Now, Series 1 of the Player Sync NRL action models is now available. Signed, authenticated and packaged. A strictly limited edition of 100 for each player. Oh, why so few? This is your chance to own what's yours to be a prize collection piece. Each model stands approximately 190 millimetres high, should be metres high, and is made from high-quality PVC material. Now, none of your recycled rubbish. This is high-quality PVC. Now, wait a minute. I'll give you an idea who's available. Sonny Bill Williamson.
Sonny Bill Williams.
Sorry, Williams.
Right.
Williams, sorry. I added an on.
Yeah.
Williams.
Sonny Bill. Now, what,
pants come off?
with his pants off and his weeing?
Weeing. Brett Hodgson.
A couple of beers in each hand. Six-pack dangling from the side.
And he's got one of those weird hats on where the beers are alongside the ears.
Yeah.
Tubes coming down.
Yeah, I like that.
And now, Brett Hodgson. I don't know why they pick him. Jonathan Thurston, Danny Baderis, Mark Gasnier, Craig Gow, soon to play for Italy. And you can get the Italian strip for Craig. Carmichael Hunt and Nathan Hindmark.
And has Mark Gasnier got the mobile phone to his ear?
He has, and he's got Fire Up Bitch written on the little base of it. So it's all there. It's all great.
Isn't that fantastic?
I wonder how they isolated just to those 8.
Yeah.
Now, limited edition of 100, personally signed, official licence to NRL, A-tag authenticated.
Well, hang on.
It comes in its original packing, whatever that means.
What? Wow, it comes in original packing.
Yeah, that's bizarre, isn't it? Why would you bother to make that a feature?
Well, the packing's going to be worth something in itself by the sounds of
like
things.
A box.
Yeah.
Some little thing.
Yeah, okay, now hang on.
Can I say...
Are there only 8 of them you can get?
Well, that's the difficulty. I don't know why there's not, why aren't some of the stars? Cooper Cronk. I mean, I'd love to see
I'd love to see, say, the West Tigers flag team.
Oh, well, I would too, but how about the Slippery's boys, Josh and Rowan?
Yeah, well, I'd love to see them.
I tell you what, I'd also like to see is...
To see if you can pick the difference between them, because they're twins.
They're twins. Yeah. And aren't the facial features incredibly...
Accurate.
Thanks very much. I was going to say lifelike, but accurate's a much better word. And when you squint, you feel as though they're running, don't you?
Oh, they are. They've got that... that takes considerable craftsmanship. Doesn't it?
It does.
To have them... Even they're just photographs sitting there, and I know they're not still, I know they're not moving, but all I'm seeing is action.
Yeah, you are. And what I love
is crazy action too, actually, because the players in different ways, going in different directions and doing different things. Some with beers, others not. Some with phones, some with balls, some kicking, some running, some tackling. It's doing my head right in.
I know. And what I love is...
I want every one of them.
I know you would. You'd be mad not to want every one of them. And what's great is the ball's often on a pole, which often happens in rugby league.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, I know. It's incredible, isn't it?
And right. That's to give the impression that Jonathan Thurston's just dropped the ball onto his boot.
Correct. Or that
Instead, he's dropped the ball wonderfully accurately onto a very narrow pole where the ball's managed to stay.
Yeah, that's right.
What skill?
1-inch water pipe.
Yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it?
It is incredible.
I don't know whether... I just hope that Gallup knows this is going on.
Is it sanctioned officially by the NRL?
Well, it doesn't appear to be. Officially licensed by the NRL, but what does that mean? It means not worth the paper it's written on. Look, it's great.
Are there any plans to... Is there a website people can go to and maybe...
Have a look. You can go to www.sportsonline.com.au. And I tell you what...
Yeah.
You know how we used to have...
Well, I want to know is, can you go see someone and say, listen, I want, Slippery Morris's boys. I want...
Right. Yeah, Cronks.
Cronks.
Yeah, I want
Steel Wretchless.
Steel Wretchless. Now you're talking.
Yeah. I want to Robert the Truck Simpkins. Going back that far.
Right, well, that's a long way away. It's about 1980s.
I want Chang, Puff...
And Chook.
And Billy Smith.
All four.
All four.
Right.
And can you get the Immortals?
Oh, no, you wouldn't get the Immortals.
See, wouldn't the Immortals lined
Wouldn't
up?
That be great?
Wouldn't that be in their Australian gear?
Well, it'd be fantastic. I tell you what, wouldn't it be great if you could get these, say, 90 centimetres high and have them out the front of your joint on the way in, say down the if you've got a gravel path or a cement path leading from the gate, where the postie obviously puts it, you walk past them, hello Chook, hello Chang, as you went up to get the mail?
Yes.
Like,
life size. Why not
like
life
gnomes.
size?
Life size. I hadn't thought
How
of
about
life size. Yeah, but, high quality PVC material would cost you a bit if they were life size.
Oh, that's true.
But I was just thinking, say, half life size, about just under a metre, maybe they could glow, when visitors come. I mean, imagine that. I know there's a lot of night at the moment because obviously the days are fairly short.
And it's been very cold lately, but why couldn't they be heaters? Like a
patio heater?
Well, no, a heater inside. Say, say you had Cooper Cronk in the corner and he's putting out a lot of heat coming out of him. Like a...
With a sort of, he's got a one-bar radiator stuck up his date. That sort of idea.
Well, yeah. I thought maybe a gas pipe, maybe. And so the flame comes out his back door or something, or the heat comes out of, it's extruded from out of the bottom of the short or something.
Well, that'd be just fantastic.
Wouldn't it?
Well, look, okay, we've got them coming down the garden path, obviously lighting up as you come in.
Yeah.
And people are amazed. And
then you go inside and, hey, where's this heat coming from?
Oh, well, wait a minute. Better
Cooper
than that.
Cronk.
No, you've got the, that's right, but you've got the place, I was going to say deliciously cold.
Yeah.
Knowing they're going to ask, it's a bit chilly in here, HG, Roy, why don't we put some heating on? Just as well you asked. And you go over and punch him in the eye, dial it up in the eyes. That's right.
So what was that?
Or you just blow the whistle.
Cooper Cronk.
That's Cooper Cronk. Heat source.
Yeah.
You blow the whistle.
Yes.
Tweet. Up he comes.
Yes.
It'd be magic.
It would be fantastic. And why not with your bigger players, get them in the shape of a fucking fridge?
Wow, you mean like, I was trying to think of Nathan Highmarsh or that bloke who's always in trouble in Canberra, Todd Carney.
Say Carl Webb or someone like that. Carl Webb fridge. Life size.
Carl Webb fridge.
You just open him up, pull out a few beers while Cooper Cronk heats you up in the corner.
Oh, be fantastic.
I mean, it's all well and good to have these little models that kiddies might be interested in, but it doesn't excite me, I'm afraid.
No, but a fridge.
I want something a bit more in my memorabilia than just something you can put on a mantel shelf and say, oh, well, don't they look great together?
Yeah. They don't look great together. They're shit out. Right? They're just pathetic.
No.
But a fridge or a light or a heater.
Yes, or a heater.
Now, can I point out to you that the cricket, with the help of a prominent brewery, made the Boonie doll, which talked.
I know.
I mean, how complicated is that?
For lonely people to have friends and suddenly say, well, my friends are, beefy. And both.
Or they could be rugby league players.
Yeah, I know. I know you can adapt that technology.
To rugby league. But on the other hand...
Can you imagine a life-size rugby league model that talked as well? Cooper Cronk puts out the heat and can talk.
You do him a head in.
I know.
Because
but
I can't see what
that.
you talk about.
Well, imagine you had the real one there.
Oh, right.
What's he going to talk about? I'll tell you, nothing.
Fantastic Melbourne act. Might be time for a second.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you each and every week by Mad Dads, the Woodies Float, Actar Technology and Chunky Chains, the rolled gold links that have your head coming out better. What's on the chopping block this time, HG?
Well, it's another prize similar to the first one. We've got two J-Mags, the J-Mag from winter 2006 and the J-Mag from July 2007. We've got the Pacific Longboarder as well, for the love of surfing. Now, let me try and get this. This is volume 10, number 5. So it's right up to date. And I'm throwing in a CD, The Bird and the Bee. Don't know anything about it, except it's got a warning for moderate impact of coarse language or other themes, so it's bound to be really good, especially for you kids. For some lucky listener, all comers who can answer the following question.
Yes, who should any player thinking of transferring to another club talk to? I don't think we need. It's a pretty straight up and down question. It's one of the most straight up and down questions we've had in a long time.
It is.
Now.
No trick to it.
No trick. Don't look for any tricks. And that number is 1333 1300 0555
36. All comers phone now.
Yeah, we're joined by Malcolm. She's joining us from Wagga Wagga in the southwest slopes of New South Wales. How are you there, Malcolm?
I'm well, thanks, Roy. How are you?
Yes, very well indeed. Now, Malcolm, how are the brothers going, or the Magpies?
I don't follow the brothers, actually, to be honest. I follow the Union in town here, so...
And what's the big Union club?
I'm an Ag College man.
Oh, now we might have spoken to you before about this very issue.
Actually. Yep.
And how's the Ag College going?
Yeah, pretty strong. I think we were sitting on top of the table until yesterday, where the other uni team gave us a bit of a beating. But
were there 2 teams in Wagga?
2 uni teams, actually.
Different unis or the same uni?
No, same uni. One's the Rivco. That's the sort of the student union side.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And how many teams in the comp?
I think they've just split it up actually this year into Northern and Southern. I think there's 7 in our half and about the same in the Northern. I think.
And is there a sort of a Rose Bowl or whatever you call it, where both halves join together for a final?
Yeah, that's how it works out. Not sure the name of the cup, but
and isn't there a team from the young Yabbies or something?
Yep, I think they're the Yabbies.
Yeah, and how are the Yabbies travelling?
No, I couldn't tell you. I think they're in the Northern.
Northern Conference.
Yeah, I don't think we play them until
you should meet in the grand final.
That's the plan.
And do you play, Malcolm?
No, I haven't been playing. I've injured myself. So.
Oh, what's wrong?
Oh, just an ankle.
An ankle. And when do you expect to be back?
Oh, it's hard to say, really.
Have you seen a doctor about it?
No, I'm just letting it heal.
Yeah, good man. Did you put a bit of ice on it or anything like that?
Yeah, a little bit of ice.
A little bit of ice, yeah.
And do you have a sort of a runner who knows about these things at the club? You know, can say, come off, Malcolm, you've done your ankle, now sit down and shut up for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, no, there's some...
And what are you doing to keep fit, though? Are you throwing a leg over a bike or doing a lot of swimming?
Oh, yeah, a little bit of cycling every now and then.
Yeah.
I'm not much of a swimmer, but...
Right. And, when you say a little bit of cycling, maybe start off at Wagga Wagga one morning and ride to Griffith and then back?
Oh, yeah. Just
that sort of thing, the normal sort of workload.
Yeah, no, that's very good. And what are the issues in Wagga at the moment? I mean, people forget that Wagga Wagga is one of the great nurseries of Australian sports people. I mean,
full stop.
Our Fujitsu man comes from Wagga.
And Paul Kelly, the leader of the Swans, comes from there.
Slats.
And
Michael Slater.
Am I right in thinking the Careys come from there?
Yes, they do. Wayne Carey, the Carey boys.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, and I think Wayne's older brother might coach one of the footy teams, the AFL footy team.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a big sport town, Wagga.
It sure is.
And have you...
O'Connell Street, that's the big street there, isn't it?
Which one?
O'Connell?
Baylor Street.
Baylor Street.
Now, are you a... That's a beautiful...
Baylor Street.
Some memories, Roy, of Baylor Street. Your time in Baylor Street.
Well, you got your furniture shops, you got your eateries.
Pubs.
You can buy second-hand cars, you can buy new cars. You can get anything in Baylor Street, can't you?
Oh, yeah, it's all there.
Yeah.
Now, are you a Wagga lad born and bred, Malcolm, or are you a blow-in because of the uni?
No, I'm a blow-in. I'm from South Australia, actually.
Right.
Oh, right. And what drew you to the game of rugby union? Did you play that in South Australia?
No, I've always been AFL as a young fella, but...
Now that you're at uni, you think, I'll play rugby union. How'd that work out?
Yeah, I thought I'd just try something different,
Yeah. And where do you play? Are you in the Pigs or you're out in the...
I'm a winger.
A winger?
Right. Oh, very good. No wonder you've done your ankle. Now, Roy, sit out the question, let Malcolm have a swing at it.
Now, Malcolm, who should any player thinking of transferring to another club talk to?
That'd be Terry Hill.
Absolutely right. The Pacific Longboarder, the 2 J-Mags and the Bird and the Bee. Malcolm, we'll get them to you in the mail and they'll be there before your ankle heals. Thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thanks, lads.
See ya.
All right.
Just before we leave you, the good guys wrap up this week. The Bulldogs players had a few beers at the Sydney Children's Hospital this week as part of Gold Week in a major annual fundraising campaign that supports the hospital's vital work. Daryl Millard and Jared Hickey, a couple of their key stars, along with Renee Matua, took time to chat with patients and share a few beers. We're delighted to have hosted the Dogs, said Elizabeth Crundle, the hospital's chief executive. And the Panthers, the Penrith Panther good guys, have teamed up with the Mount Druitt Police in a campaign against rock-throwing students or incidents in Wilmot. I assume they're students, they're youngsters. Westbus was forced to cancel services in the area after rock-throwing attacks posed the threat to drivers and passengers. Yep. The Panthers rode a specially chartered bus with students from Wilmot Public School who were chosen as ambassadors.
A few beers on the bus.
A few beers on the bus with the driver, and excited at riding alongside their favourite football players. Panthers co-captain Tony Pulatua said he hoped there would be no more attacks. Isn't that great?
That's fantastic.
2 good guy stories to end the week. Yep. And they say this show is only depressing because it has no good news in it.
It's all good news.
That's it for us for a week. We'll be back with more good news, more good guy stories, and we just hope there's no more attacks on that bus. We'll be keeping an eye on you, Wilmot. We'll be out there with the Panthers as well, slowing things up, hurling rocks back at you after we've had a few beers. And if you want more ideas on how to make your community safe, tune in next week as we leave you with a simple reminder, Triple J is sport. Bye now.
Triple J. You're listening to Australia's national youth radio station, Triple J. For more info, go to triplej.net.au.
Hello world, pants off Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of this sporting life. H.G.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. King Wally Otto in the soundproof booth and the party hat king and that blower. Fantastic. Give us another blast. Thanks, King. Tremendous. Yes, 75 years young today. ABC, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Thanks very much, King, etc. This is a 75th anniversary happy birthday special. Happy birthday A, happy birthday B, happy birthday C. Bananas and Pyjamas, love your work. And thanks to VJ for the past 14 hours of Super Sounds here. You know, when the ABC started all those years ago, I didn't give it much hope of getting it past 6 months, really. And, 75 years young, it's proved its knockers wrong. And there are many, Santo Santoro, Richard Alston, step forward and take a bow. There are many who thought it wouldn't last, like me, the 6 months. But today it proves its knockers wrong and racks up 75 years on the trot. That's right, 75 years on the trot. And I think it deserves a Pride of Australia medal nomination. I don't want to start off on a controversial, note or tone, but I think we could easily nominate the ABC for mateship and obviously, I reckon, environment and world peace. And wouldn't it be great to see it bring home 3 later on this year, 3 Pride of Australia medals. Congratulations, ABC. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders and schoolies. Shareholders, don't go wobbly on us. Roy, I think, congratulated all shareholders last week on consolidating above the 6,000 mark. There were jitters, end of financial year jitters, I hope, but I just hope we don't go below the 6,000 mark, or otherwise a lot of people are going to have to start selling.
I don't think that's going to happen. I just think there was a little bit of profit-taking happening just prior to the end of the financial year, actually. I think there was just a hiccup.
Now, would you think that a lot of that profit was ending up being dumped in super?
I think a lot of it's going into super, and quite wisely. I mean, people would be mad not to sell their homes and put it all into super. You'd be crazy not to.
You would. Unless
sell all your assets and just put it into super.
I tell you one thing, unless you had a reverse mortgage. Low docs, tick box form. Don't get me started on those, they're fantastic.
Oh, they are great.
Yep.
But if you sell your house and rent it back from yourself, they'd do a bit of profit-taking.
That's right. It's easy to see why she came off a bit.
And put it all into super.
Welcome to Triple J on another Sunday when too much sport is brilliant. And welcome to the show that once again has the courage to dream of the next 75 years here at the ABC. That's right, it's dream time here for the next 3 hours on Triple J. And who knows what ideas we'll come up with during the next 3 hours that'll chart a course for the ABC over the next 75 years. Well, what a week, what an incredible week. And this week, the one coming, can I just alert people that it's State of Origin night on Wednesday night once again. Can the Maroons make it 3 blot? and take 5 matches in a row, an unprecedented series of wins in the modern era. I think in 95 the Blues might have done it similarly, probably a little bit more, but it is an impressive one-sided competition. Join us Wednesday night and when Roy and I will be driving up the Hume towards the Cauldron, up the Black Snake towards the Cauldron, and unloading the card table and setting it up for another magnificent night in the Cauldron with a lot of our friends who we've come to know and love over the years, seeing them just once or twice a year in the Cauldron. And speaking of Roy, before I let him off the leash to pour petrol onto the blaze, a few items to set the scene. You know, hasn't the Paris Hilton brouhaha had a fantastic end? I mean, 3 or 4 nights in Chokey, and Paris has emerged from stir as a terrific ambassador for the party life, and also not putting the party life completely, racking the queue completely on the party life. She's now setting her sights on world peace and making poverty history, and certainly making dreams for those less well off than herself come true. What a role model she is now for today's troubled youth, and I know I just hope I don't jump the gun here with other people nominating people for Pride of Australia medals, but I'm going to nominate Paris for 2007 as Pride of Australia medal. I can think apart from the ABC, I can't think of anybody who's done more for mateship in the past 12 months than Paris. So I can see a Nipantaka dual medal mateship. When I don't know who announces the big day. Let's say it was somebody important, like Tommy Raudonikis, gets up on the stage and goes through them, and he gets to mateship medal, Pride of Australia. It's a dead heat, everyone, blokes. It's a dead heat. Paris and the ABC. Congratulations, Paris and the ABC. I can see that happening. And the big news of the week is a date has been set for the Scud, his Vixen and his Cougars to blast onto our screens. I didn't have this date this time last week. I don't know how the Pooh Pulsum turns out. I just don't want to know. It's just going to be great. And Mark in trailers does appear a bit wooden, but maybe that's a metaphor. You know, he's wood standing about, but he's wood where it matters, if you follow my drift. And mark this date down in your little black book. Pooh Time, Channel 7, July 12 at 8:30pm. That's when the Scud's handiwork hits the Fujitsu. The show described by television experts as a finely polished romantic turd with a baseline love match feel. You couldn't get better than that, could you, for a television event in 2007? I'll give you that again. A finely polished romantic turd with a baseline love match feel. I believe it'll be a ratings winner. It has been suggested unfairly, I think, in some areas of the media that, in fact, 7 is putting the polished turd, that is the Pooh Pulsum, up against 9's. Well, they think it's going to be a runaway smash patrol boat. I think the Pooh Pulsum will, shove the patrol boat right down the S-bend of the rating system. And everyone of the girls... When
does Patrol Boat start, actually?
Well, I think it starts this week.
Oh.
So sadly, you won't be able to...
I was looking for it all last week.
Hey?
I thought it was on last week. And I missed it. I thought I'd missed it, and I'd been watching everything all the time, and I wondered how I'd missed it.
No, well,
I haven't missed it.
You haven't missed it. I'm pretty sure you haven't missed it. The listeners will know and be able to tell us. Right. I'm pretty sure Patrol Boat didn't go to air until the...
Because I'm looking forward to that.
Well, of course you are.
Patrol Boat. It's incredible. Up the... I assume it's in the, up the north. Up north. Where you got all the, boats coming over and stuff, and... illegal fishermen and all that sort of stuff. There's so much to do.
Drugs on yachts and that sort of stuff. I bet you they have a funny cook in it.
I hope so.
And I bet you there's a bit of romance.
Cookie?
Cookie, yeah, that's right. Or Cans. That might be the old patrol boat had a cook called Cans. Right. And I bet you there's a bit of romance between, say, some of the brass. Skip and...
Skip Bisley and first mate McClune.
Wow.
McKeon. Is that possible?
I think that's right.
Is that possible?
Now, let's have a look here. We think it goes to air this Thursday.
Thursday night. At 8:30.
It's a drop by a week. Oh, bloody hell. Couldn't 7 pull something and get the Pooh Pulsum up against it? Because I think that's the ratings battle people want to see. 1 week can make all the difference.
Yeah.
I'll be watching.
But hang on, is the Pooh show an hour or half an hour?
I think it's an hour. I don't know what he does.
I hope it's an hour.
Yeah, well, of course.
Well, the first one might be a special, like an hour and a half.
Well, you've got to meet everybody.
I know you've got to meet everyone.
Got to form an opinion about them all.
About the Cougars
and
the kittens.
Oh, the kittens. I don't know why I call them the Vixens, but the kittens.
No, they're all Vixens. But subset Cougar, subset kitten.
Now, look, and while the Pooh Pulsum grabbed all the headlines, this one snuck right under my radar. John Laws is to hang up the tonsils in November. I only discovered this when I came to work today. I mean, I've got the black armband, obviously, and if I feel a bit wobbly, you'll understand why. You've been in a truck like this before, man, is to leave our lives forever later this year.
No way.
I think, Roy, you've got a theory about this.
No way. I think he's the master of the publicity stunt.
Mm-hmm. Remember how
a lot of people be thinking, gee, you better listen to Lawsy just before he goes.
Mm-hmm. To get up to speed.
Yeah.
And remember how he used to...
Yeah, and he'll come back next year.
Well, I hope so.
I
tell you what'll be good is if he can pull that stroke of the heart attack just before he has to go on air.
Yeah.
Which is the old wheeze that he's pulled before.
He has.
So he often rushes off the plane straight to hospital.
That's it.
And can't turn up. It's a great one because people just tune in the next day hoping that the worst hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Now, look, the trouble is...
It's hard to imagine, that the ABC had its 25th anniversary when Lawsy started. Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing. He started 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And ABC was 25.
Yeah.
Amazing the ABC didn't get him.
I know. It's not too late.
Now,
I was talking to the board, the ABC board the other day.
Who impresses you up there, Roy?
Oh, they all do.
They all do, yeah.
They all do. But as one, I said to them, what about John Moores for the ABC?
Mm-hmm. For 10 years?
Let's not lock down a long contract. Let's just take it year by year.
Very good.
And let's just see if he would, say, take over Radio National breakfast or mornings.
Mornings, yeah.
Mornings on Radio National. I think that would really galvanise, because the whole nation loves him. Mm-hmm. And I think
he has a big
fresh perspective.
Fresh perspective for the ABC.
To Radio National.
I think that's a fantastic idea. How did they respond?
They thought it was an inspired idea. To a person. Mm-hmm. Even former board members phoned up. Michael Kroger phoned me and said, this idea of John Laws, is it real? I said, of course it's real. Mm-hmm. He said, inspired. Inspired.
Mm-hmm. Look, can I just say, and I don't want to rule that out because I can see him coming onto Radio National with that Lonely Bull theme.
Yes.
And then simply saying, hello, world.
Yes.
I mean, what a great idea for Radio National. Hello, world. I mean, it's the missing piece of Radio National.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hello, world.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Now, look, what worries me is where will this media carnage end? We seem to be going through
I'm not opposed to Steve Price, who works with John, I think, at 2UE.
Coming over?
And used to be, I think, it might have been 3AW in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Very popular announcer.
Incredibly popular.
Very, very popular. I wouldn't mind him taking afternoons on Radio National.
Does he have a catchphrase like hello,
I don't
world?
know. I don't know. We could develop one.
Mm. Good afternoon, world.
Good afternoon, world. Steve Price here.
Give us a ring.
What's on your mind?
Now.
Is anything giving you the shits? Give me a call.
And before we come to caller, Mr. Scott Dooley, here's a few ads. I just brought him in from the other station. Now, look, what worries me is where will this carnage end? I mean, I'm worried Subby will be next.
Subby Valentine?
I'm worried...
What, on Radio National?
No.
What, Nights with Subby? Now, that's got a ring to it.
Play a lot of tracks.
You didn't run this by me. This is inspired.
So we got Laws, Price and Subby. And I tell you what, I don't mean to give you ideas, but how...
What about Fifi Box?
Well, I was going to say Jackie O teaming up with Rosso here. From the
on Radio National?
On Radio National, yeah. So, I mean, let's face it, it's a long haul. Somebody's got to do the what I call the graveyard shift on Radio National. Often they've gone offshore, taken program willy-nilly to fill up those hours. But if they could get a really big hitter like Jackie O and Merrick or Rosso in there, I think that could work.
Yes, what to take over, say, Philip Adams's program.
Well, certainly from 11 o'clock.
Late Night Live.
10 through 2.
With Jackie O and Fifi Box, I'd like to think. Well, is your dream team for that.
I live in fear, Roy, that the big bird of Sydney radio is going to be next. I mean, the flapping plumage got boned from today. That was bad enough, and God forbid the parrot should be winged by friendly fire and forced to hit the shell grid at the bottom of the cage for ratings. Could he come across?
Yes, he could. What, to Radio National?
Radio National. I can see
him
doing...
Is there a spot for him? Breakfast?
Well... Lawsy and the Parrot.
Lawsy does mornings.
Right.
Price in the afternoons.
Yeah, gee, you're starting to make...
Box and O at night.
Yeah, starting to look good. The other thing is I've been thinking about the Parrot in the context of the Pooh show.
Well, what's the Pooh doing? Could he slot in?
I think
so. In the night show with Box and O and Pooh. Wedged in.
Hollywood Reporter. Now, look, wedging in the Pooh... Well, I don't know if, no one knows the Parrot like Mark. And I'm wondering if one of the older set of the Cougars from the Pooh Pulsam could be Miss Right for the parrot. How about that?
Wow.
As an idea.
What a double marriage at the end.
Double marriage at the end.
Pooh with a kitten, parrot with a cougar.
That's what I'm thinking. I hadn't put it so eloquently or succinctly as that. But I could see that happening.
So can I. God, that'd be a ratings boil over for 7, wouldn't it?
I just
if that should come to pass, the people on Patrol Boat would be...
Really struggling. Never mind how many times the boss gets on with the mate. Now, look, if Laws, of course, he plays a lot of Kenny Rogers and you've got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. I just hope he's got it right. I just hope he's not walking away too early.
Yeah.
The upper of the week, I think, is the reformation of the Spice Girls. I don't know how many Life listeners will remember the girl power supergroup avalanche that took the world in the late 90s. They were a fabulous hit machine. They had one really big one.
Tell me what you want, what you really want.
Thanks very much.
Yeah,
there was Scary, Sporty, Posh, Baby and Ginger. Maybe that could open for the Police on their world tour. Just putting two great names together, like Box and O. What have the members been up to in recent times? Well, Scary, real name Mel B, had a baby with Eddie Murphy. Ginger became Jerry Halliwell, is that right? And became an ambassador for the UN and brought about world peace and reduced poverty everywhere. Posh went completely weird. She's hidden away from fans and the public for many, many years due to an endless battle and crippling battle with obesity. She's never smiled since they broke up. I believe the time is ripe to get them back together, not because there's a greatest hit package in the works. Incidentally, I'm wondering if Spice Girls could be the mystery act inked to the AFL Grand Final on that one day in September. The AFL did announce midweek that Jet were going to kick in the doors and play a few tunes with big names to be announced soon. So Spice Girls and Jet, that's starting to get a...
That's starting to look good, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. With Christian Anu coming out to sing My Island
Home. Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I was running this by the AFL board the other week while you were talking to the ABC. I was just wondering if Iggy Pop could come out and do something weird like sing the national anthem, whether Australia would be ready for that. A pop version of Advanced Australia Fair. I mean, it'd be great if the Stooges could be there as well, the original Stooges. Anyway... Now, in Vice-Regal notes, the Governor-General, Sir Michael Jeffrey, and I raised this because the Governor-General's position was in the news this week, and I felt as though there was no mention,
Oh, this is with the view of...
the young Prince
William
coming out.
Taking over.
Yeah, having a go for a couple of years out here.
This might have been an idea floated by Sir David Flint.
It was. It was. Who was very, could I say, right up behind the idea? And anyway, mercifully, I think sanity has prevailed. However, it did make me think that bloody hell, the Governor-General's, the Vice-Regal notes, you just don't... I mean, what was sad was there was no mention that we had a Governor-General who was doing a fantastic job.
Unbelievable job.
Unbelievable job, Sir Michael Jeffrey, VC. Now, this week he's opening a Hyundai outlet in Cooper Pedy. And for those who want a really good bargain wheel-wise, get along to see Sir Michael snip the ribbon and do yourself a deal. And as I mentioned, that people tune in for Vice-Regal News because they know they're not going to get them anywhere else, apart from this program. But, what irked me was there was no coverage of what he'd been up to, what he'd been doing, Cooper Pedy, the Hyundai outlet, all that sort of stuff. Not a mention. Just a lot of big raps for the kid, who obviously enjoys the party life and was almost going to end up in Iraq.
Well, talking to Jackie O midweek, she seemed to think that if her show gets up with Box on Radio National, that
Box and O.
Sir Michael Jeffrey would be a regular correspondent to the program, windowing in each night, what have you
from Yarralumla.
What have you been up to today, sort of thing, and what's coming up tomorrow? So where can people see you? That sort of thing. To make I think increase the availability and the awareness of the Governor-General was part of the O idea, which I thought was a sound one. And it would be something regular that people would really want to, say at 10:05 at night, you're going to get to listen to what the GG's up to.
And his thoughts on things.
And his thoughts on things,
he might
absolutely.
be thinking about, running the Vice-Regal fleet on, boiled fat as opposed to petrol.
Oh, sure. Yes.
And how it's working and how it's going.
Yes.
And there'll be lots of things like the petunias might be coming in. I don't know what Yarralumla looks like. People
would be very interested to know what's happening with the kangaroo population.
They had to have a cull there some years ago because they're coming down because the drought was driving them in and they were eating the zinnias.
Yes, they were.
Sort of stuff. But, what's coming into bloom? how the gravel drive looks. Isn't that amazing? I'm not.
No.
The weeds. Who's doing the weeds?
Yeah.
Are they using Roundup or is it handwork?
Yes.
That what's asparagus fern which can grow.
Oh, yeah, and onion weed. I don't know what the story is with onion weed and Yarralumla these days. I've no idea. And these are the sorts of things, the public will be able to access. The GG's mind on onion weed and dieldrin and that sort of stuff. Kangaroo culling and what have you.
It's a rich area of topics for them. Now, AFL and the Super D, Neil Danaher, leaves, long before he's pushed. The Grump said he was off, and suddenly the big man was gone. He was able to coach, as I understand it, till the end of the season, but he's gone already. You can see why. I'm right in thinking the Demons had the Bombers on toast at about 4 minutes to go, and they were about 3 goals up. But he couldn't even defend a lead of 3 goals. They just kept blasting away and trying to find more. When I suppose they wanted to send him off in style, but 3 goals would have been enough in a win. But of course, Essendon just came back and clobbered him.
Yeah.
It was just dreadful. It was agony. It's sad to see the big man move on. He has so much to offer the great old club of Melbourne, of course, or any club in the AFL. And my spies are whispering there could be a berth opening up for him at Windy Hill.
Oh, isn't that good? What, to take over from Sheeds?
Yeah. Could the old battered about knocked up bomber, because let's not forget he had about 12 knee reconstructions, be returning to the Hill? Essendon fans must be licking their lips to know their team's going to be polished by the Danaher touch. And in Sydney, well, it had to go sooner or later, but Roy and I were at training this week and we heard a loud twang from the far side of the SCG, and you just nudged me and said, there it goes, Barry's groin. It's come right off the bone, and no one is sure when the alien shot bird of the hapless Swans will line up again. And what about those cats? As I've always said, be wary of the wounded Swans. Boxing, and Chock takes apart Pablo Nieves at the Gold Coast Convention Centre midweek. A fabulous bout. Chock was sensational, but the big news to emerge from this Festival of the Fist was the tremendous performance by Captain Feathers in against Mosesi Kavika. What a marvellous role model the ambassador for the fight game the captain is. No feathers, no tickets, no need, just a bloke in fat shorts swinging. I've no idea of how good Kaviva is. My mail is he's ranked 124 on the PABA heavyweights ranking list, so you can see he's no pushover. And I was going to say no Stinkfist news, but there's some fantastic Stinkfist news later in the show. The Stinky really is now starting to branch out and assert himself in the most attractive manner. Rugby league and what's happening at Penrith. Panther star Craig Gower flits to France to play Union. This is just incredible. I mean, I don't get it anymore. Rugby league, rugby union. I mean, we broke this story last week, but I had no idea the wet helicopter would take those magnificent skills to Gay Paris. I thought he was Italian-bound, but he's picked up a club on the south coast on the...
New Perpignan.
He's down in the southern part of France where they love their rugby union. And France, let me say this, is in for a real... I know a lot of listeners online in France pick up the news, but, batten down the hatches. I mean, is Saneside really ready for the Gower approach, the groping at golf days, the biting late night, the few beers, the off-field madness? I mean, Craig is going to revolutionise the way football is seen right across Europe. Speaking of doing a Gower, Big Willie, that is Big Bulldog Willie Mason, the most feared prop in the game, says he almost went for a shoot-through earlier in his career due to the avalanche of interest every time he stepped out for a few beers. Still with Union, what about those Wallabies? Just incredible. I mean, the tune, I can't repeat it. It was just so great. I just want to live with it forever. And could Joey Johns, our greatest immortal in rugby league, become a Wallaby? I'm not sure where this is headed, but if Joey is part of our Paris tour, I can see us bringing back Bill in October. Football, this is a world game. And can I warn, like others, of the danger of this golden generation, that's right, a golden generation of Omani footballers that are on the sniff for, Asian Cup glory. Don't know how Oman fits into Asia, but that's just me. But it's a golden generation. This golden generation could take apart our Asian Cup, that is Australia's Asian Cup, tilted at the first hurdle in Bangkok and Bankers on July 8th. Now, July 8th, this Thursday, I think that could clash with the appearance of Patrol Boat.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
July 8th. Patrol Boat.
What, is it going to be live on SBS?
It would be, it'd have to be.
At 8:30?
Well, it wouldn't be far from that. I can't get you a date. Bangkok isn't that far away.
No.
Now, look, this golden generation, and can I just say, open up your black book, go to G, these are names I want to put in your black book. for this golden generation. We've got Emad Ali, Ahmed Hadid, Ismail Al-Jimmy, and the super keeper Ali Al-Habassi. I mean, that's a golden generation right there, but that's only 4 of the big names out of the golden generation. If we don't watch out, they'll break us down at the back and put 1 or 2 in the back of the net, and then we'll be stuffed. I mean, this golden generation really has to be watched. And racing and the stakeholders meet midweek to discuss the Pope's visit, and they don't like it. They don't like it. The AJC's in deep debt. We might talk about this a little bit later, what the AJC can do about it. It believes that the Pope's visit is going to rob, the facilities, the track of income, because nothing will be happening. You know, the Pope's lot aren't big spenders. They don't have much turnover at the TAB. I mean, that'd be great if you could bet and watch the races on a big screen while the Pope did his thing. We've talked about that before. But the AJC, it didn't realise how badly in debt it was. Now it's saddled next year with this 10 weeks where it can't race and everybody has to leave. I mean, the meeting took place, as mentioned, rocketing in the millions of debt. Elsewhere in the rain at Gosford, the big one, the pace setter, was snared by the toppy, Newton's Rings, who romped home in the damp over the oddly named Hairy. So it's the Newton's Rings Hairy Quinella. I've got no idea what the connections were thinking either. It was a great triumph, though, in the circumstances that they got the whole card away, given the wet and all that sort of stuff. And I congratulate the GRC who made both Roy and myself feel very, very welcome. MotoGP, Roy's probably got this, but MotoGP, and our Casey has bagged the Dutch TT organisers, saying they upped a track. That is the Cathedral of Grand Prix Racing, when they remodelled the Assen circuit, buggering up completely Casey's favourite corner. I didn't know riders had favourite corners.
Yeah, of course they do.
Favourite corner. I think, in fact, Casey didn't do so well. I think Rossi won it at Assen because the circuit's completely according to Casey. And, obviously there's no Umina Bunnies news, no Terry Hill, bit of stink news, plenty of feathers news. And with those as a few thought starters hurled onto the bonfire of recent time, it's time to ask around, paging Roy Slaven on this very, very special birthday day at the ABC. Have you got any dynamite you want to toss into the pool, buddy?
Yes, thanks a lot, HG. A great week, and I know you mentioned those Wallabies, but I thought the big story to come out of it, not just the tremendous heart and pride that the Wallabies showed last night against the awesome power of the All Black. And, I thought their haka was one of the best ever. It just went on for about 20 minutes. It was wonderful theatre. But the big story, I think, is just how much Melbourne has fallen under the spell of rugby union.
It's going to make rugby league's job so much harder, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they can work in concert. I know, rugby league is Melbourne people love it. I know they do. They've fallen under the spell of the Storm. Mm.
And State of Origin.
And now they're under the spell of the rugby union. I think it's a great thing for Melbourne, for this great city, to embrace such great theatre and great sports like they saw last night. They saw a great game of rugby union last night. They did. Tremendous flair in attack and wonderful defence. And just Wallaby heart and Wallaby spirit. I know we've spoken about it for many, many years now, and it's hard to quantify, isn't it?
It is.
But you know it when you see it.
I tell you what...
It's the only way you know it, is that's when you see it. And Melbourne saw it last night. We all saw it last night. And we saw it through the eyes of Melbourne. Mm-hmm. And that made it so much clearer just what that Wallaby spirit is. Knuckles Connolly, a lot of detractors over, but they're now starting to play in the Connolly style.
They are.
Which is playing with your heart while you fiddle with their heads.
Oh, indeed. And just imagine squeezing Dell into that line.
I know.
Which will happen.
Yeah, of course it'll happen. And I'd just like to congratulate the new kicking coach for the Wallabies, Joey Johns.
Yes, didn't he do?
Amazing. I know we kicked out on the full often, and in fact the opening kick just at the kick-off cost us a try.
Johns.
Cost us a try, but worth it in the long run. We still won the game.
And I tell you what, I did see the old kicking coach suggesting they need a hypnotist to get the yips out of the kickers.
Really?
But they just got Joey Johnson
Johnny
instead.
J, yeah.
But maybe he's a hypnotist as well.
I think he is.
Is he ticketed?
He's ticketed. Utterly ticketed. Now, could I congratulate the Socceroos v Singapore 3 blot?
Oh,
that Singapore team. They're not easy beats.
They're not.
I know there are no names there we know, but there are a lot of names there that Singapore people know.
Not a golden generation, though, but a fantastic...
No.
A platinum generation, I describe.
Yeah. But to bash them up 3 blot, I mean, we kicked their butts. And what about Big Dukes, eh? Put 2 away. Two straight, blew them straight past him, Big Duke style. I mean, that bloke, he's Captain Courageous, isn't he?
Captain Courageous.
That's what I'm calling him.
Right. That's fantastic. Who would have been the last Captain Courageous of the Australian soccer team? Would you have to go back to Johnny Warren?
You probably would. The original Captain Courageous. Maybe Adi Abonyi.
Oh, well, yeah, true.
Going back a bit, of course. Now, the Swiss and New Zealand locked in what's been described as a titanic struggle.
Fantastic.
Well, I hope they don't mean that literally. I'd hate to see both boats go down. This is for the America's Cup. I think it's 2-2 at this stage.
Well, it's 2-2. I didn't know whether they raced yesterday.
Well, I don't know if they raced yesterday
either.
either.
2-2 when I left.
Yeah, when I left it, they were 2-2. Just incredible, isn't it? I mean, Swiss yachting is really... Swiss are 3-2. 3-2 Swiss. Right. Alinghi. And there's must be only one race left. No, 2 races left. Must be. Oh, they need one to win. Yes, I understand. Now...
Yeah, that 4-3.
Yeah.
So the next race, absolutely crucial.
Crucial for the Kiwi tilt, you'd have to think.
God almighty, I never thought I'd see that.
No, I never.
Say about that, how must New Zealand feel? Losing the All Blacks.
Yeah.
Last night.
I know. I just hope they
fantastic.
don't see it as portents.
Yeah, and then...
If anything, I'd quarantine that information from getting through to the crew of New Zealand.
I tell you what they
Let them think that the All Blacks won. Just say, we beat them, 50 blot. Oh, great.
Yeah. He played well.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris Jack
was great.
5 tries. Look, can I also think that won't it be great when the America's Cup comes to Melbourne? I mean...
Yes. I'd love to see Melbourne fall under the spell of the grand old mug.
Mm-hmm. And of course, we raised this in a time when there's an almighty, what I was going to say, shit fight, if I can do that. I don't mean to alarm people on the 75th. Between Melbourne and Sydney for the big events.
Yeah, yes.
And do you see that Sydney thinks it can get the Australian Open, that's tennis, off Melbourne?
Really?
And also the F1 thing.
Really?
Big calls.
They're very big calls.
So if they could get the America's
Cup... Well, of course, John O'Neill has taken over big events.
He is.
He's the Steve Vizard of New South Wales.
Is he Steve Vizard?
He's the Steve Vizard of New South Wales.
Right? I would have put him down as more the Ronnie Walker. But I don't know. Maybe he's as big as Steve Vizard and Ron Walker rolled together.
Yeah, because Steve was Mr. Big Events before.
He was.
The law. God almighty, lawyers. Less said the better. But, before the Troubles.
The Troubles, yeah.
So Steve was the Big Events maestro and did tremendous work.
He did. Tremendous work. Just imagine that, though. The F1 and the Australian Open here, and they get the America's Cup.
Yeah. Well, that's a fair trade.
Yeah, fair trade. Braxy will do that if anybody can.
Braxy wouldn't complain about that. Murali takes 9 against Bangladesh. He's now just 25 wickets behind Warney.
Oh.
So Bangladesh, I think...
How many tests have they got against Bangladesh?
Well, I think that's the last one. But Murali's out here. There is a fair chance that he'll overtake Warney here in Australia. Because they're out here this coming summer.
Right.
So I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
No.
I think the ICC's got to step in here and say, look, any wickets taken against Bangladesh cannot be considered real. And Zimbabwe.
I've been saying that for years.
Kenya. Any other busted ass. Yeah.
Canada.
Well, speaking of Holland, Darryl Hare has been appointed umpire for the clash between the Netherlands and Canada that's taking place this week. So that's a real feather in the cap for the
test?
Yeah, it's a test.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yep.
God, they've really scraped the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah. Now, the Wayne Arthurs fairy tale, a lot has been said about it. What I don't like about it is that Wayne Arthurs is coming up against Jonas Bjorkman. This match was going to be played, I think, on Court 13 last night. It's been moved to Court 3 and played tomorrow because of inclement weather. However, what gets up my nose is that Todd Woodbridge, that is one of the original Woodies, Todd Woodbridge, is coaching Jonas Bjorkman against Wayne Arthurs. I don't like this at all.
No.
I think there's something seriously sick. And we ask ourselves what's going wrong with Australian tennis. There it is right there.
I know.
There it is right there.
Yeah.
Writ large.
Yeah.
Writ large.
Yeah.
I've had disagreements with him. I've found him petulant and all that sort of stuff, Todd Woodbridge, over the years. You know that, HG. He knows that. But I just think this is an absolute bastard of an act.
Yeah.
I think it's un-Australian. If it was possible to give someone... I would like the government, the federal government, maybe Foreign Minister Downer or Immigration, the new Immigration Minister or the Minister of Sport, who hasn't said a word, this new bloke, to say just simply that citizenship has been rescinded.
Wow.
On Woodbridge. He's no longer Australian.
Couldn't he do some community service instead? I don't know, like let's say paint the lines on White City or a Kooyong or something like that, or maybe stand at the net with a bucket of balls for 6 months and have coaching lessons.
Well, that's something to be entered in later. I just like a clear signal to be sent.
Now.
Woodbridge,
out.
Passport, withdrawn, a non-citizen.
Stay in England.
Stay in England, yeah. Stay with your Swedish mates. Go and live in Sweden with your mate Jonas.
Now, Jonas Bjorkman and Woodbridge teamed up after Woody cashed it in.
Yeah, they might have
After
won
the
three Wimbledon titles together.
Now, have you seen anything on the coverage of the new Leighton Hewitt? They're saying that he's...
Yes, I've seen the new Leighton Hewitt. He looks very good. Totally different style. You wouldn't recognise him. Totally different.
Does he talk to his own hand still?
He does.
Yeah, good.
He does. Very big serve these days. Now, Craig Gower, as we mentioned, is playing rugby union in France, which is great news for... I think France is the big winner here, not only rugby union. And I think Craig Gower might be a winner as well, and certainly the Gower family, they'll love it there. They'll love it.
And Mrs. Gower is learning to speak French.
Well, good on her.
She doesn't know a word at the moment, but
No,
she's...
that's all right. Well, it's not a difficult language to learn.
No, it's about a minute, really.
You can do
task.
that. Yeah, exactly. And push comes to shove, you've just got to grunt a bit because, whatever they're saying to you is rubbish. Now, Hazem El Masri is called up for State of Origin duty, which is great news for El Masri buffs. I think the bloke's about 31, knocking on 32. It's a late call, but... better
late than never.
Better late than never.
And it gives you an idea of how well...
And the depth in Blues.
And the youth.
And the youth policy is really working.
Really coming to its own.
Yep. Now, the Funnels struggles in the US Open, carting a worse performance since turning pro in 1994. I think the Funnel hit might have been an 83, and I think she's missed the cut.
Has she?
She's missed the cut. So this is very disturbing for Funnel freaks, of which I'm one. I thought she was on her way back. I did send a...
fax?
A fax saying that normally, I would offer you commiserations or congratulations, but I'm so disappointed in your performance that I'm ignoring you.
Mm-hmm.
And I speak on behalf of all Australians. I'm sure she would appreciate that. Now, have we seen the last of Tim Henman?
I'd like to think so.
That is. And I didn't realise so many people refer to him as Tiger Tim. Did you know that, HG?
No.
Yeah.
I always refer to him as Tiny Tim.
Tiny Tim, yeah.
Tiger Tim?
Tiger Tim.
When is the last time he played 5 sets?
Bugger if I know.
No.
But I
and won.
I only heard about the Supercade the other. Fred Stolle reminded me.
Did he?
Yes.
Ole Stolle?
Yes. He gave me a call. I got the shock of my life. I picked the phone up. Fred, how are you?
Yeah.
And he wanted to just let me know what was happening at Henman Hill.
Ah, yeah.
And
they're going to rename it Murray Field.
Yeah, I said, what's Henman Hill back? And he said, Tiger Tim's doing pretty well. This was early on last week, where he got through. The first round might have been. I said, who are you talking about? He said, Tim Henman. I said, Tiger Tim? He said, yeah, Tiger Tim. I didn't realise. Right. Anyway, I think we might have seen the last of him, because he got bumped out. Now, the man has called for Hitman Kessler to come down under. What a good idea.
Wow.
I'd love to see Hitman Kessler.
The Choc Mundine. Is that in the fallout to the Nevis?
Yeah. Yeah. But I think this could come under the umbrella of the big events in Melbourne. Because there's talk of this happening at the MCG. Wow. Kessler v Mundine, SCG.
Sponsored by the state government.
No, the MCG, sorry.
Sponsored by the Victorian government.
Yes. It was Steve Bracks. I had a very quick conversation with Steve about it this morning. Mm-hmm. He said all ears.
G'day, Frosty the Hood here. Now, how's this for a deal? You've got the new Lantra, no repayments for 15 years, etc. Music coming out of every hole, spare battery, free wash, on and on, all great. But why not come back to Frosty Finance and use the new car as collateral on a brand new 5-bedroom, double-brick, ranch-style villa in La Hood Heights, my new housing estate in Lakemba. It's been described in Home Beautiful magazine as a little bit of paradise parked in Paris. I can't do better. Now, can you see yourself? New car, new house, and nothing to pay for 15 years? Worries? None. Frosty Finance has defrosted fun and snap frozen debt.
Hosts and hostesses, is your food missing something? The party not going off as you imagined? Well, fear not. A completely legal food additive is now available in most states of Australia. That additive? Bolivian grass jelly. BGJ has been a Bolivian staple for over 3 years and was used during official ceremonies and festivals. It's an old-fashioned Latin American psychedelic blast that'll have your guests staring at the walls for hours while babbling incoherently. But will they love your food? Users should be warned that driving a car or using heavy machinery is inadvisable for up to 8 months after consumption. Bolivian grass jelly, sold at most health food stores.
Is your granddad shorting out upstairs? You know, repeating himself all the time and can't remember a thing about what he watched on television last night? Well, here is an opportunity to let him go out a winner. Pfizer, F1 ace Michael Schumacher and Australia's own CSIRO have combined forces to create It's Me Memory Replacement Therapy. It's Me MRT replaces the dud wiring in the brain with brand new linkages that allow new memories to replace the old gobbledygook. How would you like your granddad to see his days out as New South Wales super quick Michael Clark or Australian supermodel Megan Gale? Sound far-fetched? Not anymore. With It's Me Memory Replacement Therapy.
Roy, the footy show, that is the Rugby League footy show at Channel 9. Now, that must be after. God, they're starting to get a good lineup now on 9 on a Thursday night. Patrol Boat, followed by the footy show.
What a great lineup. It doesn't get better than that, does it?
It doesn't, certainly doesn't. And they've got to change a lot of the feel for the footy show. That's the Rugby League footy show after...
Why?
Obviously, sports director. Well, that's a discussion point. After sports director Steve Crawley, it's as though he hadn't got enough to do already, is stepping in after what's described in the Murdoch press this morning as months of appalling ratings. I don't think that's right.
That.
I think that's somebody having a lend of us.
Yeah.
Obviously, he stepped in. Apparently, according to the Murdoch press, he would have never allowed some of the rubbish from Paul Vorton's crew to go to air on Thursday nights. Later in this same item, he's obviously those who witnessed Thursday night's episode tell the Murdoch people it featured some of the most self-indulgent dribble ever to be screened on Australian television. Now, that is a very big call. Let me repeat that. The self-indulgent dribble ever to be screened on Australian television.
Unfortunately, I missed last Thursday's installment.
No, I normally watch it too, and often I tape it when I've
same here.
That IQ system at home now where I can tape it.
Oh, okay. That's great.
Really good.
Must have changed your life.
It's changed my life.
Liberated you?
It's incredible. I now watch so much more television.
Yes,
when I want to.
That's it.
Not when the channel wants me to, when I want to. But I missed a night out, obviously. And but I must say, I'm certainly hopeful that a mate's IQ'd it, so I can go around and watch what's described as some of the most self-indulgent dribble.
Right. Is that held anywhere on a wire that you can download? And
Probably. Oh, you mean YouTube-wise?
Yeah.
I'm sure it would be.
Okay.
Sure it would be. Now, in the Fairfax paper, which doesn't describe as self-indulgent dribble, there's going to be a harder edge, according to the Fairfax people, about the program, but there'll still be plenty of humour.
Oh, Hugh. I mean...
Can I just say, the last time I tuned in, there was a sheepdog competition between Matty Johns trying to play...
And the Chief?
And the Chief.
Oh, well, that's funny.
I know. Already I'm laughing. They're not on acid or anything.
No.
Already if they were on acid, it would have been really funny.
With real dogs or
real
players
dogs?
Dressed up as dogs?
No, certainly it wasn't that funny. No, real dogs.
Oh, okay.
And they had to go...
Yeah, well, that's still funny. Yeah, I'm saying I'm laughing.
I know. And they had 4 or 5 sheep in the car park and they had to drive them around.
Yeah.
Then the next day it was go-karts.
Oh, I'm liking that too.
Yeah.
That's funny. I think I might have seen that. I cacked myself.
Yeah.
You know, one of those nights where you go to bed just grinning and cacking yourself.
Yeah. Now, look, can I just say, it wasn't as good. I haven't seen anything as good as Sam in the airline toilet.
No, well, that was funny. That's just a ride.
Yeah. Unbelievable. That was sort of...
Yeah, but you only pull out 1 or 2 of those a year. You can't do
great
that every
moments.
week.
No, you can't. It's very difficult. Anyway, the show is about to begin a singing contest with each NRL club providing its best talent. Now...
What a great idea.
Remember last week we had Sticky,
Sticky's
the Angry Ant. He took the team for a beer, few
Karaoke.
Karaoke. He found Greg Bird.
The worst.
The worst. Well, I'd love to see Bird represent the Sharks.
And it'd be like Sticky to send the Bird along, too, just as a G-up.
An absolute G-up. I know.
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to see Tony Carroll represent the Broncos, because I've heard he's got a wonderful voice.
Yes.
Or Darren Lockyer. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be great to hear him sing? Because he's got no voice left.
No voice left at all. No.
But, and then West Tigers, be great to see Brett Hodgson come along.
Well, he's out injured at the moment. He had plenty of time
to practice.
Yeah.
Do you think that idea could work?
Yes, I think that's a riot. Already I'm lining up the box to tape it in advance so I don't forget this week.
Will you get Patrol Boat and the...
yes. I hope when we see Patrol Boat in their downtime, like below decks watching telly, that they're watching, say, the footy show, something like that, cross-promotion-wise.
Brilliant. Brilliant. How about this? A couple of plugs. Where you off to, Skip? I'm off to see the footy show. I'll be back in a few hours. I've got a part.
Yeah.
Now, can I also ask, you see, how would this work? Is it 4 contestants each week? Because we've got a show, I think, called It Takes Two on a different channel, on a different network, which is really...
Well, that's where you get a sort of a celebrity slaved up to
I know.
a real
I was
singer.
just picking that as an example of a
Glenn
singing
Shorrock and, I don't know.
Ernie Dingo.
Kaiser Trad.
Yeah. Trad. Wow. That'd be fantastic.
Exactly.
That'd be fantastic. Or Anthony Kalia and John Hysistigos.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
No, it's a wonderful idea. Now, the footy show isn't suggesting it does this, is it?
No, but what I mean is I think you can...
They'll be just standalone. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the Sharks, here he is, Greg Bird. Here he comes.
On your birdie! Come
on, me!
Shark supporters. And what would they sing? I like the nightlife.
I want a boogie.
Yeah, I want a boogie. And then the judges would be, I don't know, special people who know about these things, like Jeff Harvey, somebody who understands. How about the Maestro? The Maestro tonight, the Maestro.
Tommy Tico.
Haven't heard of him, haven't thought about him in years. He's back, he's with us. What do you think of his performance?
Yeah.
Well, I thought he took a poor approach to a rather difficult tune that he couldn't sing.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, look, as long as you get your hard football information, your hard footy news, club by club analysis, who's in, who's out, who's playing who, new style, new techniques, how the game's going in the larger context of the, raiding operations by your Super League clubs.
And Union.
In Great Britain taking over. And
Gower.
And John O'Neill, what the impact's going to be on rugby league, Melbourne, how's it going? Is it still under the spell of rugby league or not? Storm, how's it going? As long as you get that hard information.
Murray,
and then,
State of Origin.
And then something that makes you just go, you know what I mean? You want your hard information and...
a bit of a button. Yeah. What I'm hoping, though, is that the people can get involved and say there were 4 people up, say the 4 we suggested.
People could phone in SMS. Who do you like? Bird. Just.
Write the B.
Yeah.
Tony Carroll, C. Sort of Darren Lockyer, L.
Yes. Yes.
Or somebody from the, Mullows from the Knights. That'd be your 4 for the first night.
Sure.
In they come. Would it matter to you that they could sing? I mean, this is
no, it wouldn't. I tell you what, though, I'd love to see, though, say each club selects a player who can drink the most beer. And you
in the
put
quickest
them
time.
And you put them in a room, right, and see who gets legless first.
That'd be fantastic.
You know what I mean? And then they might have some tasks, after, say, 20 beers.
They've got to do an IKEA assembly.
They've got to, say, drive a car around...
The car park. The witches' hats.
Yeah.
Right.
Something like that.
Do you think it would worry you that this might take, extend the length of the footy show to about 4 or 5 hours?
Oh, no, but you'd have to pre-record that and just cut down to the highlights.
At 10 o'clock this morning?
Yeah, or you have a special footy show, you bump, say, Patrol Boat for a week.
For the night, yeah.
For the night. So people can just watch, Big Brother style, can watch the players just getting further and further legs. Because I tell you, once players get a skinful, there's nothing funnier.
I had that on the live on Triple J. Speaking of Captain Feathers, which we might get round to in a minute, but Stinkfist Topawade. Stinky, look, I read in one paper that his boxing career has hit a few problems in recent months and that he's looking for a new career path as a player-manager. All who know Stinky speak highly of him and he knows...
He's great with contracts, isn't he?
Yeah. The detail...
Yeah.
The detail's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
He follows it right through. Now, in the Murdoch paper, there's a more expansive item. Former rugby league bad boy and, obviously boxing legend, John Stinkfist Hopewade, has become a player agent. I've done everything wrong over the years, and that's an advantage. No one out there knows better than me what not to do. It's sort of a view, isn't it?
It is a view. I've made every fucking mistake in the world, yeah.
Now, Hopewade has formed a company with former Tigers and Raiders star Tyron Smith. Oh. Tyron Smith. We never saw the best of Tyron Smith, did we?
We didn't, no.
And recently applied for NRL player manager accreditation. Is that a tick box form, Roy? What would that involve?
I don't know. I honestly do not know. I don't know. I thought you'd need some sort of business credentials, like an MBA from somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Some sort of skill
Some
training.
sort of skill at reading contracts. Now, trouble is with poor old bloody Hopper. Didn't he fall foul of the boxing organisations because he was fighting illegally in Canberra? Wasn't that something like that? Right. It wasn't a sanctioned fight? Didn't he read the contract? Didn't he read the rules?
He didn't know.
So that's another mistake.
Now,
well, I tell you what, anyone who signs up with Hopper won't make that mistake, I suppose. Because he'd say, we better check the contract.
Yeah, we better read it.
Better read it, yeah.
Now,
well, if he gets more players reading their contracts, I think that's a good thing.
Oh, I do too. I think that's a very good thing, especially with the escape clause where they can play in France now being mandatory for most contracts. I decided I need to do something. I can't box until I'm 50. Wrong.
Why not?
Wrong. That's very negative thinking, Hop. People would love to see old Stink come out at 50. It's going to be a special birthday night of action. I started thinking about it last year when I was at the schoolboys' carnivals watching my son William play. So many Polynesian parents approached me and wanted help, some advice and direction for their kids. I palmed them off to Lance Thompson. Then I thought, I might as well do it myself.
Yeah, good.
You can see the thinking logic's impeccable.
Yeah.
Now, hang on, Lance Thompson, isn't he still playing? Cronulla Sharks.
Yeah, he left St George, didn't he?
Yeah, left St George in sort of... Yeah. He's got terrible trouble with the authorities because he wouldn't alter his tackling style or his ball-carrying style.
No, he wouldn't. He refused.
That's interesting, the player...
Well, he and Lance... Right.
Playing management.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know Lance Thompson was a player manager.
Neither did I.
Well, can you be a player manager? I suppose you can.
I suppose so. Could we do it?
I suppose you could if you get yourself ticketed. I don't know how you get yourself ticketed.
I mean, I don't know many players.
No.
That's a bit of a problem, but...
No, but look, but if you put your sign up, put your brass plaque up, H.G. Nelson, player manager...
That's what I'm thinking about. I'm not
then people will flood in.
Yes. Hello, is Mr. Nelson there?
Yeah.
Oh. Craig, what can I do for you? I want to play in France. Now, look... I think that's disappointing, but having said that, there was a terrific story this week.
But there's no... See, what I don't understand here, I don't see the problem. If Hopper wants to be a player manager, that's great. But can't he still box as well?
Well, of course. I don't think the two things are mutually
If Lance Thompson can play rugby league and be a player manager, Hopper can bloody be a player manager and box. I mean, it's not a problem. Can't he just separate, all right, what am I doing today? Am I reading contracts or am I
in the gym
putting the gloves on? It would only take somebody to tell him, Hopper, today you got the gloves on, mate.
Well, that's where Tyron Smith comes in.
Yeah.
Gloves up.
Gloves on today, Top. What's that? Your gloves are on today. What, are we signing contracts? No, your gloves are on because you're going boxing today.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's fairly easy. I mean, sure, there's going to be a problem when he gets out of bed wondering who he is, but that's neither... Well, what role he's playing.
Yeah.
But I think that can be solved.
Well, indeed. It just takes... if you have some sort of sign, like on the doorknob of the bedroom...
Yeah, there's a...
If the gloves are on there, it's Boxing Day.
Yeah,
if the gloves aren't there,
you move on. Yeah, that's right. Now, look, can I just say that, sadly, this is good news and bad news, really, but Boxing Supremo Arthur Tunstall, who I'm sure would step in and help Hopper with his problems, has branded the New South Wales government bloody ignorant bastards after losing the latest round in his fight to get statewide ban on junior boxing overturned. I mean, how old's Arthur? I mean, surely he's got other things to do with his time. I mean, he had those cabinets rebuilt by the... he's got the Olympics to worry about soon, and by the Commonwealth Games team, and now he's got a lot of plumbing work for the Olympics to do. Having petitioned the Labor government since under-15s were stopped in 1998, Tunstall hoped to find a fresh set of ears in Sports Minister Graham West. But all he found during last Thursday's meeting at Parliament House were more deaf ones.
Oh, no.
This is the Murdoch people got this through Josh Massoud. The minister made it very clear he will not be lifting the ban, Artie said. He still heads the NSW Amateur Boxing Association. I thought Graham West couldn't be as bad as the previous sports minister, Sandra Norrie, but he was just as bad. They're bloody ignorant bastards.
Ignorant.
How about this? Last week's outcome is a huge disappointment for thousands of New South Wales juniors.
No, that's true.
I know you've been at schools all week, Roy. Was that the first thing that was...
Yeah, a lot of kids put their hands up and said, look, I want to fight, I want to box. Have I got to go interstate?
You do?
I had to say, yeah.
Thousands? Would it be thousands?
Easily thousands.
Easily thousands.
Easily. Easily thousands.
Well, I'll give you how bad it is.
I'd say tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands.
Yeah. In fact, I doubt if there'd be a kid in the state of New South Wales who wouldn't want to box. I'm prepared to go that far.
Now, New South Wales is the only state that prevents children up to the age of 14 from fighting. So parents of young aspirants must now continue to fund, as you pointed out, trips to bouts elsewhere. Cara-based trainer Jason Lewis estimates he spent more than $4,000 taking his sons Billy and Daniel to fights in Canberra in the past 2 years. Oh, there's a great car park scene in Canberra for fighting.
Well,
the
other thing is
between 18-month-year-olds there.
It forces people to fight underground.
It does. It does.
And there's a great underground network in New South Wales now. I mean, kids came up to me just privately, you know, as I'm leaving schools with their parents and their player managers. So, saying, you know...
Have a look at him, Roy.
Yeah.
He's desperate for a fight.
There's a fight on in the car park at such and such, or, you know... But,
would you like a ticket?
Yeah, do you want to come? And I say, well, yeah. Of course. But this is happening. This is happening, you know, in backyards.
People are going to get hurt, too.
I know they
That's
are.
what worries me.
You know.
People are going to get hurt.
Because often doctors aren't there.
Doctors aren't there. Cut specialists aren't
there.
there.
No cut specialists. It's just, you know, parents and their kids. Yep.
Yeah, and parents doing what I consider a heroic job, often patching up kids, their own and others, with very limited skills with a needle and thread, often unsterilised. Often a broken nose is fixed, you know, obviously not with the correct use of the paddle pop sticks, but you know, rather...
Well, I
twigs off
I spent a bit of time talking to the people at the trauma unit at the Royal North Shore Hospital this week. And they said to me that they were astounded by the number of kids coming to the trauma unit with busted metacarpals and busted knuckles. And this, I said, what do you put it down to? You know, frustration, anger, you know, punching walls? No, underground fights. Sanctioned.
I thought you were
by
going
parents.
You know, I've seen some statistics as you have over in the trauma unit there. You know, do you know, it's not widely known that you have to break the paddle pop stick in half before you shove it up the nose. So people are getting paddle pop sticks shoved right up into their brain.
Into their brains, I know.
But just ignorance. I mean, they're trying to do the right thing, parents. I understand that. But they just don't realise they've got to break them in half.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there's a lot of that. And I think it's time for kits to be put out through schools. You know, what to
harm minimisation.
Yes. What to do with
the five most common boxing injuries.
With a busted nose, with a busted jaw, busted head, busted knuckles, busted fingers. I mean, they're the areas you've got to cover. You know, what to do. Say 3 or 4 simple steps.
Well, look, I've got to say here is the Jason Lewis has had to take his kids to Perth, Tasmania. We go to Canberra all the time. It costs a fortune in petrol. We've got to stay the night because the fights are end too late to drive home.
Yeah, that's true.
It doesn't make sense that these boys fight on one side of the border and they can't on the other. Tunstall said, in my 60 years in the sport, there has not been one serious injury or fatality in amateur boxing. Have they got any proof? They can't supply any because they haven't got any, this is according to the authorities. In the contact sports like league and union, there's nothing the referee can do to stop someone from getting injured. In boxing, he can stop the fight. I'll not give up until I get this ban overturned. It's a denial of natural justice.
Yes, it is.
A spokesman for the minister said last night the ban on boxing will continue, unlike rugby, those involves a specific intention of harming... I don't know what to do.
No.
I mean...
Civil disobedience will...
Eventually force. And
that
is that a telling year, so between 14 and 15, you know, he can get gloves on, say, elsewhere and then...
Well, you talk to the great fighters in the world, actually, and as you and I have done, and I often say to them, you know, when were your formative years? And they'll often say between 11 and 14.
And, Roy, Look,
Just an idle question. Before you get there, Ace, is the Pasha-Bolka coming off tonight or not? What's the story?
Well, look, I am concerned about this, as you know.
Yes.
Nautical salvage is one of my hobbies. But I am concerned they've got it slightly wrong. They're hoping that this full moon that's above us at the moment...
which I noticed last night. Beautiful moon.
...will produce another high tide.
Another king tide, yes.
Another king tide. And this will give them enough, lift.
Yeah, but they need better ropes, don't they?
They appear to break them. And I'm not completely persuaded they've got enough grunt in the tugs. I haven't done the scalars and vectors, if that's the right maths that I have to do, to really work out obviously it's force, it's stuck. I haven't gone up and taken some soundings about how stuck it is.
No, I don't know.
Because it looks very close to being on the shore.
I
know there's a difference between, obviously, on a sandbank somewhere in the water where the tide might be able to help it.
Yeah.
It appears to be the front bit is really wedged.
Yeah.
Phrase,
I would have thought...
Knobbies.
Yeah, I would have
Wedged
thought some
on knobbies.
excavation equipment just to dig underneath it.
To try and get it. And I'm not sure it's how big... I probably can find out.
How big it is?
No, I don't
It's
know
about
how big
80,000 tonnes, isn't it?
Yeah, easily. But what I meant was this tide. Now, we've got... obviously, full moon last night, I think.
Yeah.
And then when we come to the tide charts, we've got a high is at 850 of 1.8 metres. Now, it can get a lot higher than that.
That doesn't strike me as being a particularly big king tide, 1.8 metres. That's not going to be
because,
enough.
often at other points they can get up to 2 metres
Yeah.
in the area.
Yeah.
And, of course, there's a fair bit of swell as well, but the swell now is really abated, so it must be obviously in terms of surf, so you wouldn't get any chance to get a wave underneath it. Or
No.
I don't know what happens there in terms of your oceanography.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it'd make good teleseries, though.
It would be fantastic.
Because it's a real personality boat. I mean, it speaks for itself.
It's got the name.
It's got
Pasha-Bolka.
Pasha-Bolka. That's what you call the series.
I know. And look, I bet you somebody is working on one. But
Couldn't
say...
patrol boats sort of come down and lend a hand?
And I'd love to think that one of the people on the Pasha-Bolka formed a relationship with the first mate, which puts Skip's nose out of joint.
Yeah, right.
Skip's away at the footy show.
Yeah.
Patrol boat gets the call.
Pasha-Bolka in trouble.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, there's a handsome bloke hanging off the back
skipper
end.
of the Bolka.
Yeah, hanging off the back end of the Bolka with a roving eye.
Oh.
I mean, it doesn't take much to work it out. And Cairns, of course, called Cookie, whipping up a storm downstairs and trying to do his little bit because he's secretly got it in for his nibs, meaning the bloke who's away at the footy show.
Yeah.
Now, look, this is disturbing. This is disturbing, and I knew this would... look, I haven't got it. Friday's paper, I think, or Saturday's paper, broke the story that there'd be no... Well, I don't know how it works, but, the AJC dug its heels in concerning... the Pope coming next year.
Well, but they're locked in. They're boxed in by this, aren't they? I mean, the decision. But Tony King made the decision. The outgoing honcho
agreed with it.
Agreed.
Remember, the patch is owned by the state government, so the AJC have got a difficult position.
Their hands were tied, were they?
Well, it's complicated by the fact that it's been revealed this week the AJC are virtually broke.
How'd that happen? Last time we looked at the books, only a few years back, they were $14 million in the black.
I know. Well, they only got attendance yesterday of 4,497.
Oh, dear.
And it's a real problem there. I mean, it wasn't a very good day in Sydney for racing.
Day. Great day for rugby. I mean, most people were in Melbourne for the rugby.
Yeah, of course. Now, Maxi Presnell says, come hell or high water, the Pope will be at Randwick for 2 days next July.
Well, that's why I'm seeing it, yeah.
Indeed. In fact, it looks a better bet than the Spring Carnival being at the same venue a couple of months later. Now, the Spring Carnival usually falls in Sydney on the long weekend in October, around that area, so the first weekend, just after the Rugby League Grand Final.
Yeah.
Now, New South Wales Chief Steward Ray Murray has grave doubts whether the course proper will recover from the impact of the huge crowds in time for the action at one of cash-strapped AJC's major carnivals. Obviously, the AJC will need plenty of luck with the weather, Murray said yesterday. Organisers of the Pope's visit and AJC recently seemed to be realising the full impact of the closure of Randwick for 10 weeks on the racing industry, owners, trainers and betting turnover.
Well, hang on. How long is this event? I thought it was 2 days.
Yeah, I know, but you've got to understand. Look, can I just
10 weeks for a 2-day event?
Yeah, hang on. Wait a minute. Let me just put that on pause for a minute and just remind people that every time they open up Warwick Farm, the AJC loses money They can't make money on the farm. You know, there's not enough people go there, not enough catering sold, not enough, all that sort of stuff. Right. Coming back to the problem at hand, so it's not as simple as moving everything to Warwick Farm. For those who don't know, Warwick Farm, it's about, I don't know, what would you think, about 2 hours out of Sydney. Whereas obviously Randwick is very much in the heart of Sydney. Now, the 10 weeks, well, this goes back to what we've talked about before. Horses don't like being moved. They like the same thing each week. What am I doing this week? I'm running around at Randwick. I'm going to run in the race on the weekend, 1,400 metres. That's great. I know what I'm doing. They're not as able as John Hopewade to change their mind about things and see the boxing gloves on the door and realise, today's his gloves up and I go to the gym. Or, today there's no gloves on the door. I'm going to be reading contracts. Thanks very much. So they've got to move all the horses. They've got to settle them in at the new training facilities. They've got to worry about the wear and tear. I mean, I'm no expert on horticulture. My passion is, of course, nautical salvage. There's no understanding of the wear and tear, but I understand that you could compact that with thousands upon thousands of people walking on the track. Now, you could ask them to keep off it, but you know what those religious types are like? They don't take no for an answer. They
don't listen.
They don't listen. That's right. They don't listen. I couldn't have put it better myself. They won't be told, Roy. They won't be told.
Yeah, but...
And they're catering, they'll have hot dogs.
I understand. But let's look at the track. Let's take the problems one by one.
Okay. What's your first problem?
The first problem is compaction of the track...
Yeah. By human
feet. Okay. Mm-hmm. Cannot we put, say...
An aerator?
No. Can't we cover the surface of the track with,
see-through?
Well, no, a couple of house bricks spaced... with, say, five-ply, sheets of five-ply. So people walk on that.
Well, that's a very good idea. I don't think that's been thought of.
Well, that's a cheap, effective means.
That five-ply could be sponsored by Bunnings or someone like that? Or?
Easy.
Easy. Okay. We did the Pope's footwork.
Yeah, easy. Well, that's solved. That's not an issue. Yeah.
Now,
what's next?
Okay, the AJC chairman, Ross Smythe-Kirk, yesterday read a statement, and Danny Casey, the Chief Operating Officer of World Youth Day, was on hand to show the unity of the issue still existed. Smythe-Kirk seems to be grasping just how much the papal visit will hit Randwick and those whose livelihood hinges on that. Other venues for the Pope had been considered. We suggested the Cessnock dog track.
No, for the horses, not for the Pope.
I know, that's true, but I'm just wondering if it could be swapped around. Could the Pope go to Cessnock?
Well, I don't think that His Holiness wants to go to Cessnock.
Do you reckon the Vatican knows any of this is going on? No.
All they know is that they're coming to Randwick. That's it. Done deal.
I know. They're looking at the contracts now. Yeah. They've got the riders in place.
Okay, if they're here for 2 days, what I don't understand is they're here for 2 days.
2 days.
Where's the 10 weeks come into it?
Okay, well, I think what you've got to understand is it's not as easy as getting, the 2 days in there, the security nightmares. You've got 450,000 people coming. Toilet facilities are going to be stretched. So the toilets have to go probably in about, 2 weeks early. You can't do this just overnight. Well, I'm just picking that. I don't want to discount your theory that it's...
See, if you've got the toilets lined up, they can go in a couple of hours.
Yeah, I suppose so. We got Kenny doing that, have we?
Yes.
Now...
So toilets go in... Let's say the Pope is arriving on Wednesday of this week.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Wednesday, Thursday... Let's say Wednesday, Thursday is the event. Or if it's Saturday or Sunday of next week. Let's say it is.
What time do the horses leave? When have you taken the horses away?
Well, the horses could go today, Sunday.
They might. Well, okay, I don't want to create problems, but I'm just saying that...
Horses go, off you go, horses, off to Cessnock.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
And the horses will be back...
Saturday week.
Next Monday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow week.
Yeah, tomorrow week.
Well, what's the problem with that?
Well, for some reason it doesn't work like that. What my big worry is...
It can work like that.
Security...
Horses will do what people tell them.
Lockdown.
Is the horses running the show now, is it?
Sadly,
no wonder they're losing money, because I'm telling you, any accountant I've dealt with, if he's got 4 legs and goes... I know he's a joke. I'm telling you now. I'd rather have Hopper read my contract than bloody...
You can for a price. Now, look, I understand what you're saying. It does seem to be, but is security a problem?
Security?
Would you lock it down? I mean, let's say you had to lock it down, make sure you went round every truck and,
How many gates are there going into Randwick?
Well, say 6.
6.
Oh, that might be wrong.
6 security blokes. Hey, listen, blokes, horses are coming out tomorrow.
Yeah.
And just make sure none go in.
Yeah, and the Pope's coming in. Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, the government owns Randwick, and the AJC fears it will lose the peppercorn leases of Doesn't Say Sweet. I mean, there's your bloody problem right there. I mean, maybe it's been driven by Macquarie Street and, that bloody, what's his name, O'Neill and his big events mob. Do you know what I mean? They want it for a lot longer. I mean, I haven't seen a detailed plan on how the 10 weeks is going to be used. No. But I take your point. I think the racing community might be applying the screws to the cruets of the state government to wheedle out some more cash to solve their other problems.
Yes.
This is just me making this up on the spot.
Yeah, I know that.
But I can see a method
but it's got a hallmark of truth about it. I mean, the Pope's coming, His Holiness is coming for 2 days.
Yeah.
Where's the 10 weeks come from?
Yeah, I know.
That's the problem right there.
Can I say?
I see racing cancelled for 1 week.
No, I do.
And I don't see why the horses can't stay there and listen to the message.
Yeah. And shut up.
It's going to be cheaper to have some clown in a uniform outside each stall.
Move the horse.
Just saying, no, you can't come in here, mate. No, there's a horse in here. No, fuck off. Go on. Go and listen to the bloody message. Go on, off you go. Oh, sorry, mate. Yeah, it's all right. They go and stand and listen to the message. Horses stay there. You know? Sure, if it's a bit loud, put earmuffs on them.
Yeah, no,
even so, it's still cheaper.
It won't be that loud. Can I just say that if you look, I don't want to nick a good idea from Melbourne. How about that Mundine Kessler fight there to create a bit of income?
His Holiness's visit.
Say it opens up with a nice, 8-rounder. Oh, sorry, 8-match card.
Sorry, at Randwick or in Melbourne?
Randwick.
It's at the MCG.
No, I've nicked that. That's coming up the Randwick now to defray costs.
Oh.
You see what I mean? I'm worried that this is what he'd call a wheeze on behalf of the stakeholders.
Yes.
Your trainers, your horses, your farriers, your strappers, your jockeys, because they don't want to go out to Warwick Farm. They all live near the track. Randwick, they're not going to get compensated a hair off to Warwick Farm at 3 a.m. to ride a couple of hours of track work and then come back. They might only pick up $20 a day for doing that, for throwing a leg over.
Well, I'm suggesting they don't do anything. They stay where they are.
I know.
They stay where they are. But they have a weekend off.
They have a weekend off. But what I'm trying to get is proactive in generating income for the AJC, because they don't want to
hang on. Is the Vatican, are they paying any sort of rent for the 2 days they're there?
I see this as the Woodstock of religion. It's a free event.
Oh, that's what I was hoping.
People are going to come in with their crosses and dressed up in the floral robes with things in their hair.
It's got to be free. It's got to be free.
It's got to be free. It's got to be a party. Probably people will bring along an esky and sit out and... there's so much to do.
You can't stop that. I can see that. Look, your expense is going to be, and I tell you, the big expense, as I see it, is your 5-ply. Because I'm telling you, that's not cheap, and you're going to need quite a bit to cover.
But that's why I
cover that surface.
That's why. Well, the only thing that worries me about that, you put it down. How long would it take you to do it?
Well, it could be done overnight.
True.
Overnight.
True.
If you have someone work out, some sort of architect.
No, I know. And a gang of roadies come in and do it.
Yeah.
I'm a 5-ply roadie.
Yeah.
And place it there and stuff like that.
Yes, yeah. You've got your brick people go in early.
Yeah.
You're only going to need it to be, the piers only need to be 1 or 2 metres apart.
No, I understand. No, I think it's a very elegant solution.
Well, just common sense, HG. The horses stay there and the horses will enjoy the week off.
Well, here you see, race goers, it's a funny lot. Many see precious Randwick grasses being trodden on with horrendous results. Immediate future. Look, the government who owns Randwick AJC, this is Maxie Presnell here, fears it'll lose peppercorn lease if it doesn't say sweet, i.e. keep the government on side. In the immediate future, electricity and water facilities will be introduced to the centre of the course in preparation for the papal visit. There's no toilets, there's no plumbing out there in the middle. There might be a hutch where, the clockers stand, Clary the clocker stands and has a look at the horses go by, and Bart, can get a printout of what's going on. They're going to be plumbed and power out there. These are going to be retained by the AJC. It's difficult to imagine any major short-term dividend from this, but the club expects serious money out of the venture. And now, Casey, who running the World Youth Day, Casey's mob have millions to throw at the youth festival and still working on compensation for the racing industry. The question was asked whether the festival will be better placed elsewhere. It'll go on at Randwick, Casey says. Attendance between 350,000 and 400,000 predicted, with the overflow spilling into Centennial Park. I don't like
good.
This.
No, that's all good.
Yeah.
That's all good. But I tell you, HG, now, if you said to anyone concerned with the AJC and anyone associated with Randwick, listen, you're going to have 500,000 people looking at your facilities.
Can't you?
Don't you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, I do.
Can't you give them a ticket or something? Can't you give them something to make them want to come back? You see what I mean? Can't you turn this to
and
your
I'll tell you what, the Catholic
Give them
Church,
a free ticket
to come back on a race day.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, the Catholic Church has been great supporters of racing.
Indeed, and have guided tours. guided tours to go past where the horses are. So they poke your head in and have a look at a horse while you're there.
I don't know, where Tulloch lodged. When they put Tulloch.
Yeah.
Do it up.
Yes.
And how about having jockeys?
Yes.
Little jockeys, and the two guides either come in the flowing robes.
Yes.
With their crown of thorns up here.
Yes.
And the stigmata and that.
Yes.
And so it's when they point to Tulloch was, people will be gobsmacked.
Yes.
Or jockeys with whips.
Yes.
Which, of course, let's face it, flogging is not a million miles from
Well, why not just jockeys there, talking about what they do, because people will be interested. They say, oh, God, you're a little bloke. What do you do? Oh, I'm a jockey. Oh, fuck off, you're not. Oh, you're real? Yeah, I work just here. Come and have a look at my horse. All of a sudden, you've got, people saying, hey, we've got a jockey over here with a horse. No way! Come and have a look.
Photos taken.
Yes.
These would be people from Sweden or Poland. Poland, very big supporters of the Catholic Church. They'd love that.
They would.
Young people.
Yes.
Coming back with their ticket.
Yes.
To say Doncaster Day next year.
Got it.
Bloody hell.
Got it. But you give them a free betting ticket. You've got
$10 each way.
Yeah.
Race 1, number 4.
Something like that.
On the Doncaster Day.
Yes.
Or how about the Villiers Day?
But this ticket only redeemable.
On course.
Yes.
On course.
On course.
Be fantastic. Now, look, just finishing this, these are great ideas. Obviously, the numbers, the 400,000 surpassed the 5,000 got yesterday. No doubt the Pope will get a better reputation than, obviously, the people at the AJC. Many see the precious Randwick grass being trodden on with horrendous results. The Kensington Circuit, a long and expensive exercise for the AJC. It's horrible, the Kensington Circus. It's a sort of inner circuit.
Oh, yeah.
So there's the main one on the outside and an inner circuit. It's just starting to show its worth as a wet weather circuit, as confirmed yesterday by heavy rating being upgraded to slow. So that's good. It drains very well, and it's got the rubble drain and the charcoal and all that sort of stuff. Far superior to the Randwick course proper a week earlier when Ray Murray, Ted Stipe, reported a record 25 inquiries into form reversals. Wow, isn't that fantastic? A record 25 inquiries into form reversals of horses obviously unable to cope. Horses disappointed yesterday too, but for their reasons other than condition of the Kensington surface. So that's good. Look, I don't know really where this is going to go. It's obviously got a fair way to go. I just hope sanity can prevail, because you wouldn't want to see, Australia lose a reputation. And I've got to say, the man who's forgotten in all this is George Pell. Pelly's just needs to come out and really lay the law down, saying we're not going to bugger the grass.
No, we're not.
We're going to try and, take on board all the suggestions, the jockey, the tours, the blokes with the crown and horns, all that sort of stuff, bringing the crosses on. We'll try and limit the damage. We're not there to cause a riot.
No.
We're there to celebrate Youth Day, World Youth Day.
That's right.
Youth Day.
That's right.
It's not about old people who start fires and, cause fights and have a few beers.
No.
It's young people.
No.
Young people, it's the future of racing, Pelly should come out and say. Of course he Give them something for nothing.
Of course he should. Yes. Yeah, and honestly, I mean, let's face it, if it ceased to be a venue for horse racing into the future, who'd care?
On the Life on Triple J, might be time for the first of the afternoon.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fact of the afternoon. The fact is as Australian as stuffing a chook in summer heat. As now as Nicole Kidman. As easy as letting one go in a lift. What are Australians fighting for this week? HG?
Well, we start off the prize with something that could have bobbed up on the 60th birthday of the ABC, a Skunk Hour EP. Called State, plus the J-Mag, the current J-Mag, and the J-Mag from this time last year. There's, because it's a birthday, there's about 5 old school postcards in there, Triple J postcards. Roy's donated the Open Road, which is fantastic. This has got a very country flavour. Goes to Orange, Mudgee, Cowra and Port Macquarie. Isn't that fantastic? 4 tasty destinations ripe for a weekend away. I couldn't agree more. And also, what have we got here? Inside Film featuring The Proposition, Nick Cave's murder ballad of the Australian bush, which might have come from September about 2 years ago. So that's a fantastic prize, something to read, something to whet your appetite for travel, and something to listen to. For some lucky listener, women only, who can answer the following question.
The question is as follows. When he wakes up, where does Hopper, or Stinkfist, look to see what he's up to for the day? When he wakes up, where does Hopper look to see what he's up to for the day? And that number is 1300 555 36.
Women only phone.
Yes, we're joined by Shelley, who's joining us from Coolum Beach in Queensland. How are you there, Shelley?
I'm very well, thank you, Roy.
Now, have you been utilising the facilities there at Coolum?
I haven't today, but my husband's gone out deep sea fishing, so hopefully he's catching dinner at the moment.
Wouldn't it be great if he came back with a whale or something like that?
Or a marlin?
A red emperor might be a bit nicer, I think.
Now, did you have the races near your part of the world yesterday? I think it might have been the Caloundra City Cup yesterday.
Yeah, that's just south from here, yeah.
Yes, did you get along?
No, I didn't, unfortunately.
Oh, there was a big boil over when I think King Latimus won at about 50 or 60 to 1. So
yeah, that would have been nice to have some money on that one.
It would have been fantastic. And Wednesday night, of course, Shelley, all eyes glued.
Definitely.
Yes, and obviously cheering with the appropriate colours on.
Oh yes, we're going to have a whitewash this year.
Ah, very good. Yes. Where do you think? Is it in the passion that the Maroons bring to it, where it's won or lost, or is it just a much better team?
I just don't think Queenslanders like New South Welshmen.
Oh,
and I just think that they just have to get out there and sort of teach them a lesson, I think.
Right. And in the normal rugby league, the club games, where do you look?
I do like the Broncos and the Cowboys as well.
Of course you do. Look, you've been watching the footy show probably for many years. Does it struck you as being self-indulgent, Shelley?
I think Fatty can be a little bit. Yeah, I think he's a bit sort of has a good hold of his own ego.
Right.
Yes.
Who would you rather see there? Yeah.
I think a little bit more of the one that used to be the policeman, the
Constable Craig Young.
Yeah, no.
Well, Ciro used to be a policeman, but I don't think he's on the footy show. A lot of them were policemen.
No, who have you got in mind?
The big tall one. I forget his name.
Oh, the chief.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Oh, right. Paul Harrigan. I didn't realise he was.
He was a policeman. No.
I think he was, wasn't he?
Well, let's say he was.
That's good.
Let's say he was. That's great.
Promote him to Sergeant Harrigan.
Yeah. Now, would you like to see him take over as, say, the host of the show?
Well, I think he's a bit more not so biased sort of thing. So, I mean, I know Fatty's a Queenslander and everything, but he does sort of... Yeah,
lay it on.
He does, yeah.
Trail it on. Now, this singing competition where, obviously the clubs send along a player, probably head in the bag style... would you have a person from the Broncos or the Cowboys that you'd like to see in that particular competition? I mean, I'd love to see Tony Carroll do something for the Broncos.
Yeah, I think you did hit it on the head with Darren Lockyer.
Darren Lockyer.
Yeah, him doing...
him sing, wouldn't it?
Him doing one of those croaky cocker songs would be really good.
Or, do you remember Lee Marvin all those years ago had Wandering Star, I think was his big hit. It'd be great to see him do something like that.
Yeah, that'd be good.
A talking song.
Yeah.
And then from the Cowboys, who would you like to see come down from the Cowboys and...
Matty Bowen or something
Matty Bowen singing Sway or, I don't know, Love Is in the Air. I could see Matt Bowen doing that terrifically well.
Even a bit of rap, I think.
A rap?
Yeah.
Oh, what a good
idea. That's not bad. But is this singing competition the sort of thing that you want to see on the footy show, Shelley, or would you prefer to see hard rugby league information?
Yes, hard rugby league, definitely.
Yes.
I think singing, they just, I don't know. I think it would only... They'd have to...
cheapen the game?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
People laugh at it. I mean, I don't like the idea, for instance, that the Angry Ant, Mr. Ricky Stewart, suggests that, Greg Bird was the worst person he'd ever heard at karaoke. Now, that is a big call, because obviously a lot of people are really bad, including me, are really bad at karaoke. That's a very big call. And to send Greg Bird along, well, people not only in the Cronulla area, but all the other clubs would laugh at him doing it, because apparently he'd be hopeless.
That's right.
Yes. My reservation is that I don't know if the players would take it seriously, you see. But I think if the winner, if you could somehow fuse it to a charity.
Yeah, yes.
Whoever wins, money is donated.
$1 million to the Royal Blind Society.
Something like that.
Yeah, the scary thing would be if they did take it too seriously, I think.
Well, I think that could be great fun.
But then they might have to sing the national anthem at the grand final. Right. The winner, that would be terrific too, wouldn't it? The winner of the Footy Show talent contest sings the national anthem at the grand final.
Wouldn't that be great?
That would
especially
be
if it was, say, the Cowboys versus the Broncos, which might happen.
Yes, and a Cowboy had won it.
So Matt Bowen sings the national anthem before playing. That would be terrific.
Wouldn't that be beautiful? That'd be moving. There wouldn't be a dry eye in the house.
There would not.
There would not be a dry eye in the house, I'm telling you now.
Now, Shelley, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, Shelley, what are you up to with the husband away, deep sea diving or fishing?
Oh, he's fishing, so I'm just making a backup of spaghetti and meatballs at the moment.
Oh, right, in case he comes home empty-handed.
Is he by himself or is he with some mates?
No, he's with a mate, yeah.
Right, and is he a good, when he sets off in the boat, is he a good angler?
He is. He normally comes home with a decent feed and a couple for the freezer. So.
Oh, right, and what's he catch a lot of?
Normally snapper and sweet lip and...
Snapper. Yeah, that's good.
Does he gut him himself?
Yes, he does. I don't do that.
And you do that on the boat and throw the rubbish overboard?
Oh, no, we do that when we get home and we keep the frames for crab pot bait next time we go out in the river and use that for crab pot bait. So we don't waste anything.
Good idea.
That's fantastic. Don't waste anything. That's terrific.
So do you go crabbing with him as well? Or?
When it's a bit rough out to sea, we go into the river because I've got 2 little babies, so we go out there with him.
Now, do you, what do you catch in the river? Crabs?
Crabs mainly,
wow.
yeah.
And how do you go with that?
Are they blue swimmers or muddies?
A bit of both, mostly muddies.
Right, and then what do you do with them? Cook them in a pot and eat them?
We make chili mud crab.
Ah, very good.
God,
okay, Shelley,
it's all seafood round at your place.
It is. It's always seafood here.
Very good. Now, let Roy set out the question, Shelley, and have a swing at it.
Yes, the question, Shelley, is when he wakes up, where does Hopper look to see what he's up to for the day?
It would have to be on the doorknob.
Yes. That's right. That's absolutely right. Shelley, we'll get these things into the mail and they'll be there not long after the State of Origin on Wednesday night. In the meantime, good luck Wednesday night and thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thanks, HG.
See ya, bye.
Thanks, Roy, bye.
G'day. Remember that dress they made especially for me? The one that fitted like a glove. Remember it looked just like DJ's wrapping paper? Nah, but I'd better push off. I've got to shoot this afternoon for an Italian swimsuit catalogue. Cheerio.
Grandad is so much happier since he became Megan Gale. Happiness, that's the real benefit of It's Me Memory Replacement Therapy.
It's Me Memory Replacement Therapy.
Hard liquor. The cost is out of control. Years ago, a bottle of Kawaya or Chateau Tanunda was budget friendly. These days, you've got to mortgage your house to get pissed. For kids, it's just been a nightmare. Well, not anymore. Aussie Fuzzy Fruits for Kids is a 100% alcohol-based health drink for the younger set. It tastes just like watermelon sherbet, but can have you totally legless after 4 or 5 dips. And cheap, you won't believe it. Less than $1 a bottle and even cheaper by the pallet. That's Aussie Fuzzy Fruits for Kids. Now available at your local liquor outlet.
I'm married. 2 young kids and having a third for the government. Gary's flat out with shift work and I'm trying to keep my job at the hot bread shop. Childcare. Honestly, it costs too much. Well, it did. Until Pam at work suggested I ring the Alan Jones Scouts for God Childcare Centre. I couldn't be happier. I rang and spoke to Alan personally. He fitted both the boys in and it only costs $5 a day. It's changed all our lives. Really.
Roy, we often complain about the problems of tennis. And having said that, I didn't know that this revolution that's going on at Wimbledon as we speak with the Arthurs...
Oh, it's a fairy tale, isn't it?
It's a
fairy tale.
You know, if you had to put a fairy tale title to it, is it the Cinderella story?
Pretty much.
Is it Rumpelstiltskin?
It's all of them, isn't it?
It is rolled into one, that's right.
Into one.
An old bloke with no skills turns up asking for a game and they let him play.
They let him play, yeah.
And, of course, the other thing that's going on, which people haven't...
But that game against Tommy Robredo, he tore apart. He just played with his head.
He played with his head, absolutely. He didn't know whether he was coming or going.
No.
I know it's easy to say that. Yeah. And what does that mean, coming or going? I tell you what, if you saw Tommy Robredo at the end of it, you'd know.
He may never play again.
No.
Having been beaten by Wayne Arthurs in the second round. There he was, seeded something like 11, something like that?
11th, I think it was, in the top 20, and certainly Wayne Arthurs had to qualify 3 or 4 times to get in. He did. Then he put away the second, obviously, and now he's into the third round.
Yeah.
And Leighton's playing, the tennis of his career.
Well, Leighton's getting stronger with every match, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, Leighton's exactly where Leighton wants to be.
You
getting
forget
stronger
that,
with
don't
every
you?
match, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I've never seen him more relaxed. You know, some of those... he was going to step into the box the other
That's
night,
what I was just going to bring your attention to.
And I thought, I could wait for that, except the rain stopped it happening. But
Well, he says here, this is the Fairfax people got this. You could call it charm offensive, but now the independent family man, Little Leighton, is taking steps to enhance a public image that has been damaged, occasionally distorted by his on-court dramas, misdemeanours, tense relationship with the media.
Yeah.
A sign that Hewitt is accepting the advice of confidence. I'd like to know who they are. Obviously, Pat Cash should be involved, and... obviously Tony Roach and so on. Confidence to show what they call the real Leighton came when he agreed to spend 30 minutes in the Channel 9 commentary box with former Davis Cup captain John Newcombe. Before the tournament began, Hewitt also consented to an interview with Channel 9's Mark Woodford.
I saw that. It was really revealing. It was really... Mark really...
Opened him up?
Gave us a glimpse of the real Leighton.
The one we don't see.
Yeah.
We only
he was so relaxed, and he was, joking about, Mark with his Polish poo show, and all of that. It was really funny. He's supportive, though. He was able to make a few jokes at Mark's expense without...
This is Mark Philippoussis as opposed to Mark Woodford.
Yeah, without, really...
Rubbing his nose
in it. No, which I thought was really tactful and quite delightful on behalf of Little Leighton.
Well, as he says, stung by the criticism of his conduct, Richard Hines got this, and of his family early in his career, having filed a $1.8 million lawsuits against the ATP after he was fined $20,000 for allegedly failing to do a TV interview. It's better to settle out of court. Hewitt has rarely granted one-on-one interviews.
That's true.
Hewitt's new attitude is unlikely to pave the way for much more open relationship with the media, but his advisers are privately eager to allow people to get a glimpse of the man often talked about in glowing terms by friends and acquaintances. But we saw Andrew Bogart's insightful comment last week saying that from the media he thinks he's a flaming idiot.
Yeah.
So these are hard to reconcile, aren't they? They say, while the absence of Hewitt's parents, Sherilyn and Glyn, from Wimbledon for the first time is a touchy subject in the Hewitt camp, the official line is they are attending Glyn's father's 80th birthday party. I've been told that the ABC's 75th too.
It's funny to think, isn't it, that Glyn's father was 5 when the ABC started broadcasting. When you look at the numbers,
Look,
when you crunch the numbers...
Stop messing with me.
When you crunch the numbers...
How old was he again?
He would have been 5.
Would he have been an early Argonaut, I suppose?
I suppose he could have been.
The first Argonaut?
Yeah. And he could remember, the big hits of 1932.
Oh. Can you remember the McGillivray coverage? Bradman.
Yeah.
Obviously hits the ball to, square leg. Oh, you hit it twice. Anyway, all of that. That's fantastic. Anyway, party.
And why wasn't Grandad Hewitt
ever
taken to Wimbledon to have his 80th while watching his grandson play? Get better with every match.
I know.
And opened up by Mark Woodford.
Opened up by Mark Woodford. I would love to have seen that.
I'd love to see that.
If Hewitt's career has not been harmed by his poor media image, the failure of the public to fully embrace him.
Well, hang on. Who says that? Nobody loves... The public love Little Leighton Hewitt.
They say this is Dickie Hines writing this.
Well, that's just so off the pace. That is just so... Can I just say that is so wrong? That is so flawed? That is just wrong?
I know. You've been to schools this week.
Yes.
The story of Little and Wimbledon still touches kids.
Fairy tale.
Fairy tale.
Fairy tale.
They don't know about Arthurs. They weren't born. They're not 90-year-olds. Kids at school.
No.
Well, in the Bishop Revolution they will be, but, that's to come.
Yeah.
Anyway, come at cost. Earnings endorsements at prime of his career did not match his stature as number 1. Oh, yeah, well, that's a long bow to draw. A relaxed and confident Hewitt joined Newcombe and Ken Sutcliffe, Two Dogs Kenny Sutcliffe, in the studio for a talk about his mental toughness, Roger Federer's poise and Rafa Nadal's forehand. God, that must have been interesting.
I missed that. Unfortunately, I went to bed.
He even looked eager when Sutcliffe handed him a recording of Mark Philippoussis' new show.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about that, he said with a jiggy grin.
Well, that's the bit I saw.
I know. And then
I laughed at that.
With a stinger. But I know Beck will enjoy it.
See, there you go. Funny.
Incredible.
Why isn't he hosting the footy show?
Well, I was just going to say. Beam in from Wimbledon or wherever he is.
Hey, why hasn't Radio National offered him a contract? Do breakfast.
Lawsy and Hewitt. Little and Lawsy. Hello, world. Be fantastic. Later, his wife got the ultimate accolade. Beck's an awesome wife and mother. She makes me look good. He reckoned that life with little Breffney was fantastic. You never know what to expect at Wimbledon. He said, I've had my share of tough situations and it'd be nice to think that some things could fall my way this year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Hewitt was relaxed before his third match round with Canis, and the anger diminished in the man who once eyeballed opponents and officials. Yeah. From the outside, at least, this is a new Leighton Hewitt.
Yes.
Or as Hinsey says, maybe just the real one.
Yeah, the real one. I'd like to think so.
Who could know?
Yeah.
But it's a long way from where I want to start.
Yeah, I know that. But you've got to say, you know, with this Hewitt tilt and the Arthurs tilt, that Australian tennis is looking pretty good.
It is. And you've got Guccione and Reed lurking about, and Lutzak, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Peter Lutzak, yeah.
And Mollick got it.
Mollick put Venus, it might have been Serena Williams. I mean, she nearly put it to the sword. Sure, she lost 6-4, 6-3, but she nearly put it to the sword.
Only a lucky bit. She only needed a lucky break to go her way.
She just got the wobbles there for the
wobbles, yeah. And, you know, Turnbull, not Turnbull, what's the other one who's always playing? Pratt.
Yeah.
Did she have a go?
Yeah, Pratty was there. And you can't write off Stubbs.
Or Mock. Sorry, or Stubbs. Yeah. Hang on, Stozer.
Stozer, yeah.
She's concentrating on the doubles.
Sam Stozer, yeah.
Sorry, I kept on repeating the same name there for a while. Now,
well, you can't say Mollick enough when it comes to Australian tennis.
No, you can't.
Little Alicia Mollick is Australian women's tennis at the moment.
You forget she won a medal at Wimbledon.
Sorry,
at the Olympics.
Yeah, she did.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, and had she not got that middle ear virus,
she'd
be number one.
Do we know the real Alicia? I mean, why isn't Two Dogs, obviously talking to her?
Yeah, and why isn't Alicia invited to have a one-on-one with Nuke on air or one of the Woodies, something like that?
Which is great. Now, tennis great, the Murdoch people got this, tennis great, John Alexander has vowed to turn White City, wait for this, White City, the fabulous courts in Sydney's east, into the greatest tennis club in the world.
Great.
Now, hang on, let's get this right. You got, what's it, Scarsdale? Great tennis club. Memorial Drive.
Yeah.
Or is it Scottsdale?
Scottsdale.
Yeah. Memorial Drive. You've got probably...
There's that very nice club in Perth with grass courts, actually. I've forgotten what it's called. It's a very nice...
Kings. Kings, is it? Yeah, and I'll tell you what, there's a great one, speaking of Perth, in Dunsborough.
Oh, yeah?
Sure, it's, the court surface is a bit up and down, but you can't fault the cabanas around it and stuff like that.
No, we have some wonderful tennis clubs in Australia, don't we?
He's got a lot to do to make it the best in the world. I mean, given those 4 or 5 we just mentioned then.
And, of course, Queens and Wimbledon itself, because you've got to compare it with those.
You do. A major grass court tournament is among Alexander's plans to revive flagging sports icon. That's White City, not the sport itself, which is going gangbusters, we just revealed. Once regarded as... quote unquote, by Jim Diggins, as the spiritual home of Australian tennis.
I think it is too.
How about Kooyong? How about Kooyong?
Yeah, White City first.
I always saw Henri Lecomte, the brilliant but erratic Henri Lecomte at Kooyong.
I know you did.
I mean, it still sticks with me.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was doing there.
No.
Don't know what I was doing there. It was just one of those acid flashes, sort of, I have every so often. There I was standing. And Henri Lecomte was honestly just this far away from me. Brilliant but erratic. He lost that day.
He lost, yeah.
Bit erratic.
I saw Harry Hopman at White City.
Did you? What, just in the crowd?
Yeah.
Signing autographs?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Despite pledging to preserve the White City's historic use, Alexander also revealed, this is part of the historic use, plans to reduce the number of courts by about a third. I don't know how that works, but anyway, historic use, play on lots of courts. Anyway, so there's one court left, making way for 2 swimming pools, one outdoor, one indoor, a gym and new club buildings. Now, this I think is modelled on the Memorial Drive complex.
Yeah.
It's sadly this whole what would I call it, the Alexander blueprint faces a Supreme Court challenge from disgruntled opponents following a bitter fight over the site's future that has divided the eastern suburbs. I'm not sure that's right, but be that as it may, the planned tennis and health club will charge an annual membership of fees up to as high as $1,800.
Is that all?
Sure.
Is that all?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem much, does it?
No, it don't. Especially in these days, where everybody earns $1 million a week.
Yeah.
I mean, that's easy. Chicken feed that. It's a beautiful location, and we...
It was $1,800 a week, I'd understand it, but is that per annum?
Well,
that can't be right.
Membership.
It'd have to be $1,800
annual membership.
It must be weekly.
Oh, he's going to get knocked over in the rush.
Yeah.
People will be SMSing, texting him, saying, can I join me up, sign me up? It's only $1,800. I mean, you've got to think that there's, not a million miles from there, there's a club, a sports club, connected with the SCG. Which has got swimming pools and, you've seen it. They just got cricket nets and, courts. And
I love it
like
there.
It's fantastic. But sadly, you don't have to pay $1,800 a year.
Don't you?
No, you don't.
Why? How much does that cost?
No idea, but I'd say about $750.
I
might be wrong. But Now, it's a beautiful location. We appreciate its heritage, Alexander says. However, to broaden its appeal, because tennis alone wasn't working. I mean, how wrong is that? I mean, Little wins Wimbledon. All of a sudden, they're going to be rushed up in the plate.
I know.
Tennis isn't working. Based on a similar
that's
makeup.
Wrong. That's right. I mean, if you want to have a swim in a pool, go to a pool.
Yeah. Don't go to a tennis
Don't
court.
go to a tennis court. I don't go to have a game. I don't, put the racket in the boot, and the sand shoes in and the shorts, thinking I'm going to go and have a swim.
No, or head off to the Ian Thorpe pool in Ultimo.
No, you don't.
You just don't.
You don't. I expect... See, rather than reduce the number of courts by half, I'd have doubled the number of courts.
I would have built 2 tiers.
Yes.
Now, it's based on a similar makeover at Memorial Drive in Perth's Kings Park. That's the name of it.
Yeah,
the new White City will provide a range of leisure and fitness options. I find that hard to imagine. Leisure and fitness options. What's wrong with the game of tennis? An alternative plan to turn the entire site into a public park was scrapped last month by the Woollahra Council after the Woollahra Council approved a Sydney Grammar School development application to bulldoze 13 courts for its own private sporting facilities. I mean, where does that get us?
Well, the lunatics have taken control.
They have. They
should be forced to have...
John Alexander, lunatic, I rest my case.
Yes.
Reducing the number of courts and putting...
Wrong. And you've got that school nearby reducing their courts. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. They should be forced to have double the number of courts. I'd pull down some bloody classrooms and put some more courts in.
I certainly would too, especially at that school.
In fact, I'd bulldoze the whole bloody school and turn the whole thing into a tennis courts.
Well, a tennis academy.
A tennis academy,
That's
yes.
Right. Now, Alexander, let's not forget...
And it can't be too far away from what I'm calling the Alexander Complex. Couldn't you combine the two?
Well, exactly. I mean, it's right next door.
And just have hundreds of courts right through that whole area.
The last time we were there with, doing some work with, I think it might have been an event for, I was going to say, disadvantaged kids.
Could be.
And they were playing tennis very well.
Yeah, I do
remember that. But it had
that.
a derelict feel about it, didn't it?
Run down, yeah.
Run down.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we might have been there with people like Steve Liebman, for instance.
We were.
Now, Alexander, let's not forget, was a player ranked in his eighth in the world in the 70s.
He was.
He wants to establish a tennis academy using about 20 refurbished courts to train younger players to improve Australia's world standing. That's the only way I can get a job, to teach tennis.
Oh, that's true. He's a bucket of balls, man. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's great. Look, I think it's half-cocked. That's what I'm saying. That'll do me. I know. Well, half-cocked isn't good enough. And it's unlike J.A. to be half-cocked about anything.
Well, Memorial Drive isn't half-cocked. Fact, he's got a world-class chef.
World-class?
I think the brilliant bit of Radigon Rillicourt was cooking there for a while.
Right. Well, that wouldn't surprise me.
Great.
But I would love to see a tennis complex, sure. I want to see hundreds of courts there. Yeah. So that anyone in New South Wales who wants a game of tennis can pull up at White City and get a game of tennis. Yeah. There are that many courts. Hundreds of courts I want to see. And one of them, at one court at any given time, is going to be J.A. standing in the middle with a bucket of balls.
And, Roy, would you have, catering facilities built into this? Something that would been able to get a, say, Krispy Kreme donut? Or, just for, say, and a cup of coffee? Just for argument's sake?
Well, why not? Why not allow, second parties or third parties to come in... if they're selling sausage rolls or
like Spotlight Catering or something like that.
Something like that. Or your battler caterers, we just want to get a bit of a head.
Yeah, okay.
Just want a bit of a leg up.
Yeah.
To come along and sell their wares. So you never know what you're going to get. You might be able to buy a pie or a sausage roll.
Hokkien noodles.
Yes, Hokkien noodles, something like that.
Sweet and sour pork.
And coffee or...
Coffee's a good idea, from a coffee cart. Maybe homemade pastries.
And your drinks, your Staminades.
Of course, for your tennis.
Yes.
Your Gatorades.
All of that sort of, all the assistance you need to help and improve.
And would you have a pro shop?
Of course you'd have a pro shop.
Big head rackets.
If someone there, if say you break a string, you can go over and have the pro.
Yeah.
Re-string there and then right in front of you.
There's no mention of this.
And while you're in the pro shop, you might think, I might grab another canister of balls. Thanks. Oh, yeah, not a problem, Roy. You can
got a Gatorade? I'm feeling a bit thirsty.
Where can I get a sausage roll? You want to see Ronnie just out the back there. He's brought some in the boot of his car. Thank you very much. You got sauce? I know, but you could ask.
Now, Craig Gow's decision
to play rugby union in France.
Yes. I mean, is this going to work out okay? Basically is the question. I was reading the most feared forward in rugby league, Willie Mason's column this week. And as you know, whenever I get up on a Sunday morning, I rush out the front, eager to find out what Willie's writing about. He says he can understand why Craig Gower left the NRL.
Can he?
Yeah, he says, I thought about leaving a few years ago and could do so yet.
Bloody hell.
With the amount of public scrutiny on football players these days, it wouldn't...
well, you can't get pissed and go groping in there these days.
I know.
That's the problem.
But, you know, do you think he has been harshly dealt by, Gower? I mean...
Well,
I noticed Dawn Fraser can't wait till he's out of the country, but I wouldn't let that worry him.
No. No. Well, there just appear to be a few incidents involving alcohol, don't they?
I go back to 99 when he was called up to State of Origin, I think, and then he got into one of those bonding sessions where he'd obviously taken too much on board and obviously decided to, you know...
impress some...
Irish tourists.
Irish tourists with his appendage.
That's right. That's right, and what he could do while he was pissed. Then, of course, there was the incident some years... Well, there probably had many incidents, but these are a few highlights. At the golf day, where he obviously innocently mistook one of Wayne
Pearce's daughters for a fan.
Very good. Then, in more recent times, there was the incident in the nightclub, which the jury seems to be out on. But you can't imagine people who'd make up these stories, particularly. They seem so far-fetched. You know...
They do, don't they?
They do. Anyway, Willie writes, unlike the AFL guys who are stuck playing the game here, rugby league players have plenty of options. Players, if they've had enough, it's easy for us to continue our league careers overseas or switch to rugby union. Then he talks about Sonny Bill.
Oh, yeah.
He says he wouldn't be surprised if someone like Sonny Bill does likewise next time he's off contract.
Wow.
Which is a big loss to the Dogs.
Wouldn't it ever be? Because Sonny Bill, he enjoys a beer, a couple of beers, doesn't he?
Loves a beer. Yeah, I'm not talking about one or two beers either, Roy. A few beers. It could be the sort of guy, because of the scrutiny, he'd be thinking, quote, I don't need this. Why don't I just go to England where it isn't the same spotlight on rugby league players as there is in Sydney?
Right.
The scrutiny Gowie has been under certainly got to him. Everyone in the league fraternity loves him. I mean, that's true, isn't it? I mean, no one's more admired in rugby league
than Craig Gower. No,
because he loves a few beers.
Yeah.
And he loves hanging out with mates.
Yeah.
And when they need someone to go silly, around about 4 in the morning, he's always up for it.
He's always up for it. He's always up for it. I mean, he's the sort of bloke, what I like about him, it wouldn't matter what time of day, wouldn't matter when it was, wouldn't matter what sort of mood he's in, at any time of day you can say to him, Craig, how about a couple of beers? And he's going to say, yeah. That's what I love about the bloke. I mean, he really represents rugby league at its finest, as it used to be.
As it used to be, yeah. I mean,
he's a real link to the past, and shouldn't we be celebrating this on the 75th anniversary of the ABC? Celebrating the, Australian Rugby League the way it was?
Well, can I just say, Tommy Raudonikis has written in the paper today too, saying, he'd love to be coaching the Blues again and he'd bring back the Biff. Not the old Biff, which is gone forever.
Yeah, sadly.
But the new Biff, which is obviously trying to beat the Maroons. That's the new Biff. But on the other hand, Craig Gower, you'd have to say, has the links with the past without bashing people up.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's refreshing about the bloke.
Yes.
He doesn't feel as though he has to go the nut to prove a point because he's happy to have a few beers with everybody.
Yeah.
So everyone in the league fraternity loves him. I don't know how much of criticism is justified, but people who know him know he's a good bloke.
Yes.
That's the sad thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
People haven't... I mean, I'd love it if Mike Munro opened up his news coverage tonight, or, I don't know, Lee Chin on SBS News, or whoever's reading the news, probably be Lawsy reading the news tonight on the ABC, say, before I come to the news, can I just say what a great bloke Craig Gower is? I don't see enough of that in the papers, in the media, generally.
Nor do I.
Wouldn't it be great if the House got the message? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, indeed.
Have a day for Gowie.
Yeah.
Gowie.
Well, isn't it up to individual players at individual clubs to get the message out that Craig Gower is a terrific bloke? I mean, couldn't they, before each match, while the national anthem's being played, couldn't
hold up a sign?
Yeah, hold up a sign.
Gowie is good.
Yeah. Just something like that. Or, man of the match, how do you think the boys went today? Oh, I thought we did real good. And just Gowie's a great bloke. Just something like that. Just get it in there.
Yeah, I know.
Get the message out there.
I know. Get it in there. Exactly right, Roy. And is he still connected with the footy show? Does he do things?
Craig? Don't think he's ever done anything with the footy show, has he?
Oh, Lady Luck is the missus in... Yeah, right, okay, good. Now, anyway, he's a good bloke. The average person would probably think otherwise. Oh, that's not true.
The average person?
The average person? Who's he? Willie Mason described himself as the average person. I don't know, right out of the blue.
He's saying he's loved by rugby league, Blake.
But the average person...
But the average person...
Don't we all love rugby league?
The average person... What's he say the average person what doesn't like him?
Would probably think otherwise.
Would probably think otherwise. What if they got to know him? No way!
No way.
If they got to know him, the average person would love him.
Like Little Leighton.
They'd be inviting him around all the time. Let's get Craig round.
I tell you what, wouldn't it be good if there was a new show on Channel 7, Gussie and Gowie?
Yeah.
Phil and Craig together.
Yeah.
Just talking league.
Yep.
This is Willie back to Willie now. The next time I'm off contract, I'll definitely be thinking about different avenues, how I can set myself up for life. I won't rule out anything, whether it's in overseas or Australia, rugby or rugby union, rugby league, etc. Might be too late for me to play in the World Cup. So it would be. The prospect of playing union still excites me.
Is that what he's saying?
Still excites me. Late at night, when the lights are off. Chris Jack, here I come. And it's something I'll definitely look at. I love the All Blacks. I love their culture, how intimidating they are. If I went to rugby, I'd probably want to do a Brad Thorne, who played league for Australia and then switched to the All Blacks. Is he able to do that nationality-wise?
I don't know.
I mean, is that up?
Do the All Blacks know about this?
Hey?
Do the All Blacks know about this?
They don't have an opinion. There's something about the All Blacks. Everybody fears them and they've got a great setup. It's cross...
Have they?
They have Krispy Kreme donuts in all the dressing rooms and toilets and stuff like that.
I know they don't mind you having a few beers.
Oh, I know they have a few beers. They have to drink that Steinlager. Now, it crossed my mind to do a Gowie and leave the NRL a few years ago. I was under a fair bit of scrutiny the last time I was off contract. I was injured. There were a few bad headlines. I was starting to think, why should I have to put up with all this scrutiny all the time?
Yeah.
That's what you think.
That's what you think. All this scrutiny. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You can't go out and have a few beers and create a bit of mayhem. Someone's going to find out.
I know. For a beef
Couldn't he wear a balaclava or something to go in, you know?
Wow, what a good idea. He could wear, I'll tell you what he could wear is a Tony Carroll face mask. No one would know who he was.
Oh, that's true.
Now,
we'll just wear a hoodie and sunglasses.
Hoodie and sunglasses, especially at night, 4 a.m. For a brief period, I thought about taking more money and going somewhere where they wouldn't care about me. But I wanted to play Test football and Origin, things I needed to stay in the NRL to achieve. There's one main difference between me and Gowie's. He's near the end of his career and he's done everything in game. There's nothing more for him to prove. For me, there's so many more things I want to achieve. When it comes to Origin, the players are desperate to avoid a whitewash. We might have lost the series, but we're going to do everything to win the game. Then he talks about Test match, drifts off there a bit. Now...
well, they're interesting thoughts, aren't they?
They are very interesting thoughts.
Fascinating thoughts.
Look, Willie Mason, he said at his media thing this week to worry about the state of origin, he asked the media during, obviously the Q&A, if they'd ever done a Sonny Bill Williams, meaning had a leak, at the dark end of the street.
Yeah.
And the Nine reporter, Clinton Fletcher, tremendously funny bloke, piped up, what, today? And most admitted to the crime, the exception being a woman reporter who had a bit of a spat with Willie some time ago, Michelle Kerrigan, but she said she understood why a man might want to do it. So, fair enough. Isn't that interesting? So most people...
She understands why most blokes would like to have a wee in public. Is that what she's saying?
No, she means getting pissed and then having to... being caught short or getting ahead of themselves and having to have a leak at the dark end of the street, so to speak.
Okay.
And what do you make of where we are? I mean, obviously we can talk about this more on Wednesday, of where we've gone wrong in terms of, trying to get an equal match up between the Maroons and the Blues.
Look, I think these things are cyclical. I just think there hasn't been enough commitment from the Blues forwards in particular, and probably not an awful lot of interest shown by the backs either. So when you've got those two problems, then it comes down to the coach, I think, to sort them out.
Well, the coach. Well, here's the angry ant. The senior players have no respect for the coach. He doesn't have that aura that was there when Guz and Sticky and Loza were involved.
Oh, yeah.
That's an unnamed Blues player.
Right.
Mark Burris, I think, who pumps the money in, says, I have no issue with the players and it's nothing personal with Graham Murray, but the side lacked the sense of playing Origin.
Yeah. Well, that's probably telling you something.
Storm coach Craig Bellamy is heavily tipped to replace Murray. But Boris said he'd like to see the job go to Gould or Daly. Daly stood down as assistant coach because of television commitments, and Gould has retired from coaching. I'm sure Craig Bellamy is an excellent coach, but I support Gus coming back. Whether you like him or not, Gus is the king. I'd also support someone like Laurie because he knows what Origin is all about. That's terrific.
Well, that's so important, isn't it, to know what Origin is.
Do you think
all
Royce
about.
Simmons could step up?
Yeah, Royce could step up without doubt, and certainly the beers afterwards would be no problem. You know, come win or draw or lose, wouldn't matter. You know, the beers won't be a problem. But I think just getting back to the Craig issue and the Willie issue and the Sonny Bill, I think the media's just got to look at itself and say, all right, do we want rugby league or don't we? And if we do, we don't report any of this rubbish anymore.
It's not in the public interest.
No, it's not in the public interest.
What's in the public interest is scores and how well Roy Azatasi plays and whether Crow went silly in at the aftermatch.
Yes.
At the aftermatch. That's all that's interesting.
That's all that they need know. You know, on the other hand, we have discussed it in the past, and that is turning the weakness into a strength. You get the loony, what you call your loony players, your players who like going out and getting it out and, you know, having a few splashing about and all of that, and let them have their own little club.
Called the Black Hats?
Yeah.
Don't tell me they wouldn't be bigger than
people would love that.
They would.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second Fat of the afternoon. The second Fat is brought to you this week by the Look of Laura Knitwear, Alan Bond's Business Masterclass and Happy Jack's Tata Packs.
Right, okay, the prize, a terrific prize again, a copy of Jojo Zep and the Falcons' Ricochet, record put out in 2003, so it's got a great base to get going with, the J-Mag, the current J-Mag, some old school Triple J postcards, inside film, this one from June of 2 years ago. We've got a fantastic copy of the Lithgow Workies, the Rugby League Football Club, 50th year reunion. Now, this is a real collector's item. W.A. Rance, the president, writes, on behalf of the Lithgow Workmen's Club Rugby League Football Club, I'd like to welcome everyone to the 50th anniversary reunion.
What a night it was.
Today we'll see a lot of tries scored, goals kicked and some of the best tackles ever produced. And all you have to do is just circulate, enjoy yourself, relive memories of our great club. I would like to thank our mother club for providing magnificent venue, as well as the general manager, Wayne Allen, for his continued support of Workies Wolves. I'd also like to thank this year's committee for their assistance in not only organising today, but for the continued aid in making our club so successful. In closing, have a great afternoon, thoroughly enjoy yourselves, and a safe journey home. Thanks for the memories. And there it is. In 1901, it got going. In 1915, they moved to new premises. Then they went all modern in 1960, and way out in 79 and 1990, they built this fantastic club that took over half the town of Lithgow. But there's fantastic...
Great photos in there.
Alan Northey.
Oh, Alan Northey, great player, yes.
Rocky Dunn.
Rocky Dunn. God almighty.
And Mark Warren was the reserve grade coach that year when Dunn pulled on the boots, 85.
Yeah.
Then there's obviously Mark Stevens, Mark Warren, Workman's first grade, 76, 77.
Yep.
Oh, God, the memories, Roy.
Yep.
Then Craig Brown. Jonathan Van Veen.
Yeah.
Van Veen, tremendous.
Yep.
Brady Jones.
Great with the ball in his hand.
One of the best. Barry Rushworth.
Barry, of course, Kangaroo.
So that's a fantastic souvenir there. There'd be very few of those. There might only be 12 of those made, with a terrific, obviously, what would I call it, indicator of what's available at the Workies. This, in fact, it's described here as Lithgow Workies, more than just a club.
Yeah, it is more than just
as in Transformers, more than meets the eye.
It's a way of life.
A way of life.
Yeah.
There's the Baldy Mountain Bar and Outdoor Terrace.
Yep.
The ladies and men's social bowls that goes off. It's just fantastic. Anyway, that's prong there. We've got I might have mentioned the J-Mag, and the J-Mag from last year. So it's quite a good prize.
It's a very good prize,
No Tarzo...
no Tarzo contribution, I don't think.
Oh, yes.
There is. Who is it?
In late. Yes. Oh, look who it is. It's Cool Hand Luke Lewis.
Cool Hand Luke Lewis.
No better Tarzo than
Does anyone call him Cool Hand, do you think? No, I wouldn't have thought so. No. Question is, for all comers, what should happen to all the classrooms at Sydney Grammar School?
Give us the question
What
again,
should
Roy?
happen? What should happen to all the classrooms at Sydney Grammar School? That number is 1300 055536. All comers.
Phone now. And who are we talking to, Roy?
Oh, we're joined by Ian, who's joining us from Wentworth Falls in New South Wales. How are you there, Ian?
Yeah, good boys. Yourselves?
Yeah, good, mate. Have you had much snow lately?
Yeah, a bit too much, thanks very much.
Like how many nights would have snowed, say, in the last fortnight?
3.
3. And are you able to take advantage of this recreationally, or there's not enough of it?
No. Just impedes my mode of transport.
Right. So you get that black ice on the road and you have to go very carefully.
Extremely.
Yeah. And listen, have you got to leave your coal tap running each night, dripping all night so it doesn't freeze over?
No, it's not quite that bad.
Okay.
Yes, well, the Wednesday night looms large. Obviously you'll be tuned in. You'll be looking forward to hopefully restoring pride, or do you think it's too far gone now to worry this year?
Oh no, I think we might be able to scrape a win up this time.
Yes, no, I know where you're coming from, because often when these dead rubbers are, the other side relaxes a lot, and you can, meaning the Blues can get a wriggle on.
That's right.
Where have we made the mistakes over the past couple of years? Is it the top, the coaching, or is it just the players have been just a bit worse than the Maroons?
No, I think if you break it down to the fundamentals, the problem is Queensland is scoring more points than New South Wales.
Beautifully put. I couldn't have put it better. Could you have, Roy?
No, I think that's perfect, Ian. Ian's done a great job there.
Do you coach rugby league by any chance, Ian?
Oh, from the television, yeah.
Yes,
yeah. Now, what's the story then? Now, you're not a million miles away there from Penrith Panthers. What's gone wrong with Penrith this year?
What's gone wrong with Penrith? Once again, not scoring more points than the opposition.
Yeah.
Are you a Penrith supporter, Ian? With an analysis like that, they could have you on the board there.
No, I'm afraid I'm a Magpie from way back.
Oh, right. Well, you
Tommy and the boys. Old school rugby league.
Old school rugby league. Well, you're not having the best of seasons either.
No, although we did get up over the Canberra Raiders earlier.
Yes. Look, is there anywhere you can go in where you do see old-fashioned rugby league anymore?
Yeah, I'm not that far from Lithgow, actually.
Oh, very good.
Well, that's right.
Just at the top of the hill from there.
You'll enjoy this Lithgow Workies Wolves Rugby League Football Club 50th reunion publication.
I certainly will. I think I might take it to the Bloodhouse and have a beer while I read it there.
Yeah, what a good idea. That'd be the Bloodhouse there in Lithgow, I hope.
Yeah, or the Donnybrook.
Or the Donnybrook Hotel, where I used to be guaranteed a fight there any night of the week.
Absolutely.
I don't know if it's the case anymore, but...
After the footy, without doubt.
Yeah.
Well, Wednesday night, I can see you turning up with the 50th anniversry copy under your arm, walking
Might try
in.
and get some autographs.
That's right. Get some autographs and just talk up the Shamrocks and see how you go.
See how you go, yeah.
Well, to wear a half Shamrock, half maroon Guernsey to the Workman's Club.
That'd start a fight.
That'd start a fight right in the foyer, even before you got your first beer in.
Exactly.
Hey, and let Roy sit out the question as time's getting away from us and have a swing at it.
Now, what should happen to all the classrooms at Sydney Grammar School?
All those lot. Put in more tennis courts.
Yes. Now that's a policy I wouldn't mind throughout, all of Australia.
Exactly.
I mean, if Julie Bishop was serious about Australian tennis, and I suspect she's not.
Nah, she's a joke.
Okay, the prize, the Jojo Zepp, the Lithgow Workies 50-year reunion. Couple of J-Mags and Inside Film. Look, they'll be in the mail to you, Ian. You should get them round about the time of State of Origin. In the meantime, good luck with that trip up to Lithgow on Wednesday night, and thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thanks, fellas.
And, Roy, were you surprised Jet were inked for the grand final? I understand last year there was some criticism that they pulled out of a retirement village Irene Cara to perform, and people were scratching their heads wondering why she was there and wondering if they could get the gig of Irene Cara. At least they've got a Melbourne act, or at least an act which has members who support both Geelong and Collingwood in it. There's more to be announced. Who would you like to see on the bill, apart from obviously Christine Anu?
Well, I was going to say, I'd certainly build the entertainment around Christine Anu.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I don't know if we need any more than Christine Anu. If, say, as soon as you arrive, sit down, before anything else happens, she comes out and just does an acoustic version of, say, My Island Home.
Yes.
And then...
maybe a 3-hour acoustic
maybe version. At half-time, then you get the full version.
Yes.
As your half-time entertainment, the extended version, maybe a
would you keep the sprint,
version.
the 100-metre sprint?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. I think it's a real highlight. But there's no reason why Christine couldn't sing around that. Just have a drum solo or something
while the race
is on.
Now, Anthony Kalia did a tremendous job last night at the national anthem.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah. No drum solo necessarily. No, he just brought it home.
A great job. Yes, I just feel as if we with the New Zealand national anthem, it's so long because you've got to have the two verses, the two languages. Yeah. I'd like to hear ours twice, or the second verse.
Oh, the second verse, the hidden second verse.
The hidden second verse that you never get a chance to hear. I know a lot of people were leaning forward, hoping he'd go into the second. Yeah.
Now, look, can I just say, what was interesting about it, apart from the lack of drum solo, was the interesting area of that it seemed a cheerful version.
Yeah.
So often it gets out there with, Hey True Blue Map Bloke and, others. He seems to have set the blueprint. Yeah. It was meant to be a downer.
Yeah, it can sound a bit
mawkish and sad.
Mawkish,
so we don't want to be here.
Yeah. But I thought Anthony brought a real sort of light touch.
Very good. A refreshing
approach. Thank you. Thank you. And there's no reason why he couldn't reheat that and get him for the grand final. Say Kalia.
Yeah. How about a duet? Kalia
and say Guy Sebastian and Shannon Knoll.
That's a quartet.
A trio.
A trio.
With Christine Arnoux, maybe, I don't know, make it a quartet. And they could do an extended version of My Island Home, and you have the race during the Anthony Kalia bit.
And can I also say, when you put those names together, Knoll, Arnoux, Sebastian and Kalia, all of a sudden I'm seeing the Seekers. Yeah. From many, many years ago, about when the ABC was only 20.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm just wondering if I'll never find another you.
Well, that's not bad. And why not, as a real bonus for Melbourne Freaks, get Athol Guy back to join them.
On the drums.
The original. No, on slap bass from
I know. I was just...
And then you could have a bass solo
while the
race is being run.
Now, look, the football, the Asian Cup.
Wednesday night, haven't we got football? Haven't we got rugby league? Tomorrow.
Oh, rugby league.
Rugby league on Wednesday, and the nation's going to be behind this one. I know everyone's crying out for more. Why, wherever I go, people are saying, why isn't there more rugby league? And I say to them, well, listen.
It is.
There are a lot of games on this week.
They're fantastic. There's a hell of a lot of games, and it's going to be great. It's
including
a dead rubber.
Wednesday night.
Do you like the dead rubber, Roy?
I love a dead rubber.
Yeah, because funny things happen, don't they?
They do. People
can go employees play
time. More relaxed.
More relaxed. Fun.
Yeah.
It's break-up.
Yeah.
A lot of these players will never play rugby league at this level again.
Exactly.
Coach certainly won't be. Well, one of the coaches certainly won't be. No. But that's Wednesday night.
That's Wednesday night. I think that's going to be a great night.
A great night for league. And remember, you can hear it online. They've improved they booted up the speeds online. Never mind the broadband revolution that both sides are promising. You can listen to us online and get very good results.
Good.
So if you are in parts of Australia where there's no television coverage, dial it up. And join us for This Sporting Life. It's the Miracle of the Bleeding Steeden Part 3. And I can't wait to be asked to cover the Pope's visit next year based on it. So that's it. Wednesday night, join us. 7:30 Eastern, we kick off.
Yes.
And it'll be a tremendous night. So that's the next cab off the rank. We leave you with a simple reminder, Triple J is sport. Bye now.
Triple J. You're listening to Australia's national youth radio station, Triple J. For more info, go to triplej.net.au.
Hello world, pants off Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of This Sporting Life. H.G.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Wally Audio in the soundproof booth. And a very big thank you to VJ. We were sharing premises today, VJ and I, for the last 14 hours of Super Sounds here at the youth headquarters on the station that smothers the nation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders and schoolies, and welcome to Triple J on another Sunday when too much body's belly enough. And look, can I just say this, that I'm not sure we've got official permission to do this, but this is the show that has the courage to dream. And the thing that we're dreaming about this week is keeping the dream alive. I'm just hoping that before the You've Never Been Trucked Like This Before man cashes in the chips at the end of November, he can pass the baton of keeping the dream alive over to this program, because I think we've done enough now, and, we've been at it for 2 or 3 weeks. And I think we're doing it probably better than anybody else going around on the paddock at the moment. And I'd love to think that he doesn't have to go out of his road to do it. Just shut up and say nothing about it. We'll take that as yes. And the golden tonsils, when they silence, we're more than happy to open them here and keep the dream alive. Well, what a week. What an incredible week. And before I let Roy Slavin, who dreams of keeping the dream alive a little bit more thoroughly and in depth than I do, before I unlet him off the leash to pour petrol onto the blaze in a few minutes' time, just a few items to set the scene. That Live Earth concert yesterday for the Planet. Yes, thanks, absolutely. Whoa! Ho, ho, ho. Woo-wah, woo-wah, woo-wah. 07. It was incredible. Didn't it put into the shade those concerts last year about making poverty history? They were rubbish. They achieved all, really, for the world. And, today, this is weird, I woke up and said, the planet feels a lot cooler already. I know it's not necessarily about cooling the planet down, because there's other more complicated issues than that, CO2 emissions and all that sort of stuff. But that Live Earth concert was just an absolute old-fashioned ball terror. So much so that I'm worrying about an ice age. That's where I've gone now. An ice age may be on the way. Incidentally, look, I saw Michael Chugg on the television last night. I'd obviously gone along and sawn a few acts. It's a new word I've just invented, along with missid. Sawn a few acts, seen a few acts. And I got home last night, obviously, to watch the replay, which I was taped with my IQ device. And I saw Chuggy on there, and I just thought, bloody old Chuggy, it's about time you restaged that Tribal Love Rock musical Hair. Because that was controversial.
The American Tribal Love Rock musical.
As opposed to the Mongolian Tribal Love Rock musical.
It hasn't been done in a while, has it?
No, it hasn't. But it's got that pro...
The time's right, isn't it?
Indeed.
The time's right.
The time's right. It's got that pro-shark agenda, which I think would talk to kids. It was a show that had all the big themes, environmentally speaking, years ago. Years ahead of its time. Still with media, can I be the first to congratulate Channel 7 and Boxhead Lecky in particular on the big wins at 7 this week. In 2007, the year of the clarified fat, 7 has won the lot. Boxhead, I never doubted you'd bring it home for 7... And with this Pooh Pulsum show as dry powder in the locker, Box, I can see you in the driver's seat for years to come over there at tonight on 7.
What night's Pooh on? Is it Thursday
it's up
night?
Against the, I think they had a terrific
It's not up against Patrol Boat,
It is.
No way.
It is. It's up against Patrol Boat. We broke that story here last week. What I think we might have...
I thought they might have seen sense.
They might have sort of swerved past each other.
Just gone to dead air during Patrol Boat.
So as people could watch the Pooh Pulsum. Look, we might have thought that somehow they were going to blast off this week, but sadly Patrol Boat, they brought it forward a week, and so episode 1, which was a ratings killer...
It was fantastic,
kicked in the door last week, and now they're up against this stiff competition this week, the Pooh Pulsum against Patrol Boat. It's hard to know where to look.
It was fantastic, Patrol Boat, wasn't it?
I
love that opening scene, where you fire a few shots across the bow of, I think it might have been Indonesian fishermen fishing in our waters. Got up my nose. I tell you what, I wouldn't have been putting a couple of shots across the bow.
No, right into
I'd
the bow.
have been blowing the bloody boat up.
Straight away.
Yeah.
Look, I've got to say...
It'll get to that, though. By episode 3...
Yeah, they'll be just shooting them out of the
They'll be just
water.
putting landmines out there.
Now,
having a root while bombs go off. To tie together the two themes.
Of the show. Was there any bathers work? People getting into their bathers, like Speedos or, bikinis?
No, but then again, I've got it on tape.
Yeah,
I've only watched the first sequence. I just want to, I don't want to rush it.
No. Now, Vice Regal notes, and I saw the PM this week opening an IGA store midweek. And, I felt for the forgotten man of Australian social and grocery scene, and that's our Governor-General, Sir Michael Jeffrey VC. The supermarket ribbon-snipping gear is what our GG does best, and it must give him the shits that because it's an election year, that a lot of good top-shelf openings are being handed out willy-nilly to old magicians like the PM who are desperate to cling onto the seat any way they can, even if it means stabbing Sir Michael in the back. Weren't you outraged, Roy? I just saw that IGA store open and I thought...
Look, I love it when a new IGA store opens.
Well, I do too.
You know,
There's nothing.
This might be the Independent Growers Association, isn't it?
Grocers Association, I think. Or maybe growers.
All grocers.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. There could be two IGAs. But I saw...
They're battlers. They're battlers.
They're battlers. That's right. They're not Coles or
They're
Woolworths.
fused to their communities.
Yeah, fair price fused.
Fair price fusing, yeah. Now, was this in the Bennelong electorate?
It was.
Yeah.
It was. Okay. It was. That's what I mean. But honestly,
Sir Michael would have had that. Sir Michael would have had that
penciled
teed up months ago.
Yeah, no, and then he had to find he was at a loose end.
Yeah.
Wednesday or Thursday when
the call would have gone through to Sir Michael's people. Not needed.
I know. How about that?
Not
How
needed.
would you feel?
Put your feet up. Watch the kangaroos.
Yeah, or shoot a kangaroo. Tennis, and sadly, Wayne Arthurs is gone. What a dignified exit the bloke made. This is from the All England, of course. It took every bit of skill from Jonas Bachmann to put him away midweek. If only some of our other great stars were able to apply themselves to the racket caper like Wayne, we wouldn't be in the parlous state we are with tennis in Australia at the moment. And I'm thinking of the poo here. And the new-look little Leighton takes the All England by the throat, squeezing the life out of it. That was until the other day when the kid jagged a lively one in the big-hitting Serb Novak Djokovic, who bundled Little out 7-6, 7-6, 4-6, 7-6. Had the fixture gone to the fifth, I'm sure Little would have brought it home. Sadly for our Little, the score needs to be 2 sets apiece at the end of the fourth for a fifth to be required, and that's where the kid's calculations went wrong, went astray. And call me old-fashioned, but I like the stupid old Little, you know, the one who shouted his own hand, a whole lot better than the new clown. I mean, at least the old Little won a few matches once in a while. The new Little, well, the jury's a bit out, whether he's any good or he's hopeless. And let's face it, he had the soft side of the draw. He could have got into the quarters, couldn't he, Roy?
Easy.
I mean,
had he leapt over that clown...
Yeah, he would have been in the quarters.
He'd have been in the quarters and then in the semis, and then probably would have been playing Roger tonight instead of that...
Yeah, well, that other bloke.
Spanish bloke.
Oh, yeah.
Rafa.
Now, look, can I just say, this will dent his ratings, won't it?
Yeah, it will. It will. Is there any talk of Wayne Arthurs appearing in the Pooh show, just knocking on the door and here I am, ready and available?
Well, look,
Pick up some cougars, maybe?
Look, I did see a very disturbing report on the Pooh show.
That is not very good.
Well, look...
I don't believe those.
Yeah, I know. But I just thought, it's great publicity to have people come out and say those sort of things.
Yeah.
They wasn't very bright, I think is what the comment refers to.
Yeah, but hang on. It's not a show about,
It's not top 20 questions, is it?
No, it's not a show about, researching into, global problems.
No.
It's just finding the Pooh someone he can bloody shack up with for a little while, isn't it?
That's
no
right.
more, no less.
Okay.
It doesn't pretend to be solving, he's not a world beater when it comes to solving the problems of greenhouse gas emissions, for example.
Right.
He might have an attitude to it.
He might, especially when Wayne drops around and asks the question, what do you think about global warming, Pooh? Out of the blue. I see where you're coming from, Roy. Look, former tennis ace, that stretches it a bit, the Pooh has been labelled not very smart by a reality TV contestant, Adelaide Dawson, one of the kittens. That's a surprise, coming from a kitten. Given the flick by the Pooh on the Pooh Pulls and reality show...
Hang on, what was Adelaide looking for?
A smart man.
Bloke.
Yeah, wrong show.
Wrong show.
That's right,
Come
wrong
on.
Show. Should have gone for, I don't know, just an ordinary event of Big Brother you'd find.
Well, hang around a campus or something.
That's right.
Where you get smart tennis players.
Adelaide says our conversation was not stimulating. I don't think he's very smart. Nimbin-born Dawson was eliminated in the third episode of the show, which which sees women vie for the Pooh's affections.
Yeah.
She said she'd never heard of Philip Poose's prowess on or off the court, admitting she did not know he had been linked with Paris Hilton and Elder Goodrum. I don't know whether if she'd known that, it would have changed her attitude.
He might have seemed really smart, you mean?
Well, look, I'd love to see.
Well, I don't think they should allow that out, because for people watching this Thursday night,
now they know
they're going to say, "Oh, there's Adelaide. She's not going to win."
No, she's out in 3-on-3.
Yeah,
and
is she the one that doesn't think he's very smart?
Yeah, and the betting, it'll bugger the betting completely. Now,
I was hoping Adelaide might win.
Yeah, I know. Well, I did too.
I know nothing about it, but I thought, oh well, Adelaide, yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good luck.
What about those Wallabies? Incredible, 2 wins on the trot at the highest level, and rugby union generally. And can I just raise this issue? Does Lottie Dakiri have a time management issues? Join our online debate with John O'Neill, the Parrot, Ding Dong Dell and Matt Giddo. It's on for the next 3 hours online. Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. It's up to you to tell us. But I've got to say, what a tremendous... We mentioned this on Wednesday night as part of the State of Origin coverage. What a tremendous promotion the Takiri turmoil is for the code. I mean, Australia wins the Bledisloe. Then in Rugby League biggest week, that's right, Rugby League's biggest week, the Union Brains Trust are able to capture the front and back pages with the Lottie is Piss story. That is why you pay PR units big bucks. I mean, to get that sort of story out there and place it, have him come out and, say he's got time management issues and get programs like us running online debates with the Parrot and Ding Dong Dell, Matty Giddo and John O'Neill. I mean, it's all there. It's all great for rugby union. And remember, all he did was go out and have a few beers. I mean, Lottie didn't sit in the front of the getaway car paralytic while the killer took aim. You know who I'm talking about? Speaking of rugby union, have you seen the new jumper? It's incredible. They would look fabulous in it last night. It's a space-age gold blast with, I think, what must be man-boob bras built in. I can't work out what that thing across the middle is. No one will be able to get hold of a Wallaby once they pull this on, as was witnessed last night. AFL, and could the Fevolution be over at Princes Park? Very disturbing story. After a very poor showing at Subiaco last weekend, the Carlton Brains Trust told Brendan to go in the room of mirrors and have a good hard look at himself. Apparently he's been in all week and will emerge tomorrow. Apparently Fevy's asking himself and his image in the mirror if he really wants to play in the navy blue with CFC scribbled on the front. I mean, could Fev become a dog like Acker or a swan like Spider? I think he could become a swan where he'd have no trouble fitting in. That's my understanding. He would be welcome.
What about the no dickheads policy? Would that affect?
Well, can I just say, I think the no dickheads policy is elastic like a rubber band and could easily be stretched to fit around Brendan Favola.
Because he has been linked with the Swans this week.
He has, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, he'd be fantastic up front.
Yes.
Look, they're...
what about Barry feels?
Barry must be over the moon, knowing he doesn't have to do all the work. There's Fev behind him.
Yeah, of course.
There would be. Barry, I reckon it'd give Barry another 5 years.
Yeah, it would.
Anyway, I'll let those Fevolution solutions dangle there. On Fev's behalf, the Super Boot did see him, this is in the new forward structure at Carlton. I mean, in the old days, the Super Boot Fev did see himself as the go-to man in the Carlton forward setup. Sadly, in this new look Carlton forward setup, anyone in the front half is the go-to man, and Fev, quite rightly, wonders what the he's doing out there most of the time, as witnessed last week at Subiaco and the previous couple of weeks where I think they had 40 goal kickers kicking goals for Carlton. And does the AFL Heritage Round give you the shits as much as it does me? If we must have this, let's have a real Heritage Round. Play all the matches at 2 p.m. on Saturday afternoon with no advertising anywhere. So kids of today could see how it done when the game was great. Good to see the umpires in their traditional gear with the white coats and the hats and all that sort of stuff. But the rest of it just leaves me cold. What heritage are we actually suggesting? I think one of the papers went big on that we went back to the 70s. And I did see the footy show on Thursday night.
I missed it.
It was terrific. All of them were dressed up as characters from the 70s,
Starsky and Hutch style.
Starsky and Hutch style. There might have been.
Brilliant. What a brilliant idea. I thought they might have gone back to the 20s or something like that.
No, the 70s. That was the focus this year. One year they will go back to the 20s. But this year it was the 70s.
Right.
Sadly, nobody came out in a bin liner with a razor blade through their nose or anything like that and did a lot of spitting and stuff like that. No, they're all very conventional sort of characters. There was Colonel Sanders. Why he was there, I wasn't quite sure.
Colonel Sanders?
Yeah, I don't know quite why he's part of the 70s.
Did he die in the 70s?
Maybe KFC came to Australia in the 70s.
No, it was before that.
Before that?
Yeah, it was in the 60s.
Right. Well, I don't know why he was there. There was, Sam was dressed up as somebody from, I want to say, Gilligan's Island sort of show, or McHale's Navy.
That's another 60s show.
Yeah, McHale's Navy. They're getting a blurred. Chips was there.
Who?
Chips, the guy on the...
Oh, yeah, the California
Estrada.
Something Patrol. Highway Patrol.
Well done.
Yeah.
Chips
Eric Estrada.
Eric Estrada, thanks very much, yeah.
Brilliant show. I don't remember a thing about it.
No, he was there. Gary Lyon was that. Eric Estrada, I wonder if he's related to Rick Estrada, who used to play with Little Feet. Anyway,
May be.
Never made that connection before. Now they look vaguely alike now.
Probably the same bloke.
Well, it's a palindrome, his name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Eric and Rick, almost. Wow. Anyway, it just gives me the shits, the Heritage Round. I mean, look at that match today. The Swans in some jumper that no kid can remember. And then the Fremantle Dockers, what is that gear they're wearing? They're wearing, I want to say it's the East Fremantle jumper or something like that. And then yesterday you couldn't recognise...
Was that what they were wearing in the 70s?
Oh, what an interesting question. Well, Fremantle weren't in the competition.
No, I know. So they should be just skins.
Now, Rugby League and State of Origin, an absolute triumph. A dead horse lives and runs the Melbourne Cup. That's what I said after New South Wales back. It was an old-fashioned medical fun party on the nitrous oxide with a couple of rounds of Twister thrown in. And didn't the match, Roy, make super coach Graham Murray look as though he knew what he was doing?
Oh, he's a great coach, isn't he? He's a super coach.
But as Choppy Close bellowed to us after the matches we drove him back to for a few beers in the front of the ute, we were all squeezed in there. Roy HG, as soon as you remove 3 players from the contest and force Pricey to play 80 minutes, any clapped-out half-baked set of clowns from South of Tree would have a chance to get the cheese. What was amazing was how long the Maroons held them out. Honestly, 70 minutes, it looked as though Queensland were playing a pack of powdering blue pillows, so Choppy wasn't at all disappointed. Racing and the Randwick trainers want $50 million to move. I know, we broke this story. It's amazing, isn't it?
That's cheap.
I know. We broke this story a couple of weeks ago and we're following it with interest. They put in a claim, described by some as an ambit claim, I don't think so, $50 million to move. It's a thought...
That's to go to Cessnock.
That's right. It's a thought-through figure, although some of the preliminary work Roy and I did on the back of a TAB betting ticket midweek, after speaking with a delegation representing the horse community, it seems light on. Look, we didn't canvass all the opinions of horses there, but the 2 or 3 that we spoke to thought the 50 million was, probably just a beginning figure. But I'm sure at World Youth Day, once the Pope makes a special announcement after race 3, and they pass the plate, we should be able to reach that 50 million target. At the moment, it does appear headed for the... I hope Pelly and the Minister of Sport can bang heads behind the scenes and let a bit of sanity into this overheated stew. One person I'd love to see get involved, maybe with a roving commission to kick butt, heading up the probe should be with the wide-ranging powers of Royal Commission is, of course, former Minister of Sport Rod Kemp.
Has Kemp said anything?
No, completely earless.
The new sports minister?
No, nothing.
Not a word.
And with the Asian Cup getting underway today or tonight in Bangkok, Australia v Oman, Sydney has been teetering on the very brink of joyful chaos all week with the news that David Beckham, that is Mr Posh, will be here in the Galaxy colours for a select clash against the Sydney Bling at Telstra Stadium on November the 27th. As I understand it, the Spice Girls will be opening for the Galaxy. So that's great news. A note of warning to fans already buying tickets. These club friendlies usually end up being shit matches because there's really nothing to play for. But, the Becks will be here and has, obviously got a lot of fans and football hearts are fluttering.
Is Dwight York coming out?
He is.
Good.
He is. That'll be fantastic. And I think Anthony LaPaglia might be in goal for the match. So that'd be fantastic. So it's an old-fashioned show business meets greats sort of thing. A motor racing and in the French Grand Prix, our mark was sensational. Webber drove the race of his life, plugging home 12th, and he's now 14th on the drivers' standings. And no, I don't know how it works either, the standings. Every time I look at the F1 ratings, I just scratch my head. And in a great week for our green and gold tilt in motorsport, in the Champ Cars, I've never heard of this event, just shows you my ignorance. Champ Cars, our very own Will Power grabs a well-deserved third at the tricky Tremblant circuit in Canada. Power is third in the overall Champ Car standings behind the wobbly Bourdais and the incompetent Dawn Boys, who are tied at the top of the leaderboard on 145 points. So put that name Power down in the black books. He's a special. Thanks very much, Bruce. America's Cup and Alinghi took a photo finish in the 7th race to take the Old Mug 5-2 in the deep off Valencia midweek. What a week for the Kiwis to go down in the Bledisloe and run second in the big wet one. You can see why the world sniggers. Swimming, Liesl Jones said that, that's our lethal Liesl, says she'll swerve past the possibility of togging off for a Playboy shoot and leaving the nuding up to Thorpe's gal pal Amanda Beard. Speaking of the big-footed one, have you seen his TV gear? It's just fantastic. It's fantastic. But what is happening with his pool? I think we broke this story a while ago. The pool, there's been some halt on the work there.
I drove past it the other day and it looked open.
It looked open?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I only say looked open. I mean, there was no evidence of anyone in there or
swimming,
anything going on, but it looked like
There seems to be some dispute between the subcontractors and the organisers, no surprise there, about payment.
Seems an odd place to want to go and have a swim, though.
It does, doesn't it?
You know, if people unfamiliar with Sydney, it's sort of right in a city, isn't it?
It is in the...
Ultimo.
Yeah, I know. And I've got to say...
Well, let's go to Ultimo for a swim. Well, you don't often do that.
No. Baseball, and we don't get enough time to, credit this great American sport, but since it's been American Independence Day this week, just remind all lifers that Barry Bonds hit his 751st homer this week. Bash and Barry only has to clock 5 more homers to break Hank Aaron's US Major League Baseball record of 755. He should do it soon. He may have clocked even more than the 751 that he's got this week. Speaking of records, Michael O'Loughlin breaks the Swans all-time game record played this afternoon at the SCG as the Ailing Shot Birds of the competition take on the Heave-Ho We Are Freo, Fremantle Dockers, in a clash that probably spelled mothballs for one side in season 2007. Look, sadly no feathers info, no late mail from the Stink camp. In fact, I'm very disappointed with the Stink camp. There doesn't seem to be anything going on, and that news last week that Stinky's becoming a player-manager is just devastation written all over it. And the Umina Bunnies, well, we've got a column from the Umina Bunnies. Graham Park this week, though, saw a great match. It was fantastic. The Never Say Die Rabbits were miles in front and then folded up like a house of cards to allow the Melbourne Storm, who had no players, win the match. I think it was 12-8. And with those few thought starters hurled onto the bonfire, it's time to ask Rampaging Roy Slavin, you got any dynamite you want to toss into the lake sport?
Yeah, well, there's just one or two other items that caught my attention this week, HG, in what has been really a tremendous week.
It has.
Murali has taken 5 against Bangladesh. He's now just 20 wickets behind Warney. Oh. So it looks like he'll overtake Warney when Sri Lanka come out here at the end of the year. Right. So that will be what we'd call, in sports parlance, ironic, if he's to pass Warney on Australian soil.
Can I just add another word to that? Surreal?
Surreal, yes. Yeah. It would be slightly surreal. And ironic. Anyway. Well, now, Wayne Bennett has called for kickers to be protected. This is in the wake of a number of fly halves who've been taken out of the game, including Noddy in the State of Origin.
Price.
We saw last week by Price, who hurled himself at Noddy's knees and damaged one enough to put Noddy out for a few weeks, by the looks of things. And this has been going on for a long, long time.
Didn't he have a blinder the other night?
Noddy did.
He made Bird look good.
He did. Now, I don't know how the Bennett, proposal would work to protect kickers, but the Graham's best thinker, Ricky Stewart, disagrees.
Oh!
He thinks that kickers should be able to protect themselves, and as a kicker himself, he would always have a look out for those who were knee merchants, people who'd take out knees of kickers, and make sure he was on, say, the other side of play, away from them, before he kicked. So self-preservation has got to be the number one.
Well, they don't call
principle.
him the game's smartest thinker for nothing.
No, that's right. That's right.
It's easy to
That's
see
right.
why.
It is easy to see why. You'd think, though, that, after all these, being at Cronulla as their captain, he would have told Noddy about these, how to avoid getting your knees damaged as a kicker, you'd think, but maybe he just forgot. Maybe the game's best thinker forgot to tell him.
Well, there'd be other things
There'd be other things on his mind, I suppose. Yeah. Now, should concussed players be allowed to play on? In the Dallas Johnson incident, you may recall in State of Origin, fallout of Origin 3, Dallas Johnson, I think, was heavily concussed in the opening tackle of the game, about 4 seconds into the match, and was basically led off and taken into the dressing rooms, and appeared later on in the second half, playing as well as ever, but as we said at the time, I think, doesn't remember a thing about it. And, of course, I don't think he's I don't think he played for Melbourne this weekend for the Storm, and I think he might be out for a few more weeks due to concussion. So it's an interesting... I don't know. Maybe we've got to let the St John's ambulance people in, although it was a fully ticketed doctor who gave Johnson the go-ahead to go back out and play. Mm-hmm. But I think it's a serious question. I mean, obviously there is a bit of brain damage associated with concussion. Mm-hmm. Should we allow brain-damaged people to play rugby league? I suppose is the overarching question.
Do you have a point of view on that?
Well, I think we should allow them to play rugby league. I mean, there's not much else they can do. Is there?
No.
Apart from, I don't know.
Boxing.
Boxing, I guess, yeah, be the next thing for Dallas Johnson. Now, an exciting $20 million winner-takes-all 2020 series in the West Indies has been unveiled, and I think it might be an American promoter. I like the look of this. $20 million, a lot of money for the players.
Yeah.
To, I suppose you'd take a troop of maybe 17 players.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a bad divvy. Get $1 million each and a bit more.
How many matches?
Look, I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
Would it be a Washington Generals?
Let's say 30 matches, all up.
Would it be Washington Generals style? You know,
I suppose it would.
Harlem Globetrotters?
Yeah, I suppose it
West
would.
Indies always win?
Yeah, something like that.
No, I like that.
I'm liking the look of that, and it may just induce Brian Lara to come out of retirement.
Wow.
Now, Lottie Takiri fallout, I mean, the thing to note about this is, God almighty, can the bloke drink?
I know.
Can the bloke drink? I think he was clocked at .05, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 days after the event. It's just amazing. So he's been, on the job, sitting, holding up a bar for the best part of 36 hours or more and still able to turn up to train the house down, I'm led to believe.
That's what I call a few beers.
Train the house down and just for some reason or other, someone smelt something on his breath and thought, oh, Lottie, blow into this. And then they were totally shocked.
Oh, yeah.
But the bloke can put it away. I mean, honestly, fantastic. That is fantastic. I don't know if he drove to training or drove home. No idea.
No.
I don't care.
No.
I just know the bloke can really tank up. Hey?
Yeah. No, it's fantastic.
And must the sponsors, Bundy Rum,
they're thrilled to bits.
They'd be thrilled to bits with this.
That would be fantastic.
Because they're the major sponsors of the Wallabies. Bundy Rum. Now, I don't know if Lottie was drinking Bundy Rum, but it seems to me it's the sort of something you can drink as much as you like, get as pissed as you like, and stay sober.
They should advertise it like that.
Fantastic.
I know. It's just incredible. But you're absolutely right. It's a triumph of...
Yes.
I mean, he's a freak.
It's a great fusion of sponsorship and product and player, isn't it?
Indeed. You couldn't get better than that.
You can't get it. What is John O'Neill on about? Parading him about as if he's some sort of leper.
Freak.
He's a champion.
Yeah. And everything.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a few beers, Roy.
Now, Lucas Neal says that the Asia Cup is just like the World Cup.
Oh
well. Now I understand it completely. I was a bit, I wasn't sure of the concept beforehand, but now it's made it exceedingly clear.
Is Ghana playing?
No.
Is Ecuador playing?
No. No.
Any Dutch team?
Italy? No.
Well, it is like the World Cup.
It's just like the World Cup, isn't it? Now, Valentino Rossi pulls one back against the bloke there. They're calling the real deal.
Wow!
Casey Stoner. But I think the Stone might still be ahead on the world standings. Yeah. What a feather in a cap.
Feather.
Eh?
It's an Indian headdress up there now, Roy.
For Casey Stoner for the real deal. Now, Pistol Pete Sampras, has lashed out at the lack of serve volleys at Wimbledon.
Oh, no.
Lashed out. That's not like Pete, is it? He never lashed out. He was always known as the quiet man of tennis.
Very calm.
Or the Wayne Bennett of tennis.
The Wayne Bennett of tennis. Where's he lashed out? He
lashed out at the All England, at the club, in the clubhouse.
In the clubhouse?
Apparently he'd had a few. And just stood up, when it was a bit quiet in the room, people having lunch and what have you, just stood up and bellowed, I've had a gut full of no serve volleys here. And he's, the way he speaks, And the place went quiet, and he was quietly ushered out and put in a car and driven back to his hotel.
I heard
he sort of has a point, hasn't he?
Yes.
But then again, you've got Roger Federer. He's served volley, and he's in the final. What more could you want against a classic baseliner?
I know.
Against a Bjorn Borg type.
Yeah.
And like that to me smacks of a classic final we're going to see tonight. If people can stay up long enough.
Be good.
I think
or if 9 go to it.
Yeah.
9 bother to go.
Well,
that's
there's
the other
point.
Big story of the week.
Yeah. Well, they might be replaying Patrol Boat. Well, I'd love to watch it again.
Well, so would I. Now
first scene.
Oh, I know, fantastic. What? Tell us again. It was an Indonesian
50 metres in front of the bow. Let's let off a round. Boom. Did nothing. 5 more rounds. Boom, 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 boom,
and that's Bisley calling it out?
No, little Lisa McCune.
Oh, McCune tells them when
the order.
Giving
the order, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Oh, I've got to see
Put the earmuffs on and then boom, 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 boom. And then they stopped. Then they boarded. What are you doing here? What are these fish? You been fishing?
What sort of fish were they? Shark fins, shark fins cut off fish?
No, they were an exotic sort of fish, though. I've forgotten what sort they were.
Sea cucumber?
No, I don't think they were a toothfish. No, I don't know what they were. But they were fish that obviously came from, our waters.
Oh, no, I understand that.
They were our fish.
Our fish, yeah.
Definitely ours.
And they were
Aussie fish.
Yeah. And they were headed for Indonesia.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They were off to the dinner plates of the generals.
I know.
Bloody...
Yeah. Jakarta. I know.
That's where they were headed.
I can see that now, Roy, with chips.
And you can see them with a big grin on their face. Mm-hmm. Oh, this Australian fish, I love it. Now, anyway, they weren't getting that lot. They weren't getting... I don't know where those fish ended up either. I didn't know whether they were taken, maybe to Darwin or Cooktown or somewhere to be sold locally, or whether they were just hurled into the... I don't know. Maybe. See, I've only seen one.
Yeah.
Maybe scene 2 is what happens to the fish. Because that's the question. Maybe someone who saw the show can tell us. I don't know. But I'd love to know what became of that fish.
But you've got it on tape.
Yeah, I've got it on tape.
Yeah,
maybe I'll be able
to... Don't tell me.
I'll tell you next week.
Yeah, that's right.
And just finally, Penrith Rugby League in tatters.
Yeah.
I'm married. 2 young kids and having a third for the government. Gary's flat out with shift work and I'm trying to keep my job at the hot bread shop. Childcare. Honestly, it costs too much. Well, it did. Until Pam at work suggested I ring the Alan Jones Scouts for God Childcare Centre. I couldn't be happier. I rang and spoke to Alan personally. He fitted both the boys in and it only costs $5 a day. It's changed all our lives. Really.
The following statement is made on behalf of the National Rugby League Party of Australia.
Hello, I'm Stan Jerd, and I'm sick of all the rubbish coming out of Canberra, so I've decided to do something about it. At the next election, I'll be standing for the Victorian seat of Jagga Jagga. You know our policies, they're out there, they're fair, and there's no rubbish. So vote for me, Stan Jerd.
Written and spoken by S. Jerd and KW Otto on behalf of the National Rugby League Party of Australia, Fishwick, ACT.
If you're a young family looking for daycare solutions in your area, then I recommend the Alan Jones Scouts for God childcare facility. It's the only real 24-hour, 7 days a week, 365 days a year solution. And they really, really care for kids. Their motto is, if you're happy and the kids are happy, there's a fair chance we're happy as well.
Roy, look, this is a very disturbing issue now. Struggling bush trainers have called on Racing New South Wales to urgently boost prize money and establish regional racing centres to stop the country sector from dying. We've had this. We've been following this story.
This has been going on for quite a while.
It has. We've followed this story with Rugby League.
Yes. There's a real leeching of all things, all talent in the country.
Right across rural
regional Australia.
Do you think we should have a Ministry of Rural and Regional Australia?
Of course we need that. We need a regional racing minister for a start.
What a great idea that is. At the state level.
Yeah, but as a federal level. But as a cabinet position. In the cabinet. In the cabinet. It's getting that serious.
And of course this is the backdrop of this story is of course what's happening at Randwick next year for the Pope's tour.
Yes.
Now,
well, I'm hoping this will be the shot in the arm for Cessnock racing.
Well, indeed, and rural racing in general.
Yes.
Now, some leading horsemen, including the trainer of King Ruby, yesterday told the Murdoch Press overall morale amongst trainers in the regional areas has hit rock bottom.
Yeah.
The training numbers have halved in the past decade, while drought and rising fuel costs have made it almost impossible to make ends meet, according to Christian Micheluzzi, who tracked this down.
Yeah.
Amazingly, the bone-dry conditions have forced the average price of feed from $160 a tonne 12 months ago to $550 a tonne today. So what's that, about a threefold increase?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
More and more trainers are turning their backs on the sport. And leading Orange horseman Jono Johnson yesterday announced he had had enough and was pulling the pin.
No way.
Johnson's shock decision. I thought he'd be the last to go.
So did I. Jono Johnson's gone.
Jono Johnson's gone.
He's pulled the pin.
Pulled the pin. He's pulled the pin. Shock decision came only weeks after fellow Orange trainers, Pat Cass could polish a horse. It was incredible. You know, he could take a knacker's yard thing and turn it out for a slipper.
Yeah. What worries me about that as much as anything else is your Cashes and your
Johnsons and
your Jono Johnsons, etc., is that they're not going to be passing on the skills to the next generation. Where's the next generation coming from?
I know. Or that, what do they call it, the knowledge of the senior staff in any organisation.
Yeah.
The group think.
Yeah.
The group memory. Well,
Yeah.
and this is going to shock you. Brian Firth has also
No
called us.
way.
Yeah. Mudgee trainer. Tracy Bartley. Now, I think Tracy Bartley had a big winner during the Brisbane Carnival in, obviously north of the Tweed. He let fly at New South Wales Racing yesterday and said the governing body had let the sport in the bush go to ruins.
Yes.
Bartley described the plummeting in prize money as disgraceful. Racing New South Wales is basically making us drive millions of miles, old speak, a week to compete for nothing.
Yeah.
We're actually racing for more money. We were actually racing for more money 5 years ago. It's a disgrace what's going on out here. We've had to drive up to 22 hours a week to race. We're not truck drivers, we're trainers. Yeah. Albury trainer Brett Kavanagh said he had considered relocating to Singapore.
No way.
Singapore. Kavanagh, Singapore bound.
God,
because
that'd be a longer drive, wouldn't it?
It would. And you'd need to have one of those army ducks to get there. With the horses on back. He says that because of the bleak situation in the bush, well, I don't really consider, Albury the bush. It's a big regional centre, isn't it?
It is.
Especially
it's
once
a powerhouse.
Powerhouse, once you take in Wodonga.
Wodonga.
It's
You've got to factor Wodonga in, yeah.
I know. And they have a great cup. And I think this year their cup was record prize money and record crowd, 2-day event, from memory. Anyway, he said he only decided against it because of his young children. Kavanagh, one of the most successful trainers on the country circuit, said the rationalisation was an option. Our TAB meetings should be run at regional centres every Saturday. You could have places like Albury and Wagga, the tracks that always perform well when it comes to TAB turnover, as well as some like Dubbo. I think the races at Dubbo today have been abandoned due to the state of the track, incidentally, but be that as it may.
Not too hard,
too hard. It went from too hard to too soft too quickly and the horses couldn't adjust. Racing New South Wales General Manager Brian Judd said there'd been a review of the country sector at the start of the year and prize money was an issue. At the moment, the TAB meetings carry a minimum of 7,000 and by July next year we hope that'll be 8,000. But it should be pointed out that for every TAB race increase of 1,000, it costs Racing New South Wales $2 million. I'm not sure quite how that works out, but be that as it may. Judge said that up to 30 meetings could be lost in the coming years, but revised dates would be allocated to venues producing the best turnover. Well, that doesn't help at all.
No, it doesn't.
Now...
No, it doesn't.
I'm wondering if we could turn racing into a charity, Roy. And for people who are prepared to...
Well, arguably it could register itself as a charity.
So you'd have a tax deduction for those involved, people who might have training expenses or feed bills might be able to claim it back on
Well, you'd get input credits, I dare say, at this stage. Yeah, for those sorts of imposts on business. But there's got to be more carrot.
More carrot?
I think so. And it wouldn't hurt the government to subsidise with, let's say you've got a prize money of, say, 7,000, as mentioned there, a minimum. If the government could go dollar for dollar with that.
Say, a lovely idea. So to go to 14,000.
14,000, yes.
And I like your carrot idea. Maybe a bag of carrots or 2 bags of carrots or something like that. Well,
there's got to be feed concessions.
Feed concessions?
There's got to be feed concessions. You know, maybe fees have got to be pegged at, say, 1970s prices.
Or somehow... Well, that's not a bad idea. Or the other way round. That prize money reflects the rising in feed price. Yeah. So if the feed price has doubled or trebled, then prize money trebled. So the basic is 21,000.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's not bad either. That's not bad.
Because then you're starting to make, sense of it all.
Well, then a 22-hour drive for a prize money of, say, 21,000 is you'd think, well, I'll make the trip.
Have a go.
I'll make the trip.
I'll make the trip. Yep. Now, at the same time, this gives you an idea of how the rich benefit and the poor suffer. Sydney Turf Club, John Nicholson, is delighted with the 2,129 nominations for next year's Golden Slipper. The 2-year-old feature would become an industry race. The Melbourne Cup, according to John Nicholson, is the race that stops the nation. The Slipper is the race that is important for owners and breeders. Plus, you don't have to wait around before a horse is 5 or 6 to find out if he's any good over the 2 miles, he or she's any good over the 2 miles. Among the nominations this week, John Hawkes has 55 youngsters, another 95 under the Woodlands Stud banner, including 38 by the former champion Lonhro. 38 from the same dad. David Hayes, who won the Slipper in 2006 with Mississippi, has 139 entries, while the 4-time Slipper winning trainer Lee Friedman has 106. Gay Waterhouse, 77. Now, that's the counter. That's the other side, isn't it? It's booming in the
Oh, look, city racing's going on. Look, I've often dreamt of what I've often described to you as a city-country concept, where, for one weekend or maybe one weekend a month, your great trainers take their horses out into the bush and challenge the locals, under local conditions. Yeah. So you'd find, say, Bart and Gay and your Hazes, your Friedmans, say, taking 4 or 5 horses, say, to Orange, for this weekend's race meeting, and you get the locals up against City v Country, big prize money.
Yeah. And jockeys as well, Roy.
And jockeys as well, yes.
Yeah. And how about this?
Well, no, just allow the country jockeys to have a bit of a go on city horses.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, and that way you're raising the standard. Right. Raising the standard, because a lot of those jockeys would never have, hopped on board a city conveyance.
No, they wouldn't have.
With the city polish on it.
The city polish, that's right. Well, I tell you what would be great is to get, say, Greg Ryan, Peter Graham, Clint Lindholm, Kobe Nestor, Jeff Penzer, jockeys in New South Wales, generally associated with country racing, riding the Lee Friedman things and getting the big hoops from City
ride the country horses.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, that'd be fantastic. And I'd tell you what, it'd pull people would go. Of course they'd go.
That'd be fantastic.
Yes.
It would really be a fantastic occasion.
Let's say once a month.
Put a bit of showbiz behind it.
Exactly.
By the city jockeys out of aeroplanes with parachutes.
Yes.
And maybe all the...
ballooning.
All
that sort of hot air ballooning.
Playing a flower festival and maybe a poetry recital or something like that.
Blues festival, anything to make it a bumper weekend for a rural or regional area.
With terrific prize
money. Yeah. Okay. Now, let's turn this weakness into a strength vis-a-vis the Pope's visit next year. And let's see that as a real advance. Let's make this a real shot in the arm for rural and regional racing.
10 weeks.
Let's have
a 10 weeks festival.
A 10-week tour. Starting with Cessnock. You're going to have your Friedmans, your Waterhouses, your Hazes. Yeah. They're all going to... Your Barts. They're all going to be there with their champion horses for the weekend. Yeah. And then the caravan moves on. Say, Orange, Dubbo the following week.
Oh, yeah.
Lithgow, Orange. Might have mentioned Orange, not sure, but Albury,
Wagga Wagga.
Yes.
And I tell you what would be great is to get a big race.
Yeah.
Like let's say the Epsom is part of the spring carnival.
Well, I'd like to see the slipper at Cessnock.
I know. Who wouldn't, Roy?
Who wouldn't? Yeah, exactly.
And
no one would begrudge Cessnock getting the slipper.
It's a special year, a special time. Yeah. It's a special boost for regional racing.
Yes.
Rural and regional
racing. Even
Goulburn. I'd love to see
struggling.
The slipper at Goulburn.
Yes.
What a great idea. Or get a big race like the Epsom or your Villiers. Move your Villiers out there.
Yes,
why should Randwick have all the plums?
Well, exactly.
They don't deserve them.
Exactly. Well, they become complacent.
Complacent, that's absolutely right. Oh, no, it's a brilliant idea.
Yes. Well, I see it as win-win.
Now, Roy, look, just put all that racing stuff on pause for a minute. The death of Harold Park seems certain more than 100 years, and more than 100 years of harness racing tradition in Sydney is about to come to an end, according to Brent Zefrafa.
No way, not Harold Park.
I read that. The death of Harold Park seems certain, and more than 100 years of harness racing tradition.
It's just had that big makeover. It's got that great restaurant.
The Miracle Mile restaurant. It's fantastic.
Yes, and the Miracle Mile itself is worth an absolute fortune.
I know. Brent got this for the Murdoch people. Rumours about the closure of the inner city track, which has been in operation since 1902, have reached fever pitch this week. 1902, before rugby league was invented, they were harness racing there. And can I just say how much I love harness racing?
So do I. Who doesn't?
Yeah, who doesn't? I mean, there's no better way to spend an afternoon than, say, driving in an 8-race card. We sit down in a sulky, in a gig, and just flog horses. It's exciting, it's fun, it's enjoyable.
It's great to watch.
Great to watch.
Great to watch. And to sit there in that Miracle Mile restaurant.
Oh, and have a seafood buffet. Eat as much as you like.
Yes.
Have a few beers.
Yes.
I mean, that's life, isn't it?
Yes. Have a couple of bets. A
couple of bets, yeah.
Yep, there's nothing like it. So on a Friday night at Harold Park. And I tell you what, kids love it too.
They do. It's fantastic because you can so close to the action.
Oh, you can smell it.
You can smell it. You can literally reach out and fiddle with them as they go by.
That's right.
It's incredible.
That's right. You can have a prawn in one hand and grab a tail in the other as it goes past. I mean, it is fantastic. And a lot of young people go there these days, HG. You know, it's a great place for young people to meet.
I know.
You know, a lot of people saying to me lately in the last few years, you know, there's nowhere I can go to meet people. You know, and I say Harold Park. Harold Park. Get along.
I tell you what, if it attracts both young, fit men and terrific young, fit women, and if they only publicised a few of the marriages...
Your chicks, your kitten types in poo parlours.
Yeah. No cougars.
Your kittens are there. You know, and you get your young blokes there, young fit blokes, and you got your kittens, and they're eating their seafood and touching the horses and eating their... Oh, it's fantastic.
Just put that on pause for a minute.
I can't believe that's going to close down.
I'm going to come back to that story, but I just want to interrupt because...
There's got to be corruption involved in this.
There would be. I tell you what...
It's too valuable as real estate.
Oh, I was just going to say
to put
that.
up, a block of units or something like that.
Try about 20 blocks.
Yes, exactly. That's what this is about.
You couldn't put a price on it, Roy.
No,
they
you
have.
couldn't.
Now, just put all that on pause for a minute because Friday night's match between the Panthers and the Tigers, the West Tigers organised a singles night at the game in association with the online dating service RSVP, giving their unattached fans a chance to do some groundwork at a location they feel most comfortable with, the football.
Yes, good.
I mean, talk about... robbing an idea from Harold Park.
From Harold Park, yeah. Well, Harold Park's been a traditional meeting place for young couples to meet since 1902.
In New South Wales?
In New South Wales, since 1902.
For those
I don't know how many marriages Harold Park's responsible for, but I dare say it's a significant percentage in New South Wales. Significant percentage.
I tell you what, 0707 was a big day on the wedding circuit, and I believe 39%
met at Harold Park.
Those who got married yesterday met at Harold Park.
Met at Harold Park. That wouldn't surprise me at all. In fact, if anything, I think that statistic is a little bit under the...
Now, back to the footy on Friday night. For those who believe the hardest part of looking for love is making the first move, the on-field action will provide a perfect conversation starter. That's the secret of Harold Park. You know, you can almost walk up to anybody at Harold Park and say, how'd you go in the last race?
Exactly.
All of a sudden,
the ice is broken. Yeah. What have you got in number 3?
Yeah, that's right. What do you like in the third?
What do you got in number 3?
Third race.
Oh, the race you mean? Oh, okay. And
what's your name?
Conversations go. Yeah, my name's Eddie. I'm from.
What's your favourite harness? Horse.
Yeah, that's right. Paleface Helios. Did you ever see him race? No, I wasn't born.
I got the video though. Have you? Could I come and have a look? All of a sudden, hey, presto!
I know.
Now, look, the other thing about the football, the party atmosphere is near certainty at the football, with the club extending an invitation for up to 20 sailors from the USS Kitty Hawk to attend.
Isn't that great?
I didn't know how many turned up, but 20.
Yes. An invitation, personally to 20 of them?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, sadly for the...
Why only 20?
Chicks.
Why only 20?
That's what I mean.
Because they'd all love rugby league, and they're all here to meet your chickie babe types, your kittens.
Your kittens, that's right. Well, that's what I mean. And there'd be literally thousands. I think there's several thousand.
Several thousand,
I'm not wrong about that. But,
rather than, hanging around King's Cross and the seedy areas...
Looking at pole dancing.
Yes, and that sort of rubbish. Why not? I saw a lot of them at Harold Park. They were hanging around on the off chance that it might be open because they'd heard of how great it is there. But I'm surprised there weren't more at the Penrith match.
Well, apparently there's just...
And then go to the Penrith clubhouse there. Oh, no. There are about 50 restaurants there.
It's just incredible.
At the Panthers. With that underground bloody disco they've got there.
This is Telstra Stadium. Telstra Stadium is where the match was.
Yeah, but they didn't go back
I
to
know.
Panthers,
Well, they could go both ways, the crowd. Yeah. But there are just 3 requirements in this Looking for Love event. You must be over 18, currently single, and love your footy.
That's the sailors of the Kitty Hawk.
Well... I've got to say, why isn't that up out front of Harold Park? Are you over 18?
Sailors welcome.
Yes. Hello, sailor. Now, coming back there...
Well, hang on. When is this... was this last Friday night, HG?
Last Friday night,
Oh, okay. We don't know if any sailors went and fell in love or anything.
I can't help you there.
No marriages? No marriage bans being read out?
No, not yet.
From pulpits this weekend?
I reckon there will be, for sure and certain. Can I just say, it was an intriguing match too, with the obviously the touched-up Panthers getting a quick break by half-time. Might have been in an unassailable position, run over completely by the Tigers in the second half.
I know.
I think there was a lot of romance on their mind.
Yes, could have been.
A lot of showboating. Now, look, going back to Harold Park, this is a devastating, because let's face it, this program supports harness racing. I'm not ashamed to say that. We love it. Love the whole heady atmosphere of harness racing, the Miracle Mile,
I just love going there and seeing young couples meeting.
Yeah, I know. I know.
You know, I love the racing as well.
Yeah, that's an added bonus.
It's an added bonus. But I just love introducing young people. You know, have you two met?
Peter?
No.
Pam?
G'day, Pam. Here's Peter. Here's Peter. How are you?
Yeah.
You know.
What do you have to be? You have to be just over 18, currently single, and love your harness racing.
Oh.
That should be out the front,
Yes.
you know, on a banner somewhere.
Yeah.
Coming back, rumours about the closure of the inner city track obviously reached fever pitch, and the state's heavy hitters are now putting in moves in place so that could see Harold Park sold for a whopping $150 million.
There's your bottom line, isn't it?
That's why people are doing it.
That's what they're doing.
They don't care about romance anymore, do they, Roy? This city?
No.
Or any city, for that matter.
No, there's going to have to be, and this is again, it's going to be another issue for the new sports minister, whom we haven't heard a word from since Kemp resigned his commission.
Said his final,
Yeah. Yep.
As our longest serving
sports and arts minister in Australia's history since Federation. That's going back to 1901.
Yeah,
before, 12 months before Harold Park started being the romance magnet for New South Wales and Australia. You know, I know a lot of people from all over the country go to Harold Park just on the off chance they might meet someone.
Well, it's happened. Now, anyway, $150 million. And by doing so, paved the way for a switch to a new 1,400-metre state-of-the-art track, which is being built at Menangle, southwest of Sydney.
No, I don't want state-of-the-art. I want Harold Park.
And I don't like a figure-8 track for harness racing.
I can't see young kids thinking, let's go to Menangle and see if we can meet someone.
Well, they won't.
They won't.
It's about a 12-hour drive.
Yeah, well, this
Not
is...
quite.
No. This is just going to be boutique. It's boutique, isn't it? It's cheap real estate.
Yeah,
they can make a cheap program for your racing channels.
I know. Sources have revealed that...
It'll have no heart, HG. It'll
no
have no
Miracle
heart.
Mile restaurant, Roy.
No.
No seafood and grabbing a tail. No Peter, no Pam.
No.
I mean, young lovers aren't going to go all that way
they're not.
Get
They're
it
not.
on.
And I don't know where young couples are going to meet.
Sadly,
I mean, you've got your blue light discos, and they're great for your real youngest there.
You've got your footy.
And you've got I know you've always got your footy as a fallback.
But I think it's hit and miss of the footy because you're just getting involved. There's no break in the footy. See, the great thing about racing is between the races there's a chance to get it on.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
There's a chance to sort of inspect the, the...
Well, to discuss the issues.
Get
to know each other.
And then, all of a sudden, you're looking at race 4, excitement.
Yes.
Well,
that's right. And for your city types, you get dressed up. You're putting on your best hoodie. You're really looking good.
Jeans.
Feeling sharp.
You've got Vans.
Are you going to go to Menangle?
No. On the train?
With your high heels and your mini skirts and that sort of stuff.
You're off the shoulder gear.
You're off the shoulder. Your stoles.
Yeah, your stoles. That's right.
You're all dressed up. You've got your earrings on. You're looking good.
Makeup.
And what? I've got to go to where?
Yeah, no,
Menangle? I don't think so.
I'd rather go to the footy.
Exactly. Harold Park is designed for people like that who are dressed up, well-heeled, young people who just are lonely and want to meet someone.
Senator Rod Kemp, the longest-serving sports minister in Australia's history, has, as an enduring legacy, made it mandatory that all football clubs, by law, are daycare centres between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. 5 days a week. This world-first legislation ensures that clubs will guarantee that your preschooler will be fully supervised by the contracted playing staff. So if you live in the Essendon area, drop your little ones off at Windy Hill and let them spend the day with Kevin and his team. Thanks, Senator Kemp.
Frosty LaHood has been named Dealer of the Year by the Australian Automotive Association. And Frosty's way of thanking the public of Australia for making him number one again is to offer a free route with every test drive. This applies to all cars in his extensive range of pre-loved Hyundai Excels. As Frosty says,
yeah, they can give me one if they like. I'll literally bend over to move a few units.
Certain conditions apply.
The Kemp Kids initiative now applies to all clubs in rural and regional Australia. Clubs to come online include the Bathurst Penguins, the Harden Murrumbara Hawks, the Umina Bunnies, the Gold Coast Titans, and the Queensland Roar. Daycare will be provided by contracted playing staff from 7 a.m. weekdays.
Now, Roy, going back to the harness racing problem, sources revealed that Menangle could be full-time harness racing within 2 years.
I can tell you now that's not going to work. That is not going to work.
Well, they're going to have to do it with no one there.
Well, I don't think they mind if no one's there.
No, can I just say, and the romance of harness racing will be an empty lie. Now, the radical move is seen by many as a chance for New South Wales to fend off Victoria and Western Australia, whose industries continue to flourish and lure top horses to their meetings. But they're in, let me get this right, I think they race at Gloucester Park in Perth, which is right near the Wacker.
Yeah.
Very central.
Gawler?
Well, no, they may well race at Gawler. And in Melbourne, they race at Moonee Valley.
Yeah.
Under lights.
Yeah.
Not that they can't race under lights at Harold Park, but...
Well, they do. I've seen them. I've seen the lights on as I've gone past.
Looking for a date. Now, obviously, the Group 1 New South Wales Derby was shifted from Harold Park to Menangle in the grand opening on April 27th next year. A real sign, according to Brent, that it's curtains. The curtains could be dropped on Harold Park. Trainers, drivers, administrators and punters have all thrown their support behind Menangle, which they say can only allow the struggling sport to grow. The move, leading trainer Paul Fitzpatrick is adamant that Harold Park must be overlooked if harness racing in New South Wales to survive. It's an imperative that we sell Harold Park if we are to go forward. The industry has outgrown Harold Park.
No, it hasn't.
And we need money from the sale to keep moving forward.
No,
Menangle's
moving
the future.
forward. I hate that talk.
I know. Johnny Tapp says too many people are locked into the mindset that we need metropolitan track in the city. But why do we?
Why do we? For young people to get together and meet.
In days gone by...
I tell you what, we need some sort of...
probe?
No. I'm thinking some sort of live concert at Harold Park to draw attention to the issue here.
What a great idea.
So, you get you start with your Jimmy Barneses, you get your reformed police involved.
Police, Spice Girls.
Spice Girls. Once the word is out, you'll get your international acts. Let's say right across the world, linked harness racing right across the world. With your international acts. your John Bon Jovis in the United States. It could work.
Your Corn.
Yep.
Now, look, what I was going to say was, this is a bit. I've been sworn to secrecy on this matter, but Bex and Posh.
Yes,
they met at Harold Park.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
And don't tell me that you won't be able to get both the police and Spice Girls as soon as the news goes out that harness racing, i.e. Harold Park, is in trouble.
Yeah.
Because they're young at heart, those two.
Yeah.
And they'll come. And it wouldn't surprise me to see this match shifted from this Bling v Galaxy match shifted from Telstra Stadium into Harold Park, in the middle of Harold Park.
Yeah.
You could easily put a purpose-built pitch in there.
Easily.
Well, that's very good news.
Kerry Packer used to go to Harold Park a lot.
Did he? Did he?
Yep.
Isn't that fantastic?
Just to meet people.
Be mad not to. Now, look, the widespread push for Rex Horn, Vice President of New South Wales Harness Racing. Horn said the results of business plan had to prove that the move would actually be beneficial to the industry. 75% of Harold Park members also agreed to the sale before the move to Menangle can be given the green light, meaning they're prepared to sell it even before they move to Menangle.
This is just venal.
It is, isn't it?
This is just
Someone's going to make
a quid out of this, and it's not going to be harness racing.
No, it's not. Life on Triple J. Just a couple of good guy reports around the place, Roy. Look, after last week's shock and loss, the Panthers wasted no time on Sunday. That was on Saturday. This is the rugby league side. On Sunday, visiting some fans in need, led by Tony Pulatua and France-bound Craig Gower. The entire squad were out at Westmead Hospital. Gower spent some time talking with patients, while Frank Pulatua proved popular by painting portraits of some of the patients to hang over their beds. What's Frank like as an artist?
I've no idea. It wouldn't surprise me.
No. Isn't that great to think that, there...
What a great thing. I mean, what a terrific thing for the kids to have a few Panthers lobbying on a Sunday morning and brighten their days with portraits, and I suppose Craig would be telling stories
about France and where I'm going
and what he's going to do.
Then maps and croissant, Cafe au lait,
yes.
All that sort of stuff, maybe vanilla sliced. He'll change his diet completely, start eating a lot more cheese. And the other thing was that...
And they'd have questions for him too. What really happened, Craig, at such and such? Or,
Coogee, when you were first elected for State of Ireland.
Yeah, Junior Pierce's daughter, how well did you get on? That sort of stuff.
Do you still talk to her?
Yeah. How is she these days? Are you still going out? Do you go to Harold Park?
The biting of the bloke in the nightclub.
Yeah, what'd you bite him for?
Yeah, that's right. Was he really giving you the shits?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's what, they're good kids like that. They really bring you down to earth.
They do.
And that's great because then, of course, this week they fired most of the team.
That's right.
It's a lovely touch. And let's not forget, this is the same Penrith Panthers that went on the bus to, I think one of the bus routes was having trouble with kids throwing rocks at it.
That's right.
Out in Panther territory.
Yes, they did.
And I thought
they put an end to that.
They put an end to that. That's right. By just riding the bus with the kids and telling stories, and Craig showed them the map where they'd be going to play rugby union. They were a bit nonplussed, but they sort of laughed and went along with it. The other group of who have been good is the Sharks. This is in our Good Guys Watch. The players there have visited the Sydney Children's Hospital to hand out gifts and deliver some good news to some of their biggest fans. Players like Adam Dykes, Ben Ross.
Adam Dykes was there?
Yeah, Adam Dykes was there.
Wow, the kids must have been over the moon.
Reece Williams bobbed in too.
Oh, wow, really? Okay.
And they toured the wards and invited 50 kids to Toyota Park on Sunday for the match against the Bulldogs.
Great.
Now, one young fan, Brandon Hughes, 11, was told he will lead the Sharks onto the field Sunday to be part of the ceremonial kick-off prior to the game. Isn't that great?
That is just brilliant.
See, what a great...
They're role models.
Role models. I mean, you can
put
bag...
them in. Yeah,
you can bag the team as much as you like.
Yeah.
Both the Panthers in terrible trouble, no players, nowhere to go, nothing to do.
Yes.
You know,
shocking morale.
Shocking morale, all that sort of stuff. The bad loss on Friday night. But then they're at the hospital during the week. And then, of course, the angry ant, the boys having another training to put more polish on them. But he didn't. He let them off the leash to go to the hospital. It's fantastic.
It is.
You know, it's just a wonderful sport like that, rugby league.
And why isn't there more of that, you know, on your front pages of your newspapers, you know? You've got to really scour around to find those good stories, but they're there, HG.
They are.
They are there. That should have been front page.
Yeah.
You
on
know?
the telly.
Penrith at hospital, you know, something like that. Penrith Panthers visit the kids. And a photograph of Craig Gower with a map of France and a couple of kids looking on while, you know what I mean?
Well, he's pointing.
Yes.
That's right. With a rugby ball in his hand. Oh, no, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. Not enough's made of that. It's all, you know, just really disappointing stories like,
yes.
I'll put my hand on it quickly, that rather sad story that now, what's his name, Steve Price, has to defend himself against comments that he's a cheap shot merchant.
Oh, yes. He took out not his knee.
I know.
Well, he has taken out knees in the past. He's a knee specialist. But he's not breaking the rules.
He's doing exactly what he should be doing.
That's his job. His job is to bust people's knees. And I don't think anyone's better than it than Steve Price. I can't think of anyone who's taken out more knees or given more bloody surgery, jobs for Merv Cross
than Steve Price. Here we go. Josh Massoud in the Murdoch Press got this one. Steve Price has revealed his angst at being branded a cheap shot merchant.
Go figure. Eh? Steve Price. If anyone's I can think of no one further removed from a cheap shot merchant than Steve Price.
I've got to say that now.
There is nothing illegal what Steve does.
No. That's right. And you know what? I reckon Kamali's bunging it on with the crutches.
Do you?
I know it's a big call. Just from looking at the photo on the back there. You know, I mean, I'm no expert, but that would be my guess. Okay.
He must have fell over the moon when Adam Dykes came in to visit.
No, he couldn't believe it.
Puck him up. Hey, Nod. Hey, Dykesy, what are you doing here?
I'm come to visit you, clown. Scans revealed Kamali could miss the rest of the season after injuring his right knee on impact with a flying ... Kamali has labelled Price's charge down attempt a cheap shot, an assessment that was echoed by Sharks teammate Greg Bird. Greg, I'm Mad Bird.
Well, didn't Bird do the same, only using his head?
Well,
didn't he go into Jonathan Thurston's head with his own head?
He did. Now, angered by criticism, an emotional Price responded with a passionate defence of his tackling style and his reputation as one of the league's most respected players. Anybody who knows me knows I'm not into cheap shots. I can't believe people would be trying to say I'm the bad guy now. I get disappointed to hear people slagging me off about cheap shots and not playing in the spirit of the game when my whole game is based on that, i.e. playing in the spirit of the game. Some of the guys who are saying this stuff have worse records than me. What have I done that's bad? I've been doing this for 20 years. I've been charging kicks down my whole career. It's not illegal. Part of my game is to put pressure on the kicker.
Yeah.
That goes back to your point about Sticky.
Yes.
You work away from where the pressure's coming from.
Exactly.
He kicks with his legs, so you're going to be in that area if you're contesting the ball.
Exactly.
Price took particular exception to Bird. who said Price's habit of diving at the Kids League was not in the spirit of the game. Bird was angered that Kimorley was the second Cronulla player hurt by the Warriors captain after Tony Kane was seriously injured last year. The person I've got most issues with is Greg Bird, Price says. He's had a shot at the way I play, and there's a big photograph of him standing over Jonathan Thurston after putting one on him.
No, that's what I said.
It looked to me as though he was smiling.
Yeah, well, he would.
At least I'm going for the ball.
Well, he's a bit mad. You know, people got to make up their own mind when they have images of Bird, whether he's mad or not.
No, that's right. It does take a while to work out.
Yeah.
At least I'm going for the ball. Thurston doesn't kick the ball with his chest. I would have had to question what Greg was actually doing there. Price added he
in his chest?
Yeah, couldn't understand Kimorley's frustration, so he'll no ill will towards him. Brett and his club are pretty disappointed that he's injured. I can understand that. I've been there myself. I don't take it personally, the big loss for the Sharks. But I'd be very, very, very disappointed if people thought I was going out deliberately to target blokes. I reckon over my career I've made 100 charge downs and 250 or 300 attempts. Obviously keeps records. In all that time, 2 blokes have been injured. And now it's said I'm a cheap shot merchant. Kimorley Noddy, who played for 50 minutes with an injury, said he was looking out to be on the sideline for 4 to 6 weeks. It's pretty sore. Running forwards, I was okay, but no good going backwards.
Lateral movement, yeah.
Kimorley also claimed the NRL had been sent a letter, not from the Sharks, asking for the charge down laws to be reviewed. NRL operators said they'd look at the law at the end of the season. Roy, is he a cheap shot merchant?
Well, no, he's not breaking the law. No, he's hurling himself at the player's knees with the view to damaging the knee. Well, there's no law against that, you know? At least he's not going for their heads.
Like others.
Like others have done, you know? So no, I don't think he is. I mean, if you want to protect kickers, we'll change the rules. But you can't blame Pricey for
playing within the
rules.
And as he points out, you know, 250 times, 300 times a year, he had a go.
Yeah.
He's only got it a few times.
He's only got lucky twice.
Yeah, for a fact.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as giving the bunny one to go on with, as having a blue tongue tugging on your todger, as having a leak in a creek. What are Australians fighting for this week, HG?
Well, it's a fantastic prize. J-Mag from this time last year, the Volcanics T-shirt and 2 CDs. Grin Spoon, No Reason. This features exclusive unreleased tracks recorded at Triple J Live at the Wireless. And also Anthony Chock Mundine's single, Platinum Rider. And when you open it up and have a look inside, the pictures are just absolutely great. There's
it's a rap, isn't it?
It's a rap.
Yeah.
It's just
are the words there, the lyrics?
They probably are, but I don't. What he's got is Platinum Rider, Gettingham Radio Mix, followed by Platinum Rider, just Radio Mix. Platinum Rider, Chock Rock versus J Spy Mix. And then Platinum Rider, J Spy Electro Vibe Mix. That's the one I like, the Vibe Mix. So it's 4 tracks. No, sadly, no lyrics, but you'll be able to work them out for yourself. So it's all Platinum Rider gear, Platinum Rider gear, Platinum Rider gear, Platinum Rider gear. Some lucky listener, women only, you can answer the following question.
Yes, the question is as follows, HG. What percentage of couples married yesterday met at Harold Park? What percentage of couples married yesterday met at Harold Park? Women only, that number is 1300 0555 36.
Phone now.
Yes, we're joined by Tracy, who's joining us from Yarrawonga. How are you there, Tracy?
Good, thank you. Afternoon to you.
Yes, thank you very much. What have you been up to today, Tracy?
Just been over to Mum and Dad's, checked in on them, done a bit of shopping.
What sort of things did you go shopping for? Nails and maybe a bit of aqua here and a new ball peen hammer, or food?
Dinner.
Okay, that doesn't tell us anything.
What are you cooking?
Yeah, what are you cooking?
Oh, a little beef stroganoff-y kind of thing.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. Warm us up, bit of mash.
Stroganoff, is that, you use sour cream or something like that in it, do you?
Yeah, bit of mustard.
Mustard, nice.
Is it easy to do? You can sit down and watch CSI Sunday, if that's still on, and make it, or do you have to concentrate on it?
No, easy to do.
Easy to do. And with this, did you buy the beef in strips, or are you going to cut it yourself?
I actually bought it in strips, ready to go.
That's the modern way.
The Heart Smart one.
Oh, yes, Heart Smart. Yeah. And have you taken the plastic off yet and had a good look and found all the fats hidden underneath, or...?
Checked it out at the supermarket.
Oh, very
kind
good.
of inspected it a bit.
Yes.
And were there a lot of people doing their weekly groceries when you went to the supermarket today?
Yeah, I had to do a bit of aisle dodging.
Right.
Now, did you go to the 15 items or less speed queue, or did you have to line up in the big one?
I had to line up in the big one.
Right. And how long before you go to the supermarket again?
Tomorrow.
Bloody hell. Now, are you IG client, or are you going to one of the bigger ones?
I actually went to IGA, got a few things, and then had to go to the bigger one.
And why are you going tomorrow? You don't work there by any chance?
No. Couldn't be bothered doing it all today.
Oh, fair enough.
And how far from your place is the outlet, IGA outlet?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Oh, that's
okay.
very good. Very good. That's great.
Seems to be a place where I out quite often.
And what sort of weather have you got there today?
It's absolutely beautiful. The sun is shining.
Oh, right. Oh, that's good. And were you affected at all by the flooding recently?
No, we just had a couple of days of nice rain.
Oh, very good.
Okay.
Very good.
Now, did you see Patrol Boat during the week, the new show on 9?
I did catch it.
Oh, now what happened to the fish? Were they just thrown back in the water, or were they brought into the mainland for sale?
Oh, I'm not sure. I was just thinking how many actors are in there? How many names have they pulled?
Well,
it's a big cast. Look, I only saw the first scene. There appeared to be, Lisa McCune and a few others, but it's a big cast, is it?
Yeah, and they were getting a lot of seasickness, so...
Oh. Do you think that's right? These people been at sea for all their lives.
I think a few were novices, HG.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were trying to keep it real,
Yeah, because I noticed that little Lisa McKeon had a line something like, "This is my first time on a boat too, so we can look after each other," something like that.
Yeah, she was trying to be a little bit tough, and then had to hurl herself, didn't she?
But
I only caught bits of it too.
Didn't she order the shooting well? Fire, that sort of stuff, and then they'd fire. In that first scene.
Oh, yeah, well, I didn't catch the first bit. I probably caught the middle bit, yeah.
Oh, right. You may not be able to tell us what happened to the fish either.
So you missed the end. I saw the first scene. You saw the second, and that's it.
Yes.
Well, what happened was that, according to Roy, anyway, I didn't see it at all, so I feel the most up to speed on it, was that the first scene involved the interception of an Indonesian fishing boat with a lot of fish on the deck of the Indonesian fishing boat, and we were wondering what happened to those fish. We know what happened to the Indonesian fishing boat.
Well, it was impounded.
Obviously it was impounded, yeah.
And later, presumably, burnt.
Blown up.
But I want to know what happened to the fish.
Hopefully someone grilled them up.
Well, that's what I'm hoping. I hope they just weren't wasted.
Now, Tracy, before you answer the question, romance and harness racing, if you were, say, suggesting to...
singles and looking to mingle, yeah.
Yeah, is it a good place to mingle?
I think so. What better?
How far have you got to go, Tracy, to get a bit of good harness racing?
Shepparton, I think. Oh, no, Cobram.
Wow.
Yeah, just
And
up
how
the
often
road.
do they race there?
I think they do it quite a bit.
Okay.
Right. And is there a lot of chat at, sort of, I don't know, when people get married in the area? Oh, yeah, we met at the Cobram harness racing. Or the CTC.
I reckon they have a Melbourne Cup race session.
They would.
Over there, I reckon.
They'd be right on the day of the Melbourne Cup.
They certainly would. But is there a local Yarrawonga newspaper, Tracy, and in the social notes up the back of the paper, you'd see photographs of young couples at the harness racing, wouldn't you?
With a horse,
The prize winner.
The prize winner. That's right. Maybe they're sort of being romantically attached somehow with a horse in between.
Yes. What's the local paper called, Tracy? The Yarrawonga Witness or...?
No, the Chronicle.
Chronicle, good.
Yes.
Good.
Now,
comes out weekly or daily?
Yep, weekly.
Weekly. And does it have marriage items in it?
Yeah, it does.
All right. Maybe you could write them a letter saying, would it be possible in coverage of the weddings to include little bits of information concerning only...
Where couples met.
Yeah, well, only if these couples met at the harness racing.
Well, all you need is a little symbol like a horse's hoof.
Or a horseshoe.
Horseshoe.
Luck.
Yes.
Beautiful. OK, Tracy, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, Tracy, what percentage of couples married yesterday met at Harold Park?
39%.
Absolutely right, Tracy. We'll send out the, the J-Mag from this time last year, the T-shirt and a couple of CD singles, and they'll be there almost in time for you to go to the supermarket. And in the meantime, thanks very much for being part of This Sporting Life.
Cheers very much, fellows.
See ya, bye.
And hello
Tracy.
to everybody I know. Bye.
Three on the trot there. Three on the trot. We start off with the Yeah Yeahs from NYC. Down Boy. And the EP from which the Yeah Yeah Yeahs track is taken from is called Is EP. Then we had Something with Numbers. And Something with the Numbers, Graham Park's finest, right out of the Central Coast in New South Wales.
Didn't Holly Valance have a track called Down Boy?
Yeah, she may well have. Kiss Kiss Down Boy.
No, Kiss Kiss was the first hit, and I think Down Boy was the follow-up single.
Right, there you go. Anyway, there's Something
Great
with
track.
Brilliant. Something with Numbers. They don't make records like that anymore, do they?
No.
Something with Numbers from Graham Park on the Central Coast. Apple of the Eye. Perfect Distraction is the title of the CD.
Well, there's a real Graham Park sound emerging, isn't there?
There is. That's absolutely right. And I think that's where the... that brings me to something about Graham Park in a minute. Well, it's not about Graham Park particularly, but the bunnies were there the other night.
You might have bunnies.
No, the big bunnies.
Oh, yeah.
They were there playing
Souths.
Souths, that's right. They had a bit of a match against, I think, the Melbourne Storm.
They did, at Graham Park.
At Graham Park, that's right. Sadly depleted. I think the Something with Numbers might have been the entertainment at half-time.
Oh, okay.
Finally, on our three on the trot, though, Interpol, All Fired Up from Our Love to Admire. Now, a new album from them, July the 14th. So if you're an Interpol freak, it's only 6 more sleeps. If I've got that right. Maybe 5 more sleeps. And then you'll be there for the Interpol All Fired Up new CD. Fantastic. And you heard all them.
Has that been launched at Graham Park?
It is. And Interpol are coming to play Graham Park. Which is fantastic
Great
news for Interpol freaks, especially in the Central Coast area.
Central Coast, yeah.
And opening for them will be Something with Numbers. You heard them all on the Life on Triple J.
Did you know that the Alan Jones Scouts for God childcare facility receives almost no government funding? Well, that means the big fundraising night is really important. Make a date for the first week in December for the Alan Jones Rock a Stedford for Kids. It's a beautiful night. Kids of all ages performing songs of joy for Alan. If you think your toddler can hold a note, put his name down and who knows, on the night, he may just win a heart.
The new issue of Frosty magazine features 12 Aussie couples on the job in the buff while test driving one of Frosty's customised Honda Accords. Frosty magazine editor Frosty LaHood says,
I think a few people are in for quite a shock. I hit the video camera on the gear knob and copped a real eyeful. These are the pick of the snaps from 5 hours of live footage.
Frosty magazine, just one of the results of Frosty's world-famous no root, no toot policy. Certain conditions apply.
In response to the Ombudsman's report into the Kemp Kids initiative, a complaints hotline has been established. If you've noticed any personality changes in your toddler, direct your comments to the Hot Rod hotline. All calls will be treated in the strictest of confidence and may be monitored for quality purposes.
Hot Rod Hotline, how can I help you?
As this service is taking many important calls, jokers or time wasters will be prosecuted to the absolute limit of the law.
Roy, just a little one. It came out of the match the other night, but where the Rabbits sadly folded up like a house of cards against the might of the injured Melbourne Storm at Graham Park. But little Leighton Hewitt is now the next Rabbit. It's hard to imagine, but Leighton didn't have a team in the NRL. And Russell Crowe, who heard that in an interview, that he didn't have, a team in the NRL, leapt to the opportunity to send him a Souths jumper. It's on its way. He said he didn't have a team, so we're happy to adopt him. Leighton embodies the never say die spirit the Rabbits are all about. He's the kind of supporter we'd love to have.
That's good.
Now, it worries me slightly, though, the never say die spirit, assuming that Little's got that. Sadly, the other night, he got that kid where he wanted him because he knew he couldn't handle a fifth set. But he couldn't get the kid into the fifth set. So he could weave his never say die attitude.
Yeah, look,
of course, the Rabbits the other night, as I mentioned.
We're playing like Leighton.
We're playing like Leighton. So maybe they are a good match.
Yeah, look, I saw Leighton being interviewed by, might be Tim Tim Sheridan, is it?
Could easily be.
Who's a correspondent for Channel 9. No, it wasn't Ken talking to... this was an exclusive that Tim had got, talking to Little Leighton, and Little Leighton volunteered that he didn't have a rugby league team.
Right.
And he was living somewhere near the Manly area, and he wasn't sure whether he should follow Manly or not, but... he had heard that Russell was associated with Souths and was sort of lured to Souths because of the celebrity association Souths has with the Gladiator. So that's why that's what started the Leighton Souths Leighton Souths merger. Well, and I'm glad that's happened. And that's happened very quickly. So Russell obviously must have been watching, thinking, oh well, there's a Sheridan piece coming on with Leighton. I better look at this. Or someone might have seen it in the same way. I saw a bit of Patrol Boat. And said, hey, Russ, did you know Little Leighton's hasn't got a team and he's interested in Souths? Bang. Next thing you know, there's
FedEx.
Yep.
Jumper in a box.
Jumper in a box, off it goes. Hopefully signed by some of the players.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't know
Not that the
players,
names they wouldn't mean anything to Leighton yet, but they will in time.
Yeah, obviously they will in time. Especially if David Peach is significant.
Yes, well, the Peach should talk to Leighton.
And because he's leaving the club.
Of course he is.
And the lad who's going to go and become a minister of some sort. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, I didn't know this story.
Yeah, one of the lads has been told,
he's smitten by the faith, has he? Isn't that great?
Fantastic. Couldn't happen to a better club than Souths.
And is it a Christian faith, HU? Or
I think
is it the other side?
No, Christian
very
faith,
good.
Pretty sure it's Christian faith.
Sort of Hillsong style, is it?
No, I didn't necessarily think that, but certainly...
Or is it an established church?
Something that required a fair bit of concentration, or a fair bit of
he's going to a seminary, is he?
Well, or, on one of those roving commissions, maybe walking around with Crook and...
Evangelist.
Very
good.
Say, yeah.
Knocking on doors. Hello, have you thought about...
The Watchtower.
Your future.
Comes out once a month.
Okay.
Now, Willie Mason, speaking of rugby league as we were sort of tangentially, continues to show what a decent person he's up. Danny Weedler got this for the Fairfax.
Is this a good guy story?
It's a real good guy story. I don't know why it wasn't in the other paper, in the Murdoch Press, but Willie continues to show what a decent person he's off. Wendell Saylor, that's Ding Dong Dell, asked him if he could be a surprise guest at his son Tristan's 9th birthday party.
All right.
How about this? Mason played Friday night, obviously in the Sea Eagles clash, after playing on Wednesday night for the Blues, so he's a pretty busy week. And he turned up much to the kids' delight the next afternoon.
Wow.
Ding Dong Dell asked him to come for an hour and a half, but he stayed for 3 hours, played footy with the kids and helped tidy up afterwards.
No way, really?
When the kids saw him, their faces just lit up.
I bet they did. I bet, because he's a huge man.
He's a huge bloke. And they'd all know him. They would have all watched the rugby league on both Wednesday and Saturday night. Because Dell's still, even though he's gone to the other side, the union, he's coming back to league and is very league compliant.
I know. Look, he's associated now with St George. And I would have thought, Shimmy Woosh might have turned up. He might have asked Shimmy Woosh to come.
You mean Reg?
Yeah.
No, you don't. You mean Mark?
Yeah.
Mark, yes. Well, Shimmy Woosh would have been great.
Yeah.
By the way, does Dell have a Tarzo card? Left from the old days when he did play?
I've never seen one. I've never seen one, but I'd love to get one. I hope that the Smiths Chips people can get onto this and circulate, or get into circulation, a Del Tarzo.
Would you think of a way of describing
in Saints colours?
Wow, what a great idea. But, it's a pity, isn't it? Good works, it's very hard to judge how much they mean to people, but would it be lovely if they could maybe appeal to the authorities, should, and let's face it, the Dragons have got a real sniff of the 8 now. Should they make the 8, could Dell come back early? I know, there's a lot of protocols and all that sort of thing. I'm just wondering if it would be possible, whether that would be completely just falling on deaf ears.
Well, I think this would go up as far as Dick Pound, HG. I think you'd have to move heaven and earth to get, to get Dell able to play. In any professional sports up until... I don't think you can start till February, March of next year.
No, in fact, May, I think it is. I think we broke the story that, Oakey Jubilee Stadium is already preparing to build an extra grandstander, hold the people who'll be coming in to see Ding Dong's return. Oh, no, it's very big.
Look, he hasn't been inked yet in Browntown, but I'd like to think... it might happen soon. In fact, there have been no whispers apart from what Dell's been circulating I've heard no official whispers coming from the Taj Mahal.
Well, Dan did get this story, though. Wendell's move to the Dragons has been welcomed by the local Garbos.
Look, I know that. And I know the Garbos are very keen to have him there. That's
they
great.
don't run the club.
But they don't. Look, they don't.
No.
They
Peter
don't.
Doust runs the club,
Yes.
as I can tell, and
Yes.
he's been very quiet.
Yes. Well, I haven't heard him mention Dell at all.
Well, I hope this
I haven't heard Brown talk about Dell. No. I haven't heard Shimmy Woosh mentioning Dell or Cooper, any of them.
No. Or those two boys from Slippery's.
Yeah, Slippery's kids. Slippery's
Chips.
Yes.
Yeah, or the lad who...
Slips Chips.
Yeah, the lad who came from East. Is he Soward?
Oh, yeah.
Does he have a position on it?
No, I haven't. No, I've heard nothing.
You know, what worries me is, could Dell have gone off half-cocked here, Roy?
Well, I hope it's not wishful thinking on Dell's behalf, you know.
Can I just say...
does Dell live in the area? I mean,
he doesn't, no.
Will he have to go...
He lives in the Roosters area, as neat as
Well, why isn't he associated with Easts? Why isn't he talking up Easts?
Well, he should be, because they're his local club.
Yes.
They're in trouble.
Has he been to the East Clubhouse?
I don't think so. Saints have a sniff at the
Making
eight.
himself known. Hello, I'm Wendell Saylor. Can I have a beer, please?
No, make that a few. I'll settle in for a while. I like the feel of the joint. Now, look, what worries me also is, would you say Dell was an acquisition for a club with a view to the future?
I don't know.
You know,
I don't know. And are they a bit shy for sort of cumbersome wingers? Are they a bit light on with cumbersome wingers who bounce the ball off their chest attractively, albeit? At Saints, how must the wingers at Saints feel? With a shadow of Dell hanging over
I know, they were not playing well.
And one of them would be one of Slippery's kids.
He would.
Well, I tell you what, I don't know about, bumping one of Slippery's kids to flag.
Ah, well, yeah, now you're talking. Now you've got your problems.
Because that's the reality.
Yeah.
You can only have two wingers in a game unless Dell's expanded his repertoire. And he's got to come back as a back rower or something, which is possible. I mean, he's big enough for a back rower. He just lacks the ball skills, really.
Their pack's travelling so well.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, there's a survey in the paper today.
The most feared packs?
Yes, let's have a look and see if we can get over. Pushovers. Which team has the softest pack? The Roosters first.
Yeah, fair enough.
Then then the Dragons.
Ah!
So obviously...
well, Dell. Yeah. If Dell was part of that outfit, they wouldn't be seen as the softest pack anymore, would they?
No.
You wouldn't have thought.
No. Well, that's...
Mind you, he's probably gone a bit soft.
Well, he would have. He's...
Having not played, at any level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just think it's going to take him a while to... I mean, the game's changed so much because people forget that he's played rugby union for a long time.
Yeah, he's got to adjust.
He never really adjusted
to
play. I know, new rules, the whole, tackling thing's going to change with this. You can't assault people's legs, all that sort of stuff. I mean, he's a great cheap shot merchant, isn't he? Loves getting in there, and especially as a second rower, he'll be right in the target line for that. If he was out on the wing, they could probably...
hide him.
That's right.
And I don't know if Saints need any more players to hide. That's what Brown's got to ask himself. Do I need another player I can hide somewhere? If the answer's no, I don't think Dell's going to be welcome. If the answer's yes,
I might have got the social events in Willie Mason's life slightly out of order because I realise he's playing today. Shark Park, Dogs v Sharks. Wasn't it great to see the Hammerhead Shark run on too today? It was fantastic.
It was. Hang on, what do you mean?
Well,
did he turn up to the birthday party at Dell's or not?
He did, but it was last week after he played Manly the night before, not this week where obviously he had the State of Origin and I confused last Friday with this Friday. Sorry about that. I know a lot of people went to their record books and were completely bamboozled by the sequence of events. Just tidy that up there. Now,
well, he might have delayed the party. You never know. But as it turns out, he didn't.
He didn't, no.
Didn't need to.
No, he didn't. Or they could have delayed the rugby league fixtures.
What, the State of Origin? Put it off a week?
No, they could have moved last week's Dogs v Eagles match to last Friday night.
Yeah.
Now, look, how about this? This is just disturbing this week. We've talked a lot about the Asian Cup and how we're going to go, and I've alerted people to the golden generation of Omani footballers that we're going to be facing tonight, and 8:30, I think, might be the time on...
Was that our first match tonight?
First match tonight.
Who are we up against?
Oman.
No way.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. The golden generation of Omani football. Oh, no. It's a very big game, very big stage.
They're not easy beats.
They're not.
No.
Now, blisters have proved to be the Socceroos' latest nemesis with our 185 million Asian Cup superstars low-laid with sore and swollen feet.
Oh,
blisters.
No. What, they didn't adjust to the humidity? And
they didn't adjust to tropical footwear.
What we call boot rub?
Boot rub, yeah. The heat and humidity is not only affecting the players' conditioning, it's bothering their feet. Football Federation Australia has ordered 150 pairs of special twin socks from England as part of the anti-blister campaign.
Bit late.
This is David Davutovic, got this for the Murdoch Press. The problem worsened at the start of the week when Harry, Tim Cahill, was struggling. Drastic measures being taken include a compulsory visit to the Socceroos' own foot clinic every day after lunch, where the feet are inspected by medical staff. Yeah. The bathing their feet in antiseptic after training. Players strapping their feet and wearing up to 3 pairs of socks in a session. A relaxed dress code allowing players to wear thongs instead of trainers to meals. That's how far they've gone.
Yeah.
Importing 150 pairs of socks used by premiership clubs. One thing about this is I was always told that methylated spirits help toughen your feet and prevent blistering.
It does. It does. And I don't know why they haven't.
I mean, that's a very cheap remedy.
Oh, it's very easy to get,
it's not very environmentally damaging.
No, it's not. And it kills... Your problem with your tropical feet disorders, actually, I mean, we've known about this ever since, the POWs came back with horrendous stories from Singapore and around the Asian areas as a result of 39-45. I mean, any amateur historian could have told them, the Socceroos, if you're going to that part of the world... Protect your feet. It's so terribly important. There are so many bacteria and infectious diseases you can pick up that affect the dermis around the foot because if you're enclosed, you've got the foot enclosed in the wrong or inappropriate footwear, you might be wearing wool blend.
Yeah, no good.
No good at all. No.
Nylon blend even worse.
Even worse. I don't know what they've been wearing on their feet, but it sounds like they've been wearing absolutely the wrong gear.
100% wrong. Now,
but that should have been the most important thing a soccer player has in his arsenal is his feet.
Look, it reminds me of the tragic case of Jim Dimmick. Remember how the rugby league...
He had doctor's feet.
Doctor's feet. Well, remember, he played with the Bulldogs and then went to the Eels.
Yeah, very sensitive feet.
One very sensitive and soft feet, doctor's feet, and he was one of the first players to shave his head to play, now very popular. But I see the same problems. The Socceroos coaching staff identified blisters as one of the many potential Asian issues as part of their leaving no stone unturned policy, but conditions haven't helped. So they identified it.
And didn't do anything about it.
They
didn't even bother to put a bottle of bloody methylated spirits...
in the kick.
There's no trouble importing metho into Singapore,
I don't think so.
Is there?
You can buy it locally. I'm
sure you can.
Now, Big Dukes, Captain Big Dukes, Viduka, was forced off the field for several minutes yesterday to adjust his strapping. Oh, God, I hope I hope they get it right tonight.
Hang on, strapping where? In his feet or strapping around?
Well, the tossle area. Obviously, that's well strapped, but on the feet.
Well, you don't want to strap it too much because the same problems you get in your feet, your tinnias, your airborne diseases, your moulds, your bacteria, they're going to creep up the leg and get into the trouser area as well.
I know.
And that's just as painful to have your scrotum with the
fire.
Your scrotum on fire with the dermis peeling off
while you're trying
to bang a ball in the back of the net.
Oh, yeah.
No way, it's not going to happen.
No. Cahill and Aloisi disappeared to apply Vaseline.
Well, Vaseline's not going to help. It's going to make it worse.
They applied it to the
because it allows the bacteria to incubate.
It does. It hides them inside. Blisters may seem trivial to some, but they triggered, how about this, Kuhl's problems at the World Cup where he ended up on crutches. This is blisters again.
Yes.
They've been down this route before.
I know.
And now they're all of a sudden, hello,
we're
back.
Have they tried anything like Johnson's baby powder or something like that?
Well, if they're not up to methylated spirits, then they're never going to think of Johnson's baby powder. Harry Kuhl played longer than he intended in the opener against Japan. His foot became swollen and he played through the pain.
Hang on, why was he playing longer than intended?
I got no idea. It was huge.
I mean, who's the brains trust?
I tell you what, hitting turns out to be an incredible liability to Australian soccer. You know, he gets some things right, then he gets other things completely wrong.
Gets the little things wrong, doesn't he?
Gets the little things wrong. After the Croatia game where Kuhl scored in the 79th minute to send Australia to the knockout phase, the blister in his right toe became infected.
Infected? Well, how did that happen?
The germs travelled through the bloodstream and somehow ended up in his left foot and seeped into a hair-like fracture of his toe. A dose of anti-inflammatories probably would have done the trick, but he was incorrectly diagnosed with gout. You can see the problems. Once you have the blisters, all of a sudden you've got poliomyelitis. You know, you've got laminectomy.
Transferred by the blood. It wasn't transferred by the blood. It was airborne. It came through his fucking sock.
And
he didn't go there with some ailment that only exposed itself when the skin was torn on the toe. It was a result of the skin being torn on the toe that the disease, the bacteria, was able to fester through the sock.
Well, let's look at this. A dose of... Who looks after these people? I've got no idea. A dose of anti-inflammatories probably would have done the trick, but he was incorrectly diagnosed with gout. No record of gout. Why would you think of gout?
It would be the last thing you'd think of.
And a cortisone injection rapidly exacerbated the problems.
Of course it's going to make it worse.
Now, the infection had to be drained, and he was on intravenous drip for a fortnight. Had he waited another few days, he may have had no filling in the toe for good, and his career would have been over.
He might have lost his foot, had to have it surgically removed. I've seen that happen.
A blister,
yes.
All of a sudden you're wheeling him into
in
surgery.
These tropical diseases, HG, they're killers. They're absolute killers.
As soon as look at you.
Yes.
Repeat scenario.
Who's the clown with the wielding the stethoscope with the team?
Well, I don't know. Why don't they?
Have they got one?
No. Why do they go back? Why don't they go back to the party pack of ice and sugar bag full of hot sand? They were good enough for you and me.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, a repeat scenario would seem far-fetched, and the arrival of socks and other measures appears to have eased the problem. But with the temperatures and humidity staying high, officials will monitor the players closely. It's a tragedy waiting to happen, Roy.
Well, they just haven't thought about the conditions they're playing in. I mean, they should have been training in, say Darwin for a start.
Yeah. And then
to see, you know, why didn't they have, say, half a dozen blokes up there running around in Darwin for the last 6 months just to see what sort of ailments come their way in terms of, you know, foot rot. Yeah.
And
then think, oh, well, hang on, we're going to have to do something about this.
Of course, they go to Singapore and play some clapped-out island nation up there. No skill, nothing to go against.
No.
They win three
blot.
Yeah, so they think, this is
let's leave Harry on a little bit longer. Yeah. Wrong.
No, it's...
And they think they can take their European socks, just pack them without thinking, European boots, pack them without thinking, European underpants.
No methylated spirits.
No Johnson's baby powder, and no one with a stethoscope.
And you wonder why they're laughed at. Now...
Well, it's Arnold bloke, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I just worry about him.
Well, it's unprofessional, and it's just it just makes us look silly.
It does.
You know, you've got a lot of these Asian teams now, including Oman, that are just giggling behind their hands, and often not giggling behind their hands, just laughing, bellowing straight at our blokes.
I know,
laughing at their feet.
Okay, Big Dukes laughing at his feet. According to the same,
are they calling them Happy Feet now? Are they?
Yeah, they're calling them Happy Feet. This is Big Dukes the Destroyer. Don't like that. Should be Big Dukes the Destroyer,
exactly.
If anything. That's the headline.
Or Dukes the Big Destroyer.
Better. Oh, Big Dukes the Big Destroyer. According to David Davukovic, his form has been ominous of late. He's marked of Viduka's latest brace of goals have prompted soccer boss Graham Arnold to declare him one of the top three strikers on the globe when firing.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's qualified, isn't it? When firing.
When he's kicking the goal in the back of the net, he's one of the top three. Well, you'd have to put Henri up there.
Well, how many did Big Dukes get for us in the World Cup? I'll tell you, none.
You're absolutely right. None.
He didn't fire, did he?
No. And what would mean, and that would mean right about now for a striker who bagged a double 3 days ago off the back of a 19-goal premiership season. Well, 19 goals isn't a huge
100 matches.
No, well, anyway. Now, Graham Arnold, when Viduka's happy on and off the field, I'd go as far as saying he's one of the top three strikers in the world. He's that good and he's important to this nation. In my years, I played the same position and I had as much talent as his little toe. Well, hang on a minute. His little toe's rotting at the moment under blister rot. And I played 85 games, including 85 games for Australia. You can't replace people like that. So it's no good convincing them to go on. It's all about making them happy.
Making them happy.
Yeah. As long as their form's all right and their feet are okay and they're not too blistered, why would you want someone who's to retire when their forms, and he says here, a word I can't use on radio, hot. Viduka's miles away from retiring. Miles away. He's not even close just because he's 31.
No. Does he suggest there's any way of making Big Dukes happy? Is there any?
No, there's no suggestion of that. No, there's no way.
What makes him, a box of chocolates each afternoon? Or
well, a box of chocolates first half.
Special pair of socks?
Yes, that's right. Viduka has been...
Copy the Big League? Or?
Oh, Big League, yeah, that'd be good. Flown in the latest video of the Dogs v Rabbits match or whatever.
Advanced copies of the Poos news show?
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Will that keep him happy? Put a smile on his face?
It certainly would. Now, Viduka has been slammed by some critics as unsuitable to captain Australia, but Arnold wishes those people could have witnessed him speaking candidly in front of his 22 teammates and coaching staff last Friday. Steve Waugh's been up there. I think Steve Waugh's been trying to motivate the team.
Well, keep Dukes happy, sure.
Yeah, well...
Big Dukes must have said, I want to see Steve Waugh. Make me happy.
Let's get him on. I won't kick goals unless Waugh's here.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Steve Waugh formed a scenario whereby 4 players were placed in the hot seat. Big Dukes was one of them, and the rest of the players were allowed to fire questions they wanted, so they grilled him on his retirement. Hearing him speak about why he didn't want to retire, you wish you could have shown that to the whole country.
Well, why didn't they tape it?
Or to those people that question his commitment. He spoke emotionally about what it means to play for Australia and how he couldn't sleep for 2 days and he couldn't eat, even though his feet were hurting. He just knew that it wasn't time.
Well, hang on.
Yeah, I know this goes all over the place.
It doesn't sound like he's very happy if he can't sleep.
Sleep, can't eat.
You need sleep to be happy for a start.
And food to eat. Arnold recalled the text message he received from Viduka, who was holiday in Croatia, which was followed by a phone call. His first words, I've been thinking, and I said, Graham Arnold said, oh, that's dangerous. That's when he asked me, is the invitation still there? He said, I haven't slept for 2 nights. And I said, neither have I. I'm not into praising people if they don't deserve it. He's just a wonderful guy and player. You only have certain players in a generation who come through of that standard. And then he lists, he says Harry Kewell, Special, Marco Bresciano, Vince Grella. How must Mark Schwarzer feel, though, being left out?
Adi Abonyi.
Well, Frank O'Rourke.
Frank O'Rourke, of course.
Anyway, and it hasn't happened in my lifetime where you've that sort of group come through in one era.
Well, I'm finding all this a bit baffling. You mean Big Dukes wasn't going to play for the Socceroos and agonised over his decision for 2 days, did he? And didn't sleep, obviously.
And didn't eat, yeah.
And wasn't happy because he hadn't slept.
No, that's right. So it's down in the dumps. Well, this is going to be... I'll be watching him tonight with some interest then.
What time's the match on?
I think it's 8:30. I can't be sure of that, but I think it's about 8:30. Now the coach hosts
8:30?
Big Dukes.
On SBS or...?
No.
No, Big Love's on SBS tonight.
That's what I mean. It's gone to cable.
Oh, it's not free to air?
No.
Oh, what a great shame for Australians.
People... Well, they think that Australia will win this.
Well, that's what I mean.
Get past the
Australians
golden
won't
generation of Armani.
No, but Australians won't be able to watch it.
No, they won't. It'll be like Little the other night. Now the coach hopes Viduka will carry on with the Socceroos in the lead-up and possibly including South Africa in 2010.
Great. If we can keep him happy.
Last week, Viduka told the Murdoch Press, he says, don't ask me what it means, post-Asian Cup. Whether I'll be playing after this, I don't know. Arnold says it's not only him with some of the older players, it's 1 year at a time. If we can plan ahead and start developing players, while you've got Mark Viduka, Craig Moore, Scott Chipperfield, if he comes back, Mark Schwarzer and these guys, we're going to be healthy. Well, that's a big call, isn't it? Having those, well, they're not hard to, they're bloody hard to keep happy, that lot, and their feet are rotting as we speak.
Yes.
I mean, what's it going to be like in another 2 years? They'll be just stumps down there. No toes, no heel, no sole. Australian soccer, deepest creepers. You just hope somebody with a bit more sense has got involved.
Well, I hope someone who a professional who has some understanding of tropical diseases vis-a-vis the feet should be there post haste. I know we haven't got we're not overburdened with doctors here in Australia at the moment, but surely there must be one who'd volunteer, put his or her hand up and say, "Look, I know about tropical diseases, I know about feet. Let me at them."
Okay, or the other thing is we ring up, I think it's somewhere in Liverpool Street has a hospital, this is in London, has a hospital of tropical diseases. Maybe we could get somebody on secondment from there because I don't think England's
what a good idea. Yeah, okay.
They'd be right up to speed. And then, of course, when you look at 2010, I hope they're planning for an African specialist, African diseases, like that snake bite and lion bite.
Yes,
they get a
malaria, all those sorts of things.
Being crushed to death by a hippo, what can be done about that? All that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing is you've got a plan. And I bet no one's thinking about Africa in that way.
I bet we haven't got a few blokes playing over in Africa at the moment just to see what sort of diseases do come your way, as litmus. In the same way we should have had Litmus up in Darwin.
Yeah, or Bangkok.
Even better,
Send a couple of people to play in the local comp in Bangkok. They don't have to be brilliant players.
No, who gives a bugger how good they are?
No,
you just want to know what the bloody...
ailments they're going to get. How their feet are going to stand up. And then what they should do is experiment, different boots. Maybe the Adidas boot is a better Troppo boot than your Puma boot.
Or maybe a new boot's got to be designed.
Fantastic. For tropical
circumstances.
I tell you what...
You know, it could be open-toed with a...
Oh, what a lovely... With a Perspex cover, so you can see the feet rotting in there. And maybe with thermometers and temperatures saying, the boot's too hot.
That's right.
Why have you come off, Harry? My boots are too hot.
Well, maybe some sort of monitoring, some sort of material that's sensitive to temperature and humidity changes. So when the boot goes red, for example, time to pull them off.
Yeah. What a lovely idea.
You know what I mean? Something like that. Just something like that.
How about a sterile boot?
A sterile boot, yes. Yeah,
you know,
a boot that's heavily ventilated. Or something inside the boot, maybe you can play some of that absorbent material that absorbs moisture.
What a great idea.
You know what I mean? That people who have trouble with damp have in their homes, so in a cupboard. Yeah. You know, that stuff you put in, crystals, and it absorbs all the moisture. Yeah. Why could they have that? Socks made of that.
That'd be fantastic. I tell you what, years ago I used to bag Craig Johnston's Predator boots. He was onto something, though, wasn't he?
Oh, yes, he was. Are they humidity compliant?
No, they're not. They're made for English European standard, They kick a lot of goals, though, Roy.
They do. But I think CSIRO's got to come in behind this one.
Well, look at who...
or any young kid out there who thinks he knows about...
boots.
The relationship between material, skin...
and
health. Health and atmospheric conditions.
Well, why don't they set a special task for the inventors? Do it the other way around. This week we want you to... Well, it's obviously a bit late now, but this week's James O'Loughlin comes out and says big news.
But there must be, pinheads out there who are beavering away in their backyards.
And boots.
With boots and tropical diseases.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second Fat of the afternoon. The second Fat is brought to you this week by the Look of Laura Knitwear, Alan Bond's Business Masterclass and Happy Jack's Tata Packs.
Yes.
Oh,
just had to find a price.
We can throw this in as well.
Oh, what have you got there?
The Golden Trio.
Oh, no. Look at them. Steve Price, Ruben Wicke and Nathan Fine. And we've also got Matt Alford, the Pocket Dynamo, Tarzo-wise. That's fantastic. Now...
Pocket Dynamo. Isn't that great?
We've got a CD here from a group called, Destiny's Child, actually. The Writings on the Wall. This features 4 members of Destiny's Child, so it must be a little while ago. And then we've got Calvin Harris, I Created Disco. That's terrific. That is terrific. That's about a 14-tracker from Calvin. I've got a rather dodgy copy of The Might and Power Story, A Horse Called Mighty. It's a terrific read. If you're interested in anything to do with the Pope's coming future visit to Sydney, then that would be background information. And finally, a copy of the J-Mag from this time last year, featuring, the Arctic Monkeys and, Flaming Lips Saboteurs, etc., etc., etc. So it's a good prize.
It's a fantastic prize.
Okay, Roy.
Yes,
some
the
lucky
question
listener,
is...
all comers who can answer the following question.
Okay, who was surprised to see Adam Dykes blow into hospital this week? Who was surprised to see Adam Dykes blow into the hospital
And
this
that
week?
number, Roy?
1300
55536. Phone now. Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Matt, who's joining us from Wagga on the southwest slopes of New South Wales. How are you, Matt?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. Yourself?
Now, Matt, did you enjoy the match last Wednesday night?
Well, I only just caught the last bit of it, actually, because I was on the road travelling, so...
Yeah.
It was a good relief, though, because I lost a bit of money on the first 2 rounds.
Yeah. Did you make a bit back with the third?
No, I was too scared to have a bet on the third one, don't worry.
And do you think the concept has found new life by getting rid of 3 Queensland players might be the way to go forward now, that they are only allowed to play with 14 and New South Wales is allowed to play with 17? Do you think that could work as a concept, Matt, in the future?
Oh, I'd be happy to have a bet if they went ahead anyway.
Yes.
And when you say have a bet, do you bet on the score, or do you bet on just an outcome like New South Wales will win, or do you bet on the first try scorer or a score at half-time, or what do you do?
Nah, just normally a bet on who wins the game, just with the boys at work to make work a little bit more fun.
Yes, that's right. And how have we unearthed a new generation? You could argue that Bird and Gallen and so on represent the new look, new core of a New South Wales team now that a number of other players are obviously coming to the end of their careers. Or is it a work in progress from your point of view?
I think it's still a work in progress. We still need a lot more help, I think.
Yeah, now, Murray, you're happy with Graham Murray? Do you think he should be retained, or has he done enough?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't really got an opinion on that, to tell you the truth.
No, fair enough.
My worry is bringing in, not that Haslam had a bad game, he had a great game, is that given his age and so on, he's hardly the future of the side, and then you've got other older players there as well who will have to make way for, I don't know who.
Who the new blood's going to be, I've no idea. Maybe they're going to come from Wagga. How are the Magpies travelling at the moment?
They've amalgamated with Turvey Park, so there's not too many teams in town now. I think there's only about four rugby teams in Wagga, I think. Maybe 3 if that.
Right. Is it still part of, what was it, Group 9?
Yeah, it's still Group 9.
Still Group 9, so you'd come up against Young and...
the Harden-Murrabara Hawks.
I'm not really sure, to tell you the truth.
Well, it sounds like you don't get much down to watch the matches, Matt.
No, I don't watch too much of the football in town now, just a little bit on telly, that's about all.
In fact, we spoke to another contestant from Wagga, not recently, who I think had come from South Australia and in fact played rugby union.
Yes.
For one of the agricultural high schools or universities, it might have been.
Yeah.
The Rivco Union or something like that, I think.
Yeah. Do you follow the rugby union in the local area, Matt?
I watched a few games. That was a couple of years ago. I had some mates that were playing for Wagga City.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that was all right. Like, good day out sort of thing.
Good day out? Well, it would be.
Yeah,
well,
it would be. On Saturday, so
now, these local matches, say the Magpies that have now, they're with Turvey Park now. What's the name of the franchise now? The two clubs have got together.
I think it's... Oh, what the hell is it?
Could be Turvey Park Magpies. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. Well,
we can Google that tomorrow.
They're not penetrating in the local region as well as they would have hoped.
Would they have a sponsor?
Well, I was going to say these matches televised it all on local television.
Oh no.
Would they have a sponsor? Would somebody like I forget who the big truck repairers in Wagga are? I used to know all these things.
Brian tonight.
Yeah, would they be able to sponsor them or?
I'm not sure.
O'Brien's Glass or something like that?
I don't know who sponsors them, but they're called South City, I think they are now.
South City Magpies? Or the South City Turvey Parks?
No, we'll stick with the Magpies, just for the sake of the argument. We've lost him. We've lost Matty.
Yeah, obviously the questions were baffling. Frightening.
He didn't want to be an idiot.
No, well, that's all right. Well, I know, speaking with Matt, he did have the answer. And the answer, of course...
question, Roy?
The question was, who was surprised to see Adam Dykes blow into the hospital? Well, of course, it was Noddy, Brett Kamali. And Matt was aware of that.
And so he's the winner of the Destiny's Child, the Writings on the Wall, the Calvin Harris, the Horse Called Mighty, and the J-Mag from this time last year. And the Tarzos, let's not forget the Tarzo cards. No, there's the 3 warriors, the gold trio of Price, Wiki and Fine, and the Matty Orford, the Pocket Diamond, Dynamo. And thanks very much, Matt, for being part of this sporting life.
G'day. Remember that dress they made especially for me? The one that fitted like a glove. Remember, it looked just like DJ's wrapping paper. But I'd better push off. I've got to shoot this afternoon for an Italian swimsuit catalogue. Cheerio.
Grandad is so much happier since he became Megan Gale. Happiness, that's the real benefit of It's Me Memory Replacement Therapy.
It's Me Memory Replacement Therapy.
Old Goldie, St George and Kangaroo great Graham Changa Langlands and old firm partner Billy Smith have retired to the Scarton Bowls Club of Tranquility. A spokesman for the club said Changa was having a whale of a time with so many residents remembering him. First graders, the time is ripe. Come and enjoy your sunset years. You've earned it. Contact www.lordted.au.
Australia needs laws protecting the flag, but have our politicians gone far enough in protecting those little things Australians value the most? How often have you seen someone pissed in a green and gold rugby league jumper? How often have you seen someone you know is Australian wearing an Arsenal shirt? How often have you seen someone shopping at Woolworths in a Singapore Slingers singlet? Well, enough is enough. Support the Australian Players Association draft legislation that will outlaw these activities and enshrine common sense by protecting all Australian sporting uniforms. Visit our website at www.enoughabusetoday.com.
Roy, still with the World Game briefly, that fantastic thing that was announced this week, obviously LA Galaxy versus Sydney FC. Channel 10 is rumored to have forked out about $750,000 for it.
Is that so? It'll be live to air on Channel 10.
Live to air. It's a package.
Well, I think this is going to be fantastic. It's
especially with the Asian Cup on the back of the Asian Cup. Our win in the Asian Cup, which gets underway tonight.
Yes,
against this golden generation of Omani footballers. Now it includes an exclusive interview with David Beckham.
Good.
Beckham will be asked to hold a media conference because the game will need some promotion. But the interview with Beckham.
A one-on-one in the studio, a Channel 10 studio.
So. I'm not sure who would
Bill
do
Woods,
that.
Bill Woods, perhaps.
He'd be the one who'd do it?
Suppose he would. I forgot the name of the bloke who does Sports Tonight now. He's a little less than convincing. I'd go with Bill Woods, I think, as the...
Well, he does have the runs on the board.
He does.
He does.
Or maybe Tim Webster could open him up.
Yeah.
Tim wouldn't be overwhelmed or overawed by the occasion because he's dealt with stars for many years now.
Would you think it'd be interesting television?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I do, because he's got an interesting story to tell, a bloke who...
Didn't have much
going for him, yeah.
Now multi-billionaire.
Yes. Yeah, and a terrific role model for
that's
kids all over the world. And now spreading the gospel of soccer throughout the United States.
That's it.
It's a great story to tell, isn't it?
And would he have time to visit kids in hospital and do some of that work that the Panthers Club have been doing, like drawing portraits for kids, or
I'm sure if it'd be possible, he would. I mean, he might even go to Dell's birthday party or something like that.
What a lovely idea.
You can only ask.
You can, that's right. You're absolutely right. And what'd be good is if Dell pretended his kid, obviously the birthday party was last weekend, but that the kid was 9 still. I mean,
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Have 2 birthdays in 1 year, so
yes,
could come.
Well, maybe Dell could speak to, Bex about speaking to Peter Doust on his behalf in becoming a saint or something like that. You know what I mean?
Terrific idea.
Things just
happen that way. That's right. You're absolutely right. I see, incidentally, an article about Dell going to talk in the St George area and winning them over.
Yes, he's going to one of the school or a club or something
down there. Had him eaten in the palm of his hand.
Yes, he really opened up. He really opened up
about the problems of being a drug addict and not being able to find something to do with his time away from football, and he got on the gear, and all of a sudden it was more than he could handle.
Yes, yeah. No, I think he went over very, very well. I'm led to believe it. That it was sort of a sportsman's lunch or something.
Sportsman's lunch, absolutely right. Now, interestingly enough, speaking of sportsman's lunch and sponsors, I notice here that the people in charge of sponsoring the State of Origin sides, Wizard and Amy, have complained to the ARL about swapping of jumpers at the end of the matches. Willie Mason swapped with Justin Hodges and Matt King exchanged with Steve Bell, and triggering complaints.
Well, it's an old tradition, isn't it?
It is.
And the crowd loves it, the fans love it, because you often see a player then, jumper they ordinarily wouldn't wear, and that looks unusual, and it's great fun.
Tell you where it's wrong, though, in the AFL. Remember Hurd swapped his jumper recently with Glenn Archer at the end of the game?
Yes.
Kangaroos v Bombers. It looked wrong, didn't it?
Yes, it did look wrong.
It just stank.
There's a time and place.
That's it for This Sporting Life for this week. Well, join us again next week. Well, there'll be more rubbish equal to the rubbish that we've had today. We leave you as we do every week with the simple reminder that Triple J is sport. Bye now.
Triple J.